Chapter 321. Guest Grandchildren. The Emperor went to relieve himself of the wine, and the Empress Dowager wanted to return to the palace. The people present were also a good bit dizzy from some yellow soup. So the Empress Dowager thought about it and said, "Well, both so that the palace banquet is also almost. Fei, good life will all the ministers are sent out of the palace. No! Now is Fei in charge of palace affairs." This matter to her original also appropriate. Consort did not excuse herself, and immediately got up, and respectfully replied, "Yes, my concubine obeys the order." The Empress Dowager gave her word, and it was not good for everyone to stay in the palace. After concubine Qian helped the Empress Dowager to leave, the crowd also followed and dispersed. Noble consort Lin was not taken seriously when she was here, and when she left, she did so quietly. Not as good as a year ago when she was calling the shots. This trip to Taishan really made her change her mind a lot. On the contrary, today's Lin evening he had made quite a splash. Only after the people had pretty much left did she get up and walk over to the big house and the Dong family. "Grandfather, grandmother, forgive me. Today's situation is special. It's not good for Shallow to stay you guys to say anything more. When my brother gets married, I will come to congratulate him with the emperor and a few children. Don't worry. This thing we still understand. You in the palace take care of yourself and children is." The one who spoke was elder Lady Dong, who looked at Lin Lianyi with relief in her eyes. In her heart, she was also quite happy. The master and Mrs. Lin standing next to each other also took a stand and rushed to say, "Your Majesty and the Empress can come. This is a great joy for our family. It will be arranged properly." The separated master and Mrs. Lin, now the people in charge of the family, naturally spoke with 3 times the hardness. After hearing them reply with such certainty, Lin Lianyi was also quite relieved. The small eunuch who was responsible for sending the Dong family and the Lin family's great house out of the palace had been waiting here for a long time. So he didn't open his mouth to urge them on. But it wasn't a good idea to just keep him waiting. So the crowd saluted Lin Evening before slowly retreating. Seeing that the family members had all gone away, Lin Evening turned around and was about to leave when she was left behind by Master Lin Xiangyi. "The old minister has met the Empress." Lin Evening returned to her senses, and when she looked at Master Lin Xiangshang, there was much complexity in her eyes and heart. It was true that the two of them were blood relatives, but they had spoken very little since childhood. If it wasn't for Master Lin Xiang calling out to her at this moment, I'm afraid Lin Evening wouldn't have noticed that he was still here. But the appearance should be done. So she opened her mouth and said, "There's no need to be polite. Minister, with him." Lin Lianyi didn't have anything important to say. Only when she saw the eyes of County Lord Ronkong not far away that were glaring at her, she felt that it would be good to deliberately stay and be angry with her. "I don't know what Minister Lin wants to say by keeping this palace here." Minister Lin had been an official in the dynasty for decades, and naturally knew that this was a sign of her alienating herself. However, he didn't care. After all, with his former attitude towards all the people in the big house, he also didn't think that Lin Lianyi would be moved back by his 3 or 2 words. It was only for the sake of the Lin family's future that he kindly reminded. The Empress is now the Emperor's eyes red. Naturally want to do their best for the family, for the clan to do their best, but must know that too much out of the ordinary is not a good thing. Be careful to be red in the eyes of the people. Cause a family to be hated by others to be troublesome. Lin Xiangyi did not have to make false pretenses with Lin Wui. He came up and spoke directly, and what he said about doing his best for his family and his best for his clan. Naturally, he wasn't talking about the Lin family, but the Dong family and the big house. This was something that both of them knew very well in their hearts. However, this time, when Lin Evening looked at Minister Lin, she saw that there were a few more points of honesty in his eyes than just now. Because of this is that Lin Xiangshang did not say. Lin Evening heart also has a very clear, "I've been in the palace for so long. I'm afraid of this. But now that the Emperor's favor is blatantly obvious, what she has to do is not to be afraid, but to meet it head on. Thank you for your reminder. This matter is in my heart. The heavenly family's benevolence, even if it does not fall on the head of the Dong family, will also fall on the head of the other people. So if this is the case, then the palace would rather fall on the head of the Dong family. After all, the hearts of people are biased. All will be for the person they are interested in and pouring. Isn't it?" This sentence is a double entendre. Lin Evening refers to what? Lin Xiangshang understood very well. Only, for him, whether he was biased towards the West Courtyard because he liked County Princess Ronkong and Second Master Lin, or because he was greedy for power. This was something that only he understood in his own heart. To Lin Yuanyi, it didn't matter much. What she wants to protect is only the people of the big house and the Dong family. Minister Lin quietly looked at her for a moment. And then, calmly said, since this is the case, then the old minister will wish the Empress her wish. By the auspicious words of the minister, the grandparents and grandson were polite, as if they had just met not long ago. Afterwards, you walked your sunny path, and I crossed my wooden bridge. On the way home, County Princess Ronkong really couldn't hold back. So she opened her mouth to Master Lin Xiang and asked, what does Master Xiang mean by this? The same as the granddaughter. How many words have you spoken with Yao Tu? But I have never seen you pay attention to your highness. Can't it be that just because she is not favored by the emperor nowadays, she is deliberately alienated to this extent? For Lin Guifei, although she is a bit hateful, but after all, is his own full granddaughter. So the maintenance of the still have to maintain. Prime Minister Lin closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, and said without any emotional ups and downs, there are you. There is the Zhang Wangfu to dish it out for your highness. And it's not too bad for old me to say these few words. What is it that the Sangha is saying? What have we calculated for your highness? If it is really calculated, why not see the emperor to your consort love as before? But instead of this intention girl into the palace, robbed your consort quite a lot of the limelight. And now look, are climbed to the head of your consort to go about the face of their own close people. So Ronkong County Princess words extraordinarily more. Unfortunately, she said more. After accompanying Master Lin Xiang for decades, she hadn't even seen through one truth. For Lin Xiangshang Master, only usefulness is the only talisman. Otherwise it is dear son and daughter can also be discarded. Hearing the words of Ronkong Sheriff, Minister Lin opened his eyes and looked. There was a faint mockery in his eyes. You and John Wang reckon what? Old man heart understand. I think the emperor heart also understand. Decades of husband and wife. Old man advise you. Life sometimes must have. Life no time do not force. Save time to fall a chicken fly egg result. Afraid you cannot bear. A few words. Let Ronkong County lords already bad face. Even more ugly up. What does the Sangha mean by this? Is it hard to believe that there is something wrong with me wanting to help support my own granddaughter? Or is this how the Sangha has always looked at us? Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how anxious she was. So for the rest of the way, Minister Lin did not say another word. He didn't get out of the car when he arrived at the entrance of the mansion either, but went straight to somewhere else. Angry, County Princess Ronkong began to lash out as soon as she entered the minister's mansion. Chapter 322 Auntie is overly concerned. The news naturally spread. West Crossing Courtyard. In Angua's courtyard, she and her daughter Lin Jingshu were playing with their youngest son Lin Ruinji. This child landed in the middle of May, and is now more than half a year old. The child had been raised with great care, so at just over half a year old, he was able to sit for a while and have fun with him. I don't know if it's because Angua was always worried about Master Lin when she was pregnant. So the result was that the child and the second Master Lin just seemed to be carved out of the same mold. Sheriff Ronkong originally favored her grandson, Lin Guangji's awesome hit. But now there is an additional meatball Lin Ruinji. The heart of the like more or less still shares some out. From time to time we'll send people to send some good things over. Or let someone pick up Lin Ruinji to go to Ronghua Hall to play. A grandchildren intimate appearance. The second wife Wang was very unhappy. Lin Guangji was not at home, so he could not feel the favor being divided. The second wife Wang is in charge of the feed. Naturally know the bias. For this reason in the home to make a fuss twice. But unfortunately are not much effect. Aunt Gua and Lin Ruinji, who are protected by the second Master Lin, lived no worse than the first wife and the first son. As the mother and son were living comfortably, Lin Jingshu's life naturally followed suit. Therefore, in the face of this younger brother, who was 10 years younger than herself, Lin Jingshu was not jealous in her heart, but rather had a fondness for him. Brother, look. What's this in sister's hand? Lin Jingshu held a cloth ball made from a combination of various fabrics, and was teasing Lin Ruinji. Lin Ruinji was also born milky white. Very cute. His mouth was wah 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 wah. And every now and then he would clap his hands in response. Aunt Gua will be a pair of children to see more carefully than the eyeballs. At the moment all the body is permeated with the temperament of a loving mother. As she was cozy here, she heard her subordinates come to report that County Princess Ronkong had returned. Come back then come back. Why do you need to report it specially? And Guo was not interested in this news at all. But the maid who reported it, Xianglian, explained with a mysterious face. And he doesn't know. The old madam was full of anger when she came back. She must have encountered something in the palace. And Guo frowned at her words and then asked, Really? Truly? The granny at the second door saw it with her own eyes. And then specially sent a message. That woman is Angua these days only enlisted. Not to say how much can do it. But just look at the point of news is not bad. Hearing the words here, Angua sat up straight, thinking quickly. According to reason it should not be awe. Every time Ronkong County Princess come back to the palace is a look of satisfaction. This time why will be angry? Could it be that something has happened to your highness? She didn't have many contacts outside of her home. So she didn't know the same thing about the palace. On weekdays, although Second Master Lin had a lot of favor for her, he wouldn't say much to her about the affairs of the dynasty and the palace. Have someone keep an eye on the second madam's room. And report immediately if there is any news. It was too difficult to inquire about things in the Ronkong Sheriff's courtyard. So it was simpler to start with the second lady's room. Once upon a time, for the sake of her life and leisure, she never cared about these things. But now it's not okay. Now that Lin Jingshu had grown more and more beautiful. As she grew older, Angua also hoped that she would find a good home. The most important thing is to be taken as a favor by Princess Ronkong. The most important thing is to be taken as a favor by the Ronkong Sheriff. If she jumps into a place with a lot of women, she will be swallowed by people who can't even spit out her bones. According to her temperament. So for the sake of her daughter's future, it is better for her to be well informed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin Jingshu's hair. Although Lin Jingshu wasn't very old, she was exceptionally bright. Therefore, after hearing the conversation between Aunt Gua and the maid Xianglian, she was still worried. Lin Runji, a milk doll, naturally couldn't understand this. But she understood 7 or 8 points. So she asked somewhat anxiously, Mother, what's wrong? Nothing. Just a bit of speculation. You siblings are getting older by the day. For the sake of our future and self-preservation, we'd better be careful. Hearing this, Lin Jingshu's little face, which had just been so happy, instantly crumpled into a ball. This concubine daughter is really not a good person. She now has the attitude of not trusting anyone except Aunt Gua and her brother. Seeing her daughter like this, Aunt Gua has a few heartache. Immediately after that, she said, Don't worry about it. This family doesn't see how it is. It's just a matter of inquiring more. As long as you siblings are well, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing these words, and seeing her mother lovingly looking at her, Lin Jingshu rather meekly leaned into Aunt Gua's arms. In a soft and somewhat petulant tone, she said, A daughter would be very willing to give birth to be a mother's child. Although Aunt Gua was from a bad background, she was very attentive to her children. Before, she had also always begged for Lin Jingshu's future. After giving birth to her son, she hadn't neglected her daughter much either. So mother and daughter had a good relationship. These days we are less to Ronghan in front of us. Your grandmother in the palace suffered anger. Maybe time to spread it on us. I'm fine. But you are pampered since childhood. Or less suffering is good. Well, mother, don't worry. If grandmother doesn't look for me, I won't go over. She was a little scared of that grandmother. After all, her status as a concubine daughter could not land her in front of her. Why bother getting together to be angered like last time? Looking at her own daughter's understanding, Aunt Gua was pleased but also felt a great pity. If she had been born in a better family, she would not have been born like this. But it's useless to sigh. The only way to bring peace and security to the mother and son is to hold on to the second Master Lin. Thinking of this, she pulled her son, who was completely unaware of the world, over to her. The three of them, mother and daughter, snuggled up to each other, looking so small in the middle of the huge Xiangfu. Unlike the eerie atmosphere of the Lin Xiangfu, the entire Dong family was overflowing with joy. It was true that when luck came, it couldn't be stopped. Over the past year or so, the Dong family's luck was not generally good. Not only did they get off the merchant list, they were also promoted one after another. This is even more pleasing to the family than getting rich. Not long after she entered the door, Mrs. Dong said, It must be the Bodhisattva's blessing, she said. It must be the Bodhisattva's blessing that allowed our family to be valued so highly by His Holiness. In a couple of days, I'll definitely go to the Green Dragon Temple to add some incense money and thank the Bodhisattva. She spoke piously, and everyone in the Dong family laughed along with her. Master Dong was a little more far-sighted than his wife, and when he thought about it, he felt that it wasn't the Bodhisattva's blessing, but his niece's good fortune that he had gained. So he opened his mouth with gratitude and said, Chapter 323, The Envoys. I think this incense money to go to add. The palace head shallow there also cannot be less. She is now in charge of the main position of a palace. I'm afraid that the eunuchs and palace maid is also to be a lot more. Or to give her more to prepare some small amount of silver checks. Otherwise the people underneath do not listen to the call that is called a trouble. Mrs. Dong also immediately nodded. This hand without money to short 3. Not to mention Lin Wan-yi is now a palace master. She immediately went to the accountant's office to see how much it was appropriate to send in. But was Lin Xingji to stop down? Some helpless smile. Big uncle big aunt don't busy work. Shallow palace head has been the emperor's reward are piled up. And then send money into the I'm afraid there is no big use. You can rest assured that. Now he is serving in the palace are the emperor's beloved. With the money we'll not be able to buy. Then what to do? We can't just do nothing. Second Master Dong interjected. The second lady was also contemplating next to her. And only when she heard this did she propose to say, why don't I give them a look at their bodies when I go to the palace? Anyway, our family has a sea of pills. Curing the sick and strengthening the body. After she finished saying this, the crowd smacked their lips once and felt that the method was good before they all followed and nodded their heads. Well, that's a good idea. Then younger sister will make a hard journey. I'll prepare what you want. Let me do my part as well. Grand Dame Dong was not one to sit back and wait for her success. She always felt that after receiving such a great favor from Lin Yuanyi, she could help out a little bit more or less. The second madam nodded. She was never polite with her own sister-in-law. While they were talking, Elder Master Dong was also not idle. These are all small matters. The most important thing is the wedding of Xingji. The emperor and the fourth prince will come. I'm afraid that the news will spread. Your family and the Feng family are afraid that the threshold will be broken. The eyes looked towards Master Lin and his wife. The meaning couldn't be more straightforward. This is a great gift from the heavens. And if it's done, it will be a great honor. But if it's not done, I'm afraid it's a matter of losing one's head. Therefore, there is no room for sloppiness. Also, Elder Master Dong knows the ways of the world. Who wouldn't want to join in the fun when the emperor comes to celebrate a new marriage? This is true for the Lin family, as well as the Feng family. The commoners are fine. When the news reaches their ears, they think it is already a thing of the past, only to be able to when after dinner casually talk about it. But the people in the court who have good eyes and ears are different. I'm afraid that these days in the open and in the dark are going to come to the Lin family to climb the right. The couple was so happy to be in the palace. After all, this kind of honor is not available to anyone's family. But they had neglected the things behind the scenes. On the contrary, Lin Xingji is very calm. A look that has seen a lot of wind and waves. Comforting the crowd that opened his mouth and said, Grandfather, don't worry. Out of the palace when the fourth prince and I said, from now on full martial law near the home. Half a month later, the forbidden army will be divided into some lurking around. By then, in addition to family and friends, no one can get close. That's right. Where the emperor is traveling. How can he let anyone come to join in the fun? Wouldn't that give the fourth prince and the guards a headache? Only after hearing Lin Xingji's affirmative reply did all of them feel relieved. That's good. That's good. Without worries. The family was happy again. There wasn't even a month left before Lin Xingji's wedding day. So everyone continued to be busy again. Each of them received their own errands to do. Leaving Lin Xingji, the one who was about to get married, to hang out to dry. After half a month of leisure, Lin Xingji suddenly got busy. The reason for this is that the second prince of Shidi, Sang Ding, with Wang Fei Yuan Jia and two young prince, and Shidi's ambassadors and entourage have finally arrived in Shumjing City. Their landing place was the post station that had already been repaired and arranged in advance. And the Imperial Army was responsible for the overall martial law and security. Feng Qi was the first to bear the brunt. Originally, he was an important commander in the Imperial Army, so it was only fitting for him to be in charge of this matter. Jiang Huanqing was also among them. and received an errand to do. Lin Xingji, on the other hand, was escorting the emperor, and at the same time, he also had to pass messages from the post and the imperial city to each other. So he was a bit busy. On this day, a heavy snow fell in Shengjing city. After resting and recuperating for 3 days, the Shidi people were finally summoned by the emperor. A group of people brought gifts of congratulations to the palace. In the hall, Shidi's second prince sang dang with the princess and 2 children, as well as ambassadors teamed to the emperor performed Shidi's most noble salute, while also said aloud, "Long live the Emperor of Wei! Long live the Emperor of Wei!" Today, they are wearing Shidi's unique clothing. Thick fur clothes covered tightly. It also looked like it came with a lot of gemstone inlays. Gorgeous with a full of exotic flavor. It was out of place with the minister standing in the court. Second Prince Sang Dang is now just 40 years old. Full-faced beard makes him look older than his actual age. With the handsome emperor is naturally not comparable. Even and father-in-law Zhang Wang stood together. Quite a sense of brotherhood. Shidi is one of Wei's longtime allies. The 2 countries have been friendly for nearly 100 years. So sending each other princesses and relatives is a normal thing. Not only is the royal family so. The border city is a lot of Shidi and Wei people intermarried situation. Therefore, the friendship between the 2 countries is permeated with a cut through the bloodline of love. But there is also an unwritten rule. That is, the throne of the king has never been the pure blood of the country just. Therefore, the second prince was excluded from the path to the throne of Shidi. And he stood beside is that year instead of the princess and relatives of the Zhang Wangfu first eldest daughter Yuan Jia. Her temperament was skillful and elegant. And her appearance was clear and beautiful. She and Zhang Wangfei born is like enough 7 or 8 points. Mother and daughter are permeated with a sense of uncontested elegance. The same as a Shidi noblewoman dress. Look and just married when very different. About as Shidi's frost blew away her body that once had the timidity. Turned full of eyes or resolute. As for the 2 accompanying young prince, also stand behind her in a regular manner. There was no arrogance. No fawning attitude. One look is to know that the upbringing is very good. The emperor's heart has a lot of feelings. So he opened his mouth and said, "West D in my way is never a friendly neighboring state. You come to congratulate. I also feel deeply comforted. The second prince need not be polite is." The emperor said decent words. That second prince naturally also returned respectfully. Great Wei emperor said yes. In order to show my Westie's heart. This time the young king by the father's order to come to congratulate you. Bring you a few congratulatory gifts. But also please emperor your majesty's smile. Chapter 324. Staying in the capital for the new year. After saying this, he nodded to the envoys behind him. And the people accompanying him immediately presented them 8 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry. Very characteristic of Shidi. Whether filling the treasury or rewarding the harem. It is the top of the line. And that among them. There is a thing, but quickly into the eyes of the emperor. In the center of the large ruby. Looks very dazzling. Among all the congratulatory gifts. It stood out from the rest. When the ruby entered the emperor's eyes, the first thing he thought of was to create a pair of beautiful phoenix crowns for Lin Wei. And if he changed the shape and inlaid it on the top, it must be very beautiful. So the smile went straight to the bottom of his eyes. To that second prince Sang Ding then said, "The second prince is polite. This gift is deep in my heart. In order to show the heart of Wei, I also prepared some gifts. When you go back, will help me to bring to the king of Shidi. Thank you Emperor Wei for the gift. I will definitely bring it to you." The second prince looked rough. But his person was very amiable. As the father-in-law, King Zhan had never been this close to his own son-in-law before. Hearing these words today, he was very satisfied. I was going to open my mouth to say something. But then I saw the emperor speak again. You come back this time will be more in some days. Must be Wang Fei is also miss home relatives for many years. And so after the Lantern Festival. And then go back is not too late. It was now the second half of November. Not far from New Year's Eve. Horizontally, it was just a matter of more than 2 months. So Sang Ding looked to the side at Wang Fei Yuan Jia. Although she hadn't opened her mouth. Her slightly reddened eyes and somewhat trembling hands allowed people to see her excitement. The second prince and her husband and wife deep love. Naturally will not miss this scene. Originally, he only thought to send the gift of congratulations. At most in the last half a month to leave. But now, for the sake of the princess' happiness, he decided to stay. If that is the case, then little king will not be pleased. The princess has left her homeland for some years. There is no harm in staying for a few more days. Seeing the second prince agreeing down with alacrity, that King John could be considered to have found an opportunity. With a look of old comfort, he said, for the father to look forward to many years, finally is to you to look forward to back. Later on we'll go back to the house. Lively some is. The second prince had very little impression of King John. If he didn't see a slight resemblance between his eyebrows and his own princess, he might not even be able to guess his identity. This must be his good father-in-law. The second prince smiled, but did not answer. On the contrary, the second Wangfei Yuanjie did not give any face to her own father, as if she could not hear, and did not make any response. The short silence made King John feel very embarrassed. And just when he couldn't hang on to his face, the emperor did open his mouth and directly invited Prince Sandon to the theater. Compared to his hypocritical father-in-law, Prince Sandon is also a little more fascinated by the way opera originally intended to bring their own princess and children and go to see. But the silence for a long time Yuanjie opened his mouth. Thank you, Your Majesty. But I want to go to the Empress Dowager. Away from home for more than 10 years. The children are older. The Empress Dowager has not seen them. When the words were said, the emperor naturally had no choice but to force the invitation. So in the Zhangwang more and more dissatisfied eyes, the second Wangfei Yuanjie with 2 children went to the harem. Xianing Palace. Yuanjie before the marriage and the Empress Dowager here to teach a few months. Therefore, Yuanjie had always been sentimental in her heart. Since she came today, she naturally wanted to bring the children to greet the Empress Dowager. But there is another factor is that she does not like to have a little contact with that so-called father. Originally thought that after so many years away from home, more hatred and resentment will disappear. But when she met him, she realized there are injuries that are lifelong and indelible. It doesn't fade with time, but instead becomes more profound when seeing the triggers. Looking at the flowers, plants and trees that were no longer very familiar on the way to Xianing Palace. Crown Princess Yuanjie sighed for a moment in her heart. Xianing Palace is still as before, gorgeous and cozy and peaceful. Yuanjie thought to give the Empress Dowager a good please some is. Who knows just entered the door, saw his familiar and missed many years of faces. All of a sudden, she couldn't hold back her excitement and opened her mouth straight away. Mother! Afterwards, she couldn't even care less about the rules of the palace as she ran over to her mother's embrace as she did when she was a child. The Zhang Wangfei who caught her was also already covered in tears, crying with an overwhelming emotion. When Yuanjie got married, she was only 17 years old. And now that she has returned, she is already in her 30s. From a young girl to a woman, this long more than 10 years, she did not have a moment to stay in her own familiar place. Now that she finally had the chance to set foot on this familiar land again, she was naturally happy. But at the same time, she was also sad. Princess John was the same. From the first moment she saw her own daughter, the tears couldn't stop flowing. At first, they were just drops. But later they became strings. Both of them cried like pears, completely not noticing that there were other people in the palace. Mother! Mother! A voice called out, as if it was necessary to turn all these years of longing into words. A brain to flow out before they could do so. My son, you have suffered. Hearing these words, that Yuanjie even tightly embraced the Zhang Wangfei, and let out a loud cry without holding back. Wangfei Zhan's eyes were already not very good. Now even more are some crying eyes. But still cannot suppress the emotions. Her daughter called out one more time. She followed the heartache. So many years of fasting and chanting Buddha is to hope that a pair of children can live more comfortable. The people watching from the side. There is no one who is not moved. Even the Empress Dowager. This scene also see her quite emotional. Back then, if Yuanjie was not sent, I'm afraid that the marriage is Princess Huiyu. She is not happy with this daughter's arrogance and domineering. Send her to may also affect the way and West D for many years of friendship and peace. But if she was really forced to leave her homeland for more than 10 years, I'm afraid that at the moment they are back to the mother and daughter who are crying in pain. So quietly on the sidelines watching. Do not say a word to disturb. Accompanied by Zhang Wangfei into the palace together with the fourth Wangfei. At this moment her handkerchief is also repeatedly wiped several times tears. Nose has been sour. Very difficult. Wangfei Yuanjie cried sadly. Naturally could not care while following her 2 children. At this moment some uncomfortable. After all, they and the people present can be said to have never met. At most, even if there is a little blood just. Therefore, they were not quite sure why their mother was crying so hard. 4-year-old Haji pulled the 14-year-old brother Bureau's hand. Tilted his head is also very curious. Whispering to his brother. He said, "Brother, why is Mother Consort crying so hard? Is it because she doesn't like it here?" Chapter 325. The Old Story of the Year. Burao was born very similar to the second Prince Sangding. Also at a young age, with a few points of Shidi people's unique roughness. On the contrary, Haji, who was still young, had inherited the looks of Wang Fei Yuwenji. More like the people of Wei. Burao was older, so he knew more things. After thinking about it, he whispered back, "No. It's Mother Consort who is happy to see her relatives. That's why she's crying. Shouldn't one be laughing out loud when they are happy? How come all of them were crying?" There were countless questions in his little head. But now the occasion was not right. So he could not ask them out. He could only follow what Mother Consort had specially explained to them before he came here. Don't talk. Don't ask questions. Obediently followed his brother to stand in place, waiting for the Empress Dowager's call. This appearance of the two brothers but attracted the attention of a person. He stood beside John Wangfei. His face looked a bit dangling, and the clothes on his body were very luxurious. More than 20 years of age. Looks not show age. About, and he has not yet started a family has something to do with it. So look also through a simple look. He is John Wangfei's first son. Yu Wenjia's younger brother. The two little princes' uncle. Yu Wenjia. He came to the palace today, in order to see the eldest sister, who has not seen for many years. Originally in his heart, he also made some reminders. But who knows that when he saw his mother and sister hugging and crying, he also followed the red eyes. Although the eldest sister married when he was still small. To say how much memory is not necessarily. But affection, this thing is cannot be cut off. Every time to see his mother for the eldest sister tears, he will also follow the heart uncomfortable. The only thing is that men don't cry lightly. 2 steps back. Intended to stand in front of the window to get some air. Who knew just one more glance. Saw the two brothers. About the sake of kinship. Obviously the three have never met. But at the moment, there is a kind of unconscious connection. Drawing Yu and Jia to look at them a few more times. They also look back without feeling awkward. Seeing this, Yu and Jia released a kind smile. Who knew that these two brothers just ignored it? It was really the nature of the Shidi people. Simple and straightforward. I don't know how long they cried, but the mother and daughter stopped. The Empress Dowager side of the Wen Mama hurriedly ordered people to pass a cold handkerchief over. Give 2 people to compress the eyes, otherwise swollen, so that outsiders see another burst of discussion. This kind of reunion of flesh and blood separated. Cry to cry, but always with a few points of joy. Yu and Jia wiped his face, stopped crying, only to remember the purpose of their own over today. And then, there were many apologies to the Empress Dowager. Ying bowed down and said, "Please forgive the Empress Dowager. It was my wife who was rude." This self-proclaimed title that she had in front of the Empress Dowager was not much of a problem. The Empress Dowager looked at Yu and Jia's heart was also filled with powerful feelings of the past. Get up. You mother and daughter haven't seen each other for many years. You should have also had a good cry. Hearing this, Consort John didn't hold back and sobbed twice more. On the contrary, Yu and Jia had 2 more points of fortitude than her former weak and deceptible nature. What was revealed more in her eyes was the happiness and contentment of being reunited after a long time. What the Empress Dowager said, and then turned to the two and waved. Then explained, "This time, in addition to my husband, there are also my 2 children. Burao, Haji, come here. Greet the Empress Dowager of Wei. 2 children a Shao father, a like mother. But all of them are good children with rules and etiquette. Come forward to the Empress Dowager on the line a Shidi highest salute." Bureau met the Empress Dowager of Wei. "Wishing you peace and good luck. Haji, see the Empress Dowager of Wei. May you have peace and good fortune." Good, good. All good children. No need to be polite. After saying this, he let someone give him a seat. A room full of people were standing around. This scene made the eyes of concubine Qian next to her flash, with a lot of envy and a faint sadness. Once upon a time, she too had the opportunity to have such heavenly happiness. Unfortunately, she was not an outstanding person. So she was standing in the Empress Dowager's palace, and did not attract much attention. Everyone had their minds focused on the 2 little emperors. I have to say, this Westie's way of raising children is very different from Wei. not to mention the already 14-year-old Burao. Even the 4-year-old Haji looks to be taller and more robust. Wheat-colored skin through a little red dredge. Does not show coarse, but more a few points of boldness. When the two speak, they are also very generous. Not at all formal. Yuan Jia looked at the two children. In her eyes is also from the heart of the joy. Zhang Wangfei has the intention to talk more with her. But thinking of the two children not too good to ask. So she gave a wink to her son Yuan Jia. That Yuan Jia is also a person with a lively brain. Immediately stepped forward and said, "To Imperial son. Want me to take you to the Imperial garden around?" If it was a child raised in the royal family of the Great Way, this bit of skill in reading words and colors should be there. Knowing that the elders wanted to speak alone, they would have followed and left. Unfortunately, Burao and Haji were not. What is more important than Mother Consort in the Imperial garden? We want to stay with Mother Consort. They had been given instructions by father before they arrived. They must not be separated and strayed away from Mother Consort, so as not to cause any trouble that should not be caused. Therefore both children were as cautious as a protective coyote. Seeing this situation, the bystanders have a few points did not expect. But it is the Empress Dowager's eyes more a trace of appreciation. Look at the age is not small. But the idea is not small. Interesting. Yuan Jia suffered a defeat here in the two nephews, but did not reveal his usual evil son style. On the contrary, he changed his words, trying to use the children's curiosity to seduce the two of them to leave. But the result was not moved. Just when Yuan Jia felt helpless, that Wangfei Yuan Jia only smiled and said, "It's okay. You go with uncle to play it. This palace some things are you and Shidi have not seen it. That is to time to go back. Also good and other people say what you have seen and heard is not it." After listening to the words of the mother consort, Haji is still a little reluctant. But Burao understood. Mother consort is wont to talk with these people alone. So he nodded and said with a solemn face, "Then I'll take my brother for a stroll. And if mother consort is well, she'll ask someone to come and call us is all." Good. Yuan Jia was also seeing his two nephews for the first time. While liking them, he also carried a few feelings of not being too familiar with them. However, he had been hanging out in Shengjing City since he was a child, so he knew all kinds of things to see and play with. It didn't take long for the two children to get caught up in what he was saying, knowing that a few people wanted to talk. So Sister Wen glanced at concubine Xian, and saw that she was also quite aware of leaving. So she dismissed all the people waiting in the room. Only after they had all left did Princess Zhan inside the room let out a long sigh. Chapter 326, Unwilling to return to the house. Immediately after that, she said in a rather self-condemning and worrying manner, "You left when only 17. Now back to the child are almost 17. These years in Shidi how? The second prince is good to you? The royal family over there can have a difficult time for you." She said a series of words in her head, and her face was full of anxiety. After so many years, Zhang Wangfei is still like before, blaming herself very much. She always felt that if it wasn't because of her mother's family, the children wouldn't have suffered like this. So there is a lot of self-blame. Yuan Jia saw her mother like this. How can her heart not be sad? Obviously mother, and the fourth Wangfei the same age. But now look as if to be 10 years old. It must be that she is worried about her and her younger brother day after day. When she was at home before, she knew how King John had treated the three of them coldly. So she also knew that her mother's life would not be easy. In her heart, she felt sad that she could not fulfill her filial duties. So she opened her mouth and said comfortingly, "Mother, don't worry. The second prince is very good to me. Shidi royal family people are also polite and kind. Daughter didn't suffer anything. You see me now this color and appearance. Then when in the royal residence can be unknown how many times better it. This is true. Yuan Jia's complexion is indeed very good." Zhang Wangfei looked at it, and also felt slightly comforted, hastily saying, "That's good. That's good." When Consort Zhan was in her boudoir, she was not good with words. At this moment, seeing her daughter, in addition to crying and asking questions, it seemed that she had nothing else to say. After all, more than 10 years have passed. Not to mention the common language is to know the things are afraid that have long been different. Fourth Wangfei saw the scene cool down, simply opened her mouth and asked, "This time to stay in the capital for 2 months. You are always accompanied by the second prince live in the post? Can you go back to Zhang Wangfu to take a look?" This had just been brought up in the court, but unfortunately it was ignored by Yuan Jia. What she was unwilling to do. No one could force now. That's why her face didn't look good. Obviously. For that nightmare place. She didn't want to step into it anymore. Also not afraid of the Empress Dowager's joke. Directly then rebuffed and said, "The two children can't leave me. Especially Haji. Still young. So daughter or live in the post. Anyway. Not far away. When the daughter can pick up you and brother over to play is." A word of wanting to return to the Zhan Wang mansion refused to be revealed. The people present all understood where Yuan Jie's not was. And did not force it. That kind of father, honestly, is not worthy of getting the daughter's forgiveness. Let alone want to borrow her light. The Empress Dowager has not said anything. It is inconvenient to interfere in the Zhan Wang house of domestic affairs. But this time, she gave a proposal. Mourning family before entering the palace. Had a piece of good land in the search for the mountain below the mansion. There are a few soup pools. Winter bubble is most comfortable. Zhan Wangfei all these years are living in deep simplicity. Not if you led Jie children with the children to accompany you to play. 10 days and a half a month. But it does not matter. The Empress Dowager's dowry estate is naturally well guarded. Even if Zhan Wang has the intention to say something, it is not good to refute the Empress Dowager's intention. Yuan Jie understood the Empress Dowager's meaning, and thus was grateful to the Empress Dowager for giving them such a place away from the wrongs of the capital. Compared to the royal residence and the post station, the Empress Dowager's dowry manor is naturally the most suitable. The mother and daughter could also have a good talk about their love for each other. So both of them bowed with a flourish. "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Well, get up. In the end, it was the Empress Dowager's palace. So the two of them were not good at crying all the time. The fourth Wangfei intentionally regulated it. So it wasn't long before they were laughing and joking. On the contrary, the fourth prince, who was accompanying the emperor, and the second prince of Shidi to listen to the theater, and King Zhan, don't have any trouble again. In the end is my blessing is thin. All born some boy. There is no daughter or something. Otherwise that you're sent to the peace. Now with the prince back to congratulate is my son-in-law. The king or not you have the blessing of Kansai. This some clip gun with stick words. Make Zhan Wang very faceless. Back then, Zhan Wang in order to consolidate his position, hard-heartedly sent his only daughter into the palace instead of the princess and relatives. At that time, he had no regard for the love between father and daughter. This was due to both his selfishness in sacrificing his own daughter's happiness for the sake of power, as well as spoiling his concubine and destroying his wife. Therefore the fourth prince was very disdainful whenever he saw him. So today, he deliberately said this to stimulate King Zhan. Zhan Wang originally thought that his daughter's son-in-law's return to glory was a great joy. So he specially ordered the wayside consort to arrange the royal residence up and down carefully. But I did not expect. People have not yet returned home. But was the fourth prince first set away? So the skin smiled and said. The fourth prince said yes. There are women like this. Is indeed this king's blessing. It is a pity that the fourth princess in the back of the house more virtuous name. Otherwise now the fourth prince's knee is not only son. A sentence. Can't wait to put the fourth Wangfei jealousy forbid the fourth prince back home, have other women things to sit. The fourth prince was already protective of his wife. How could he tolerate it? So he continued to choke back and said, speaking of this matter, the king is also annoyed very much. The head of the family. Not to mention concubines. That is, the children of the first concubine under the knees of the good thing I have not enjoyed. In the end, the king of the fear of the very unlike Zhan Wang. Such is the blessing of the deep. The children and grandchildren that blessing deep 4 words. But said the word correctly, coupled with his expression. More than a mockery. Angry Zhan Wang almost had to lift the table to go. However, due to the current situation, he could only swallow his anger. After a cold snort, he did not say much to the fourth prince. Seeing his defeat, the fourth prince also closed his mind, pretending to look like a serious look at the play. The other people did not find out much. The emperor looked sideways for a moment. Even eyelids did not move. Naturally, I don't know what is in my heart. On the other hand, the Westie's second prince Sang Dang at the moment watching the theater watched fascinated. He was completely unaware that his father-in-law was being disliked. The theater was over, so it was time to return home. People say that good things come in pairs. But here at King Zhan it has become a series of bad luck. Originally, he had suffered a wave of anger here at the fourth prince. And soon news came again. said Zhang Wangfei with daughter, son, grandson, and went to the dowager's dowry manor. But also said 10 days and a half months and then come back. Zhang Wang's face has changed. When it really is not even the last of the harmony to cover up. Wangfei, this is not nonsense. Mansion has long been ready for everything. Just waiting for Jier to go back to it. This kind of time how to disturb the Empress Dowager's dowry manor it. Or please eunuch inform the crown princess. Quickly bring the daughter grandson with this king and go back together. And then afraid that the Wangfei is not willing. Also added a sentence. There is something back to the king's residence to say. This king has no disobedience. Shengjing City. Who does not know Zhang Wangfu in the head of the old things? Chapter 327, Father-Daughter Discord. Therefore, if this matter were to spread, it would naturally be the Zhang Wangfu that would be laughed at by outsiders. King Zhang doesn't like this feeling of being fingered. So he is imperative for the crown princess and his daughter to go back to this matter. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager's side of the Feng and Hai is oil and salt. Do not care about these, calmly said. Your Highness came a step late. The Empress Dowager has ordered people to send the crown princess and their past. At this moment if you chase back, I'm afraid it's disrespectful to the Empress Dowager. But also please think twice about your Highness. The other side of the words are said to this. If Zhang Wang is still entangled in a clear, is not to give himself trouble. On the other hand, Prince Sangdang was not much surprised by this matter. Smiled and said, Wangfei and Shidi win. On the day all read about the mother. As expected, this meeting to me as a husband are left behind. But also really poor it. Hands spread out. With an appearance that this prince can do nothing about it. With such an attitude, King Zhang could not say anything more. He could only smile, forcefully suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and said to that Feng and Hai, Eunuch is right. This king is also thinking of his daughter, momentarily thinking of the left. When Wangfei and Jier come back, this king personally go to pick up his, and then gave the emperor invited peace. Alone in the eunuch's guide, ran to the palace door to go. Straight wait on the carriage. Curtain down later. That face instantly collapsed to the ground. Back to the house. Voice with some anger. Anyone who heard it can feel it. The fourth prince accompanied the emperor to stand on top of the white jade steps, and watched the carriage of Zhang Wangfu gradually move away before he opened his mouth and said, Old thing. Really black heart. Fortunately that year to marry the person changed into the second prince of Shidi. If married to Shidi king. Now do not know the second Wangfei live what day is it? When the Yuanjia only 17 years old. Is the flower of the age. But Shidi king is already in his early 50s. At this age, it was more than enough for her to be a grandfather. This kind of marriage is a some conscience of the father are afraid to avoid. Bias he is inhuman. Rushed to the palace head for the emperor and the Empress Dowager to share the problem. The first time I saw the woman, I was in the middle of the night. 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 Therefore, the fourth prince felt disgusted once he mentioned it. There is no need for fourth prince's uncle to be angry. And the good days of the Zhang Wangfu are coming to an end. Yes, old minister understands. During the time that King Zhang stayed in Taishan to investigate the death of Empress Su, the emperor and the fourth prince's men were not idle. Nowadays, he had searched for quite a lot of evidence of his crimes. But at best, they were only hurting their bones. Not to the point of destroying a family. So they are still waiting. Waiting for news from Qingzhou. Waiting for news from the Cui family. I'm afraid that there are still lives owed by Zhang Wang. When the time comes, the old and the new hatred will be counted together. In order to eliminate the root and branch. Zhang Wang hurriedly home. Now see the house of the red and colorful look. The heart of the mouth of the bad gas for a long time. Lift step into the wayside consort's courtyard. And then said a big temper. Humph. This Shui Earl's daughter is really not a good thing. This day looked soft and weak. Did not think to move, even dared to abduct the king's daughter and grandson. Ran to the dowager's estate. Simply hateful. When he said this, he couldn't help but break a tea light. Wayside consort had rarely seen King Zhang get so angry. For one thing, the age is up. It is not like a brat that loves to be angry. Secondly, it is also too many days of peace and prosperity. Can make them angry things. Basically not a few. Originally thought. The Zhang Wangfu first eldest daughter back to visit relatives. Home is always to return. So Wayside Consort has spent a lot of effort to arrange. But now listen to the meaning of Zhang Wang. is not going to come back to the house to catch up? Thinking of this, wayside consort cannot help but soften the nature of the words to comfort. Your Highness, don't be angry. Wang Fei nestled in the house for many years. I'm afraid to see Missy has been happy dizzy. So they will take them out to live. No matter what. This Zhan Wangfu is always their home. Always come back to see is not it. Wei Vice Consort has never been gentle. So Zhan Wang eats this the most. But it is this gentle to the bone woman. Usually did not give Zhan Wangfei less trips. Otherwise, how would you be able to sit steadily in the chair for many years in charge of the king's house if he matters? There is no point risked. Only rely on a cavity gentle as water. How to stand. After hearing the words of his beloved, Zhan Wang's breath also subsided a lot. After pulling her to sit beside him, he said, these years have suffered you. Has been condescending in that woman under. If not concerned about the face of the royal family, the king would have repudiated the wife to help you. Now let her so trample on the face of Zhan Wangfu. And wait. And wait. Such is the second prince of the West D with him back. The king will do the Lord. Lift you for the flat wife. In the royal family, the royal consort position is the same as attached. But the royal clan out of the flat wife. But it is unprecedented. Once upon a time, Zhan Wang also mentioned this matter more than once. But wayside consort did not agree. Today is the same. She originally did not have any thoughts of overstepping the rules. For her, now she has children and grandchildren and a bright future. The king is devoted to her. And she is in charge of the back of the house. There is no difference between having and not having the name of the princess. She does not want to cause countless discussions for a false name. The loss is not worth it. Especially the fourth Wang Fei. Offending her is the same as offending half of the noblewomen's circle in Shenjing. It's not worth it for such a little bit of fame. So as from that, she opened her mouth and continued to persuade. His Highness is also confused by the anger. Isn't he? Wang Fei is also a poor person in this mansion. If not encountered Rongkong County princess and the years matter. Also will not fall into today's situation. Still don't do things to the end of the good. Moreover, Wang Fei has never been sorry for me, isn't it? Every time she says this, it looks like she's putting out the fire. But in reality, she's pouring oil on Zhan Wang's anger and adding a new firewood. Joke. She dares to give you a hard time? Nor do you think about what her family does. If it wasn't for that, my sister wouldn't have been able to take on the status of a county princess to work as a stepchild for someone with a dead wife, bearing all of her promising career. It's also because Lin Xiang was so competitive and mixed up to the position he is in today. If he had been just a small fifth-rank official, then wouldn't my sister have been held back by them for the rest of her life? Speaking of this, Zhan Wang's anger, which had been resting, rose again. Wayside consort brought a warm water over and persuaded him with kind words. Well, my concubine did not say. The king also do not be angry. Since the king consort took the young lady, they go out. That will be patient and wait a little bit. Is always to return to the city. Is also to go through the house. Your father is still waiting to eat her tea. Is not it? Chapter 328, Old Matters Revisited. Listening to wayside consort's persuasion, King Zhan is also too lazy to say anything else. Humph. It's you who is kind-hearted. Always speaking well for the few of them, and begging for favors. But the king hasn't seen you land anything good either. Your Highness, all the good I got is on you and several children. For this reason, I am willing to do some more good deeds. Wayside consort's look of deep and unavailable love made King Zhan very satisfied. The heavens' great anger and grudges have all pretty much subsided with her. It was the same trick every time. But it had trapped King Zhan for decades. The matter in wayside consort's mouth said also happened decades ago. Back then, Zhan Wangfu was in the ascendant. The old Zhan Wang saved the life of the late emperor. So extra attention. In addition, a pair of children have reached the age of marriage. So the capital's various dukedoms and counts have become the old Zhan Wang's eyes of the meat and potatoes. They such a family are to find the flag equivalent. Pick and choose. Then selected Rongchong earldom and Shuani earldom. They are brothers from the same mother and the same clan, because both of them had great achievements in war. So after the separation of the family, the late emperor specially approved two counts' house. This kind of double mastery was the first of its kind in Shenjing City. Compared to Zhan Wangfu, it is not much worse. Daughter Rongkong County high and mighty. These years have not seen eye-to-eye people. The old Zhan Wang and favorite So the age of the delay is a bit bigger, but also not anxious. On the contrary, the then son, now John Wang, need as soon as possible. So the old John Wang for his son set Xuanyi Count first daughter of this marriage. Modest in nature, beautiful in appearance, with an extraordinary family lineage, and of a similar age. Such a good marriage is like a match made in heaven. After entering the door, that John Wang Shitzi princess also filial and obedient. Shitzi couple also still had a period of love. Who knows that at a family banquet, the old John Wang Fancy, the first son of the Rongcheng Earl's house, who came to be a guest, he said he wanted to marry his daughter Rongcheng County. The two earldoms are blood relatives, naturally happy about this, especially the Xuanyi earldom family, in which also helped to set up a lot. In the end, County Princess Rongcheng and Earl Rongcheng's first son really set up a marriage. This was a beautiful story in Shangjing. It looked like a perfect situation for the three powerhouses to join hands. But who knew that there would be such a big mistake? The old John Wang Fancy Rongcheng Earl first son even in the mourning period, and the room of the concubine was caught. Angry old John Wang breath cannot come up. Spit out several mouths of blood. Originally because of some say the late emperor and empty body. At this moment is dying. Rongcheng earldom is somewhat to suppress this matter. To John Wang house is to say all the good words. Unfortunately, Rongcheng County is eyes not rubbing sand. So the matter will be made known to the world. The old John Wang was furious. Not only did he cut off the marriage, but he also said that the Rongcheng earldom would not be allowed to come forward for 3 generations. This mess, the original good into bad, along with the relationship with the Xuanyi earldom also stalemate. Poorer than already married into the John Wang house of the prince consort. Naturally also implicated. Day by day tears cannot tie the husband's heart. In addition, Rongcheng County princess in front of his brother also poured a lot of bitter water, causing the son is not used to see the son consort, and the appearance of wayside consort. Give is to make this originally and beautiful marriage into a spiteful spouse relative. Xuanyi Count house pity daughter in John Wangfu suffer. So sent to say to divorce. John Wangfu originally agreed, but at this time found out that she has been pregnant for 2 months. The princess could not afford to abort the child, and could only bear to stay in the John Wangfu. The mother's family is also because of the Rongcheng earldom's potential decline, followed by the gradual decline down. Decades have passed. Is not as depressed as the Rongcheng earldom. The children and grandchildren have not produced any outstanding characters. The mother's family has lost its strength, and because of this, she was treated very coldly in the house. John Wangfei pregnant period. Was John Wang Shitzi completely ignored, not to mention the back is lifted wayside consort all kinds of favor. And the first eldest daughter Yuanjia is born after that. From the time she landed, she has not received any favorable treatment from her father or even the entire royal family. In addition, Shitzi consort also felt that the cousins' things were done in an ugly way. So a stoicism. Didn't want the relationship to get too stiff. So raised Yuanjia gentle and modest, but not much resistance courage nature. After being sent to the palace by his own father to marry on behalf of the relatives. But also in addition to crying, did not have other acts of resistance. But Xuanyi Count house's tolerance. John Wang Shitzi consort's retreat. So that the people in the royal family more and more inches. Since then, Prince John did not even want to come back to the courtyard of her, the Shitzi consort. Instead, he stayed in wayside consort's courtyard and gave birth to 3 big fat boys one after another, until the old John Wang died. And the outside world also rumors have said that he spoiled his concubine and destroyed his wife. Seeing the good reputation of the outside world is damaged, this John Wang only had to run to the Wangfei here to force her to commit themselves. The purpose is not for any other reason. Is to have a son who can protect the reputation of the first son. And then, there is the so-called John Wangfu's first son Yuanjia's birth. Therefore, this sister and brother duo is not one of John Wang has been treated with care. Therefore, the father and the son and the father and the daughter can't talk about what kind of affection can be said. Even for the first son's reputation as a playboy outside, John Wang also turned a blind eye. On the contrary, I feel that this can set off his son with a wayside consort extraordinarily into some. Simply ridiculous. Now this old story, with the arrival of Prince Sangding and Yuanjia, but also re-raised again. Quite a few past events have surfaced again. John Wang's mansion. John Wang was wayside consort fascinated by the 3 ways. And in the palace, The emperor, who was trying to eliminate the grace of beauty, was not idle. In the Qianan Palace, Dowager walked in. Your Majesty, the chief of the Internal Court Department, Quan Fu, has arrived. Well, tell him to come in. Yes. The chief of the Inner Court Department, Quan Fu, immediately knelt down when he saw the emperor and said, Slave Quan Fu, meet the emperor. Flatten yourself. Yes. I don't know what the emperor summoned slave for. The emperor glanced at that Quan Fu. So in a rather good mood? He said. Shidi sent the gift of the dynasty to. I look at the color are good. Pick a few good. To the various palaces are sent to it. Yes. The slave obeyed orders. These things are originally their internal court division is responsible for. But the emperor does not open. Who do not dare to move those gifts of congratulations. But now with this order, he was happy to do this kind of thing that pleases the harem ladies very much. His mind has not yet rested it. Just listen to the emperor continue to command. This time in the gift of pilgrimage, there is a ruby. The most dazzling. I remember that the inner court division has a lot of skilled craftsmen. Then think about how to use this gemstone to make an excellent phoenix crown. When the word phoenix crown was uttered, not to mention Quan Fu, even Dong Yuzhong was a little surprised. Chapter 329 Phoenix Crown and Auspicious Dress. But the emperor is very calm. It seems that the candidate for the empress will be decided in a matter of days. Therefore, Quan Fu boldly asked, I remember the former Queen Su's crown also has ruby inlays. But most are used to do the eye of the dragon. This time the ruby I have seen. But such is the size of a pigeon's egg. Is the whole of the inlay. Or as before that do the phoenix eyes of the inlays it? This kind of thing. Let the craftsman to think about it. First we'll draw the drawings. I look good. And then do the words. And then added a sentence. Material is rare. Don't use waste is. Yes. Slave understand. With these words from the emperor, Chief Executive Quan Fu already had an approximation in his mind. Just this phoenix crown will finally wear on whose head. But is greatly unknown. Noble Consort Lin. Consort Yi. Consort Yi Ning. All have great possibilities. Either a high position of power, or family power, or many children. No matter which one. Is not Quan Fu can offend at will. So when he left the door, he commanded, Go. Bring all the jewelry and clothing makers in the inner court division to this eunuch and wait. Yes. This matter is big. But a little sloppy are not allowed to have. Although the emperor only spoke of the phoenix crown. But the empress of the auspicious clothes should also be prepared. After all, these two things cannot be a day or two to come out. At least a dozen months. Therefore, with more preparation, one can be more relaxed in the future. The inner court division is so big. The news naturally can't be covered for long. But at the moment, everything is still going on quietly. So Lin Lianyi doesn't know. The fourth Wang Fei made a trip to the palace. Naturally she wanted to come to see Lin Lianyi and a few children. Therefore, Yihua Palace welcomed the first guest after the winter. Now the weather is getting colder and colder. And it has snowed several times. So everyone is wearing thick clothes. In the harem, the method used to warm the house, or with silver wire carbon, or burn the ground dragon, are extremely waste move. And all the time Qianan in the big repair Yihua Palace and Shao Chun Palace will be in Lin Evening Yi's reminder. Will be burned all the pattern of the ground dragon changed a lot. Around the hot spring water. And the hot spring water traveled. Where place can be heated barrier. Therefore, while the earth dragon was burnt, it used much less wood than before. Using hot spring water to raise the temperature is a good method. The fourth Wang Fei was attacked by warmth as soon as she entered the palace gates. And all of a sudden, she was much more comfortable. Along the way, there were more layers of warmth on her body. This kind of warmth, instead of making people feel annoyed, added some more moisture. As a result, the dryness and cracks of winter were toned down quite a bit. Entering the main hall, he lifted the curtain, and then he said in a jocular manner, Or your majesty here is comfortable. Is how many worries in the body. Come here all feel unloaded. Lin Evening Yi did not expect the fourth Wang Fei will suddenly visit the door, and no one outside to pass the message. So she lifted the lamb's wool blanket covering her body, and got up to welcome her, with a few points of joy on her face. Why is godmother here? Didn't tell me earlier. I'll go to the door to welcome you. I went to the Empress Dowager's palace to pay my respects, thinking that it's rare to make a trip to the palace. So I came to take a look at the Empress and the children. Fourth Wang Fei and Lin Evening were not polite or formal. Whenever she came back to Yihua Palace, it was just like returning to her own royal residence. When she said that, she unwrapped the overcoat from her body. Xian and others waited, handed her a hot handkerchief to wipe her hands, and then took the stove she used to warm her hands to add some carbon. When warmed up, she wrapped the brocade cover and respectfully handed it over. The fourth Wangfei used to hold in the hand. Just some frozen red hand. Not long to comfortable. So far only a long breath of relief. To Lin Evening he said, "You are free and easy. Everyone in the palace is thinking of going to a lively. But you this Yihua Palace quiet. This hustle and bustle is naturally the matter of the second prince of Shidi's pilgrimage. From his arrival in the capital a few days ago, the palace big and small, who is not mentioning this matter. Only Lin Evening now have to raise several children. Really do not care about the outside." So smiled and said, "The matter of the former dynasty has His Majesty to deal with. I am not very familiar with the visiting Sangding Wangfei. Rushing to get together this hustle and bustle is also quite strange, coupled with my laziness and fear of movement. So I did not go out." Lazy? The fourth Wangfei was a little curious, seeing that she didn't have much strength and vigor. She asked with some surprise all of a sudden, "You're not pregnant again, are you? It's not good for your body and bones to go too fast." It had only been more than 100 days since she gave birth, and she had raised the fourth prince by her side. This big Yihua palace was already occupied by the child. If she gave birth again, I'm afraid it's not good for her body spirit. That's why she was worried. When she heard this, Lin Wanyi's heart was warm, knowing that the fourth Wangfei was doing this for her own good. She smiled a little shyly. "Godmother misunderstood. I have a monthly letter in my body. That's why I'm lazy and don't want to go anywhere." Lin Lian did not have much enthusiasm for the matter of having children, although there were only 2 biological ones. A boy and a girl were enough. What's more, she had other children in the palace. So in a short period of time, she wasn't considering having another child. Therefore, every time after serving the bed, she would use medicine. That medicine was purposely left by the second Madame Yun, fearing that as she repeatedly got pregnant and hurt her body, it would be a trouble. "I see. I thought you were pregnant again." Fourth Wangfei smiled as if relieved, but soon said, "After a year or 2, when the children are older, you and the Emperor can have a few more. I see that the Emperor likes children a lot." When she heard this, Lin Wanyi suddenly remembered the words he said yesterday when he came to the palace, and all of a sudden blushed. "Your monthly letter is accurate, and last month's is the same day. In the future, if we still want to have a child, I also know how to count the days." The Emperor, who had originally planned to make some small moves, was instantly disciplined, covering Lin Wanyi's little tummy with his palm. There was nothing else. Fourth Wangfei didn't know what was in Lin Aveni's mind and thought that she was embarrassed. Then she laughed lowly, and said with 2 sighs of relief, "All of us are mothers now. Didn't I give birth to several with that old man in my house? No harm. No harm." Lin Lian was somewhat overwhelmed by the fourth Wangfei's sudden over-the-top tone. Unwilling to keep dwelling on this, she simply changed the topic and asked, "Godmother, this time, when Princess Sandon returned to the capital to visit her family, I'm sure that Princess Zhan must be very happy, being sidetracked by her like this." The fourth Wangfei was indeed diverted, originally thinking that it was a great joyous event of a mother and daughter reunion. She didn't expect to hear the fourth Wangfei sighing and sighing. Lin Lian was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 330 Decisive Peaceful Departure. Happy is happy, but I do not know how much suffering to eat next. She is not valued in that royal house. Now with her daughter teamed up to sweep the face of Zhan Wang, I'm afraid that the back there is a problem. I have long said with her and leave it. But she remembered the 2 children do not tolerate them to suffer in the royal house. So to stay. But I see. So many years is a little good not to fall. But instead of a little bit of good have not fallen, but instead suffered a lot. Sweeping Zhan Wang's face? What happened? Lin Lian was quite curious. Seeing this, the fourth Wangfei Wu Yu and Jia took Zhan Wangfei and the children together to the matter of the Empress Dowager's dowry villa to tell the story. It's not the matter of going back to Zhan Wangfu. Zhan Wang is not easy to expect people to come back. Naturally want to let Sangding Prince, this good son-in-law, to return to the house a trip. Who knows that Jia's temperament just hardened quite a bit, and directly took the children and wanting to go to the Queen Dowager's accompanied by the mountain villa. do not yet know how long they are going to be in it. King Jean was swept off his feet. Do you think he can treat Wanning well? The fourth Wangfei had a look of disgust on her face. Only after hearing the whole thing did Lin Wanning come to a realization. Wasn't it said from before that this Princess of Harmony had the most modest and patient nature? How did she come back only to make such a mess? People who don't know about it naturally think that she has just returned to Shengjing with her husband and children. So she should go back to the royal residence to see how it is. Meet the old-time people. By the way, to do a filial piety. But who knows that they left the capital at such a time? It is not obvious that they would rather go outside to live, also do not want to return to the royal residence. But now on the back of the Empress Dowager's power, John Wang naturally did not dare to say anything. And so after the return, and so after the West ambassadors have gone, these bitter head is not still stay in the back of the house John Wangfei eat their own? Unless she has long planned to tear her face off with John Wang. So she will not leave any mercy. Thinking of this, Lin Lian could not help but have doubts. It is really strange to say. John Wang and Wangfei is not like husband and wife is like enemies. With a pair of full-blooded children is also like enemies. Here is exactly what happened. Is it possible that, like my family, things are unfair and biased? Lin Lian was originally a person who suffered greatly. Naturally understand the pain here. But even if they are the big family separation, the external head have to be some of the original package to cover up the ugly things. But this second Wangfei seems to have no mercy at all. Even wish everyone knew that she and John Wang are antagonistic like. Such an attitude makes Lin Lian have to think more. Even if she didn't ask, the fourth Wangfei would have said something. So the old story was told in its entirety. Only then did Lin Evening learn about the past of County Princess Rongkong. It really surprised her. Humph. After all is not to blame Rongkong County Lord. The thing of the year was not a big deal. That Rongcheng Earldom's first son did not hang out with the concubine. Just some dizziness and drank the medicine ready to rest. Who knows that she coincidentally went to see the concubine to undress him at that time. Which does not make a fuss all over the world. The noise on the noise. This Rongcheng Earl's mansion people also really do not do well. Daughter-in-law have not married into the door. This concubine is to support a, naturally provoke the old John Wang angry. Rongcheng Earl house for this fall. Shuini Earl house, naturally followed by implicated. The most tragic is still Wan Ying. Her whole life was buried in the Zhan Wangfu's den of tigers and wolves. As she spoke, the fourth Wangfei shed a few tears due to her heartache for her sisters. Lin Wanyi saw this, and immediately comforted and said, Godmother, don't be sad. Right now, what we have to think about is not what kind of life Zhan Wangfei will have in the future, but rather, why is Princess Sangdeng insisting on tearing her face off with Zhan Wangfei? Will there be any other reasons behind her attitude? As soon as she spoke up like this, the fourth Wangfei also woke up. Although she didn't know much about the affairs of the dynasty, she understood the reasoning behind the fact that a slight change would affect the whole body. Being reminded of this by Lin Evening, her face also immediately changed from the sadness she had just felt to worry. I listened to the king at home. This pilgrimage was supposed to be the crown prince of Shidi. But for some reason, before the trip was replaced with the Sangding prince. And incidentally the princess and the two children were also brought together. Will there be any insider information that we don't know about? Lin Lian was silent. And in her heart, she was also thinking. Changing people temporarily was the same as changing generals before a battle. One wouldn't make this decision until it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, Shidi was afraid that something had happened, which was why he had made such a move. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyi felt that she needed to remind the emperor. But on second thought, if she could think of something, how could the emperor not know about it? So opening his mouth, he said, I'm only afraid that we still have to start with Princess Zhan. Mother and daughter are connected. I think that if Princess Sanden knew the inside story, she would also tell her own mother. Fourth Wangfei nodded. This trip. Only afraid that it would take 10 days, and half a month. She could only wait for Princess Zhan to return, and then she would find another opportunity to ask. As the two speculated here, the other end of the carriage sitting in the middle of the carriage. Consort Zhan and Yuan Jia were not idle either. The mother and daughter's hands have not been loosened since they got on the bus. As for Bu Rao and Haji, they were sitting in the carriage behind Yuan Jia. To say that Yuan Jia is a famous playboy. How long has it taken to coax the two children with their craftsmanship? They are all surrounding him in a circle. To know that a few hours ago, they still hadn't met before. One can only imagine the power of his methods. Consort John said with a long sigh and some worry. In fact, there is no need to come so quickly. So down the line. Will not let your father find a handle? To make things difficult for you again? You've only been back for a few days. Why bother? Humph. Mother, don't excuse this kind of unworthy person anymore. John Wangfu is John Wangfu. We are us. My daughter came back this time. One is for the public. The other is for you. For me? Well, Mother, you and your brother follow me to Shidi. To make peace with this King John. Completely separate. Better than just spending so much time here. Look at your appearance nowadays. Being tortured daughter is heartbroken. John Wangfei really did not expect that her daughter's words would be this. Regarding the matter of peace and separation. It's not that she hasn't thought about it. But boiling oil like simmering these many years. For our two children. Now Yuan Jia has found a good home. John Wangfei from the heart happy. But Yuan Jia has not yet found a place. He has now this reputation. If the John Wangfu first son of the name. I'm afraid that no good family will be willing to marry their daughters over. He can't be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Can he? Thinking of this, Consort John shook her head decisively. Opening her mouth. She said. Chapter 331 Advice Against the Ear. Mother knows your heart. As long as you live in Shidi good on it. Now your brothers see them before convergence of some. Just wait to find a good daughter-in-law. There are in-laws to support one or two. The stone in my heart can also fall. The matter of reconciliation. Do not mention it. Hearing her mother's words, Yuan Jia smiled bitterly. How could it be that after more than 10 years of being away herself, her mother was still as simple as before? She had regained her life in Shidi too, knowing what things to fight for herself and when to stand up for her family. If you just give in, you won't get any good results. Therefore, she is now more resolute and decisive than before. And all of this had to stem from her husband. Thinking of him, Yuan Jia's face had a few more moments of softness and comfort. But when she raised her eyes again, it contained a taste of unquestioning. Mother, wake up. Do you really think that if you don't reconcile, and your younger brother takes on the reputation of being the first son of the Zhan royal family, you will be able to get a good marriage? If that were true, why would he have dragged his feet until he was over 20 years old without seeing anyone come to matchmaking? Are you really unaware of this problem? Or are you pretending to be confused? The fourth Wangfei had said these words to her several times before. However, it was as if Princess Zhan couldn't listen to them, and stubbornly kept to them. Perhaps it was because she felt that she had no place to stay even if she divorced, and that it would also tarnish the reputation of her two children. Which is why she dragged her feet like this. Dragged to the end. But also did not fall good. By the daughter so said. Her heart is also very sad. Thinking about it, she burst into tears. Silent, but heartbreaking. In the past decades, she has always cried like this. Stoic, strong, but through a bit of stupidity without realizing it. She always felt that she was paying for her children. But in the end, they didn't gain anything because of her stoicism. On the contrary, they were restricted in every way, even consciously for the sake of her not suffering, and let herself also become stoic and well-behaved and loose. For Yuan Jia, she did not believe at all that her brother would be that kind of so-called dude. Most of the reasons. It should also be to not let her mother feel bad in the back house. Thinking of this, Yuan Jia felt that she couldn't drag this out any longer. Otherwise, their family would be dragged to their deaths by the devilish cave that was the Zhan Wangfu. So she ruthlessly said to Princess Zhan once again, My daughter knows that today's words will have a great impact on Mother. But for the sake of your future happiness, and for the sake of my brother's future, I also have to be loyal. Do you know that at the time when I was sent to the palace by King Zhan, I wanted to die? There was some faint sadness in her eyes as she spoke of this. However, compared to the person she was at that time, this moment was considered bitter and sweet. Princess Zhan was stunned. She only knew that her daughter was unwilling to go to peace, but never thought that she would have the thought of going to her death. All of a sudden, she was so shocked that she didn't know how to speak. She could only look at Yuan Jia with sorrowful eyes. Hand also clenched tightly. Kept crying and said, It's all for Mother's weak and deceitful. Only to let you siblings live such a bitter life. This belated guilt did not dissuade Yuan Jia from continuing to speak. Instead, she felt a sense of pleasure at having to uncover the pus. So a stream of words came out. The news at that time said that it was to make peace with Shidi King. My daughter was only 17 years old. She had to marry someone older than her grandfather. Her heart was naturally unwilling. But following my mother to make a living at home for so many years has long since made me learn to hold back. Even though I was unwilling to do so, I didn't dare to confront King John forcefully. So at that time, the most I thought about was a white damask hanging to death. But my daughter was impressed by the Empress Dowager's words. She said, "People are precious to save themselves. When drowning, you should know to grab driftwood. When you are angry, you should know to fight back. Otherwise you will live your whole life relying on other people's conscience. And it is very likely that you will lose the bet. A woman's life is not easy. If you also put your life on others, then what days they can say is not counted. It is because of those months of teaching. So that the daughter of the heart open up a lot. So in the knowledge of the West D, to come to seek marriage is the second prince after. Also put down the mind not to make trouble. After all, for the daughter, even if it is to stay in the city of Xingjing, I think that cannot get what good marriage. Not at the top of the princess's name to go to the West D fight a little bit. May be able to have a different heaven and earth." Yuan Jia was reminiscing about the past as she spoke. The resolute and open-minded look she displayed made Princess Zhan feel inferior to herself. Coincidentally, my daughter wrestled and won. Even though Sang Deng did not have the possibility of inheriting the throne of Shidi, it also allowed our family to live in peace. And he was never surrounded by all those other warblers and swallows. Even the two children grew up under his personal care. Now that my daughter is living in enviable days, there is no reason to see you and your brother still suffering in Xingjing City. In addition, after we come to pay our respects, Sang Deng will be going to Ji City. And then the entire Ji City will listen to him. So you and your younger brother will be able to live some comfortable days. Even if I don't marry these famous noblewomen. By then my younger brother will be able to fight for his future as well. Won't he? Is it really possible that mother will regret it only after he wastes his years here? Yuan Jia spoke with a powerful voice. Princess Zhan's brain couldn't even keep up with her words. For a moment everything came crashing down on her. She hadn't made a decision as big as this since she was a child. To leave in peace. To go far away. Once upon a time, she had put her life in the Zhan royal family. But now she was putting her life in her son-in-law's daughters. If she had been in an ordinary family, it would have been fine. If she is an ordinary family, it's just a matter of time. I'm afraid that I will drag my daughter down and make their family lose their harmony. If you say this today, does Prince Sandon know? A wave of worry passes through Consort Zhan's eyes. But who knows that Yuan Jia smiles, revealing an expression that puts her heart at ease. Mother, don't worry. These things daughter has long discussed with him. Ji City is close to the southwestern border of Wei, and the border city is only more than 110 miles away. So the folkways are not particularly different from Wei. And the reason why he chose to go to the Ji City, for the sake of letting his mother and younger brother be less uncomfortable just. King Shidi was self-conscious that his health was not as good as it used to be. So he was only afraid that there was going to be some changes in the regime. For the sake of peace amongst his brothers, he assigned several of his sons to the field while he still had breath. On the one hand, it was to make way for the crown prince to claim the throne. And on the other hand, he didn't want them to fight against each other and cause bloodshed. Among a host of cities, Prince Sangdan chose the medium to lowly Jiqing. There were reasons to consider for Princess Zhan and Yuan Jia. But more than that, it was also to show King Shidi and Crown Prince Shidi that he would never participate in the party dispute. Chapter 332 The Joy of Heavenly Harmony. But these are not things that someone like Princess Zhan, who has lived in the backyard for so long, can think about. Hearing her daughter's words, she was also deeply moved. Until this moment, I can't rest assured. You have such a person to love for the rest of your life. Even if I die immediately, my heart is at peace. Mother, say what nonsense it. You are only a few years old, at least still decades of life. When you and your brother followed us to the season after the city, our family to live well. Then to the younger brother to choose a marriage to your liking. You can also be a grandmother it. These were days that had not been imagined by the former Princess Zhan. She has always been able to hold on and live until now. All in order to be able to see the two children become a family. But now, the appearance of her daughter, Yuan Jia, had given her the possibility of another way to live. It would be a lie for Princess Zhan to say that her heart wasn't moved. However, it was not good to immediately agree to it. After all, after decades of weakness, Even if one day she turns over and becomes the master, she will also retreat a bit. Yuan Jia knew that her mother had been moved, but she still needed some days to think about it. So she did not continue to be aggressive. Instead, she thought the most is to be in the mountain villa to properly filial piety to her mother. Let her also have a comfortable day. Enjoy the happiness of the family. By then, she might not even need to persuade her mother to understand what to do in the days to come. The carriage procession slowly traveled towards the manor outside of the city, and to Princess Jean, it seemed to be a pathway to heaven for the bitter and sweet. Shang capital city since the winter. The days have been slow. Day by day, there is nothing to go to, except for the people who still needed to beg for a living. They still traveled through the goose feather snow and worked hard to make the yearly festivals a little looser. The princes and nobles basically stayed at home, unwilling to go out. The Imperial city is also so. But today, Xianing Palace up and down is lively. This day, the second prince after school went to the Empress Dowager's palace to listen to the training. He loves to go very much. Once upon a time only feel the Empress Dowager far and unclimbable. Now but feel that she has an ordinary family grandmother's love, but also have the vision of the tint. Sometimes he struggled to understand the doubts by the Empress Dowager gently sentenced to point out. This feeling of realization was really comforting to him. So he was happy every time he went back. Not only listen to the training, more often also accompany the Empress Dowager. More filial piety. In the inner hall, the Empress Dowager took a scripture in her hand and was reading it. The long winter day is to rely on these things to pass the day. Therefore, she was reading page by page with great care. When Sister Wen lifted the curtain to enter, she brought some coldness in. What is it? Before Sister Wen could open her mouth, she heard the Empress Dowager use a mellow voice and asked. Sister Wen said with a smile on her brow. Back to the Empress Dowager. It's the second prince who has come. Oh! Didn't you tell them that they don't need to come over these months? Snowy days and windy lands are slippery. No need to freeze and crack their hands and feet. Saying this, I saw her immediately pointing to the charcoal fire pot. Then said, Second prince doesn't like to use carbon. Remove it. Let them burn a few more soup ladies over to warm his hands and feet. Yes. Slave girl understands. The grandparents and grandson had also spent a few months together, so they still understood some of each other's habits. Therefore after the second prince entered, apart from the faint sandalwood fragrance, he didn't smell a little bit of silver wire carbon. Using hot water to dip the handkerchief, the second prince himself wiped his face and hands. Walking all the way here, it was indeed cold, but in his heart, he was incomparably excited. Only because he had learnt a new article in the academy today. So he purposely ran to Xianing Palace to ask the Empress Dowager for advice. After washing up, the soup granny in the hands of Sister Wen has been gathered and placed on the seat that he usually loves to sit on. Early on, she warmed it up for him. Grandson has met Imperial Grandmother. Please Imperial Grandmother's merciful peace. Well, get up. The Empress Dowager never had much of a stance towards these juniors. Especially the second prince, who still came over on a snowy day. She was growing fond of him in her heart. Therefore the tone of her words carried a few moments of ease. What are you doing here on this snowy day? Didn't I already tell you and the third prince? Wait for the beginning of spring, and then come again. What Tai Fu is teaching today is White Gui called New City June, which my grandson found very interesting. So I've come to ask Grandmother Huang to teach me. When the Empress Dowager heard this, she smiled and said, But a night walker can do nothing to commit adultery. He cannot forbid a dog so that it does not bark at himself. Therefore, a minister can have no discussion of the king over the king, but cannot forbid people from discussing the minister over the king. Yes, yes, Imperial Grandmother is truly knowledgeable. And then the second prince then analyzed it word for word. Tai Fu said that it means that a person who walks at night can refrain from doing treacherous things, but cannot forbid a dog from barking at him. So I am able to do what I can without talking about you at the king's. But I cannot forbid others to talk about me at your place. It is to make us all honest and upright gentlemen. The way he said it was all in a row, making the Empress Dowager look a little amused. Don't look at the second prince enrolled in school late. But every time he learnt the truth. But he had his own set of methods. From not rote memorization, but to integrate. To the back can even cite one to reflect 3. This has to praise Lin Lian's teaching is good. Not forcing some learning into his brain, but teaching him how to correctly see the problem and deeply understand it. This was something that the Empress Dowager liked very much. Well, what Taifu said is good. But do you know what this man became in the end? The second prince shook his head. He really knew nothing about this. Became a Shang ancestor. Shang ancestor? What does this mean? The second prince raised a question. And the Empress Dowager was not tired of explaining with him. Abandoning politics to become a merchant. Becoming a famous merchant in Luoyang at that time. Hearing this, the second prince rounded his eyes. Taifu had only said that this person was a talent of the Sangha, but never said the latter. It was probably because he felt that this part of his experience wasn't glamorous. So he opened his mouth in a curious manner and asked, "Why is this? People's life is not only in the court to build a career is the right way to live, but should be 100 flowers. Only interesting. Being useless in dynasty politics doesn't mean being useless elsewhere. Instead, we should use our strengths to shine in other places as well. Right?" After saying this, the Empress Dowager then asked sister when to fetch a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone over. And then she wrote down 4 words on it: wisdom, courage, benevolence, and strength. When the second prince didn't understand, the Empress Dowager explained word by word. Don't underestimate the way of business. From ancient times to the present dynasty, is the heavy agriculture suppresses business. Here can store a lot of fooling the people's mind. Compared to the shrewd and active businessmen, they feel that the honest farmers are better to rule. That's why they have always been the businessmen. Depreciation can't be depreciated again. But for their own dynasty is just a solid forever. Chapter 333, emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce. But you look carefully. The dynasty is not a few thousand generations. But the merchants are always vigorous. You must know. Born in worry, die in peace all. After saying that, he glanced at the second prince. If these words of the Empress Dowager fell on the ears of other people, she was afraid of risking universal condemnation. But in front of the second prince, she was revealing everything, in order to make him clearer. Don't be cajoled by the vested power. Although the second prince did not fully understand the meaning, but remembered it firmly, and then pointed to those words and asked, "Imperial grandmother, what is the meaning of this?" Don't underestimate the people in business. There are many ways to go. But wherever you can achieve the point of being rich enough to rival the country, there is no shortage of these 4 words of advice. To have strategy. To be bold and sensitive. To be good at decision-making. But also learn to stick to the timing. The most important is this. The Empress Dowager used her finger to point on the word ren. And then said, merchants value profit over parting. The reason why they are stigmatized is also because of the lack of the word ren. People give up and I take away. People take and I give. Is both the key to doing business, and the truth of being a human being. The Empress Dowager spoke seriously. And the second prince listened carefully. Grandchildren and grandchildren in the house on world affairs set up. But it is outside the white blanket. Quiet. Only these are all superficial illusion. The emperor and the forest minister. The fourth prince, the Northwest Marquis, and the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Households. 2 ministers are discussing the matter of military pay. Fourth Prince and Northwest Marquis, a hand of the Royal Army, a hand of the Northwest Army, are the way military pay with the most. Therefore, today to discuss the matter of military pay, the 2 of them since to be present. As for Minister Lin, the 2 ministers of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Households, today is just a companion. The Ministry of War wants to pay the army. The Ministry of Household finds it difficult. The Minister Lin in which to make mud for a long time. Today simply to the basket in front of the emperor too. It just so happens that the fourth prince and the Northwest Marquis is also in the capital. Then it is good to talk about it together. The minister of the Ministry of the Household felt that the gods fight. But he is the brat who suffered. Therefore, when speaking, extra cautious. This is the balance after this year's tax collection. Compared to last year is an increase of 30%. But cannot fill the mouth of the Ministry of War to military pay. I really can't. After all, the clever woman can't cook without rice that want to cry without tears expression. Who look at it does not feel pity. But whoever was present was not a human savant. So no matter how much the minister of the household department put on a show, it was useless. The fourth prince frowned at the minister of households and immediately asked, wasn't it only a few days ago that a ransom payment was sent into the treasury? How come it's gone now? The secretary of the Ministry of Revenue was bitter in his heart. The Imperial army was full of 200,000 people. But the Northwest Army was 600,000 people. 3 times the number of people. Naturally 3 times the pay to fill. And the palace outside the palace, which is not to money. So the secretary of the Ministry of the Household is also a very careful calculation. Both to maintain the dignity of way, but also cannot let the soldiers hungry. So the problem is folded back. Northwest Army and 600,000 soldiers next year's military pay from where to come. How much can the Ministry of Revenue come up with today? Up to 300,000 general salaries. Any more than that, and I really can't help. When the emperor heard this, the face is also very ugly. It wasn't good to tell those soldiers, who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood to go hungry to guard the borders. This, he made out. It is also not what a wise ruler does. After thinking about it, he looked at Minister Lin and threw the dilemma over. What does Minister Lin think? Prime Minister Lin had been in the dynasty for decades, and had long been a fox that had become refined. This kind of talk would not be spoken easily. If he said more, it was the Northwest Marquis who would be offended. And if he said less, it was the emperor who would be offended. He is not stupid. Not to mention that for him, the future of the Lin family's future generations have not been absolutely stable. How willing to casually comment. So after thinking about it, he bowed and said, since I joined the dynasty, I have been a writer. So I don't know much about the military. So I'm afraid that giving advice rashly won't be able to solve the current predicament. The fourth prince's white eyes were almost rolled up to the sky. This grandiose excuses were really interpreted vividly by him. But the reason why Lin Xiang can stand firm in the dynasty for decades. Naturally there is also his ability in. Just listen to him immediately after that. But when I was young in office, I had heard that when the government offices, state and county turnover is not open, they will raise a sum of money from merchants and businessmen. And the money they hold in their hands is also from the people. If they can give back to the people, I think it is also a good thing. Hearing this, the eyes of the minister of the household brightened. Collecting donations from merchants, in the end, is that this money does not need to be returned. Get 300,000 soldiers pay for nothing. Not to mention, his own hat is also guaranteed. Thinking of this, immediately complimented said, Master, this method is good. But let the micro-minister remember a piece of old things. Jingdi years also encountered the Ministry of Household stretched to the limit. So are to the merchants to raise a sum of money to ease a moment of crisis. His words hadn't even finished yet, when the fourth prince chided and said, Nonsense. Even if today's fundraising can unify next year's payroll. But what about the year after next? And the year after that? And the year after that? Relying on merchants all the time? Joke. Not to mention whether the merchants can really get so much money in their hands. Even if they can get it out. So every year, they go to collect donations. How many people can hold out? If we disturb the people's lives, we will be digging our own graves. The fourth prince was a member of the royal family, and the emperor could listen to what he said. But the two ministers from the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Households, and the Lin Xiangshan Lord fell to their knees one after another. Instead, it was the Northwest Marquis who hadn't said anything who spoke out. His voice seemed to contain the sand of the northwestern winds, and appeared somewhat coarse. Fourth prince, be careful with your words. Do you mean to say that Great Wei will perish under the emperor's rule? You lest to this king buckle these non-exhaustive and untrue charges. In the end today we will gather here to say this matter is also for the Northwestern Army headache just. The Royal Army is only 200,000 people. But the Northwest Army has swelled to 600,000 people. More than 3 times as many. Northwest Marquis. Isn't there some explanation for this matter? The Northwest Marquis gave the fourth prince a gloomy look before he said, What explanation does your highness expect me to do? Is it hard to believe that they are my Lu family's private government soldiers? Guarding the people's land of my Lu family? Humph. Joke. The coldness and hardness of that attitude caused the emperor to have a few moments of dissatisfaction as well. Thinking of his tough behavior in the past over the reform of the Ministry of War, the emperor was even more unhappy. So he lowered his voice and said in a warning tone, Northwest Marquis, why aggressive? For King Uncle is not that meaning. Besides, I am still here. Also did not say not give the soldiers payoff. You excited what? Chapter 334 Surrounding Wei to save Zhao. By the emperor so a rebuke? The Northwest Marquis only slightly convergence of temper. I don't know if it's because he's getting older. If this is what the former emperor said to him, I'm afraid that he would have been disliked back long ago. But now his attitude was quite calm. The fourth prince narrowed his eyes and stared at the Northwest Marquis. also full of dissatisfaction. The Liu family's mind of this high merit wanting to shock the master was not a day or two old. And amongst the royals, who would not be afraid of it? The Northwest Army, under the control of their Liu family for several generations, has long been somewhat tarnished. 600,000 Northwestern Army. Who knows how much of it is towards the Liu family? And how much of it is towards the royal family? The Northwest Marquis was stared at by the fourth prince. But he looked back fearlessly. The mockery in his eyes was self-evident. With a cold snort, he turned to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this military pay matter is imperative. The old minister will only march and fight all his life. I don't know how to prepare the money and food. Staying here is useless. Please forgive the emperor. The old minister will take his leave first." After saying that, respectfully performed a salute. People stride out of the Qianan Hall. That attitude made the people present, which was not sweating like a pig. The Northwest Marquis hadn't returned to the capital for more than 10 years. So everyone gradually forgot how hard his nature was. A person who wasn't even afraid of death. How could he be afraid of a rebuke from the emperor? Seeing him leave the palace and go, the fourth prince was even more blowing his mustache and glaring. Against the contrary, this Northwest Marquis when the palace is what place? Does he want to come and go as he pleases? Compared to the fourth prince's dissatisfaction, Minister Lin was calm. It was only the two ministers who suffered, shivering terribly at the moment. The emperor looked expressionlessly at the Northwest Marquis gradually departing figure, as if he had decided something in his heart. More than 10 years ago, when he was facing the Northwest Marquis, it was more scorn and powerlessness. But today, if he is still being treated by a subject with such an attitude and can't do anything in response, then he also don't want to think about what to create a prosperous and peaceful world. So pressed down the veins on his forehead, opened his mouth and said, "Northwest Army stationed for many years. A number of people are for my way sprinkled over the blood of the descendants of the generals. So leave them in the Northwest in the bitter cold place aggrieved. I also have some intolerance. That is, from now on open the 8 cities of the Central Plains. Only need to do a good job of registering in the book. You can receive 32 silver to do the panniers in the Central Plains to set down roots, that is." The emperor said this just opened his mouth. The people present have frowned. Even Lin, who had been an official for decades, did not understand the meaning of this imperial decree. 30 taels of silver as an allowance. For the people, it is a rare opportunity. But for the Northwestern clans, and those who depended on the Northwestern Army to survive, there was no temptation at all. So what is the emperor planning? Relocating the common people to the Central Plains, and leaving only the Northwest Army stationed somewhere? Thinking of this, Minister Lin felt a little confused. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Does the emperor mean to turn the Northwest into an empty city? 600,000 soldiers guarding the Northwest. How can it be an empty city? It is only that I see the people poor. So just open grace. No need to ask again. Just do it is." And then the eyes swept in front of these people, and finally fixed his eyes on the fourth prince, then said, "I remember Wang uncle under the Feng Qi and Jiang Huanqing good. Is a usable talent. Then transfer them too with 3,000 people to deal with this matter. 3,000 men. This is undoubtedly a sheep into a tiger's mouth, facing 600,000 Northwestern troops. I'm afraid that before there is any conflict, they will be killed in front of their horses. This trip sounds like something extremely difficult to do. But if it is done, the future of these two people is also incalculable." The fourth prince and the emperor were of one mind, and that was to vigorously foster these promising youths. Only if they could all gain a firm foothold in their own fields, then they would be able to become the emperor's meritorious ministers in creating a prosperous world. Lin Xingji was like this. Feng Qi was like this. And Jiang Huanqing was like this, including Lin Muji and Dong Kelly, who were still in the Imperial College. They would also be the backbone of the dynasty in the future. It is still too early to talk about this. The first order of business was to arrange this matter and get it done. Minister Lin didn't understand the emperor's meaning, so he didn't continue to speak again. This was his usual style. On the contrary, the fourth prince showed a few moments of happiness when confronted with this matter. All right. The old minister will go back and notify the two of them to leave immediately. There's no need to be so quick. Squire Lin's wedding isn't for a few days. Wait for him to get married before you leave. One of them is a great uncle, and one of them is a good brother. There's no need to miss it. Your Majesty is kind-hearted. The old minister will give an explanation. After arranging everything, the people retired. Before leaving, the Emperor had intended to leave Minister Lin to say a few words. But thinking that he would have to go see Lin Evening E in a while, he didn't open his mouth. What was on Minister Lin's mind was why the Emperor made this decision. So he didn't even notice the matter. Looking at Minister Lin's decisive departure, the Emperor's heart suddenly felt obscure. Once upon a time, how did his own spirited, scholarly teacher become all calculating? Lin Xingyu was also his grandson. But after saying so many things, he did not show any attitude at all. It's not clear what's in his heart, including his attitude towards Lin Evening E. Once upon a time, he didn't see that he cared much about the people in the big house. But ever since Lin Evening E was promoted to consort, he has repeatedly cared. He completely forgot about his other granddaughter, Lin Guifei. Such an attitude, let the Emperor is also some cold heart. In fact, Lin Guifei, if not involved in the matter of Empress Su, the Emperor still has a few points of guilt and apologies for her. After all, after so many years of companionship, the two have a daughter. It is for the sake of Princess Mingru's face. The Emperor will not do anything to Lin Guifei to protect her position and glory, since it is no problem. But now, beautiful face, snake heart, when she took that step and decided to harm people, she broke her favor with the Emperor. Therefore, leaving the body intact can be had, but living to enjoy these glories again is not possible. Turning to Dong Yuzhong, he then asked, "Did I ask you to do things carefully?" Dong Yuzhong nodded. His voice lowered and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. This matter is slave personally due down. Absolutely no error. Think not a year. There will be results. Well, this matter keep a close eye on. Don't let anyone find out. What I want is for your consort to pass away without a sound. Understand?" "Yes." Slave knows how Empress Su died in the first place. Today, noble consort Lin had the same fate. It was only that Empress Su had an extra bereaved son, so everyone was blinded. And what about today's noble consort Lin? The same reason had to be found for her illness and death. Chapter 335, Combing her makeup in the mirror. Thinking about it, the most appropriate thing would be the downfall of Zhang Wangfu. Without this big backer, it would actually be logical to say that she died from fear. Therefore, as noble consort Lin's life was counting down, so was the downfall of Zhang Wangfu. Only, the Emperor who had arranged all of this was looking down from above, and into the Zhan Wang and others. Still do not know that their good days are already over. Also in the countdown are the Lin family and the Feng family. Only theirs is a happy event. Feng family ladies' courtyard. Today is to test the auspicious dress and set the makeup. Therefore, the Feng family's wife paid extra attention and brought people to her courtyard early in the morning. Fortunately, Miss Feng does not have the habit of sleeping. So Mrs. Feng came early and saw her own daughter already preparing for breakfast. When Miss Feng saw her mother, she got up and curtsied, acting decently and demurely, speaking generously and courteously. Daughter has met mother. The Feng family had a sister who had received favor from the palace and had come out to enjoy her life. So Miss Feng had followed that sister to learn the rules since she was around 5 or 6 years old. Therefore, for more than 10 years, she had done extremely well in her etiquette. Even the teaching sisters in the palace could not find fault with her. Looking at her own daughter's calm smile, Mrs. Feng was in a good mood. Her daughter has found a good home, which is the best for Madame Feng. The Lin family's big house is really as the fourth Wangfei and son Feng, she said. Not only do the etiquette is good, but also the attitude of marriage is also very sincere. Boxes and boxes of bride price to the Feng family sent. Froze so that she moved a yard to be able to fit. Although the money to see people, there is a bias. But at least such a generous bride price is enough to show the sincerity of the Lin family's big house. And from the betrothal onwards, all matters are handled by the First Lady Lin. Even today's trousseau and makeup were all prepared early in the morning by Mrs. Lin. Therefore, this marriage is extremely comfortable, so that Lady Feng for her daughter's future life also have hope. Good. Get up. Haven't you used breakfast yet? Well, today I got up a quarter of an hour late, so I haven't used it yet. Has mother used it? If you don't, let the kitchen send some more over. No. I used some before I came. Since you haven't used the meal yet, then use it and try again. It will take about an hour or two to grind it. It's better to eat enough. The one who served the auspicious clothes, and the one who came specially to freshen up, they were all sent over by Grand Madame Lin. so it was not good to have them all waiting in the courtyard. So Lady Feng ordered, "Send them to the side room to rest first, and then come over again after the young lady finishes her breakfast. Remember to have someone serve some refreshments and be polite." "Got it," Madame Feng's command. There was no maid who would not obey. When the maids placed the breakfast on the table, Miss Feng ate it one bite at a time. She did not use much, so the plates and chopsticks sent from the kitchen were all smaller. After using 2 3-colored shrimp dumplings and a bowl of freshly ground soya bean milk, she was about 8 minutes full, after letting the maid send water to clean her mouth, and drinking a mouthful of honeydew. Miss Feng only sat down in front of the dressing table, next to Mrs. Feng, looked at the daughter in the bronze mirror. Very much like, "There are a few points of relief and emotion," said, "Once upon a time always feel that you are small, but now is also to be married. In the future. Ah. And that the Lin family ain't to live a good life. This life is peaceful and stable. Is the best." Madame Feng never asked for much. Neither expect her daughter to climb the high branches, for the family husband-son's future to earn some benefits. Neither do she want her daughter to marry low and help the poor. If she can't find a good one, will she not be stuck in the mud for the rest of her life? Miss Feng listened to her mother's words. Her face flushed with a hint of shyness. However, her tone was not squirming. "Mother, invite them over." "Good. Good." The people sent by the Lin family's big house were divided into 2 groups. The one with the auspicious clothes was naturally the head of the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion, followed by 2 embroiderers. This dowry is from their hands, and there are more than 20 embroiderers underneath to participate. Otherwise, in such a short period of time, it may not be able to make it. The person in charge of the makeup was the head of Linglong Feng. She was the best at making fashionable makeup for ladies, but because she was so good at it, it was hard to find for thousands of dollars. I don't know what method the Lin family's big house used to invite her here. Nu Jia and the others have met Lady Feng. "Miss Feng, Boss Jean is polite. I'm troubling you to make a trip early in the morning." "What is it that Madame Feng says?" "This Lin Feng and Feng family's marriage is something that even the saint has personally inquired about. I'm just a small shopkeeper. It's my good fortune to be able to have the blessing of grooming Miss Feng. This business person is different, even talking with a little bit of sweetness." The people from the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion on the side were not as good at talking as she was. After all, their craftsmanship trumps everything, and the wedding dress in the brocade box is the best proof of that. Lady Feng went forward to open the box. The eye is a red full embroidered dress. Gold and silver silk thread as if alive will be in front of the wedding dress of the lotus flower embroidered vividly. Then Lady Feng has seen any piece of embroidered clothes are better looking. So with surprise in her eyes, she said, "The First Lady has taken the trouble." The Cloud Embroidery Pavilion was the property of the Dong family, which was basically known to outsiders. But it wasn't just the embroiderer's idea as to what kind of dowry to make. It was thought that First Lady Lin was also involved quite a bit. After all, the symbolism of the blossoming flowers was extremely good, and when used at a time like this, it was even more elegant than the mandarin ducks playing in the water. For the future mother-in-law's this heart, Feng family Miss also feel, picked up that wedding dress and looked at it, and then said very sincerely, "I like it very much. Thank you all for your trouble." The steward of the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion stepped forward and said, "This dowry is a drawing designed by the First Lady herself, and then used dozens of embroiderers to embroider it around the clock," and then also pointed to the bit of stamen at the heart. "There are some black silk threads in the heart of the stamen, which makes it even more real. This black silk thread was embroidered with the hair of the youngest master of the Lin family. The symbolism is that white heads are in the same heart and will never be separated." This ingenuity made the Feng family's madam and young lady unable to help but marvel for a minute. As expected, the Lin family's eldest house was thoughtful. Not only that, but it was also able to hit the mother and daughter right in the center of their minds. It was truly awesome. The Linglong Feng master, who was standing by the side, said smilingly, "It is really a man and woman. A match made in heaven. Miss Feng has not married over it. In-laws have such importance. Really good fortune. Quickly change into clothes. I also give Miss Feng dress up. Then we'll let the Lin family this young master to see fascinated." Chapter 336, Hibiscus. They weren't exactly ladies of the house, so they spoke a bit bluntly. Miss Feng's cheeks were so red with shame that she saved the peach blossom powder. Cloud Embroidery Pavilion's 2 embroiderers came up to help the Feng family miss wear the wedding dress, in order to prevent too much alteration. So at that time in the making, the inside can be relaxed some folds. Miss Feng is not a weak person, so although her body size is not so rich, but also not so slender, such a body, but just right. As expected, it was tailor-made, so it fit everywhere. As soon as the wedding dress was put on, Madame Feng's eyes turned a little red. Raising a daughter for 17 years, but she had to be sent away from her side. Thinking about this, she still couldn't help but wipe her tears, but the corners of her mouth and brows were happy. Mother! Seeing her own mother cry with joy, Miss Feng did not hold back either. Her nose followed suit with redness. And at this moment, she suddenly had the sadness of having to leave home. It was impossible to say, Agu, Miss Feng mustn't shed any tears, or else your eyes will swell, and then your makeup won't look good, said, interrupting to bring a brand new brocade box. Inside, there was a D for eyebrows, powder for face, red for cheeks, and color for lips. The next step was to greet her face. The clever master of Linglongfeng also added a few more strokes on Miss Feng's forehead, and soon a blooming lotus flower fell on her forehead, small and delicate, but also added a few points of beauty. When her entire body was pulled to stand in front of the bronze mirror, she was also stunned by herself in the mirror. All along, she had been wearing relatively light and elegant clothes. Although her age was getting older every year, the whole person's temperament was still as innocent as a child. Today, this dress is the appearance of a flower bud blooming. The knit brows and smile. All is the style. Accompanied by the Feng family wife to come with those grannies and maids surprised, but also joked. Miss like this, the aunt is afraid that he will be charmed. That's right. The slave girl has never seen such a good-looking new wife. Each of them were words of praise, causing Miss Feng to be a little shaken. Lady Feng took the tiara aside and put it on her securely. In this way, a complete makeup and dress was in place. The crowd watched happily, and Miss Feng's beauty was released in the most direct way. In the courtyard, there was a burst of surprise and admiration. While at this moment in the Feng family's study, the Feng family's master and son Feng Qi had some gravity on their faces. The emperor gave this imperial decree. My father cannot guess the reason for it. Just you must be careful on this trip. 3,000 men. Not enough for the Northwestern army to stuff their teeth. Everything is negotiable. Don't annoy the Northwestern Marquis and the Liu family. Got it? Father, don't worry. My son is not going to fight. Since the emperor has this order, there must be some deep meaning. My son will do as he is told. Feng Qi's mind wasn't much flexible. It was more of a steady and down-to-earth approach. He belonged to the kind of person who could strictly carry out military orders even when he was on the outside. But Jiang Huanqing was different. He had been crawling around in Shengjing City since he was a child. He had seen the ways of survival at the bottom, and he had also seen the hooks and corners of the big mansions. Plus, after training in the Imperial Armor Army for the past few years, he was not as impulsive as he used to be. So the two of them to play with is very suitable. The Emperor also precisely see this point, so arranged for them to go together. Did not set a deadline, so the return date is unknown. But look at the Northwest, so many cities, to migrate so many people. Think not a few years' time. Fear is not good practice. The days rush by. In the blink of an eye to the Lin Feng 2 big day. Early in the morning of the 18th of December, Yihua Palace was bustling with activity. The second prince, who understands the language, is naturally happy to be able to go out of the palace. The other baby dolls, on the other hand, were happy to see Lin Wanyi happy, and they followed suit. The emperor was resting in Yihua Palace last night. Being promoted to consort was the most convenient for Lin Wanyi and the emperor. The emperor could stay in her palace in a dignified manner, if it is only the former status of the nobleman in the status, but also in accordance with the rules in the Qianan Hall betting it. Lin Wanyi does not like. The emperor also do not like. Or Yihua Palace main hall of this milk fragrance of the house most comfortable. Lin Lianyi excited did not sleep well, tossing and turning all night. Not to mention, get up today is not half tired. Light hands and feet ready to get out of bed to arrange things. The result was the emperor to a roll over and press down. Eyes did not open. Mouth first muttered a question. What hour is it? Your Majesty? It's already dawning. The winter sky was bright and dark, so there was still some foggy gray outside. Lin Evening he had a go at it just like coaxing a child. Patting the emperor's back. On her face, between her eyebrows, she was all smiles. Well, your majesty can't delay my concubine. My concubine still have to wash and dress up. Today is my brother's big day. My concubine must dress up and look good to appear. Aren't you afraid of suppressing the bride's limelight? The emperor asked flirtatiously. Instead, Lin Evening smiled and said, Sister-in-law's limelight is afraid of not being able to suppress. My concubine heard that the wedding dress was drawn by my mother herself. Your majesty is not aware that my mother's needlework skills are too much better than my concubine's. Between the words there is no jealousy, but more envy. At this moment Lin Evening did not know that the emperor was already preparing the phoenix crown and auspicious clothes for her to be crowned queen. So the emperor also planned to hide it for a while, and then surprise her when the time came. Alright, then you go get it first, and then call me when it's almost ready. After saying that, he buried his head in Lin Evening Yi's neck for a while before letting her go. Turning his body to the bed, he slept half asleep again. Lin Evening Yi this day had the intention to go and suppress the Ronkong County princess and the second house family. So in the dress also changed from the former clear beauty. More is gorgeous. She is the appearance of the people of the city. So after dressing up, it is even more people cannot move their eyes. Chuanchi today to her hair bun is concentric bun. Above the pin is red gold and emerald phoenix to hairpin. In her identity also is more to raise. This is only a few days ago the emperor ordered the inner court department to send for today's dress. Makeup is simplified. After all, clothing and jewelry are already very expensive. If the makeup is stronger, I'm afraid that she is not out of the door of Yihua Palace. The reputation of the demon princess will be deducted. After Lin Wei was ready, she sent Xia in to call the children. She herself went to the front of the tent and coaxed the emperor to get up. At first, when he heard the noise, the emperor did not react. But when he slightly opened his eyes and looked over, he was stunned by Lin Evening Yi's beauty. From the first time he saw Lin Evening Yi, the emperor was attracted by her appearance. And it was only after a long time together that he fell deeply in love. Chapter 337 A family goes out. But she has never looked like a hibiscus in clear water. And there are very few times when she dresses up like this today. The emperor could not help but feel a little jealous. For your brother is happy to dress up. Is the day in front of me are veiled? Being said by the emperor. Lin Wanyi was a little bit in tears and laughter. So comfortingly said, if my concubine is so painted day in and day out, I'm afraid that when a few children come to pounce, they will just eat the powder. When they all grow up a bit. If your majesty still likes me to be like this, then I will get up early every day and dress up for your majesty to see how? Lin Wanyi's amused expression made the emperor know that she must be fooling himself. But who let himself spoil her and love her? So he had to be a fool. Eyes restored clear, got up and began to freshen up and change clothes. Today's emperor is also like Lin Evening Yi, dressed up to attend. He already has the majesty of the emperor. At this moment is dissipated quite a lot. So dressed up. But more a few points of the spirit of the wind. When they had washed up, Grandma Ji also brought the second prince over. He is the earliest child to arrive. Compared to those other clueless milk dolls, he is like Lin Evening Yi. Excited all night, did not sleep. And at the moment was not sleepy at all. Happy. Son's servant greets father. Mother consort. Well, get up. He dressed up today is also grand. And very have a prince-like. The size of the last year has long scaled up a lot. So look a few small teenagers' appearance. Turning over the year to go is 8 years old. So the second prince now has more steadiness on his body that was not there before. Looking at him, Lin Lianyi heart has a kind of my son first grown up feeling. It is very gratifying. Wear thick. It's not necessary to be in the palace. So don't get cold. Although the Lin family's big house is not short of money. But to be like Yihua Palace such as the introduction of hot spring water to Zhuodi long. Or cannot do. So Lin Lianyi said with a hangover. Mother consort, don't worry. My son is wearing a lot of clothes. Grandma Ji even added a small coat with fleece on the inside for me. It's warm. Saying that, he pulled the collar of the clothes slightly open a bit, showing Lin Evening Yi the small coat. The lab coat was sent by Dong. The second prince, the second princess, and the fourth prince all had one. And the fifth prince, and the third princess, because they are still too young to be covered in heat. So they didn't do it. They just added more soft silk to their everyday clothes. It was both light and warm. Seeing the second prince looking like this, Lin Lianyi was relieved. Reaching out, she patted his shoulder and said, "The second prince is representing the royal family today, so excitement can be there. But don't get too excited. Let the outsiders see it, and think that our second prince didn't learn the rules well. Do you know? My son knows. Mother consort, don't worry, is." Turning to continue, "I have to give my younger siblings an example. Isn't it?" Mother and son looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in the air. Soon, several milk dolls also came packed up and ready in the company of the sisters. Each and every one of them was festive. And this was so full that all of a sudden, the main hall of Yihua Palace looked crowded. Slave girls have met the emperor and have met the empress. The sisters were either holding in their hands or carrying in their arms. Thus the salute was only half squatting, not directly kneeling down. When the emperor saw this scene, a long-lost sense of warmth surged back into his heart. He did not have many siblings, so he could not feel it. Once upon a time, although there were also a few children, but they were all scattered in the various palaces to raise, so they could not see this kind of scene. How to say? This scene appeared in the royal family, always more a few points of unreal feeling. But when you look at the Yihua Palace, it seems to be a little more down to earth. The emperor looked at Lin Wei. The love in his eyes was about to overflow. The palace is full of people who can see it, but one or two of them did not dare to open their mouths freely. They have lowered their heads, but in their hearts, they have stored a smile. Use the breakfast, eat, and go out of the palace. The emperor's words just finished not long. Xuanqi brought people to send the breakfast over. There were many people today, so naturally there were many different dishes. It was only that the portions of each were smaller, so that they wouldn't go to waste. The second prince shared a table with the emperor and Lin Evening. As for the second princess and the fourth prince, today was the time to learn how to eat on their own. So Lin Evening made them a separate small table and small stool. In this way, they were also able to sit down obediently while learning to eat on their own. The emperor hadn't come to eat with them in the past few days, and when he first saw the scene, he had to say that he was still surprised. This will eat on its own? The eyes were all unbelievable. After all, in his impression, children were afraid that they wouldn't eat on their own until they were 4 or 5 years old. Now that the second princess and the fourth prince were only a little over a year old, how could they have started to learn? So Lin Lianyi explained, "From will use is still early. Right now is only fresh energy. So make a fuss to eat by yourself. Your Majesty carefully see it. 3 mouths of rice may not be able to stuff a mouthful of it." Lin Evening laughed. The emperor also hit the eyes to see, as she said, especially the second princess. At the beginning, she was still full of excitement to use a spoon. Later, when she found out how she couldn't use it, she simply did it. Fortunately, Xuanqi gave them some things to hold, such as dumplings, steamed buns, and so on. So it wasn't too much effort. The fourth prince is now the second princess's little follower, and whatever she does, he must also learn to do. About the two children's age is the most similar. So these days get along down is also the closest. The two of them ate happily, and the sisters on the side did not interfere. Only their chests wrapped around the pads will be a bit of a disaster. But compared to the children's happy look, this little dirty is nothing. The emperor watched for a while, and then started to eat. When he was 8 minutes full, he stopped, and then solemnly said with Lin Evening, "The children's rules in the future can be taught properly. You see one to that eating." The dislike in her eyes simply could not be hidden, and Lin Evening did not hold back her laughter in the end. Poor two princess and the fourth prince still do not know their father on their much dislike it. Eat that call a joy. The fifth prince and the third prince, who are still breastfeeding, have a stubborn look of how not to go. Especially the fifth prince. Wow to cry again. Lin Wani walked up and took him into his arms, and said in a low voice, "Today you have to be good. Big uncle marriage don't make too much noise." "No." The fifth prince smelled his familiar flavor, and began to turn the noise into a smile. "It's a pity that a mouth is just like a toothless old lady. It's a little bit funny." Lin Lianyi looked at this milky, creamy doll, and almost couldn't hold back a kiss on his cheek. But when she thought that she was still wearing makeup, she gave up. Chapter 338 The Wedding Day. After all the preparations were made, a group of people trooped out of the Imperial city, and went straight to the mansion where the Lin family's big house was located. Thanks to the Dong family, master used the heart, so the 3 yards are connected together. Today this kind of bustle will not show crowded. When this kind of not crowded is also reflected in the Emperor and Lin evening before they have not come. Lin family. At this moment, the upper and lower parts of the house are clean and bright, and everywhere is decorated with lights and colors. Speaking of the heavens are also beautiful. This has been drifting snow for several days. Yesterday was stopped. Not only that, today is also a lot brighter. Therefore, cold is cold, but everyone's heart is warm. Today's Lin Xingji was dressed exceptionally handsome. He was already a good-looking man, and now he was even more spirited after wearing his wedding clothes. Lin Muji, Jiang Huanqing, and Dong Kelly also appeared beside him in brocade clothes, and were his guards today. A group of people with a team, according to the auspicious time to receive the marriage. Jiang Huanqing's mouth was unforgiving, and he flirted with Lin Xingji on the way to the wedding. You don't say. Dressed like this, it doesn't show your age, so Brother Hasong should pay more attention to it, so as not to scare his sister-in-law with a beard. Lin Muji's nature was a bit more modest, but Dong Kelly was a nonconformist. He laughed more happily than anyone else along the way, as if he was the one getting married today. Lin Xingji squinted at Jiang Huanqing, but he was in a good mood and didn't bother with him, turning to use his hand to touch on the chin. Really smooth a lot. Alright, put this mind away and go deal with Feng Qi when the time comes. I'm afraid he won't let us in that easily. From his brothers, he learnt that his great-uncle Feng Qi had already got those good brothers in the army to guard the door. He had a feeling that this time, he was afraid that there would be a lot of difficult hurdles to overcome on the way to marriage. Don't worry. You still don't know my ability? I'll give you a hole in that iron wall, so that you can get your sister-in-law back. Jiang Huanqing's unorthodox words made everyone laugh again. As they walked along, some of the people were watching. The marriage between the Lin family and the Feng family was not a big deal at the foot of the capital like Shengjing. But after the Feng family's dowry followed them back to the Lin family, the people smacked their lips. Yo, I can count it. The whole 118 dowry. Never heard of the Feng family so rich. Is not there a son who is not yet married? The family's assets have all been given to the girl as dowry? That's impossible. What do you know? Have you forgotten the bride price set by the Lin family the other day? The boxes were so big and heavy that it took 7 or 8 strong men to lift each one. Tell me how many good things must be inside. Hey, I just don't have a daughter. Want me to have a... The people on the side of the road have not even finished their words. They are disliked by the people next to them. Don't worry. If you have a daughter, also can't marry the Lin family. Also don't look at what people's status. Ha ha ha. A remark that was both a look at the audience and a self-mockery. After the laughter, they went their own way, each doing their own thing. Entered the door according to the auspicious time. This Lin Xingji and the Feng family miss each held one end of the red silk. After performing all kinds of rituals, came to the main hall. At a glance, is the Emperor and Lin Evening high on the top. On the left were the 4th prince, the 4th princess, Minister Lin, and County Princess Ronkong. The fake smiles on their faces were quite sincere, but if you look closely, the smiles did not reach the bottom of their eyes. On the right were the old master and the old lady of the Dong family, as well as Master Lin and the Dongs. They are all happy with tears in their eyes, especially the women, who wiped their tears with a handkerchief at the corner of their eyes several times. But the smile between their eyes is like a flower, through the incomparable happiness. When Lin Xingji entered the door, he saw Lin Hui sitting up. The brother and sister glanced at each other, and both had the feeling of having gone through 1,000 sails. At last, all those hardships of the past were over. They had each found their own happiness now. Lin Xingji was happy for his sister to be able to sit next to the Emperor in a dignified manner. Lin Wanyi was happy that her brother had married a virtuous sister-in-law. With just one glance, everything was in plain sight. The auspicious time has come. The 2 newlyweds can worship heaven and earth and meet the ceremony. The matchmaker's roar made all the people follow suit. One worship of heaven and earth. Lin Xingji and Miss Feng both knelt down to the Emperor and bowed respectfully. What was being discussed at this moment was the ruler and the minister, not the family way. Second bow to the high hall. The 2 of them turned around and knelt in the direction of Grand Master Lin and Dong, also bowing solemnly. Their parents had taken much care of them, and as of today, it was considered to be the end of the world long ago. Husband and wife bow to each other, getting up and bending down towards each other. This worship will be tightly linked together for the rest of their lives, and they will not be separated. Salute. With this roar, all the people in the arena followed and livened up. Lin Lianyi's nose was a little sour, but at a time like this, it was better not to shed tears if you could. The emperor glanced at her, and then turning to Lin Xingji and his new wife, he then said, Lin guards once escorted the emperor, and is he Ning Fei's brother, but also my Wei Lin Xiang's eldest grandson. Today to congratulate you on your big day, I also prepared a congratulatory gift. In addition to those, it will be added to the Fei Lin Generalate. As for the young lady Lin, the title of the second grade enjoined wifeit. When these words came out, not to mention Lin Xingji and Miss Feng, even Minister Lin was 3 times surprised, while County Lord Ronkung was even more furious that the handkerchief in her hand was about to be stirred up. However, since the emperor's golden words had been spoken, there was naturally no reason to pull back. Therefore, Lin Xingji and Miss Feng once again kneeled down and bowed to thank the Lord for his great kindness. The Lin clan's great house couple and the others also rose together and bowed down to the emperor as well. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Lin Lianyi had never felt such a mountainous salute from this high position before. Therefore, there was a little bit of fidgeting. But since he had come to support his brother's face, he couldn't be weak. So he lifted his breath and sat more and more demurely on the chair, not far away. When the Lin family's second couple saw this scene, unkindness flashed in their eyes. Once upon a time, sitting by the side of the emperor to enjoy the glory, obviously is their daughter. It was more than a year ago. This land evening he can still kneel in front of them bitterly begging themselves, do not make things difficult for her mother. But now it is completely reversed. Became a big house all the way flat. But there the second house began to struggle. Noble consort in the palace head is not in favor of the news. Has long been full of Xingjing all know things. The son of Lin Guangji now also did not get what to get out of the future to. On the contrary, the first grandson of the Lin Xingji, a young man in the Imperial first-class chief of guards and general of the Feather Forest. Chapter 339 Hiding from the World. The future of unlimited. Let a person cynicism of gnashing teeth. But hate to hate. There is the emperor here. They do not dare to shout. Can only silently swallow this breath. The days to come are long. Who knows what wind will blow next year? Second Lady Lin's eyes went to the row of sisters standing behind Lin Evening. She had a lot of imperial princes and princesses. It's just that I don't know how many of them can be kept. Second Madame Dong had never met her before and inadvertently saw the trace of cynicism in her eyes. For this kind of big mansion hooks, she disdained to the bottom of her heart. However, she still had to remind Lin Yuanyi of the importance of prevention. After the ceremony, Miss Feng was sent to her room. And naturally, Lin Xingji was outside to greet the guests and to push the cups. With the emperor present, the guests did not dare to make much noise. Lin Lianyi thought about it and said, Why don't your majesty and the children follow me to sit in my brother's courtyard? The emperor understood what she meant and didn't object. After all, if he himself were to stay here all the time, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't be able to make a scene. Well, according to what you say is. Seeing this, the Lin family's eldest couple immediately walked up. My wife will have someone set up a table in Muji's courtyard. And when the time comes, we'll invite the fourth prince and fourth princess to go over together is all. The fourth prince laughed aloud. First Lady Lin, don't bother with this king. Many of the people coming today are from the Imperial Armor Army. So this king can have a good time drinking a few jars of wine with them. On the contrary, Wang Fei, you guys just take care of more. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll make sure you don't get drunk today. Grandmaster Lin was also rare and open-minded. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, Fourth Wang Fei knew her husband's temperament, and he loved to be lively. And when he was in the army, he had never mingled with those generals. So she didn't care about him. He came up and stood near Lin Evening and said, Your Highness, just go and drink. I would like to have a good talk with the Empress today. It's been a long time since I've seen her again. Lin Evening looks at the fourth Wang Fei and smiles knowingly. Daughter begs to differ. The matter of Lin Evening recognizing the fourth prince and the fourth Wang Fei as her godparents. The Lin family's eldest couple were aware of it. This kind of good relationship. If it was in the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Now that they saw that their daughter and the fourth Wang Fei were indeed close, Dong's heart was completely relieved. So happily, She stepped forward and said, "Wait for me to greet you in the front hall for a few moments. And when the table is ready, I will come to accompany the fourth Wangfei to talk." "All right. Great Lady Lin is a refreshing person. This Wangfei likes to hear you talk." The two of them smiled and glanced at each other. Fourth Wangfei's words had invariably raised Dong's status. One must know that in the past, Dong was suppressed for many years by County Princess Ronkong and the second house. Not to mention speaking with nobles at the table. Even showing her face was rare. Hearing these words, County Princess Ronkong pointed more at the fourth princess. Because in her opinion, the fourth Wangfei intentionally got close to the people of the big house in order to disgust her. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have really wanted to choke back a few words. Minister Lin was standing beside her and naturally felt her exasperation. Therefore, he just gave her a careless oblique glance. The warning in his eyes couldn't be clearer. Ronkong County Mistress had nothing to do even though she was resentful. She could only endure it. Seeing that she had been defeated again, the fourth Wangfei's heart was that happy awe. And even looked at Lin Wui and a few children with a lot more kind eyes. Before Master Lin Xiang said that he wanted to go to Lin Muji's courtyard with the emperor, Master Lin took the lead and spoke. "Today is Hisong's big day. And there are many courtiers coming. My son's rank is still low. So I would like to ask my father to step in and support Hisong." Master Lin's words were not false. Minister Lin glanced at the emperor and the others, knowing that going there would not be able to say anything about it. So he didn't bother about it. "Well, then go." "Yes." After turning around and bowing to the emperor, he said, "Today's happy event. If there are places where the hospitality is not good, please forgive me, Your Majesty." A sentence is said, as if he is the head of this family in charge of the same. Really, the old fox is still an old fox. However, today's great joy. No one will argue with him about anything. Hanging the name of the first eldest grandson of the Lin minister, when walking outside, can still get some convenience. Lin Xiang stayed. Ronkong County Princess naturally also not good to leave. It's just that this kind of joyous scene that has nothing to do with her. She has no intention of doing any theater at all. "Mother-in-law, let's go. We have to go greet the guests too." The Dong clan beside her was smiling like a persimmon flower. And even though she was no longer happy, she could only squeeze a smile out of her face and follow her away. As for the Dong family's old master and old lady, the two of them are sitting today as also the chairman. Only to come to most of the people are in the official circle. They naturally cannot entertain much. The emperor saw this scene and spoke. "Dong family too old with me together to rest." "How?" The emperor opened his mouth. Who could still say a word of no? Those who originally thought that the Dong family was going to be benched were dumbfounded at this moment. Compared to the Lin Xiangshang in the front hall, it seems that the emperor invited to sit in the Dong elder master is more popular. The two oldest members of the Dong family were not people who did not know the rules of etiquette. So they got up and said, "The humble minister obeys the decree. My wife obeyed the decree." How to say that Elder Master Dong is now also a 7th grade ambassador of the Beneficial Medicine Bureau. So this self-proclaimed is no problem. The group of people followed to Lin Muji's courtyard. And the second prince left with some reluctance. It's not easy to come out of the palace. But after a short while of watching the action, he had to follow his father to rest in the courtyard. He was a little reluctant to give up. But he also knows that as a prince cannot act arbitrarily. So no longer reluctant to leave with everyone. Lin Lian he saw his thoughts in his eyes, and quietly said beside his ear, "Later on, let your little uncle take you to the front hall to play. Just remember to be more careful, okay?" When the second prince heard this, his eyes lit up, hastily nodding his head. That look of excitement was as happy as eating honey. In the front hall, it was divided into male and female seats. On the men's side, naturally, the fourth prince was the most honored. The two uncles of the Dong family were also involved. So they drank to their heart's content. On the female side of the table, according to the logic, it was Ronkong County Princess who was the most honored. But Lin Muji's courtyard also had Lin Liani and the fourth Wangfei. So even if she wanted to be rude and put on airs, she would have to distinguish between occasions. She just sat quietly and didn't get up to greet the guests. Her face was smiling, as if someone owed her money. On the other hand, Dongs and the Dong family's first lady were too busy to touch the ground. One moment, they had to take care of this. The other moment, they had to take care of that. It wasn't long before the Feng family's relatives arrived. Dong and Madame Feng had known each other for a long time, and were now in-laws. Naturally, their temperaments are similar, and they talk and chat with each other very enthusiastically. Chapter 340 Red Chi nourishes people. The ladies and gentlemen that Dong had never met before all greeted and got acquainted with each other under the introduction of Madame Feng. She is a merchant origin is not false, but now no one dares to look down on her. Not to mention that she has a son and a daughter are valued by the emperor. That is, she herself is also a grant in the body. In addition, her nature is modest, and will say lively words. So in a group of noble ladies, very much like a fish out of water, about the red gas nourishing it. Today's Dong's look is not as dark and gloomy than before. Even say is double tin young woman. Only will be believed. The front hall is lively, but Lin Muji's courtyard is somewhat silent. Elder Master Dong and the old lady, although the seniority is big, but in front of the emperor are subjects. And the two old men have not dealt much with the emperor before, so there is still some more constraints. Fortunately, the fourth princess is an insightful, and will come to things. The atmosphere also came up between words. Once upon a time, I have heard the Empress say that her grandfather's family is good to get along with. And today I got to see the two old men. And indeed they are both good people. And I can see that their color and spirit are really good. Fourth Wangfei's fallacious praise. Now that you are a grandparent, you have to be neither demented nor stupid. Not a family man. Elder Master Dong's flirting made the scene instantly heat up. Fourth Wangfei also flirted back. Yo, your old man is still not demented or stupid. I can't tell. Lin Lianyi stepped in and joked. Grandfather is old and strong. The whole family is looking forward to you and grandmother to live a long life, so that we can make this family more lively. Speaking of this lively, among the several grandchildren, the only ones who have started a family are Lin Wui and Lin Xingji. It's not clear when Lin Xingji will have a child. So the biggest great-grandson right now is the second prince. This is the second time that Elder Master Dong has looked at the children. The seriousness of his face was once a sign of kindness. And he opened his mouth and said, I don't know what to say, but I don't know. So he opened his mouth and said in a self-deprecating manner, to say lively still have to look at the children. If as the mother said really let the old man I live 100 or so years, then I will have to witness the birth of the great-grandchildren. The second prince used to have more contact with the second lady Dong and Dong's grandmother. He knew very little about his great-grandfather. But some people is to be able to bring a sense of intimacy. Let the talent just meet will have a good feeling. The great-grandfather of the Dong family was like that. So the second prince smiled and said, Don't worry, great-grandfather. I will definitely grow up quickly, get married and have children soon, and give you a great-grandson. Hearing these words, all the people laughed. A 7 or 8-year-old child, if it was in the civil world, would still not know anything. But in the royal family, at the age of 11 or 12, they would start arranging for a concubine. And at the age of 14 or 15, they would be able to talk about marriage. Therefore, the Jima have also said it. And so over the year to go, we'll have to give the second prince to look at those who serve around the maids, both to be honest and well-behaved, but also to look like sex or superior. It's not easy to find. We need to prepare in advance. Where there are children, it will not be cold. Talking and laughing naturally passed. The emperor deliberately show a few points of goodwill. But look at the Dong family too old or some constraints. Just want to not leave the table to give everyone some relaxation it. See outside to people. The first thing I did was to go through the corridor. And the second thing I did was to go through the corridor. And the third thing I did was to go through the corridor. The first thing I did was to ask my son, Lin Muji, to tell me what he was doing. His looks are similar to that of Master Lin's. And at first glance, he thought he was a young Minister Lin. The emperor was in a trance for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. The second prince couldn't hide his excited expression when he saw Lin Muji, only to see the three of them immediately come forward. They knelt down to greet him and said, My humble servant has met the emperor, has met the empress, and has met the fourth royal consort. My wife has met the emperor, has met the queen mother, has met the fourth Wangfei. Herberists have met the emperor, have met the queen mother, have met the fourth Wangfei. A family salute respectfully. The emperor once upon a time did not feel anything, but Lin Lianyi was at the side. So he opened his mouth and said, Today, regardless of the ruler and ministers, only the family routine is. Lord Lin and Lady Lin do not need to be polite. Lin Evening Yi's intention was also not to have her parents and brother always kneeling her. That felt indescribably detached. Yes, the humble servant knows, Grandmaster Lin replied, and then continued to add. The mat has already been prepared. I have already had people send it over. I don't know if your majesty would like to have a couple of sips? Today the head of the family prepared our folk good wine. Although not as good as the palace jelly, but also does not lose the flavor. Hearing Master Lin say this, the emperor gave a hum. He is not a person who is greedy for wine. But to be honest, he hasn't drank folk wine a few times. Therefore, he still intended to try it. As soon as his voice fell, the maids at the back came in and served the food. Everyone had a red silk joy ball hanging from their waist. It's a crude tea and meal. Please don't be offended by it. Your Majesty. The emperor let out a faint smile and then said, no harm done. Dong Yuzhong walked up as usual, testing all the dishes for poison. And only then did he begin to lay out the dishes for the emperor. The emperor was about the only one who was happy with this meal. As for those present and accompanied, excluding the fourth princess and Lin Evening Yi, they were more or less at a loss as to how to lay down their chopsticks. Seeing this, the emperor also got up. I went out a bit early today. Is there a courtyard where I can rest? As soon as the words were spoken, Grandmaster Lin immediately nodded and replied, yes, yes. There are courtyards prepared in advance for the emperor and the empress. The micro-minister will send you there. The emperor waved his hand, pointing at a random person, then said, let him lead the way. Yi Ningfei has not met with her family for a long time. You guys just talk more. Yes. Name the boy. Is also a clever. He rushed to lead the way. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as the emperor left, the crowd on the scene only slowed down quite a bit. Lin Lianyi remembered the words he had just promised to the second prince. Then he said to his younger brother Lin Muji, the second prince wants to go to the front hall to play, so my younger brother will accompany him. Just remember not to go to the crowded place. Good. Second sister, don't worry. Is. Lin Muji held the second prince's hand and left the courtyard, while they were followed by Sister Ji and Xiao Luzi. There were also a few guards with good kung fu accompanying them, so Lin Avinyi didn't worry much. As for the other children, they had long since been sent to take their lunch break. Seeing that the fourth Wanfei had something to say, she found an excuse and went to the front hall. Only then did Lin Wanyi finally sit down to talk with the family in a reunion. Have maternal grandfather and grandmother had enough to eat? Why don't we have them serve some more hot dishes? Lin Wanyi could see at a glance that everyone was formal and hadn't eaten enough. So she proposed and said, Dong also meant the same thing. The emperor was sitting at the same table with him. Who would dare to eat this meal? In addition, it is now a cold day. Even if the head of the house put a charcoal fire pot, the meal at the moment, there are still some cold. Chapter 341 Concern in the Family. See, the two old did not say anything. Lin Wanyi simply some petulant said, is to accompany granddaughter it. I also did not eat enough. Her hand gently patted her stomach, just like the way she looked when she was hungry in the Dong family when she was a child. All of a sudden, everyone laughed. Dong asked the kitchen to redo some dishes and send them over. This time, there were no outsiders on the table, so they could eat properly. Elder Master Dong and Elder Lady Dong, one after another, added dishes to Lin Evening Yi. Look at you. You've lost a lot of weight. Don't eat more. How can you have the strength to bring up the children? That's right. After giving birth, you need to make up for your body. Not to mention that you still have 2 children. Don't think that you need to be slim to look good. Even if you are a bit fatter, it doesn't matter. The two of them spoke in a lively manner, feeling their concern. Lin Wanyi's heart was also sweet. Old people always think about their children. Besides, they can't see Lin Wanyi often. So the rice in the bowl was their love for Lin Wanyi. Seeing the bowl piled up like an even smaller mountain, Dong was all a bit teary-eyed. Father and mother, where can Shallow eat so much? If she really eats all of this, I'm afraid she won't even want to eat the evening meal. More? Not much. Elder Master Dong took a closer look and felt that his own daughter had exaggerated her speech in the past. Wasn't it just 2 more pieces of meat and a few more leaves of vegetables? How is it that you can't even use the evening meal? So regardless, he watched Lin Wanyi eat. She was already someone who chewed slowly, so she ate elegantly. Old Lady Dong somehow started to shed tears as she watched. On a happy day, It's not good to shed tears too often. So Dong got up and walked over to her and handed her a handkerchief over. Mother, today is a happy day. Hasong got married. Shallow also came back. We have to be happier all. I'm just happy to shed tears. Looking at you all well. My heart is happy. At this moment, Lin Lianyi carefully examined her grandmother. She didn't feel it before. Today, at a glance, she has indeed aged a lot. Silver threads are gradually covered up. The wrinkles at the corners of the eyes are also deeper than before. The only thing that remains unchanged is the affection for them. So got up and walked over. Also like before that squatting in front of Mrs. Dong's knees. Quietly leaning said, Grandmother, don't worry. His Majesty treats me very well. The children are also obedient and understanding. I also have a nobleman in the palace to help. Living at ease. The only thing is can't be day to day are happy you and Grandpa's knees. But no matter when and where. The granddaughter of the heart are attached to you too old. As long as you are well is. Lin Lianyi said with emotion. The several adults present were also moved. Elder Master Dong's eyes reddened slightly. In the end, he didn't say anything more. The family ate and stopped eating this meal. But everyone was happy when they recalled that day. Unlike the warmth in the courtyard, the front hall was filled with thunderous roars everywhere. The second prince followed Lin Muji to the front and was looking left and right. In fact, he has also attended a lot of meetings in the palace. But about the royal majesty, is not able to see this kind of shoulder to shoulder. Big mouth drinking. Big mouth eating meat scene. Afraid of scaring the second prince. So Lin Muji purposely explained. The second prince, don't be afraid. Many of the people who came today are from the army. They are used to being bold and uninhibited on weekdays. So they drink a lot of alcohol. Later on, these people of ours are going to follow to make a mess in the bridal chamber. Do you want to go and meet them? Haunting the bridal chamber? Is that okay? Of course it's possible. But we're not really the kind to make trouble. So we won't go over to join in the fun. The second prince's eyes were bright. No matter what Lin Muji said to him, he listened with great interest. After all, he had never seen or heard of these before. Naturally, he felt curious. So he pulled Lin Muji's hand and said, Little uncle, don't forget about me. I haven't seen a bridal chamber yet. Lin Muji looked at this child who was not more than a few years younger than himself. And in his heart, a sense of closeness was inexplicably born. About because he had been raised next to his sister Lin Wanyi for a long time. So his body was also tainted with her scent. Lin Muji wouldn't feel strange anymore. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. But it's still early. Let me take you around. Right. I heard that you really like those handmade contraptions of my father. Why don't I take you to see them? He has a whole room full of them. Hearing this, the second prince showed even more excitement than just now. There were just a few concerns. Can we really enter without permission? Father knows you're coming and has specially built some new things. Just so you can go and take a look. Since this is the case, then I won't be polite. Please also ask my little uncle to lead the way. The situation of drinking and chatting was obviously not suitable for the two of them. So Lin Muji was really still shocked when he brought the second prince to Grandmaster Lin's usual handmade room. Once upon a time, he thought that this maternal grandfather of his was merely good at mechanical toys. Today, I know that he has all the treasures in this handmade room. Other are still some gadgets. The most let the second prince surprised is that a large similar to the alchemy furnace container. Cast in copper, 8 feet in diameter. If the lid is closed, it is like a big wine bottle. On the outside, there were 8 bronze cast dragons, all holding a bronze pill in their mouths. Directly below the dragon's mouth, there is a squatting toad. Seeing this, the second prince couldn't help but ask, Uncle Junior, what is this thing? How come I've never seen it before? Because he had to prepare for Lin Xingji's wedding. Lin Muji returned a few days ago. When he first saw this thing, he also felt curious. So he pulled his father and asked a lot. This is a geodesic instrument designed by father. If there is an earthquake, the copper pill in that dragon's mouth will fall down into the toad's mouth. Is it really that godly? To be honest, the second prince didn't really believe it. But Lin Muji's eyes were firm in front of him. Because he has seen his father do these things since he was a child to do too much. That is, at this moment, Master Lin made a pair of bird wings to tell himself will fly. He also stood to go to the hill to jump down. Therefore, sincerely nodded, Father made, will never make a mistake is. If there is ever a day when this copper pill is spat out, it might be before the earthquake comes. Of course, it would be best if that day never comes. When Lin Muji said this, the second prince nodded along as he stood next to him. After all, if a disaster were to occur, it would be the people who would be hurt the most. Since he was the Imperial Prince of the Great Way, he naturally had the responsibility of shouldering his subjects. Chapter 342 The Sheep Entering the Tiger's Mouth. Why can this thing measure earthquakes and disasters? Ah, little uncle, father said. Because there are hanging copper pillars inside, thick at the top and thin at the bottom. There are 8 horizontal rods placed around it connected to the dragon head. We are far away from where the ground shakes, so naturally we can't feel it. But the hanging copper pillars can. And if we receive a fluctuating shock from the quake, the pillars will fall back in the direction of the quake, prompting the dragon's head to protrude the copper pellet to fall into the toad's mouth. This explanation from Lin Muji was also what Master Lin told him. It had not been checked and examined, so he did not know whether it was true or false. The second prince listened with some understanding and some not, but he could not ask a question. So after looking at the other things, he also left with Lin Muji. By the time they walked to the front hall, it was almost time for Lin Xingji to be haunted in the bridal chamber. He had drunk a lot of wine today, and his face was quite flushed. But look at Jiang Huanqing and Dong Kelly. Both of them had already been double defeated. And Feng Qi's expression is also a bit lax. The only one in the room was the fourth prince, who was shouting more cheerfully. The others were getting weaker and weaker as they drank, but he was getting stronger and stronger as he drank, comparing the young generals to him. The second prince had never seen the fourth prince behave like this before. TSK, TSK, TSK. With great emotion, he said, "It's still grandfather fourth uncle who's great." Lin Muji immediately lost his smile. "You don't want to learn. Be careful, that's what happens to you in the future." Then he pointed his finger at Jiang Huanqing and Dong Kelly, who were no longer half conscious, eyes full of laughter. He. Don't worry, little uncle. No matter what, I'm also at the level of great uncle. By no means will I be able to drink it down, that is. He was thinking long term, and Lin Muji didn't say anything more. Smiling, he walked to his elder brother Lin Xingji and said, "Big brother, or drink less it. Sister-in-law is still waiting for it. Besides, we have not made a bridal chamber. The big guys say is not at all." Mentioning this, the crowd's enthusiasm rose again. Those who were drunk naturally didn't mention it, and those who were a little drunk flocked to Lin Xingji to go to his new room. Lin Muji brought the second prince along to join in the fun. This is to put together. Is a small half an hour gone. After the emperor got up from his lunch break, he looked around. Unfamiliar environment. Unfamiliar bed. Sleep cannot sleep. Coughing twice. Waiting outside, Dong Yuzhong came in. "Your Majesty, are you awake? Would you like some tea to moisten your throat?" "Well, bring it." "Yes." Soon the warm tea went down the throat, instantly refreshing a lot. "What hour is it?" Back to the emperor. "It's Shenzhen time. The hour still passes really fast." "Where is Consort Yining?" "Still talking to the 2 Dong family members?" "Well, since the emperor left, neither of them have gone out." This sentiment, it was really extraordinary. It was no wonder that once upon a time, Lin Lianyi always had endless things to say whenever she mentioned her maternal grandfather's family. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth and said, "Since this is the case, then let's wait for another hour, and return to the palace after the evening meal." "Yes, slave will send someone to tell the Empress." Dong Yuzhong was about to exit when he thought about it and asked again, "Does His Majesty want to go over there?" "Forget it. If I go, the 2 old men won't be comfortable. It's rare to have such a chance to meet. Let them talk more." "Yes." Dong Yuzhong sent someone to send the news to Lin Evening, and those present heard the whole thing, especially Dong, who waited for the visitor to leave before saying, "The emperor is really good to you." Lin Evening was a little shy when she heard her mother say this. But shyness is shyness. But this is true, so she admitted it. It so happened that at this time, the second prince also followed Lin Muji back, his little face red and full of joy. As soon as he saw Lin Evening, he immediately walked over. He danced around and talked about what he had just seen and heard. Only in the end did he sigh and say, "Great aunt is really good looking." When my son looked at great uncle's eyes when he lifted the cover, his eyes went straight. This childish talk of his. But let the speaker is mindless. The people in the room all listened with intention, deliberately flirting with him. he said. How good-looking? Is your mother consort good-looking? Or is it your great-aunt who looks good? When this question was asked, the second prince cocked his head and thought, and then solemnly said, Today is great-uncle and great-aunt's big day. So it's great-aunt who looks good. But if it's any other day, it's still mother consort who looks better. Once he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. I have to say, what a Grinch. After saying this, no one was offended. Lin Lianyi was also amused by him, and couldn't stop laughing. It felt like the corners of her eyes were going to have more wrinkles. The second prince accompanied everyone to talk for a while, and then had a lively meal. Finally, in the reluctant situation, or follow the team in the Imperial city back to the palace. This way, there are 5,000 elite guards escort, but also did not have any big event. Only, just returned to the palace not long yet. Heard that Lin Guifei fell ill. Lin Lianyi very unhappy. Obviously yesterday also good people. How today on the sick? Coincidentally. Or in the brother's big day. This is deliberately bad luck it. Thinking of this, said without any concealment, Your Highness is still really taking great pains. His Majesty can ask the eunuch to give her a good look. What exactly is the problem that has to fall ill today? Lin Lianyi's dissatisfaction overflowed. The emperor could hear and see it. After remembering his own secret moves, he didn't say anything more, comforting Lin Lianyi with a few words. Don't let yourself get upset over this. Look at our second prince come back this way chattering non-stop. Next time if there is an opportunity, then let him go out for more walks. The topic turned to the children. Lin Lianyi did not dwell on it too much. She only instructed Chuanqi to send a bowl of ginger soup to the children, so that they wouldn't get sick from the cold. After this day of running around, Lin Lianyi was very tired. She basically never left her brother Lin Muji's yard. About the string that had been taut was broken, so she was very tired at the moment. Seeing her discomfort, the emperor opened his mouth and said, Why don't you take a bath, soak in hot water, and sleep more peacefully later? Lin Lianyi had put on makeup today. Naturally, she wanted to wash up properly, so she ordered Xiaoan to prepare water, who knew that the emperor also added a sentence behind. Change a bigger bucket. I also need to soak in hot water to get rid of the tedium. All of a sudden, Lin Lianyi's face was as red as a ripe fruit. Slightly pouting, she glared at the emperor, as if to say that he had done something wrong in this matter. Unfortunately, how could the emperor's face be shy from her casual glare? So, in the end, the emperor still got what he wanted. And once again, Lin Lianyi was caught in the tiger's mouth. Chapter 343 The Princess Goes Crazy. On the third day after the marriage between the two Lin Feng families was over, Feng Qi and Jiang Huanqing departed for the northwest. The 3,000 men and women who went with them were all carefully selected by the fourth prince. Although it could not be said that they could hold off 10 people at a time, there was still a chance that they could protect them both and escape from the city at a critical time. Standing on the city wall, the fourth prince and Lin Xingji watched the group of people leave in a whirlwind. In their hearts, they were both worried and hopeful that they would return with success. It wasn't until they couldn't be seen, leaving only a series of hoof prints behind, that the fourth prince spoke. Let's go. We still have things to do. Yes, Your Highness. Nowadays, the Forbidden Guards were under the control of Lin Xingji. The Imperial City Department was under the control of Lin Xingji's father-in-law, Feng Jichuan, and the Imperial Armor Army, which guarded the safety and security of the entire Shengjing city, was under the control of the fourth prince. Strictly speaking, they were grasshoppers on a rope. With such a concentration of power in one family, there was no one who was more afraid than King John. The Northwest Marquis is not here at all, so 100 changes of defense here have nothing to do with him. Just after hearing that Feng Qi and Jiang Huanqing had rushed to the northwest, he frowned slightly, and then as in the past, still quietly at home, outwardly declared recuperate. Unlike his calmness, King Zhan has been having a lot of trouble lately. The most incomprehensible thing to him is that since the Empress Dowager accompanied by the return of the Zhuangzi Wangfei Zhan, even a paper and a letter of separation to the emperor in front, this normally obsequious Wangfei had dared to hit him in the face so openly. He couldn't believe it. In the mansion, he broke out in curses. Isn't this crazy? Eyes fiercely staring at the person who had come to report the news. If he were Consort Zhan herself, he would only have been slapped to death. Unfortunately, it was useless for the person to shiver. because this news had already been spread all over the place. Where is the princess? At the post station. The person who sent the news is the person beside the big miss. She said. Said what? Said that the Wangfei will not return to our Wangfu. In the future are not related to the Wangfu. Joke. When is the master of the king's mansion's turn to have the mother and daughter to be the master? Simply not putting this king in his eyes at all. Go! I want to see who dares to stop me in the post station. After saying this, he led a group of people in a flurry of wind and ran towards the post station. Consort John's attitude this time was so firm that no one dared to move. The fourth Wangfei, who was the first to hear the news, lapped up in the royal residence, and immediately after that, she quickly sped up and ran to the post station one step ahead of King John. The first time I saw John Wangfei, I couldn't help but redden my eyes. Hating the iron, he said. After decades, you finally listened to advice. Leave that shameless old thing and live well in the future. Hearing these words from her old sister, Princess John was also crying. Many times before, in order to not listen to advice, she had even avoided the fourth Wangfei. Now that she had thought it through, she realized how wrong she had been. I am also by the Lord blinded heart. Other people's bad words always remember in the heart. Your good words, but as a wind in the ear. Really stupid. Fortunately this time Jr will me, and the stakes are said to understand. Go to his John Wangfu. What bullshit, princess. The first son of 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 the second son of the second son of the second son of the fourth prince consort. All are fake. After wasting most of my life, I'm going to live for myself. Hearing this, the fourth princess was truly relieved. Around the time when people thought about it, they naturally understood it. The screwed up energy that had been with Consort John before was completely gone. And now all that came through was a truly indifferent nature of mind. Yu and Jia and Yu and Jia on the side saw the scene. Also happy for their mother. When they turned to look at the fourth Wangfei, their eyes were filled with gratitude. These years I was not in the capital. All thanks to the fourth Wangfei's help. My mother and brother could live a little more comfortably. Jia is unable to repay me. But please fourth Wangfei accept my obeisance. Saying this, she solemnly knelt down. Seeing her sister kneeling down, that Yu and Jia did not push back. Following suit, he also knelt down. He was ridiculous all these years, but he still understood the truth of right and wrong. Father is not in pain. Mother is powerless. If there are not a few older brothers in the family of the fourth prince to help, I'm afraid that he is in the capital do not know to mix into what kind of it. Therefore, he knelt this. Also deserved. The fourth Wangfei sighed. Quickly get up. Quickly get up. Wanting to stop the two children from kneeling, she was stopped by Consort John. You are like a mother to them. You deserve this kneeling. Hearing Wangfei John say this, the fourth Wangfei also stopped being polite. Originally, her rank was also worthy of this kneeling, so she accepted it openly. Only after the siblings stood up did the fourth Wangfei look at them with a face full of relief. Then she said, I have a manner in Yunzhou, the most quiet and elegant, although in the city but not noisy. Today I will land deed house deeds are brought, such as peace and divorce. Let your mother take you to go. Wear a good reform. From the beginning to do things. A good age don't waste is. Said. The fourth Wangfei took out a brocade box. Inside also put a few keys. Underneath the keys were the deed to the house and land, as well as the deeds of a dozen servants. The fourth Wangfei was thoughtful, and therefore prepared properly. This John Wang is not a good thing. In the end, I'm afraid that we will not be able to reconcile. And if it really comes to the point of repudiation, then Shangjing City, they will not be able to stay in the mother and son. Yu and Jia followed back to Shidi. Not much impact. But they cannot. It would be better to go far away from home. Change a new place. Live again is. Seeing this, mother and son are all moved. The world is full of people who say nice things. But if it is really snow in the carbon, people are few and far between. The fourth Wangfei can do so. Really let the mother and son are heartwarming. John Wangfei back to hold the good sister's hand will be full of tears said. Don't worry. After this peace, our mother and son will go with Jia to West DG City. This Cloud State's mansion. You still keep your own future traveling with it. Your heart I have remembered. This life can be with you as a good friend. Is my life's fortune. Ji Cheng? You are going to Shidi? The fourth Wangfei was a little surprised at this news. Turning to it, she looked at Yuanjia. Yuanjia smiled and explained. Sangdang subsector is in Jicheng, not far from the southwest of our way, so the customs are very similar. Fourth Wangfei, don't worry. My mother and younger brother will follow me, and I will make sure to arrange it properly. Before Lin Lianyi had some guesses. Sure enough, this Shidi happened a big event. The place of division has been set. Looks like, from Shidi new king ascension to the throne is not far away. No wonder they will change the person in the battlefield. Dare to be afraid of the prince to come to congratulate missed the opportunity. Chapter 344. Never leave in peace. Hearing this, the fourth Wangfei logically deduced everything. After knowing this matter, she no longer forced herself. Looking at Yuanjia's posture today, she was a new person. It was thought that she could indeed take care of her mother and brother on her own. So nodding, she said, both so. Then I will not force you. These days you will be happy to live. Have this Wangfei protection. I see which not long eyes dare to chew the root of the tongue in the back. When the year is over, it will be a new year. A new year. After these words were said, Princess Zhang's eyes brightened up quite a bit. She had lived most of her life foolishly, and it was only when she was over 50 that she figured out that life had to be lived for herself. So she nodded heavily and said, Good. She here is regaining a new life. But at this moment, King Zhang is storming. Wind and fire from the outside barged in, viciously looking at Zhang Wangfei and a pair of children, but found that they are no longer like before that. They will retreat once they glare. Good. I thought who gave this king's consort the idea to make peace. But it turned out to be the fourth Wangfei. We are all family. Why did you do such a cruel thing? People say that they would rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. But you are so good that you let my king's royal consort, who has been married for decades, to divorce with me. What exactly is your purpose? Fourth Wangfei narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhang Wang. Once upon a time, he was also considered handsome. But now, he is looking at how his face is getting more and more cross-faced. So Colt Snort said, Bah! Married decades, this you also have the nerve to say out? Surely with your sister Roncon County is a hill of raccoon. You siblings are eager to step on other people's bones to climb up. You favor concubines to destroy their wives. On the head of the family that surnamed Wei's siren is what kind of? When you think the whole of the Shengjing city people are blind? You think the whole Shengjing city is blind? You still have the nerve to come to the door and say I'm breaking up your marriage? Joke. Do you think the door of your Zhang Wangfu is made of gold and jade? Do you think the door of your Zhang mansion is made of gold and jewelry, so that everyone has to go and rub it? The fourth Wangfei was a good scolder in the back of the house, sparing the Roncon County lord. She has repeatedly lost the battle. Not to mention King Zhang. The identity of the fourth Wangfei, when it comes down to it, is even higher than that of King Zhang. Therefore, Zhang Wang is not able to do anything about her even if he is very angry. Seeing that he had bitten into a hard bone and knocked his teeth out, he immediately shifted his target to Zhang Wangfei on the thread up. Do you want it? A handful of years old still want to make peace with the king? You think this king will let you have your way? If it is to do the next woman, then you have a pair of children in the future how to live. You think about it? King Zhang specializes in picking people's soft underbelly. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Wangfei's original firm mind was shaken for a moment. Seeing her mother's expression, there was some swing. Yuanjia, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't help herself. Come up and said with a cold face, Zhang Wang, this place is the post. Cannot allow you to wild. Mother, and you want to leave the matter. Has long been the nail in the coffin. Also do not need to take our sister and brother's future to threaten her. Anyway, regardless of the peace and departure, the last I and my brother are to rely on their own. As for you, guard your wayside consort, and those concubine of the precious children and grandchildren is not good? When the word concubine was used, it pierced King Zhang. All along, he had been very concerned about this. A good son had to bear the reputation of being a commoner. And in their case, they had really suffered a lot of grievances. Instead, it was this sibling, whose virtue was not worthy of the position. So looking at Yuanjia's eyes, there was no father-daughter kinship. Still really have hardened wings? Don't think you can just cover the sky just because you married a prince from Shidi. She is my Wei's crown princess. It's not your turn to say anything here. Yuanjia was also exasperated by his father's words from the side. The years of not caring about anything got exploded at this moment. Once upon a time, he had lived a life of obsequiousness. But from today onwards, he would never suffer this kind of idle anger again. So walking up 2 steps, he spoke to King John, eyes filled with disgust and disdain. Word for word, clear as day. Since John Wang does not want to make peace with my mother and leave, then the lawsuit, my mother's suffering over the decades, our brother and sister's encounter, your bias, wayside of the consort's power, your several good son in the dynasty to get help, as well as their respective wives and families to take advantage of the benefits of the family are all one by one on the surface. I do not believe that. This case sued to the Imperial Court to go to the world will be biased. I don't believe. This report to the Imperial Court. The world's heart will be biased. Then he took out some envelopes from his pocket and smashed them on the ground. That posture was a rare steel. It made King John frown all of a sudden. Once upon a time, he had always felt that this son was a liability. Something that he had to compromise with before his wings were full. So treat him without a little fatherly love and affection. Now look. How with the usual that playboy look far away. The person behind him will pick up the envelope on the ground and then hand it over to King John. King John suspiciously opened it, and his face became more and more unsightly. You dare to investigate this king behind his back? Yuan Jia also said with a rare hardness. Hooliganism for so many years. There are always some ways of the 3 religions and 9 streams. If you were innocent, you wouldn't have been checked out by me, would you? Sinful son. When you were born, this king should have strangled you. What kind of thing? You deserve to live in this world. Hearing such vicious words from King John, Consort John could no longer hold back. Out of a mother's love for her child, she rushed up and fiercely slapped John Wang. Words tinged with tears. She said, It's you. It's you who don't deserve to live in this world. If I can see your face earlier, not greedy for that little bit of warmth years, will not let the 2 children live this bitter. Now I understand. What divorce? What repudiation? You do not deserve. Then said firmly, I'm going to sue the royal court. I want to repudiate you. Repudiate you, this wolf-hearted dog lungs. No respect for elders. Favoring concubines to destroy their wives. Abusing the first child of the beast. Just wait. Even if it takes my life, I'll bite you to death even if it costs me my life. John Wangfei's resolute attitude of peace and separation makes the 4th Wangfei and Yuan Jia's siblings both look moved. Several people have been outwardly helping each other when facing King John. They do not retreat in the slightest. One is the 4th Wangfei, he cannot move. One is Shidi Front to congratulate the 2nd Prince Consort. He also cannot move. But the slap wasn't for nothing. And a kick was sent towards Yuan Jia, who was beside Consort John. In one fell swoop, he was kicked more than 10 meters away. They are all women. This king doesn't care to teach them a lesson. But you are this king's son. That is, if you are kicked to death today, it is also your destiny. And then looking at the 3 women who ran over madly, he said, Want to fight with this king? You are still tender. Is to sue to the Imperial Court. It is the same. This king wants you to live. You can only live. Wants you to die. Instantly can go to death. Chapter 345 Kicking and injuring your own son. After saying this, he flung his hands and left, leaving behind Yuan Jia, who was spitting blood, and 3 anxious women. Quickly go and ask a doctor to come. This kick was hard. Don't damage the child's heart and veins. The 4th Wangfei was slightly more sober than Yuan Jia's mother and daughter. She knew that it was useless to cry at this moment, and that she had to be treated quickly. Then after thinking about it, she said to the people behind her, Go to the Dong family and ask the 2nd master to come over. His medical skills this Wangfei can trust. Yes. She had seen the skills of the Dong family's 2nd couple. So this time, if she could invite 2nd master Dong to come, this Yuan Jia would have a chance of getting better. Looking at her younger brother Yuan Jia, who had already fainted to death. The hatred in Yuan Jia's heart had never been so intense for a moment. She had always known that her father disliked them. But she had never thought that he would actually inflict death on his own son. This made Yuan Jia even more determined that she must take her mother and brother away. Otherwise staying in Shengjing City would only be a death. Holding Consort John's trembling hand, she said, Mother, this time is for the younger brother. We also want to fight with him to the end. Let him know that the world is not his one person to say. The heaven has justice. should be struck by lightning is he. Consort John has been a coward all her life. For the sake of her 2 children, seeing that they are even being deprived of the chance to live, she can no longer endure it. Good. I want him to pay the price. The mother and daughter duo were like mother wolves protecting their cubs at the moment, revealing fierce eyes. In an instant, the 4th princess had a plan in her mind. However, the matter involved was too complicated, so she didn't know how to speak for a while. When the 4th Wangfei sent for the 2nd master of the Dong family, it coincided with Lin Xingji bringing his new wife to the Dong family to meet the elders. Therefore, this matter was not concealed. Consort John wanted to make peace, and King John went to the post station to kick and injure his own son. It was horrible how it sounded, but it involves a number of royal relatives. So Lin Xingji had to keep an eye on this matter. So turning to 2nd Master Dong, he said, "Second uncle, go and watch the people first. I'll make a trip to the palace and report this matter to His Majesty." 2nd Master Dong nodded and immediately ordered someone to get his medicine chest. Lin Xingji turned to look at his new wife, slightly apologetic. Before he could say anything, he heard that Feng Jiahui quite understandably say, "Husband, just go and get busy. I will go home on my own after serving my grandparents their meals." "Good. Be careful on your journey." Then glancing at Great Aunt Wang, she also said with a solemn expression, "Don't worry to go and get busy. I will definitely send your new wife home safely." "Well, then I'll leave first." After saying these words, he briefly saluted the 2 Dong family members and the other elders before steering his horse towards the Imperial city. The speed was so fast that it made the pedestrians think that something big had happened. However, it was indeed a big event. Soon, he arrived at the palace. The emperor was having a meal with Lin Liani and the children in the Yihua palace. When Dong Yuzhong came to report, both of them were a bit stunned. But soon Lin Avini spoke up. "Brother wouldn't rush here for no reason. There must be something going on. Your Majesty should go and deal with the political affairs first. My concubine will just accompany the children." If there was only Lin Lian, the emperor could not avoid it. But there were still children, so he was afraid of scaring them. So the emperor didn't even have enough to eat. So he nodded and got up to go. In the Qianan palace, Lin Xingji told all the news he knew. The emperor also felt very shocked when he first heard it. This Zhan Wang was really used to doing whatever he wanted. With such an attitude, what good could it do to him if he made a scene? However, soon, he had other ideas in mind. Lend a hand was worried about not having a handle on Zhan Wang. He sent himself to the door. So after thinking about it, he said to Dong Yuzhong, "Summon the 4th prince and the 4th princess to the palace. And in addition send the Imperial doctor to give Yuan Jia a look at his injuries." And then glanced at Lin Xingji and continued to command. "Transfer 300 elite soldiers to guard the post station. Unless there is an Imperial decree from me, no one shall be allowed to break in." Got it? Anyone, naturally, refers to the people of Zhan Wangfu. Of course, it also includes King Zhan himself. He is making trouble at the post station regardless. If Shidi makes trouble because of this, then he, Wei, will also have to lose face. King Zhan, this person, is truly a man of many deeds that will lead to his own death. At this juncture, it's not good to annoy anyone, but to annoy so many people at once. If all the people are on the same page, it will be enough for him to eat a pot. Hearing the emperor's arrangement, Dong Yuzhong and Lin Xingji immediately went to handle this matter. Soon, the 4th prince and his wife followed them into the palace. Both of them entered the Qianan palace in a hurry and with a grave expression. Then, they saluted and said, "The old minister has met the emperor. Please have a peaceful life." "Your Majesty, my wife has met the emperor. Please, Emperor Wanan. No need to be polite. The matter of Zhan Wang kicking and injuring his own son. Any 4th king was at the scene. So tell me the specifics." They knew when they arrived that Lin Xingji had reported the matter to the emperor. So the 4th Wangfei was also coming on strong. Ironically, she wanted to tell all about King Zhan's irrationality and viciousness. His Majesty was not present. Otherwise, if he had witnessed the ruthlessness of that old thing, I'm afraid that he would have been scared as badly as my wife was. Regardless of his usual child is how to ignore. Regardless of how. But the child is ultimately his own. A few words and not went forward is a foot right in the heart. The child on the spot on the vomiting up blood. And now have not yet woke up it. Not only that, but also threatened to say, "This can never be with Zhan Wangfei and divorce." Must be dragged to death their mother, and son 3 people is. When my wife left, Prince Sanding was also there. He asked my wife to tell the emperor. I'm afraid I can't go to the palace to talk to the emperor for the next few days. Fourth Wangfei couldn't wait for the emperor to deal with Zhan Wang immediately by decree. Naturally, the more serious she said, the better. Mentioning another sentence about Prince Sandin, it was clear that she wanted to involve Shidi in this as well. The bigger this matter became, then the more likely it would be that a reconciliation would occur. Thus, there was an unprecedented level of certainty on her countenance. The fourth prince was also blushing at the sight. That there would be such scum amongst the clansmen. Is it really because the late emperor was overly lenient towards the old Zhan Wang? Only then did he condone their Zhan Wangfu to not know the heights of heaven and earth. Such reckless disregard for ethics is simply horrifying. What does your majesty intend to do about it? The fourth prince was originally the late emperor's closest brother. So although saying this was a bit out of line, the emperor would not really blame him. Instead, he was silent for a moment, but then asked in a puzzling manner, "The two of you tell me truthfully, is this Yuan Jia's injury fatal?" Fatal? The emperor's opening made the fourth prince a little puzzled. They were now discussing how to make King Zhan's crimes public. How come they were asking about Yuan Jia's injuries instead? Chapter 346, Gossip. A kick is just a kick. Moreover, the one who went there is the second master of the Dong family. Naturally, there won't be much of a problem. As a result, what the fourth prince didn't understand, the fourth princess came to a sudden realization. Very quickly, she knew the emperor's intentions. It looked like they were indeed family. Sometimes even the issues they thought about coincided. So she solemnly replied, "When he was injured, my wife saw that it was very serious, and immediately invited the second master of the Dong family to go over to help heal him. I just don't know if I can keep him alive. If Yuan Jia can't save his life, this Zhan Wan's troubles will be really big. Kicking his own son to death. And still in the case of no reason. This is a problem for King Zhan wherever he goes, coupled with other evidence of guilt. I'm afraid that Zhan Wangfu this year will not want to live well to the end." Therefore, the fourth princess and the emperor glanced at each other, both knowing exactly what was going on. On the contrary, the fourth prince on the side was still somewhat in the dark. What does the emperor mean? Soon after, the emperor smiled calmly. Since King Zhan has such disregard for father and son, then this Yuan Jia thinks there is no need for him to be alive. Uncle Wang, what do you think if the charge of the father killing the son is laid down? How should King Zhan be punished? In one sentence, the fourth Wangfei heard and understood. And the fourth prince was not confused. Just more or less felt that the child was innocent. There was no need to bury a life like this just to nail Zhan Wang. He was about to open his mouth to console him, only to see the fourth Wangfei immediately kneel down and say, "My wife on behalf of the mother and son of Wanting 3 thank the emperor's rescue grace." And so out of the palace. I will tell them. We'll let Zhan Wang plant it from this horse. Subsequently, also took out those incriminating evidence that Yuan Jia had collected about King Zhan as well. It was presented to the emperor. These are all sought out by that child Yuan Jia. He has acted somewhat absurdly in the past. But I also ask that the emperor concede that he is lost and return to his senses and give him grace. Since Yuan Jia was going to die, he would not be able to see the light of day. Anyway, the royal family also had a lot of secret guards and secret agents. So if Yuan Jia could participate in it, it would be considered a decent job. Hearing this, the fourth prince sort of understood. Dare it be said that this is to allow Yuan Jia to fraudulently die, thus solidifying Zhan Wang's crime. In the end, there is a cicada to get rid of the shell, but can not only let Zhan Wangfei name and leave, but also can let Yuan Jia have a new way out. One stone, many birds. Really good plan. So silently looked to the emperor, giving birth to a river and mountain hopeful feelings. The emperor looked at the sheet of evidence, although a lot of them were found out by the school division. But he was able to turn over these things alone. So there is really some ability in. Once upon a time, I had underestimated this person. If he really reformed, it would not be a bad idea to be a good pawn for the secret guards. Therefore, he looked back at the fourth prince, and then nodded and said, "Doesn't Uncle Wang have a battalion under his hand that trains the royal secret guards? When the dust settles, then transfer him." "Yes. Old minister understands." A few people made the arrangements in a few words. Not long after the fourth prince and his wife went out from the palace, bad news came out from this post. Yuan Jia was kicked in the heart by his own father, King John, and passed away. This news was like a shocking thunderbolt, causing the entire Shanjing city to boil over. Compared to the fact that Princess John wanted to make peace, it was clear that this news was more exciting for everyone. After all, what was right and wrong in a high family compound was the easiest thing to stir up the people to talk about after dinner. Therefore, not long after the white streamers at the entrance of the post station were hung up, the gossip blossomed everywhere. At one time, it was said that King John knew that his wife was going to leave him, so he came to the door to find fault, and that Yuan Jia was killed by King John by mistake to protect his mother. A moment, and said as Zhang Wang dislike of the first son for a long time. The whole day is thinking of breaking the first line of good let the concubine's son to the top of the deliberate. There will also be the story to the Wei family head. Said that wayside consort is the reincarnation of the fox spirit. Hook Zhang Wang's soul. So will favor concubine destroy wife to such a point. Anyway, all of the gossip is fueled by the canonical school division and the 4th Prince's Dark Guard battalion. And it is intensifying. In King John's mansion, King John and Vice Consort Wei had only just warmed up a bit. I have to say, these two are both grandparents now. And they are still always mushy. Not long after stopping, I heard people coming from outside. Footsteps hurried, not to mention. Also with some anxious shouts. The king! The king! Equivalent people usually do not dare to come to disturb Zhang Wang at such a time. But today the incident was sudden. And also had to come. Zhang Wang, who was annoyed by the shouting outside, was very dissatisfied. Beauty in the arms. It is the time of passionate exuberance. But was interrupted. Looking for death. Is not it? Scram. The visitor didn't know how to advance or retreat for a moment. If he didn't say anything, he was afraid that when King John learned the news, he would be furious again. But if he said something, he was afraid that he would be dragged out and chopped up before he could finish his sentence. When he was in a dilemma, Wei Vice Consort spoke up. Your Highness, don't be angry. Ask what happened. With a single sentence, Wei Side Consort calmed King John's anger quite a bit. Only after dropping a kiss on her forehead did he get up and get dressed. And only then did he let the man in to report. His tone still very unkind. What is it that makes you dare to come and disturb this king at will? Are you tired of living? Little don't dare. Little don't dare. Really, this matter is a big matter. So, that person is also aggrieved very much. This kind of looking for sinful news. Next time beat him to death, he won't send it again. But now still had to say with a hard head. Your Highness, the 4th brother is gone. 4th brother, said Yuan Jia. Originally his age should have been established as the son of Zhang Wangfu. But Zhang Wang's heart is with Wayside Consort's eldest son, Yuan Bank. That's why he has been dragging his feet. There is no official name, so the people underneath all call him the 4th brother. When he heard this news, Zhang Wang was initially skeptical. Really? Don't be those few women putting on a show to swindle this king. It's true. I purposely had someone go to the post station to inquire about the news. And the white streamers are hanging out. The white streamers are hanging out. That means the person is indeed gone. His own kick was indeed ruthless. So Zhang Wang's son was kicked to death by himself. Both somewhat convinced and somewhat questionable. Where is the princess? Still staying in the post? Specifically where to go? Slave also do not know. But did not return to the houses. Humph. Just a dead son. Is it worth letting the post station hang white streamers? Go. Let a person arrange. We'll carry the corpse back. Even with the princess and also brought back to the king is. Crying? How many days? Still outside? No have to let people laugh. Chapter 347 Two Lonely Souls. His indifference made the person who came to report some fear. How to say is also his son. This tone is like sending a beggar. He didn't say how to organize the aftermath or how to bury him. So it's not like he's just going to put up a coffin and send him to the ground. All of a sudden, the person who reported the news did not know how to take this. On the contrary, Wayside Consort walked out from the head of the bedroom. The face also has a lot of gravity. Your Highness, the matter of receiving back your sister is not urgent for the time being. The most urgent thing is to know what gossip there is outside. Whether it will vilify your Highness's reputation or not. The matter of King John kicking and injuring Yuan Jia had been spoken of with Wayside Consort when she returned. The two of them were one heartless, and the other heartless. Where would they really care about Yuan Jia's death? Nowadays they are afraid of one thing: gossip. Being reminded by her, King John also reacted, immediately looking towards that person. The person reporting the news shook his head. The slave came back in a hurry, so he didn't inquire much. Seeing this, Vice Consort Wei immediately commands, "Go, scatter more people out. Quietly listen to see if there are any unfavorable words to the king. Do not start a conflict with people. After probing, immediately come back to report is good. Slave, this will go." After waiting for the people to leave, Wayside Consort only sighed deeply. Fourth brother's child is also blessedly weak. In the end, it's still Sister Wangfei who cares about chanting sutras and Buddha on weekdays. Otherwise it wouldn't have weakened this child's body to such an extent that the king was scared to death with just a few words of chastisement. Her words were clearly used to exonerate King John. King John also felt very good when he heard this. So he wrapped her in his arms and said, "When that crazy woman back, this king will lock her in the courtyard. This when once over, we'll send her to find her son, and then help you for the right. Our several children will be able to name the right." Wayside Consort once upon a time nothing to think about, but now are racked on the neck. This Wangfei position does not seem to want to also not line up. So, very good behavior said, but by the king's arrangement is, concubine how can. Still that meek and innocent look. Let Zhan Wang look at the heart again ape up. If it wasn't for the timing not being right, he would really want to make love with her once more. Unfortunately, he still looks indifferent here. But at the other end, that Zhan Wangfei is already in a white dress, in the middle of a post station. It was not a place where one could support a spirit. Therefore, Wangfei Zhan took the fastest speed, wrapped her son Yuanjia's corpse in the coffin, and then headed towards the Imperial city with drums and gongs. Yuanjia was also dressed in the same plain clothes, assisting her, mother and daughter at the moment as the world of two lonely souls like, are crying hard to suppress. But compared to their deathly pale faces, the household servants following behind appeared to be filled with righteous indignation. King John is unethical and unrighteous, kicking his own son to death. The heavens are clear. Please make a decision, Your Majesty. Along the way towards the Imperial city, the road also kept spreading those Zhan Wang's evidence collected by Yuan Jia before. There is no lack of literate people among the people. Naturally picked up and read carefully. This reading doesn't matter. Everyone's face is horrified. Dare I say that King John was found guilty by his son, and that's why he did this. Surely not a good thing. That's just it. I heard that he was kicked to death alive. And I don't know how a father can be so cruel, refusing to spare even his own son. This Princess Zhan is also too miserable. Her daughter married far away, and she only has one son by her side. And now he's gone. It's not killing her. There are so many women in our dynasty who have left with their husbands. And if each one of them has to be bullied by their husbands' families to such an extent, then is there any king's law or heaven's justice left? Go! I don't believe that King John is the only one who can say what's going on in this world. Go! 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 The crowd rises up and goes, and the number of people following the spirit supporting team grows larger and larger. By the time they reached the gates of the Imperial city, there were already a few thousand people behind them, and one after another, the people came to watch. Some of them are to see what's going on, and some of them are to see what happened to King John. What's more, it's for Zhan Wangfei injustice, which makes the most noise naturally Shuni Earldom and Rongcheng Earldom. They have been silent for decades, and have been pressed by Zhan Wangfu to turn over. It's not easy to come across such a great opportunity. Naturally they want to come out and make a fuss. Anyway, it couldn't be any worse than it is now. So everyone is holding the attitude that they will definitely scrape off a layer of skin from Zhan Wangfu. Zhan Wangfei stood in the middle, her face pale at the moment, with blood in her eyes. She was originally a thin and weak person, and at this moment, she even looked like a willow in the wind. However, there is a sense of steadfastness that is as immovable as a mountain. Since she agreed to bet on her son's life, she knew that this road could not be retreated. Once retreated, then waiting for them will be the end of the world. Therefore, this time, she would make all the people in the Zhan Wangfu who had harmed them pay the price. Thinking of this, she patted her daughter Yuanjia, who was supporting her. Go on. Hand over the pleading paper. Since the mother and daughter duo dared to come, they naturally didn't think of letting up. As such, that pleading paper was filled with records of the grievances and entrapments that consort Jean and the two children had suffered in the mansion over the decades. If you just mention these, it is just a family matter. Even if the emperor wants to judge, the sentence cannot be heavy. But it is mixed with a number of offenses collected by the department of the school, from the smallest encroachment on good land to the largest, killing people. What's more, the old John Wang also borrowed the former fiefdom of the old John Wang to open a mine privately. This is a matter of shaking the foundation of the country. There are 134 charges in total. Now through Zhang Wangfei's mouth little by little out. That is, Zhang Wang wants to turn around also cannot help. After Zhang Wang learnt this news, his face was blue and came with a whip, and the Imperial city in front of the people gathered at the moment. There have been over 10,000 people, and his crime also read to the 119th. But Zhang Wangfei obviously has no intention of stopping. Angry Zhang Wang almost did not fall off the horse. So he raised his horsewhip and fiercely lashed out at the person who was blocking his way, cursing loudly, "Get out of the way! All get out of the way for this king!" These few lashes went down, and many of the people immediately wailed. Those who followed King Zhang were also followers, who were used to being arrogant and domineering. They also followed suit and beat the people, which gave their king a bloody path. So surrounded in some of the people, see the scene, is even more righteous indignation. Have broken mouth cursed up. King Zhang is unethical and unrighteous, kicking his own son to death. The heavens are clear, but also ask the emperor to do the Lord. This person shouted, and the crowd followed. The waves of sound followed one another, spreading more and more. Chapter 348 People's grievances boiling over. King Zhang traveled all the way forward, and all he heard was this kind of talk. How could he not be angry? Deadly staring at the location of Zhang Wangfei, wishing for a long whip-like. Will Zhang Wangfei on the spot to kill good. Then look at Yuan Jia standing next to her. But also a fire. This goddamn daughter. If it wasn't for her coaxing her mother to make peace as soon as she returned, he wouldn't have to go to the door to find fault. The matter of kicking Yuan Jia to death. At this moment, the mountains and seas sound. But it is a little scary. All the way to kill over. And then it sharply stopped the horse in front of Zhang Wangfei. Immediately chided. You yourself have no virtue and no behavior. But also here stirring up trouble. Randomly climb contempt of this king. Simply its crime can be punished. After saying this, then immediately cut a piece of rope. Threw in front of Zhang Wangfei said, as early as a few decades ago, this king would like to repudiate his wife. If not thinking about that little bit of friendship, will not keep you to today. Who knows raised a white-eyed wolf. Humph. Today in front of the face of the world. This king and your husband and wife love like this robe. Completely broken. Then to the attendant who came with him, he said, come on. Take this commoner to take this king down. How dare she speak out in public and slander this king. This king will definitely chop off her head as a warning to others. After a few words, the public discontent in front of the Imperial city instantly boiled over. What a long time to live. Ever since the current emperor ascended the throne, this great way has been enjoying peace. Shangjing City is even more so. And it's not uncommon to hear of even thieves and burglars. Now, this Zhang Wang is not the biggest robber. He said that all the charges will be planted on the head of Zhang Wangfei. What do you want to do? Everyone knows exactly. So there is that nature lonely courage immediately shouted. Princess Zhang is not guilty. King Zhang will die. After this cry, everyone followed suit. Inside was more or less mixed with the resentment and stomping of some more powerful people. King Zhang had lived for over 50 years, and had yet to be humiliated like this. Even more so. He pointed at Consort Zhang with a wide-eyed expression and said, take down this demonic woman. This is a rebellion. The hat was bigger than a hat. Just now, they had said that she was planting evidence to frame her. But now it had turned into a demonic speech. Whichever one it was, it had destroyed the decades of shallow affection between the two. Zhang Wangfei looked at the condescending Zhang Wang on the horse with tears in her eyes. She couldn't help but remember that many years ago, he had also ridden on a horse and looked down at herself. Only at that time, they were still in harmony and could ride horses together. But now, after the break of grace and righteousness, he suddenly felt that his face was abhorrently awesome. Yuan Jia had a moment where she still wanted to stop in front of her own mother to give her a little breather. But Princess Zhang pushed her away before patting her on the shoulder and sending her a reassuring look. And then took a step forward, using the loudest voice in her life. continuing to read out the rest of King Jean's charges. Seeing this step, King Jean was so anxious that he moved his own hand. A whip was lashed towards Zhang Wangfei, but was blocked by Yuan Jia next to her. The whip was sharp and vicious, immediately drawing out a bloodstain. It hurt so much that Yuan Jia drew in a breath of cold air. Princess Zhang was startled and immediately stopped her voice and said, "Jia, are you all right?" Yuan Jia is naturally in pain, but this physical pain is no match for the evil anger that has been held back in her heart for many years to be emitted. The more this King Jean jumped at this moment, the more favorable it would be for them later on. So gritting his teeth and holding on, he shouted, "I am the second prince of Shidi's rightful consort. You a Wei's prince by what right dare to whip me? But to Shidi and Wei many years of peaceful coexistence to break? You are naturally not afraid in the capital. But what about the soldiers on the front line? Have you ever thought of the consequences?" When she said this, it had to be said that it was also a heartbreaking statement. Among the people present, there were naturally family members who had joined the army, and not a few of them were stationed in cities close to Shidi. One thought, a good piece of the world will be Zhang Wang to ruin. More angry, so raised his arms and said, "God bless Wei. Zhang Wang will die. God bless Wei. Zhang Wang will die." This moment's cry is higher than the previous 2 times. Once upon a time, if you say it's pity for Zhang Wangfei, it's family hatred. Now, it's a national vendetta that Zhang Wang can't wait to be put to death. Obviously he has not done anything, but has been set on the pillar of shame. If Shidi and Wei really tore their faces off because of this, then King Jean would be the #1 sinner. At this point, there was no need to even think about it. With such a state of affairs, those who followed King Jean were also afraid. They were only a few dozen in number. How could they withstand thousands of public opinions? One retreated, and naturally, every one of them retreated. Soon that King Jean was exposed before the people. It wasn't just the people's anger that engulfed him, but also his steadfast adherence to heavenly ethics. King Jean probably didn't think himself that he would still experience this 10,000 people stepping on him in his old age. Not only did they trample on him, but they also spat on him and cursed his ancestors. Such a raging hatred that he was completely engulfed. Just when he thought he was going to be trampled to death, a person suddenly jumped out to save him from the hands of the crowd. Seeing that his last breath was still there, the people wanted to go up to vent their anger, but they were blocked by the forbidden guards. Then, the leader of the team, Lin Xingji, showed the emperor's gold medal. Said aloud, "The emperor has decreed that in the case of King Jean, the rights and wrongs of the case should be judged by the law, and that he be summoned to the temple immediately." Then to Zhang Wangfei and Yuan Jia also respectfully said, "Wangfei, please. Your Majesty is wise, and will surely be able to give my son justice, and give the people of the world who have been oppressed by the Zhang Wangfu for many years justice." Wang Consort Zhang was now also someone who would take advantage of the people's sentiments. As soon as she opened her mouth like this, naturally the people followed and shouted, "Your Majesty is wise. Give the people of the world back justice." And then the gates of the Imperial city opened, and Wang Consort Zhang and Yuan Jia stepped forward. As for the Zhang king, who had already been stepped on and spat out several mouthfuls of blood, he was racked in by 2 guards. Above the main hall, Wang Consort Zhang came to support the coffin. Everyone was scared and hesitant for a moment about this woman who had never moved much, but was a killer when she struck with Zhang Wang's party. Naturally, they want Zhang Wangfei to die immediately. Otherwise, if they were really involved in those problems, wouldn't they be implicated as well? Those who had never been in the same boat as King Jean were at this moment in capital pain. For example, the 4th prince and the others. After seeing King Jean's bruised face and swollen nose, his body swaying as he was helped up, they almost laughed out loud. Let him be arrogant. In the end, won't he be trampled on by 1,000 people and insulted by 10,000 people? It was really a great pain in the arse. But Master Lin, his face was expressionless. He just nodded slightly, as if this Zhang Wang was not his wife and brother. Chapter 349. Waiting in silence. Zhang Wang held on to his breath and finally came to the imperial court. The pain in his body is to die. If the doctor is invited to look, I am afraid to see that the bones are broken in several places. He is this age, and usually are pampered, so seldom will be injured. This injury is also injured so seriously. Naturally, the pain is gnashing teeth. So at a rare instance, he begged bitterly to the emperor. Your Majesty, please be the judge for the old minister. This poisonous woman not only bewitched the public and slandered the old minister in all directions, but also outside the imperial city, practiced demonic and evil arts, compelling the people of the whole city to trample on the old minister. And the old minister almost couldn't see this blue sky, and was going to be wrongly accused of dying. He cried sincerely, with tears in his voice, more aggrieved than Consort Jean and Yuan Jia, who were standing next to him. It was the mother and daughter who were very calm. After entering the hall, in addition to saluting, they did not make a sound. After all, this reasoning is not on who is loud, is who occupies the reasoning. The emperor sat on top of the dragon chair, looking down at this farce. It seemed to have fused with that scene many years ago. At that time, he was still a child, sitting on the dragon chair with fear and trembling. But by the bottom of the John Wang some high-talk broad to point a lot. At the end, he had to force him to admit a sentence. Your Majesty, what the old minister said is right or wrong. The attitude of the heart. Several times let the emperor could not stand. But he was still young at that time. Natural resistance impotent. Can only let these auxiliary old ministers one by one step on his imperial dignity. So today's state of affairs. How similar to that year. But now, can say right or wrong person. But only he. The emperor's dignity cannot be trampled on by anyone. So in the past, so in the future. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but chill my eyes. When he looked at Zhang Wang again, there was even a sense of pleasure in killing him. Minister Lin is very sharp. Know that this robbery Zhang Wang cannot escape. So he thought of a response in his mind. Silently, he waited for the final blow. The emperor did not notice the mood swings on Minister Lin's side, but said to King John, soothingly, since King John is injured, there is no need to stand and reply. Under this sound, thought that the emperor was going to favor Zhang Wang, but ended up being surprised by the emperor's next sentence, only to hear him calmly say, above the great hall, there has also never been anyone who has ever answered back sitting or lying down. So kneel down. Turning to Dong Yuzhong, he commanded, go fetch a softer brocade cushion and bestow it on King John. Yes, slave obeys the decree. The emperor's words had just finished, and that King John was so angry that his chest hurt even more. However, now that the court was filled with many unfamiliar faces, even if he opened his mouth to refute, he thought that no one would help him. Only gritted his teeth and said thank you. I thank you for your Majesty's great kindness. Dong Yuzhong found the brocade cushion is indeed soft, but also too soft. Therefore kneeling on it wasn't much different from kneeling on the ground. But now was not the time to dwell on these things. Thus, King John concentrated his fire and wanted to spray at Consort Jean. But he was interrupted by the emperor's question. Princess Jean, you gathered the people in front of the imperial city today to cause trouble. Do you know the offense? When Wang Feijian heard this, she was not afraid at all. Followed by straight kneeling on the ground and said aloud, back to the emperor. The subject woman knows the crime. Only in the judgment of my wife's culpability before. My wife has something important to report. If this matter cannot be made known to the world, my wife is to go to hell will not be at peace. Her words were so strong that all those present frowned and looked at Consort Jean, and then saw her violently kowtow 3 times. And then when she got up, her forehead was knocked with blood stains. One can only imagine the strength and determination. Well, in this great hall there are merits that must be rewarded, and there are faults that must be punished. There is no need to move to death to blackmail. I listen to your words is. The emperor opened his mouth. That Zhang Wangfei naturally want to make a good point. So the opening will complain. My wife and this thief was also 3 books and 6 appointments. The marriage of the couple. But over the years, because of some things in the old days, he and my wife's centrifugal separation, favoring the backyard of the concubine not to say, but also never put us in the eyes of this person. To a pair of children is more than neglect. My wife for the 2 children. In the king's house in the middle of the much bullied for decades. Also dare not say too much. But he and Wei still refused to let us go. First forced his daughter to marry far away, and then detained me in the back of the house. Let the king's only firstborn son and the people of the world to fend for themselves. Who knows that my son is a courageous, although in the eyes of outsiders is a playboy. But in fact contacted a lot of Zhang Wang back to do the nasty things. Bit by bit are recorded in the book. After saying that, he handed over those pleadings. Dong Yuzhong quickly stepped forward and took it. King John still had the heart to retort, but was pointed by Lin Xingji at the side. Not to mention moving. He could not even make a sound. Can only sweat like rain, listening to Zhang Wangfei to his head splash dirty water. In this scene, it must be said that Yuanjia's heart is so happy. It is also see these. So my wife is determined to be with him and leave. So pillow side of the person. My wife does not care to be. This Wangfei's reputation is the same. But I never thought that he had spied out the news from somewhere, and came raging to the post to confront us mother and son. After 3 or 2 words, he started beating people when he couldn't understand what he was saying. My son to protect us these old and weak women and children. Was his chest as a kick. Directly kicked the broken heart pulse. Wait until the doctor and the Imperial doctor to come. Has been unable to return to life. That's what led to the claim that he killed his own son. My son is gone. A young child is so gone. Your Majesty, please also do something for my son. And also do right by the people who have been oppressed by this thief for years. Zhang Wangfei usually looks soft and weak. But when it comes to talking, she doesn't take a nap. Sentence by sentence with blood and tears of accusation. Who heard not moved. What's more, the tiger poison is not eat the child it. This Zhang Wang dog anxious to jump over the wall to the post station to go. In a couple of words. Kicked to death. This theory to wear our absolute handle. Zhang Wangfei not only accuses, but also let people will be in the coffin Yuanjia to carry out. Only to see his face pale. The corner of his mouth is still vaguely some black blood. And after the clothes in front of his chest were ripped open by Consort Zhan. It was indeed a hefty black footprint right in the center of his heart. Seeing this, Yuanjia didn't care anymore. Standing up and pouncing towards King John. Scared King John backed up. However, he realized that what Yuanjia wanted to pounce on was not him as a person, but his boots. After ripping it out in one go, it was taken to his brother's corpse for comparison. Under the eyes of hundreds of people. A blatant inspection of injuries. The size of that boot and the footprints on Yuanjia's chest were a perfect match. Even if King John wanted to weasel out, he couldn't. Chapter 350 The Final Strike. Seeing this, the people from King John's party quite literally felt a sense of great power. There were 1 or 2 who still wanted to come forward to struggle for their lives. But they were rebuked by the 4th prince. My dynasty has always ruled the world with filial piety. People say that only filial piety is the result of a father's kindness to his son. But King John, as the Prince of Wei, not only did he not set an example, but he was also so inhumane that he kicked his own son to death. Which is really a strange story that has never been told before. Not only that, Zhang Wang also really many people in front of the whip and the mother of my wife. If not my wife to stop this whip, I'm afraid that my wife's mother today have no life to live to see His Majesty. But also please His Majesty for my mother to do the Lord. For my wife to do the Lord. The one who opened her mouth was Yuanjia. She was also covered in blood. Only that just now, everyone did not focus their attention on her. But right now, the shocking whip wounds were seen. It was indeed an extremely hard hand. To say that this Zhang Wang was really used to being a bully, and didn't know how to avoid it at all. Otherwise will not let a succession of people to hold the handle. A brain all to him to shake out. Now, the evidence is conclusive. It is that he wants to renege also cannot renege. King John. Do you know the offense? King John frantically shook his head. The more he shook, the more his body hurt. But right now, it was a time to save his life. So where did he care about the pain? The Emperor glanced at Lin Xingji. And only then did he release the fixed points. Zhang Wang got free and finally opened his mouth. Turning to the Emperor, he said repeatedly, the old minister is unjustly accused. Since the marriage with the Shuani earldom, there has been no end to right and wrong at home. First the eldest sister was insulted. And then the father was angry and spat out blood. All of this is not caused by the Shuani and Rongchong families. The daughter of such an enemy. The old minister can let her live until now, and still retain the position of the princess. Is not the benevolence of justice? And at first, the matter of sending the daughter to the palace instead of the princess to make peace is also recognized by both mother and daughter. Otherwise why didn't they make a fuss at that time? Only to rehash it now. Isn't it to intentionally step on the old minister's foot? I went to the post. Is to want to take the princess home. Who knows that the ungrateful son of the grandson, instead of taking these so-called evidence of guilt out to threaten the old minister, forcing me to have to peacefully divorce cannot be. So there is the old minister accidentally kicked his situation. The tiger venom is still not eat the child it. The old minister is not that ruthless people. How will really a foot will be their own son to kick to death it? And those incriminating evidence are all nonsense. Inexplicable deduction of crime. Xuanyi and Rongchong, two families, are not used to Zhan Wangfu, is not a day or 2 days. Is that they are behind the urge. Please, Emperor. Please be clear. I have to say, his defense is really good. Seeing the moves, well, all things are pushed to the past grudges. He also took the handle that the three of them didn't dare to make trouble in the past. And now he is standing on their wounds and rubbing salt into them. Hearing him so explain, Zhan Wang's party of people also followed the good words. At one time said Zhan Wang, so many years for the country hard work. At one time said Zhan Wang, house once upon a time of favor and royal treatment. In short, it is non-stop touting the past achievements, in order to let the emperor open grace. But I do not know. They say this is to Zhan Wang accelerated to death in the emperor's heart for this past, but very unhappy very. But they did not know. Look at the following 3 or 2 stand out for Zhan Wang speak people. The emperor's heart also has a spectrum. From the past, there is no Zhan Wang's party. It is deliberate. Just do not want to scare the snake. Today is to fish out a few days did not find the party to. Is not a small gain. The emperor delayed no response. That Zhan Wang face some anxious. She will not lose her own son's life and future prospects. Just to get such a result. So unconvinced. Continue to cry. Your Majesty, there is one thing that I have yet to report. Zhan Wangfu has a private library, under the control of the Wei side of the consort, where the specific placement of how much gold and silver treasures the subject woman does not know. Just in earlier years, accidentally looked up a ledger. Only 13 years ago, on the 26th of July that day, the account of 1,466,002. The number of large can be imagined, but also asked the emperor to thoroughly investigate it. Give us mother and son, and the world a fair deal. This matter had been hidden in Princess Zhan's heart for many years. It was also because of this inadvertent discovery that let her know that there must be an improper sale in Zhan Wangfu. Only because she had no ability and no connections. It was of little use to know just the amount and the day. But today, on top of the courtroom, it all came off together. In order to nail King Zhan. So the more offenses the better. With his inflated ambition. I'm only afraid that there's more than just this one tainted matter at home. As long as she could have an excuse to investigate King Zhan's house, she was sure that there would be all sorts of breaks. When King Zhan heard this, his face did sink a little. When he came here, he didn't even think that he would be taken straight into the palace. So he hadn't made any arrangements at home. If he was really broken into and carefully searched, I'm afraid it would be troublesome. The emperor watched the changes in Zhan Wang's face carefully and understood in his heart. It is not important to find out the results of this investigation. But what is important is that Consort Zhan has given herself the opportunity to search the royal residence openly and honestly. When the time comes, the evidence that should be there should not be there. Naturally can turn out. As when he moved to put all the blame on the head of the Lan clan. Is a reason. The emperor is better at this than he is at this. This is something that the emperor is better at doing than he is. So after many hours of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Uncle Fourth King, General Feilin, Minister Lin, the old minister is here. The old minister is here. The humble minister is here. In order to prevent the pillars of the country from being falsely accused, I order the 3 of you to go to the royal residence to check it out. And remember not to spare a single shred of evidence, nor wrong the people in Zhan Wang's residence. Understand? Yes. I obey. These 3 people who were checking. Among them, the 4th prince and King Zhan had always been at odds with each other. However, Master Lin Xiang was also King Zhan's brother-in-law, and Lin Xingji was his grandson. This hooked-up relationship made all the courtiers present unable to see it. Did the emperor have the intention to investigate and punish Zhan Wangfu? Or did he want to let him off the hook? All of a sudden, those who rashly stood in line were somewhat flustered. Hate yourself for not holding your breath. If you are really implicated, is it not your own jump out? Stupid is really stupid. Therefore, the few people who were still righteous just now silently backed up a few steps, but found that the courtiers standing around deliberately distanced themselves a step. It still appeared that they were standing in a crane's nest. There was simply no place to even cry. After Zhang Wangfei heard about the need to search the royal residence, she immediately proposed and said, "Your Majesty, if not, start searching from the courtyard where I am." Chapter 351. Searching the Royal Mansion. Being upright is not afraid of the slant of the shadow, or to let His Majesty see how the benevolence that King John spoke of, the virtue that gave me the throne of the king consort, looks like. What consort John wants is this exorcism. Don't even need to go outside and compare with the other Wangfei. Just take a look at the courtyard she's in and wayside consort's courtyard. It will be clear at a glance. Under the sky, there is no reason to say black is white, and there is no rule to falsely say white is black. Today, if she could not bring down King John, she would be willing to touch death on top of this great hall. Well, John Wangfei and the second prince consort today was shocked quite a lot. First go to the side hall to rest, and then pass the eunuch to the second prince consort to look at the injury. Don't cause any misunderstanding with Shidi Sidis. After the emperor finished saying this, those courtiers only remembered. This is no longer just a family matter. There are also state affairs mixed in. John Wang hates to gnash his teeth at this moment. If I had known this, I would have sent them both to heaven with a bowl of medicine. It is also better than now to let people step on his pain. Now the only hope depends on the wayside consort. Her people are usually careful, powerful, cannot be bluffed. In front of Zhang Wang mansion, hundreds of forbidden guards surrounded the mansion. Not to mention the people. Even the dogs can't run out one. The fourth prince is at the head, and when he looks at the three words Zhang Wangfu, he feels very bad luck. It's a disgrace to the royal name. And then said seriously to the other several hundred forbidden guards standing behind him, "Search. Do not spare a single place." Yes. Lin Xingji led the team, and was the first to enter the royal residence. The original dog-eyed servants, when they saw this situation, they all trembled and fell to their knees. Do not say is to report. Is to run 2 steps will be taken down. Who would be afraid of their own lives? Thus, when Lin Xingji led the people to rush into Wei Vice Consort's courtyard, he was indeed shocked. Once upon a time, he felt that the Ronghe Tang in the Xiongfu Palace was a first-class luxury. And then after seeing his sister's Yihua Palace, he realized that there are mountains beyond mountains. And there are people beyond people. But these, and the immediate wayside consort's courtyard compared, that are not worth mentioning. Rongkong County Princess Baby with what like 9-tailed golden carp. In this courtyard of the rockery pool, at least swimming with thousands of tails. And winter time, close to the new year, this water is still alive. Can be imagined. Is specially introduced to the hot spring water. Although this is not a big thing. But in the eyes of Lin Xingji, here is something different. And then to the person next to him, he said, "Go to the Qin Tian supervisor and ask the supervisor and my father to come over. Just say that there is something in the Wang food that they need to come and check." The guards did not know why. But what the chief commanded. There is no such thing as not being devoted. So he quickly ran out and went straight to the Qin Tian supervisor. Wayside consort was originally taking a nap. But at this moment, she was woken up by the commotion outside. Opened his mouth and called a few maids, but did not see any movement. The heart was suspicious. After thinking about it, in the corner of the bed in that short cabinet, moved a few organs, and only after getting up to dress. As expected, a woman's mind is the sharpest. When she went out, she saw that the courtyard was full of people. The people were all unfamiliar faces, but looking at the clothes on their bodies, they knew that they must be the palace's forbidden guards. Consort Wei and Lin Xingji had not met, so they did not know each other. But the reputation was always known. So she consciously raised her smile and said, "I wonder who this lord is. Is there something important about your visit to the royal residence today? I am Imperial Guard Lin Xingji. By order of the emperor. Specially came to check some of the old accounts in Zhang Wang's mansion. Please also ask Wayside Consort to make it convenient. The subordinates will be concentrated. If we run into the Forbidden Guard's brothers, then don't blame us for not knowing the importance of our actions. This is natural. Since the emperor has an order, the general should follow it. Just that this account book is in the housekeeper's hands. Please ask the general for permission to fetch it." Wayside Consort is somewhat of a great general, facing so many strangers on her doorstep for questioning. She did not have an ounce of timidity. Still so polite and courteous. Still really powerful. Lin Xingji thought so in his heart. But he wouldn't give her the chance to move anything inside. Turning to her, she clasped her fists and said, Please forgive me, sighed consort. Before coming here, the next official has already ordered people to go and get it. So do not bother Wei, sighed consort, to walk around. You just need to sit quietly and wait for all the dust to settle. Wei, sighed consort, had a moment of dismay, but quickly adjusted. So with a generous smile on her end, she said, General, make yourself at home. And then she found a stone round stool in the courtyard and sat down. The calmness of that attitude made Lin Xingji think for a moment that it was not Princess Zhan who had misread her. She is not afraid of being searched at all. It looks like the account on the surface must have been done very carefully, even if there are a few wrong places. I'm afraid it's not a big deal. Otherwise she wouldn't be so calm. Thinking of this, Lin Xingji's surface work should still be done. So he had the people conduct a thorough search. Now the Forbidden Army is not the former Forbidden Army. Are some real skills in the hand. The order is forbidden. The order is like the wind. Soon, the entire Zhongwangfu was turned upside down. However, excluding those more luxurious objects, also searched out more than 100,000 tales of things. And there is nothing remarkable. It was not a big deal to have some balance in such a large royal residence. And the account book is also so. By bringing special accountants to check one by one after. Also did not find anything wrong place. Everything is as Lin Xingji guessed. This wayside consort really is a person with two brushes. But think about it. Otherwise how could it be honored for so many years? If it couldn't be searched for, then King Zhan would have a lot less felonies on him. As long as he bites out that he didn't intentionally kick his own son to death, there doesn't seem to be much anyone else can do. Thus, a stalemate was revealed all of a sudden. Lin Xingji looked at Wei Vice Consort, still calmly drinking tea. And in his heart, he had a few moments of admiration for this woman who was a mountain of a man. At least when faced with danger, her performance was much more powerful than Zhan Wang. Just why would such a powerful woman be subservient under the crown princess for many years? This made Lin Xingji a little puzzled. But soon, there was a way out of all these puzzles of his. Because Lin Xingji's father, Grand Master Lin, the deputy supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor, had come. At the sight of him, Vice Consort Wei's hand that was lifting her teacup paused, and then continued drinking without a trace. But it was obvious that the water in the cup was already a bit shaken. It wasn't really a big deal for the people from the Qin Tian supervisor to come over. But Side Consort Wei had some knowledge of Grand Master Lin's reputation. When Lin Xingji called him father offhandedly, a trace of anxiety crossed her heart. The Feng Shui Bureau that she herself had sought out and set up by a high-ranking person was unbreakable. Chapter 352 Feng Shui Treasure Land. But if the other party was Grand Master Lin, then it was a bit hard to say. County Princess Ronkong had said more than once that Grand Master Lin had not been good at poetry for decades, and did not like dancing with swords and guns. The only thing he loves is to do some woodwork and look at the stars. In the eyes of others, these are just some unappealing skills to make a living. But Consort Wei didn't think so. She had carefully checked the Dong family, and knew the skills of the old master of the Dong family. The daughter-in-law and son-in-law chosen by such a person would never be simple. This was evident by looking at the current situation of the Dong family moving up the ladder. So this Master Lin must also be a man of great wisdom. Therefore, he was quite scornful of him. Supervisor Zheng is not on duty today, so only my father has come over. Is there something going on? Father, today I invited you over to see if there is any difference in the landscape and fake rocks in this courtyard. In one word. Sure enough, Wayside Consort's immobility had some slight breaks in defense, but still have to stabilize the mind. Master Lin was already proficient in this machinations off the Tao, so immediately looked around. First of all, back to the yard outside. Carefully look at the house posture, and then into it. The left side to see, the right side to see, along the edge of the courtyard, pacing back and forth around the circle a few times. Time passes by. Seeing the certainty in Master Lin's eyes is more and more clear. This Wayside Consort is a bit unable to sit down. I don't know why General invited the people from the Qin Tian Supervision Bureau? Is there anything wrong with this mansion? Lin Xingji did not reply, but simply told him to sit down first and continue drinking tea. Seeing that she wasn't taken seriously, this had caused Wayside Consort to be a bit annoyed. One had to know that she was the one who spoke the truth in this mansion. This kind of situation of not being taken into account, that in the past had never happened once. Or those who had seen this matter, and those who had done this matter, had all gone to the King of Hell. So he glared at Lin Xingji with some displeasure, And then his eyes turned down on Grand Master Lin, hoping that he wouldn't see anything before he did. When the place was almost explored, Master Lin went out alone. Lin Xingji was a bit puzzled, then commanded, "Keep an eye on side consort Wei." "Yes." After saying this, he chased after Grand Master Lin's figure and walked out, with a broad stride and head held high. It was without any lingering at all. Along the way, he followed Grand Master Lin to a courtyard, and that courtyard has been searched pretty much. At the moment standing 10 or so guards will be inside the situation one by one report. This is the courtyard where Consort John is located. There are no other personal things in there other than the 2 boxes of clothing. It can be said that it is a bit cleaner than the Buddha Hall. The people of the Forbidden Guards are all digging 3 feet into the ground, so the movement is still nothing. It can be imagined that this Wang Fei in the royal residence in the head really than ascetic monks, even more bitter. Lin Xingji, although puzzled, but this kind of time is not good to interrupt, can only stand quietly at the side of the waiting. It wasn't until half a pillar of incense later that Master Lin let out a deep sigh. It really is a layout by a high person. "Father." "How?" "This royal mansion already covers a large area. But once upon a time, I only knew that it was at the feet of the Son of Heaven. Never thought that there was something big inside." Hearing his father say this, Lin Xingji knew that his next words might be about to push King John into the abyss. Here the location of the gas is not rich. Know that the world's dragon gas in the Imperial City. But this Wang Fu sword to go on the wrong side of the edge. By changing the trend, hard to cut off the earth dragon gas trapped here. Absorbed all the surrounding spiritual qi, and all lead to the wayside of the consort's yard. Therefore, other places can vegetarian is vegetarian. On the contrary, that wayside consort's courtyard is extremely luxurious. In order to also is to raise this earth dragon's qi. In her courtyard, isn't there a pool that gathers 1,000 golden carp? There is a place where the dragon's qi gathers. So the vitality is extraordinarily lush. And the introduction of living springs, and the raising of golden carp. This is a good method of fueling the earth dragon's qi. Earth begets gold, the main fortune. So this Zhan Wang Fu for decades must have saved a lot of belongings. After hearing the words "not a lot of family treasures," Lin Xingji was also enlightened. Immediately, he inquired, "Where is that family fortune buried? Father may have deduced it? If I deduce it correctly, it should be all under this courtyard." Where he pointed his finger, it was the small courtyard of the princess that could not be any shabbier. Lin Xingji was somewhat stunned. This Zhan Wang and wayside consort is playing like a plan. Even if there is something special, the head of the family appeared to be copied. All the people will only focus on the wayside of the consort, that luxurious courtyard. And Wang Fei, this shabby little courtyard, will only be the place that others ignore, but do not know. This most clean place is also the most affluent place. Underneath every brick of the ground they stood on, it was only feared to be a mountain of gold and a sea of silver. Thinking of this, Lin Xingji spoke. "Dig. Demolish all that can be demolished in this courtyard." "I don't believe it. I can't dig it out." "Yes. Do not move." Grand Master Lin immediately stopped it. The earth dragon's qi must not be leaked. Once it is leaked, the open fire underneath will melt all the gold and silver clean. The gold and silver can be rebuilt. But if you taint this earth's qi, the evil qi will leak out in all directions. It will also shake the golden dragon's qi of the Imperial City. In this way, the fortune of the Great Wei State may change. So don't act rashly. Grand Master Lin's words caused everyone present to furrow their brows. It had to be said that this King John was really putting his finger on the calculations, making them unable to do anything even if they knew that there were things underneath. If they couldn't pout out those things, then wouldn't King John also get off the hook? It was simply a chain of tricks. "Father, are there no other methods to think of?" "Who said that?" When Lin Xingji heard his father say that, he instantly burst into laughter. He wasn't sure about other people's skills, but his father had loved deducing the art of astrology since he was a child. Plus he was also very proficient in the art of machinima guanmao. So with him, this earth dragon of the Zhan Wangfu was considered to have a chance of escaping this predicament. At the beginning of the way will be the Shenjing city as the country's important pulse. Also because of the rare double dragon gas here. Only in order to make the gas of the golden dragon more prominent. So deliberately looking for a little bit of the earth dragon's gas to leak. I didn't expect to be Zhan Wang drilled the opportunity. But even found a supreme master. Hard to gather the gas back again. Not only that, but also increased the nourishment of the Earth Dragon's gas. Therefore, these years down, Zhan Wangfu's smooth and powerful, but also cannot be separated from this layout. For Master Lin, if you want him to lay out this feng shui, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it. But if the situation is broken, it is not difficult. The only thing you need to do is to remove the several guanmao that are trapping the Earth Dragon's qi. And naturally, the qi will be exhausted. Chapter 353, The End of Qi. So, Master Lin was in the Zhan Wang mansion, walking around. At one time, he had people move the stones. At another time, he had people move the cedars. For 2 hours in a row, constantly tossing and turning in the courtyard. Everyone held their breath, not knowing the reason, until after walking to that front hall in the middle of a large South China Sea reef, in front of a large South China Sea reef. Master Lin nodded and said, "This is the eye of the predicament. Remove this reef. That wayside consort courtyard pool of water, naturally dry, and the Earth Dragon's qi will be dispersed in all directions. At this moment will be restored as before." Hearing this, Lin Xingji and the others were invigorated. Dozens of guards worked together, prying and smashing, shattering the majestic South Sea reef to pieces. After following the sound of a booming collapse, that wayside consort obviously couldn't stand up. An oily fear crept up from the soles of her feet. When Lin Xingji had left with Grandmaster Lin, she had been a little nervous, and this tension intensified even more at this moment. The teacup in her hand fell with a sound, and the water in the cup naturally splashed in all directions. And then she heard that not far behind her, in the wigwam pool, it seemed to have collapsed. Soon that originally stored full of water down that hole in the ground flowed dry, leaving those just free to swim around 1,000 golden carp. At the moment bouncing badly. But how can they live without water? Did not jump for a long time. They died one by one. So far, that Zhan Wangfu privately changed the situation. Trapped Earth Dragon gas nourishing the secret of the royal family is finally revealed. Then kicked his own son to death. Fish and flesh people. This provocation of the royal authority, the practice of intercepting the Earth Dragon's gas, is the real move of the royal authority, compared to those rebels who made private armies and horses. This move is no better. Therefore, after seeing that pool dry up, Wei Vice Consort's grief was no greater than her heart dying. One thought of the future Zhan Wangfu will be copied, and their decades of accumulation and calculations will also be thoroughly investigated one by one. Wayside Consort gave birth to the intention of death. Instead of being sentenced to death by lynching, it would be better to die by touching the pillar now. After thinking about it, she was about to smash towards the stone steps next to her. Unfortunately, but by the side of the guards quickly pulled to stop, and in the process removed her jaw. In this way, even if she wants to bite her tongue to kill herself, also cannot. Wayside Consort has lived an extremely honorable life, and has not been subjected to this kind of suffering. But now, even if she shed all her tears, it's useless. The general trend. Everything will be final. From dawn to dark. Lin Xingji and the others held torches, and dug up more than 10 feet of ground in the princess's courtyard. It was just as Master Lin expected. Underneath about 2 feet from the ground was a secret passage. The dark tunnel is connected to the dark room. And when Lin Xingji went down to the dark room, he was stunned by the scene in front of him, and was speechless. There were countless camphor wood boxes placed neatly, each one opened, all full of gold and silver jewelry. That is, at first let him feel luxurious wayside consort courtyard. At the moment then this look, but also just one hair. The wealth of the world. I think most of it must have landed here. Right? The royal family falls on the golden dragon's qi, and there is still some consumption. On the contrary, this Zhan Wangfu majestically occupies the Earth Dragon's qi, and its wealth keeps rolling in. When the fourth prince and Master Lin Xiang walked in to see these things, one was relieved and one was expressionless. Pass on this king's order. Immediately transfer 5,000 Imperial armor troops over. 1,000 people to add defense. The remaining people, move. A few days ago, they were still worried about the Northwest Army's pay. Now it's actually dug a gold mountain out. With these treasures, not to mention paying the Northwest Army's salary for 1 year. Even paying him for 10 years is not a problem. Therefore, after the arrival of the Imperial Armor Army, the entire Shunjing city was put under martial law. Everyone stayed at home due to the curfew, not knowing what was happening outside their windows. And those in the portals near Zhan Wangfu, can only hear the sound of horses dragging, and the sound of cartwheels crushing the green stone boards. It resounded through the night. Until the second day of the morning court, the entire Zhan Wang house of private property was carried out. So far, yesterday looked at the king's mansion, also Majestic Gate. For some reason, actually gave birth to a sense of depression. Quite a kind of mountain rain before the faltering. The cold wind is bitterly cold. Another goose feather snow. All courtiers after last night's night is not sleep. Only the minister of the ministry of the household is smiling with his mouth all the way to the back of the grooved teeth. To say that this belt drum, the aura are different. Once upon a time to see those in the courtroom to ask for money colleagues. He is able to hide. Can avoid. Today. But cannot wait to treasury full, I have money written on the brain. See who are warmly greeted. The courtiers who stood out yesterday to speak for Zhan Wang. Today without exception did not appear. As for whether they claim to be too sick to come out, or have been ordered by the emperor to be arrested, it is unknown. Therefore, the dynasty of civil and military personnel are all crying. Only the ministry of household ministers are happy to be extraordinarily hard some of the waste. The same in the side hall resting Zhan Wang and Zhan Wangfei and other people, was summoned to the temple. Unlike Zhan Wang's injury aggravation, this Zhan Wangfei threw a bushel of tough as silk temperament. Or her son's revenge has not yet been avenged. Or she has not yet seen Zhan Wang's tragic death with her own eyes. So she is not willing. The thin body, back is also straight. It was as if the heavenly Tao was standing on her side. At this moment, King Zhan does not know that his home has been copied. And his beloved wayside consort, and his children and grandchildren have all been sent to prison. All the people related to him were searched for. The entire Shengjing city is in a state of panic. And no one dares to give Zhan Wang to plead for mercy. The emperor today deliberately wore a black background embroidered gold dragon robe. More show the authority. When he sat on top of the dragon chair, he asked without any emotion, King Zhan, do you know the crime? The old minister is innocent. The old minister is indeed innocent. Please also ask your majesty to be clear. Innocent? An innocent person would hide 90 million taels of private property in the mansion? 90,000 taels. The emperor's words made the ministers boil. Knowing that Wei's annual treasury tax revenue is only 40 million taels. This 90 million taels is equal to more than 20 years of treasury revenue. In other words, the Zhan royal family had only been rich for a few decades. And every year they had to scrape off a layer of skin from the people. At the thought of this, the emperor's eyes deepened and deepened. Such a national moth. It is really unheard of that. Hearing that his private property had been raided, King Zhan's entire body froze in place. At this moment, he feels that the pain in his body is not worth mentioning. But instead, he looks at the emperor and says with some incredulity, "You found someone to move the earth dragon's chi? Humph. It's really not a fight. Right. I am the one who found someone to vent this earth dragon's chi." The Zhan Wangfu is really bold. Chapter 354 Lin Xiang's Choice. But relying on some of your father's kindness to the late emperor to save his life back then. You are so unaware of your own fate. Even the earth dragon's chi that the founding emperor of my dynasty dispersed at his own discretion dared to gather it with his own hands. How dare you speak up in the hall? Today is to let you know. This way is the imperial family's way. Is my way. Not your Zhan Wangfu's way. The emperor's order. Yesterday Zhan Wang's charges are all nailed. In fact, with the charge of embezzling 90 million taels, and the charge of privately gathering the earth dragon's chi in a vain attempt to tamper with the foundation of the Great Way. This Zhan Wang is already a dead man. Now to add some more charges. Only to take down all the courtiers involved with it. Thus, the emperor spoke again. The case of King Zhan's treachery. Let the fourth Wang Shu take charge of it. Within 10 days. I want to know all the results. Yes. The old minister obeys the decree. One sentence of treason. And all of Zhan Wang's paths to life were blocked. Now it's just a case of adding insult to injury, and seeing what it will nail into in the end. Thinking of this, King Zhan didn't even have the strength to cry. When he raised his head to look at the emperor again, he suddenly gained more cunning. You can't kill me. Joke. There are still people in this great way that I can't kill. There is. My father was severely injured to save the late emperor back then. And the late emperor himself promised that if I, the Zhan royal house, committed any great crimes in the future, I would also be able to keep one of my children and grandchildren alive. Turning to look at Minister Lin, he said with hopeful eyes, Minister Lin, Grand Maester Lan was present to witness this. Wasn't he? Wasn't he? The Emperor had never heard of this matter, and Lan Daosher's family had long been wiped out. If Minister Lin answered yes at this moment, it would save 2 lives of the Zhan royal family. But if he didn't answer yes, I'm afraid it would be another matter. Therefore, everyone was staring at Minister Lin. They were looking to see if he would speak for his wife and family, or if he would stand up for the Emperor. Minister Lin knew he couldn't escape, so he stepped forward, bowed and cupped his fists and said, "Back to the Emperor. This is indeed true." The old minister dares to bet the lives of the Lin clan to ensure that the late Emperor said this. Minister Lin's words caused King Zhan to immediately laugh aloud. And next to him, Consort Zhan was itching to raise her sword and stab these 2 to death. To be in such a wretched state. Is this heavenly Tao really this unjust? The Emperor's face also deepened quite a bit. If it was the previous Emperor, he couldn't care less. But when he thought, under such a serious offense, he could still let his Zhan Wangfu 2 lives, he felt that it was really not worth it. Just thinking about how to dispose of it. Just to hear the Lin Shang master resume to open his mouth not false. Enlighten the Emperor. Some things pressed in the old minister's heart for many years. At first for the sake of the family descendants. So did not open. But today if it is again for their own selfish secrets will be hidden forever. I'm afraid that in the end on the ground, the old ministers cannot give an account of to the late Emperor. So do not vomit. Things have a turnaround. As soon as Minister Lin said this, the Emperor looked at him again. What is it? The matter of old Zhan Wang saving the late Emperor was done purposely, in order to gain the late Emperor's trust, and thus gain the glory of the Zhan Wangfu family. As soon as these words came out, the courtiers present were all shocked. It was rumored that when the late Emperor went hunting back then, he met a crazy wolf, already chased by him. He had bitten the horses and pounced the late Emperor off his horse, and was about to take a bite out of his neck when he saw the old Zhan king appear. Straight away, he set his arm under the wolf's mouth, and then a knife was plunged under the crazy wolf's ribs and into its heart. That's what made it die through. And that wolf's head bit old King Zhan's arm and narrowly missed pulling it off. It was only when the Imperial doctor and the accompanying Praetorian guards arrived that they combined their efforts to remove the crazy wolf's teeth from old King Zhan's arm. Since then, old King Zhan's right arm was basically completely wasted. And every time it rained on a cloudy day, his whole body would still be feverish and his bones would be in great pain. All of this was caused by saving the late Emperor. That is why the late Emperor made this promise. It was also a way to return old King Zhan's favor. Now it was being said that this was a long-planned preparation. Whoever could hear this and not be irritated, Minister Lin must take responsibility for his own words. Is this matter true? Naturally true. I dare to put the lives of my entire clan on the line. Doesn't King Zhan also know about this? Suddenly being mentioned. That King Zhan immediately stuttered. He did not know if it was because the Emperor's eyes were too intriguing or if Minister Lin's words were too earnest. As a result, he unexpectedly forgot how to open his mouth to retort. With such an attitude in front of the crowd, it was no different than admitting it. Afterwards, without waiting for King Zhan to explain, Minister Lin continued, when I learned of this matter, it was many years after old King Zhan had passed away. One day when I happened to return to my residence, I encountered King Zhan coming to see County Princess Ronkong. The two of them spoke in low voices. But my ears weren't bad. When I learned of it, I was also shocked beyond measure. But at the time, I had children and grandchildren. And even if I didn't care about the lives of the two of them, I couldn't disregard the lives of the entire Lin family. So, since then, the old minister petitioned the Emperor and sent me away for many years, in order to not want to be in the same boat as these two siblings anymore. Being brought up like this by Minister Lin, the Emperor seemed to remember. Indeed, at that time, Minister Lin hadn't gained a firm foothold in the dynasty for a few years, so he sought him out and begged to be sent out. Originally, one of the ministers should have been more supportive in the dynasty, but all he asked for was an external posting. The Emperor at first thought that Lin Xianshi master is a radical retreat, knowing that after his own pro-government, there will definitely be disagreements with the old ministers, so it was purposely avoided. Unexpectedly, there would be such a situation. Not only that, back then, after County Princess Ronkong retired from her marriage, she originally had a great future to remarry into a high family. But because she stumbled upon the old courtier on the way to bring his wife and son to the capital, So she forced her sick hairy wife to die, which made her the old courtier's step-chamber. For decades. As long as the old minister is slightly better to his hair wife's eldest child's room. Roncong County princess is going to do it behind the back. In order to protect my son's life. So for decades can only pretend not to care about it. And even the grandchildren have suffered a lot. Good thing. Before finding an excuse to finally let the big house moved away from the Fei's house. This day only live as you wish. And then look to the emperor standing beside Lin Xingji. That love in the eyes is really showing a lot of it. Unfortunately, Lin Xingji is not moved. In the past, I was afraid of the Zhan Wangfu's power, but also concerned about the relatives in the family. So the old minister failed to make these secrets public. It is the old minister selfish. So today is willing to resign from the position of the minister, to return to the countryside, to do a teacher to go, but also ask the emperor to be successful. It must be said that this cowed Minister Lin. All the courtiers also fell silent. Prime Minister Lin had been in the court for decades, and had never been a smooth person. Chapter 355 The dust settles. There was no one who had offended anyone. Thus, naturally, there were not many people stepping on him today. What's more, the reason he gave was so sincere. So those courtiers, who used to be under Minister Lin, came forward to speak in favor of Minister Lin. For a while, they forgot about King Zhan. It was good that in the end, the emperor stopped it in time. Minister Lin has merit in our dynasty. These things wait for me to think twice before making a decision. And what we need to talk about today is still the matter of Zhan Wangfu. Since the old Zhan Wang's saving grace from the previous emperor is false, then there is no amulet. And moreover, the crime is compounded by the crime of deceiving the king and defying the ruler. When all the crimes are ascertained together, then it will be executed immediately. Yes. Upon hearing that King Zhan was to be executed, the consort Zhan, who had been standing, cried out aloud, crying about her grievances of these decades, crying for her daughter's suffering of having to marry far away, crying her son can no longer survive in the world. There are too many things to cry about. And Zhan Wang saw her like this. Heart malicious. Also want to drag the mother and daughter together to hell. So even though he had already been dragged down with his head held down, he still had to loudly blurt out, "She is Zhan Wangfei. Her daughter is also a child of the Zhan Wangfu. Since the emperor wants to drive out all of them, let's send the mother and daughter to hell together as well." Ha ha ha. That laughter is like the ghosts and monsters of the netherworld, making the people on the court, all of them, despise. Never only in times of danger will be close to people out of the reasoning, but do not see the death of the relatives to pull with the burial of the argument. This Zhan Wang is really a hard bias to know where to go. Simply outrageous. Zhan Wangfei kneeled down, did not defend himself a sentence, only faintly said, "My wife and Zhan Wangfu entangled for decades, even if he was dragged to death. But it does not matter. But the second prince consort that year was to the identity of the princess to go to the peace. Since it is considered the Empress Dowager's daughter, that is the emperor's own sister. But also ask the emperor to open up. Do not want to be deceived for the words of that thief. Let go of the second prince consort it." Comparing the two, it is even more apparent that King Zhan is not a thing. In front of death, he wants to drag people down, while consort Zhan wants to let her daughter off the hook. Such a mother's love is moving. The emperor smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and in his heart there was a hint of solace. Right. It looks like the clansmen are not all heartless and unsympathetic. So said aloud, "Before I pronounce judgment on this matter, Zhan Wang has been in front of the Imperial city, and you cut the robe to break the righteousness. But the husband and wife love. You as Zhan Wang's wife naturally do not have to be implicated by this. Just in the future, and then cannot use Zhan Wangfei's name to walk outside. It will be called Mrs. Jiang it. Mrs. Jiang? This in the end still gives her some face. Return to the original surname, not to mention, at least in the eyes of outsiders, she is not what downtrodden wife, but the emperor in the mouth of Mrs. Jiang. This kind of kindness is already a recreation of the emperor's heaven. So Wangfei Zhan, oh no, is Mrs. Jiang is grateful beyond words. Just as she was about to kowtow in gratitude, she heard the emperor continue. But you gather the people in front of the Imperial city demonstration, but also violated the taboo. I read in you are the death of my own son Sake. Will not sentence you, but in the future non-edict shall not return to Shengjing city. Understand? Originally, she was planning to follow her daughter along with her to Shidi Quarter City. So returning to Shengjing city, or not was not scary to her at all. The punishment was the same as no punishment at all. Everyone knew it in their hearts. But rules were rules, and no one could break them. Thus, after kneeling in fear and thanking the emperor, Lady Jiang slowly got up and walked out of the great hall. After this, she was no longer the muddled Zhan Wangfei. Instead, she was the Lady Jiang of the sky and the sea. With tears in her eyes, she took one step towards the outside of the Imperial city. After she left the hall, she realized that her daughter's family of 4 had been waiting for a long time. The eyes that looked at her all had a joy of regaining a new life in them. At the end of the 18th year of Yuanhe, when there were only 2 days before New Year's Eve, the 4th prince quickly cut through all the grudges involving the Zhan Wangfu, and all of them were dealt with. So with a stroke of his pen, the emperor sentenced Zhan Wang, wayside consort, and his 3 sons to death by lynching. As for the grandchildren and daughters-in-law, are the exile of the exile. The did not enter the official prostitute did not enter the official prostitute, even with all the Zhan Wang in the dynasty's strength and the party, and also uprooted. At this point, those who have the brains to react. This is clearly the emperor has been planning for a long time, waiting for his time. Otherwise, how would it be so fast to let Zhan Wang's party members fell down and confessed it? Therefore, all households closed. This year is inevitably bloody-some. And they also had to once again face up to a problem. That is, the current emperor is no longer that young to ascend the throne. The young man in power of the youthful emperor. Rather, he is a middle-aged hegemonic lord with a city, strategy, foresight, and also means. Therefore, it is better to stand on anyone's team than to be a loyal subject. Swearing loyalty to the emperor was the only way out. Therefore, taking advantage of the matter of cleaning up the Zhan Wangfu, the emperor arranged for many more newly promoted officials. Most of them are the newest disciples of the emperor in the past few years. They were young, motivated, and loyal. After wave of them grew up, they would naturally replace those old courtiers from the past. The smart ones knew it was time to step aside. So before the emperor sealed the imperial pen, received more than 30 Zhongbu, are resigned to return to their hometowns. The emperor pressed all did not send. External only said, first after the New Year's Day. But discerning people know. Wait, brand new dynasty is about to start. And the emperor did this step. A full 18 years. New Year's Eve. After the palace banquet dispersed, the emperor still rested alone in the Qianan palace. But soon turned out the lights. Outsiders naturally thought that the emperor was not able to drink, so rested. But only a very few people in Yihua Palace knew that the 9-to-5 emperor had sneaked through the secret passage to find Lin Evening again. After washing up, the two of them lay on the bed together. There were no further moves. Instead, they were enjoying the warmth of the moment. Lin Huai came back early, so she scattered her hair and took a bath on purpose. Therefore her body smelled good. The emperor indulged in smelling this familiar flavor. Only after a long time did he faintly say through satisfaction, "It's so good to have you around." Afterwards, he hugged Lin Evening tightly, and the temperature of their bodies passed through each other. Lin Evening also flooded with a smile. It was about knowing that after King Zhan's downfall, County Lord Runkong was not far behind. So after many years of resentment is finally out of the way. Looking at anyone is very easy on the eyes. Especially the emperor. Therefore, also smiled and replied, "My concubine also feels good. His Majesty is good. The children are good. The relatives are good. They are all good." These simple words of hers were much better than what to congratulate him for 1,000 years of autumn and 10,000 years. At least in the years. It is not a compliment. Chapter 356 Empress Wise. Rather, it was warm language. If she was not content with the current days, she would not have said so. So the emperor was pleased to hear it. So to her he continued, "There's one more thing. I originally wanted to wait until everything was done before speaking with you. But today it's better to let you in first." "What?" Lin Lian looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression. The emperor reached out and ruffled her sideburns before he gently said, "I ordered people to prepare the empress's phoenix crown and auspicious dress, both made according to your measurements. Now that the pattern and texture have been determined, in a few days, let the internal court department come to measure your measurements." Ah! Lin Wani had never thought that the position of empress would be spoken of so lightly by the emperor. And she wasn't prepared at all. Not even 2 years after entering the palace. She had already climbed from promise to consort. Not only that, but also raised 3 sons and 2 daughters in the name. So prominent for a while. The palace in addition to Yifei has long been no one can fight with her. Now if it is promoted to the queen, I'm afraid that the world will have to have a mess. Thinking of this, Lin Wani immediately refused. But now that she had spent time with the emperor, she had come to understand that flatly refusing would only make the emperor's heart turn against her. So she didn't say no as soon as she opened her mouth. Instead, she paused and started from somewhere else. I just entered the palace. I heard people in the palace on the former Empress Su praised. Whether concubines or palace people are so and so, can think of Empress Su's wisdom. I ask myself, not as good as Empress Su's background. Insight is not as good as Empress Su. Even the matter of teaching the emperor's son, but also push the Empress Dowager to worry about. I can do is just to make the children to eat, wear and use ironed out a little bit, so that when His Majesty came to the summer palace of some comfort, I can only do to make the children's food and clothing more ironed out, and make His Majesty's visit to the Yihua Palace more comfortable. But to become the queen of a country, you need to take on too many responsibilities. I'm not the kind of person who has the ability to do this. So I can't do it. And even if I can barely sit on it, I'll be criticized anytime, anywhere. That is the simplest. When I am a concubine, I can only take into account your majesty and children. Others do not care about how. But if I am a concubine for the queen, then all the concubines in the harem and the common people's affairs are to be handed over to the concubine to manage. At that time, if the heart of the mind to snack on some vinegar and so on. In the end, the damage is not also the concubine and your love? So your majesty, please take back your order. I can do today's position. Is already enough. I don't dare to think about anything else. If in the future 100 years. Also please Emperor, do not bury me in the consort mausoleum. Just find another hill simply buried his. Can look at the Imperial mausoleum from afar. Accompanied by your side is good. Lin Evening, he said seriously. The Emperor listened seriously. Although this was not the first time he mentioned the matter of sealing the queen to Lin Evening, it was the first time that Lin Evening seriously rejected him. And the reasons listed out made it impossible for him to answer. Yes, once upon a time, the Empress was virtuous. But also for the palace rules not less advised him to reign, and do evenly. Which woman under the sky would really be so generous that she would be happy to share her husband with others? If it really comes to that, Lin Wani, no matter do or do not do, is wrong. Therefore, since ancient times, it is good to be a favorite concubine, but difficult to be a virtuous queen. Thinking of this, the emperor could only sigh lightly. Everything else can be granted to you, but only the things after 100 years are not allowed. I must be buried in a coffin with you, and will not be separated in this life. In this life. In this life. If there really is reincarnation, then in the next life. The next life. I will also be looking for you. Hearing this, Lin Lian also felt incredibly lucky. Even in the middle of the Imperial city, she had still harvested a true heart. As for the rest, she was powerless and incapable. So it was better to bury her head in the sand and be a stupid person. Just need to guard this Yihua palace and raise the children well. Well, if there really is a next life, please make sure that your majesty finds my concubine earlier. And let's be a pair of people for a lifetime. Good. I promise you. Saying this, the emperor buried his head in her embrace. The two of them snuggled up to each other and fell into a deep sleep. The new year arrived, and everything was renewed. The 19th year of Wei's Tianhe officially kicked off. The emperor was going to seal his pen until after the Lantern Festival. So the entire Xinjing city was still bustling with activity. The Lin family's big house went to the Dong family to celebrate the New Year's Day this year. Elder Master Dong and Old Lady Dong were all smiles full of joy as they looked at their children and grandchildren. Although they also hoped for the arrival of a new baby. The family never put pressure on Lin Xingji's wife Feng. They didn't say anything about melons and gourds and heirs. More like words of peace and joy and good fortune. Before Feng married over, she knew it would be a good marriage. But I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Not only is the husband and wife in love, but the in-laws are amiable. And the grandfather's family is also everyone like her love her. Never is holding her in the palm of the hand. Compared to her best friend who married in her bosom. Simply do not be too happy. After all, she even set up her own rules for half a day before her mother-in-law directly canceled them. As a result, there was no need to stand and lay out the dishes while this large family ate. Instead, The family sat down to eat in harmony. After New Year's Eve, it was time to visit relatives. On the first day of the year, they stayed at home and rested for a day. And on the second day, they returned home. When Feng's father and mother saw their daughter and son-in-law return home, they were also happy. The family also had a lively meal. After returning home, only to see in-laws' face are a little unhappy. Feng thought if something big happened, immediately went up and asked, "Mother-in-law, what's wrong?" Dong sighed and took the post out. On it was clearly written the three big words Lin Xiangfu. A quick glance made it clear why father-in-law and mother-in-law were upset. The underlings of the Xiangfu have just sent the post over, asking our family to return to the Xiangfu tomorrow for a reunion dinner. Reunion my arse. Dong cursed in her heart. It was just that in front of her son and daughter-in-law. It was not good to say it outright. The first thing you need to know is that you are not going to be able to get your hands on any of these things. So you should be able to get your hands on them. But filial piety is pressing on him. And it is not good to reject directly. Instead, Lin Muji calmly mentioned, "Since grandfather invited us, let's go back. The stage for this opera has been set up. If we don't go, won't we be missing the cheers?" When he said this, everyone was puzzled. Instead, it was Lin Xingji, who had heard Master Lin Xiangji's grandiose speeches in the Imperial court. So understood it. So he sneered and said, "By the looks of it, it's a play for us to see. I just don't know if the protagonist of this play is from the Western intercourse or us." After saying this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Zhan Wangfu is down. But Lin Xiangfu still has Rongkong County Princess. She relied on the power of Zhan Wangfu, but domineering for decades. And now all of a sudden became the origin of the family of sinners. I'm afraid that in the head of the house to drop the bowl smash chopsticks powerful it. Chapter 357, Homecoming Reunion. This is a good show. Do not go to see how can be? Immediately, Dong let people return the letter. The next day will come very soon. The next day came very quickly. And when the Lin family's big house went, it was almost as if they were banging gongs and drums. The carriages were carrying significantly large things behind them, and were struggling to carry them. The people didn't know much about these things. They only thought that big and heavy things were good things. Everyone praised the Dahuang for its filial piety, as it was rushing to send good things to the Xiangfu. Through the curtains of the carriage, Dong couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. Minister Lin's sincere feelings in the Imperial court could not fall on the hearts of the people of the big house. One could tell why he was aiming for it, seeing that the second house would receive implicated because of the Zhan Wangfu. That's why he could come to lift the big house. In order to be in front of outsiders can give him all the grace face, but also can think from the big house of the children to make some real benefits. Simply let a person have to admire. This idea played, actually is not let go of both ends. Therefore, the big house will also do appearance. This congratulatory gift is the first. The carriage wobbled to the entrance of the Xiangfu mansion. This was the first time the whole family had returned since they split up. As a result, everyone's faces were faintly unhappy, and they couldn't help but want to see a good show. The boy at the door had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the big house family appear, he raised a smile and greeted them. "I've been waiting for the Grand Master, the Grand Madam, the Young Master, the Young Lady, and the third Young Master for a long time. Please come inside." I have to say, this lackey's attitude was really too much better than before. Although it is not a dog's mouth and face, but also very light. All without today's attentiveness. Thinking of this, Dong's heart ruthlessly out of a bad breath. "Unload the things. Our filial piety, father. Do not break. Don't worry, First Lady. The slave will be careful." One spoke naturally. One returned fawningly. The posture changed steeply from the first step the people of the great house took when they stepped into the Fei's residence. Let's say, as they made their way, the servants and maids, each and every one of them were respectful. Let's say, this Xiangfu seems to be extraordinarily quiet. Let's say that the nine-tailed golden carp in the middle of the courtyard of the Rongha Hall has now disappeared. Once upon a time, look at this place. The sky is good, only the mood is not good. Now, when I look at this place again, I feel that the sky and the earth are good, and my mood is even better. Dong has never stood up straight in Rongha Hall, but today not only is her waist straight, even with her chin slightly raised. Seeing the change in the lady beside him, Master Lin's heart was also much more relaxed. Go in. Good. In the middle of the main room of the Rongha Hall, Prime Minister Lin was seated on top of it. As for the Rongkong sheriff, who was originally supposed to sit on an equal footing with him, she was nowhere to be seen this day. Inside the bedchamber, some coughing sounds came out from time to time, so it was clear that she was sick. As for whether it was a real illness or a fake to avoid people, only her heart was clear. Dong's feeling of decades of pent-up aggression at this moment to get a release. Never as long as she forced people, but no one forced her time. Now, it was really painful. Son daughter-in-law has met father. Grandson daughter-in-law meets grandfather. Grandson has met grandfather. No matter what, Minister Lin was still their elder. So even though the people in the big house were not happy in their hearts, they still greeted each other according to the rules. Since that day when he spoke openly in the Imperial court that he was going to return to his hometown, Minister Lin had been idle at home. Once upon a time, he always looked like a cunning and suspicious look. Now removed the official uniform, dressed in simple and plain. Look is not much difference with the general old father at home. Just this person, if it is really amiable, is like Mrs. Dong McKind eyes. The people will like to be close to them. But if it is such as Lin Xiangshang master, this is only to cover up the heart. But is born a few points, let a person be afraid of the heart. Sit down. Yes. Although there were many people in the family, there were few words. Since Minister Lin was now letting go of the affairs of the court, he naturally did not ask about the future of Grandmaster Lin and Lin Xingji. Instead, he put his thoughts on his grandson, Lin Muji. The State Children's Elementary School's Chief Minister Li used to be my disciple, so I was able to have a few words with him. And I heard that your performance in the State Children's Elementary School is very good, and no matter when you take the exams, you will always come out on top. So learn well, and you will definitely have a great future in the future. Well, grandchildren know. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to draw closer to the people of the big house. However, one or two of them are just like a sawmouth gourd, asking a question and answering a question. If you answer, you don't even have a mouth to feed. Let the Lin Xiangya, as a long time in the court of people, feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the butler came to report that the lunch was ready. So all of them got up and went to the flower hall where the meal was served. Today there were no outsiders, so the family sat at the round table. But everyone was speechless, not as relaxed as they were in the Dong family. It was Minister Lin who took the lead in breaking the deadlock, bringing a glass of wine, and then said faintly, "Once upon a time, it was I who neglected you and let you suffer in this house. But now, it's too late to talk about remedies. I only hope that you can put down the suspicion. 10 days and a half months back to see my old bones is. People live to now. Also do not expect what can be a family reunion on the line." When he spoke, there were a few more points of old age on his body, as if the former strong support of his breath. That strength is gone. What remains is just a soft skin and a heart that wants to repent. Unfortunately, this hand of bitter meat trick make really late. Other people are not to say, even the deepest feelings for him. Master Lin did not move much. Instead, he looked at the wine cup and kept quiet, until the forest minister's hand are raised for a while. Only some stoicism asked, "Mother's death. Is it really related to County Princess Rongkong?" Minister Lin shook his head and sighed slightly. "Your mother was already terminally ill before she entered Shengjing City. At that time, the doctor's diagnosis said that she wouldn't live for more than half a year. As for what was said in the court, it was just to preserve you all and the Lin family. Rongkong County Princess married over for the sake of old husband is not true. But harming your mother is not such a claim." Hearing this, Grandmaster Lin let out a bitter smile. Sure enough, in the eyes of a father like him, everyone could be used, whether you are alive or dead. As long as you have a use for him, you can always become a sharp blade in his hands. For a moment, he didn't even know whether he should feel relieved for his mother's early death, or should he laugh at the fact that County Lord Rongkong had chosen by the thousands to find such a man who never put her in his heart. So he brought his glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Then, also did not move the chopsticks, only said in a calm tone, Chapter 358 Dividing Chu and Han. "Father, this cup of wine today is the final cup for you and I. In the future, you will be in your Xiangfu, and I will be in my Lin residence. The children are also big. What future they will have in the future? They have their own say. I've been living for decades. I haven't even lived a personal life. And now I don't intend to struggle anymore. The past all sorts of things. Let's let go of each other. I also don't hold a grudge against the unfairness of the heavens. And please, Father, also don't think of the idea of shining the lintel of the family imposed on our big house head. What is yours after all. And what is not yours cannot be snatched. This truth, from a long time ago, my son has already understood. And now that I've said it to my father, in the future, let's not put on any father-son love theater. Let's just live our own lives like this. In Grandmaster Lin's words, there were a few moments of mockery, a few moments of heartache. Once upon a time, he was also someone who had longed for a father's love. But as he grew older, started a family, had children, and suffered, he began to understand that his father's love was never just for him. What's more, he didn't have much chance to feel his father's love. So, many times, his thoughts were spent on his children. Perhaps it was because he had longed for it, but could not get it himself, that he loved his children more. Right now, he hoped that his children would not be held hostage by external forces, pushing them towards a path that should not belong to them. That's all. When Lin Xingji and Lin Muji heard their own father's words, their hearts were also filled with emotions. On the contrary, it was Master Lin Xiangji's somewhat cloudy eyes that were permeated with an unknown meaning. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, when he saw the person outside flinging his steps and crossing in. He began to curse. When Big Brother has really come to accompany Father dinner today. So did not bother. But did not think that actually come to fall on the well. Really feel their own adore glory. To leave us these suffering relatives? The second master of the forest is not at all disdained to talk with the big house. Today in the outside listening to listen. Simply new hatred and old hatred together. The first thing I want to do is to ask for justice for his father, he said. The first time I heard this, Lin Dazi was not angry, but laughed. He looked at this brother with his mother and father. His heart could not produce a little emotion. Once upon a time, there was jealousy. Right. Jealous father always favored and loved him. But now, there was nothing. After all, who would feel any unnecessary affection for a stranger? So, without replying, he stood up and then said to Master Lin Xiang, with these words, my son will leave. After my father's 100 years, my son will also offer you a pillar of incense. As for the rest, it is useless to force it. Then he brought everyone from the big house and prepared to leave. The attitude was so light and breezy that it almost didn't make second Master Lin angry. Ever since the Zhan Wangfu fell, he had struggled mightily in the Imperial court. Originally, he was going to be promoted one more level after the new year. But now it has also become a moon in the water and a flower in the mirror. Hate to come back home. But it is also a dead look. Mother Roncong County princess, so proud of a person, was so angry that fell ill. That disease came on very strong. Her whole person is lethargic and powerful. As a result, second Master Lin didn't like going home anymore. Plus a Madame Wang who only knows how to cry and cry. The West Crossing courtyard is in a state of unrest. The only place where he can rest quietly is at Angua's place. The others were either noisy or crying, making him very upset. The big house came back. He originally thought that nowadays the Xiangfu fell momentum. But the big house upward momentum is very good. There is no such thing as an overnight grudge between brothers. So he intended to come to see if he could ease the relationship, but did not expect to hear this. Naturally, he was furious and jumped to his feet. A pull on the arm of Master Lin, and then viciously said, don't think of skimming off the top. Zhan Wangfu and Lin Xiangfu have never been a glory and a loss. Do you think that what you have today is all earned by yourselves? If you didn't have the minister's residence behind you, would your career be so smooth? Lin Xingji couldn't help but smile coldly when he heard this. Second uncle is also really thick-skinned enough. It's no wonder. After all, you were born to the Roncong County princess. Isn't the tactic that you would do the most on a regular basis is to force people's hand? What's wrong with that? Today we are going to divide Chu and Han. What can you do about it? Lin Xingji's temper was becoming more and more like the fourth prince. Bold, meticulous, and venomous. Second Master Lin was snubbed by this sentence, and almost didn't get out of breath. Pointing at Lin Xingji, he opened his mouth to curse. Bah! What kind of thing are you to mention my mother? Over the past few decades, you've relied on my mother and the authority of the Zhan royal family to live comfortably. But now you've learned to turn the other cheek? still wanting to divide Chuhan. I think you're dreaming. A comfortable life? How dare you say that with a shy face? If I give you these comfortable days, do you want them? So what if you turn your back on me? You don't know what the Zhan royal family is guilty of? Or do you want to be a part of the Zhan royal family's prosperity and loss? Then do nephews can help you. To the emperor in front of pass a sentence is. After all, do nephew's hard-take uncle is also right. Right. Uncle. The threat in his words is evident. Today's Lin Xingji is not the child who would let them bully him. He had long since grown into the person who supported the Lin family's big house. The state minister. The eldest son of the family. Therefore, he came to dislike what his parents couldn't dislike. And he came to clean up what his parents couldn't hate. Second Master Lin had lived a smooth life all his life. He was the proud son of heaven since he was born. And his mother's family was strong. His mother's family was strong. And then his father was promoted one after another. So he became the toast of Xingjing. Parents are his help. Plus, he is also quite diligent and willing to work. So the career is also quite bright and smooth. If there is no Zhan Wangfu this matter, he may have to become the entire way youngest Shangshu. But now, cannot be implicated demotion is good. Former friends, and touted him under the bureaucrats, now are like what to hide. Even if he wants to go out to drink a lost wine cannot find people. This is the first time that such a blow has hit him. As a result, his normally arrogant and cold mind has undergone a huge change. Now, he is biting on the Lin family's big house and just won't let go. It's as if the charges against the Zhan Wangfu were forced upon them. You don't have to threaten me. So what if the family is separated? You are still the Lin family's people. The blood flowing in your body is the Lin family's blood. Now that my father has been aggrieved and lost his support in the court, you do not want to help even if you want to, but also to cut off communication. Simply ridiculous. Then he pointed at Lin Muji and said, isn't he studying benevolence, righteousness and morality in the state scholarship? If not, I'll file a petition to the Department of Academic Affairs to see if the Academic Affairs will still want him later. So what if he's a great achiever? In the end, he's still a waste of space. Chapter 359. Sleeping in the Flower Lane. Slap. A slap. Second Master Lin's cheeks felt hot and painful. The one who made the move was Dong, his sister-in-law. At this moment, Dong was not the same person who had been submissive and aggrieved in the past. With determined hatred in her eyes, she looked at Master Lin and threatened. I'm not going to be able to do that, he said. You think no one knows about those dirty things in your room? This day I don't want to talk about those old grudges. But since you've been bitterly pressing me, then it's not my fault. Don't you want to go to the school government to sue my son? Then I will destroy your son first. When it comes to his son, the first thing that comes to mind is Lin Guangji. After all, Lin Ruinji is still young. That is, if he is given the opportunity to make waves, he will not be able to. So Lin Guangji. What happened to him? Lin Erji had a face that said if you have the ability, you can tell us. You still do not know. Lin Guangji outside drinking flower wine has long been infected with flower willow disease. The only reason why he can live until now. But my Dong family on the basis of the relationship is still considered a relative. Let the medical hall to give him some good medicine. If the medicine is cut off at this moment, do you think he can survive past the first month? Dong's words stunned Lin Ershi. Or rather all the people present. After all, in their previous perceptions, Lin Guangji was nothing more than a loser with no ambition. Or the son or grandson of a powerful nobleman with no great aspirations. In the future, not to say can support how big portal, but eat some old capital to keep the family business is also okay. I never thought that he would go to drink flower wine, but also got a flower disease. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it, he said. The second master of Lin was shocked and took 2 steps back. And then his mouth chanted, impossible. Impossible. It must be you who are harming him. After saying this, he rushed out like a whirlwind and headed straight for Lin Guangji's courtyard. Instead, he left behind the distraught master Lin Xiang and the group of people from the big house. After making a scene like this today, are you guys satisfied? At this moment, Master Lin Xiang was too lazy to pretend anymore. Originally, he was not a person who would say good things. The reason why he had been condescending to himself and suppressing his temper towards the big house. But only because he felt that they had something to use. But today, after listening to this, The big house is stored 100 hard not to interact with their xiongfu. Then there was no need to maintain this layer of window paper. Hearing Minister Lin say this, the people of the big house all had an expression of, sure enough. So without further entanglement with him, Grand Master Lin left with his men. In the flower hall, Master Lin was left alone, staring at the distant figures of the people from the big house. I don't know what was going through his mind. On the other hand, in the west courtyard, that Lin Guangji's body itches and hurts. His face had used a lot of medicine, so he hadn't shown any symptoms yet. But his body had already had pustules. One by one, they were spread all over his body. Very scary. He was in the middle of medicating himself when he saw his father. Second Master Lin kick open the door. Even the door latch was shattered. So you can imagine the force. Before he could pack up those medicines, his entire body was exposed in front of Second Master Lin. In fear, he could only retreat backward. For this father, he had been a little afraid since he was a child. Compared to his seriousness, it was still his grandmother and mother who treated him better. At least everything was obedient and spoilt. Father, father, why are you here? Even the speech was a bit stuttered. Although Lin Erji had never had the disease of flower and willow, he had heard of it. But look at those dirty things on the body of Lin Guangji. No, Dong did not lie to him. He got up and kicked him. But Lin Guangji dodged it. Rebellious son, didn't you go to school every day at the Imperial College? How did you catch this dirty disease? Lin Air Master chased and kicked. Lin Guangji ran around dodging. But the house was only so big. And in the end, he was caught by Second Master Lin, looking at his son all over. Not even a clean piece of good meat. Second Master Lin gritted his teeth in hatred. Unproductive thing. Never expected you to make any achievements anymore. And also give me to cuz this fishy. Cursing and kicking at the same time. He didn't even bother to hit with his hands, for fear that he would catch this dirty disease as well. And the sound of Lin Guangji's howling resounded throughout the courtyard. Not long after, that second Madame Wang came flying. Now her only hope is her son Lin Guangji. If his son suffers anything, will she not cry even more? So she hurriedly came and saw the scene. Immediately got up and went to pull. Second Master, what are you doing? Kicking like that will kill your son. A word that spoke to Second Master Lin's scales. With a backhanded slap, he made the corners of Second Lady Wang's mouth bleed. Although Lin Guangji was a no-good, but his mother was good to him. More or less, he still remembered it in his heart. So he pounced on him and pulled the Second Master Lin and said, "Don't hit my mother. Don't hit my mother." Originally it was only Lin Guangji who was beaten. But now it was the mother and son who were beaten together. Lin Guangji was weak from his illness. And the second wife Wang was a woman. So naturally she was taught a lesson by the Second Master Lin. Seems to want to take out all the aggression suffered these days. Therefore the hand is extraordinarily hard. Next to the maids all do not dare to stop. There are so many want to run out to report. But was Lin's second master a voice to reprimand? Whoever dares to go out of this courtyard door, I will take her life. The scared maids knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to say a word more. Punching and kicking. The back even copied the round stool next to them, and smashed it on the mother and son duo. One smashed a bloody hole. But Lin Air Master is like losing his mind. He is still madly smashing. The wailing in the house was still audible at first, but gradually it became less audible. By the time he was exhausted from the fight, his evil breath was out. Only 2 steps back, sat on the couch by the window, looking at the mother and son both out of breath more. In less. So mockingly watched. 1 by 2. See, uncle's family fell in power. Want to step on my head? You teach good son. Have learned to sleep with flowers and willow. And also infected with a dirty disease back. Death is not too much. You're a disgrace to your ancestors. You both deserve to die. Damn you. Poor Second Lady Wang. When she was fighting against First Lady Dong, she wasn't even this miserable. Right now, she really felt a terrible pain in her chest even when she took a breath. And next to him, Lin Guangji had long been blue in the face and unconscious. Blood kept flowing out from the mother and son duo, just like their passing lives. It was only after the reasoning that had gone out returned a bit that Lin Erji felt that things were bad. Getting up, he said to the maid outside, "Get the house doctor to look." "Yes." The maid shivered and said, kneeling on the ground, not even daring to raise her head. As for Lin Air Master, He left the courtyard with some uneasiness. I was afraid that I was a little heavy-handed. In case I killed someone. What should I do? I think. Originally intended to go to Anqua's house, footsteps changed direction. Out of the mansion. Chapter 360 The King's Family. In the past, there was the matter of Zhang Wang kicking his own son to death. And now there is the terrible matter of Lin Air Master beating up his wife and son. The subordinates were all terrified in their hearts. Could it be that this family is possessed by some evil spirits? Do they like to beat and kill their relatives? Once they had this thought, they couldn't cover it up anymore. Especially after Lin Guangji was declared incurable and died that night. The news spread. Minister Lin was in his study, listening to the butler's report. In his heart, he had no reaction to the death of his grandson, who he didn't care much about. But it is a pity that this young son, overly impulsive a bit, such a good and violent, I'm afraid that he wants to protect may not be able to protect. Then, a thing came to mind. Where is Ruinji? Naturally, he is in Angua's courtyard. That child. What do you think? The housekeeper was a little embarrassed. This by definition. The concubine's son was naturally inferior to the firstborn. But at this moment, the firstborn son is gone. The concubine's natural rise. After deliberating for half a day, he said, the fourth young master's temperament is lively. Antigua also brought carefully on weekdays. The old slaves see. The body is good. The body is good. And still young. It's the best choice any way you look at it. So, Lin Xiang quickly plan up. Right now this Shenjing city. He cannot stay. Instead of relying on the not-so-close big house, and the powerless second house for his chance to get back on his feet, he might as well rely on himself. He is now only 64 years old. Even if he waits for another 10 years. So what? As long as the game of chess in his heart is still there, the game of chess in Wei will not change much. So, he said to the housekeeper, go. Notify the Wang family to come to collect the person. And say that daughter-in-law Wang's upper unfilial parents. The lower does not teach the children. So the old man made the decision. Will be directly repudiated her. As for the second master, send someone to find her back. Yes. And at this moment, lying on the bed, the second wife Wang, who couldn't even hear much of a grunting sound. How could she not expect it? Accompanying herself for most of her life. The second daughter-in-law of the Lin Xiangfu, the owner of the West Courtyard, the wife of the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the mother of the Lin noble consort. All of these once resounding reputations. They have become the past. Waiting for her is only the boundless pain of losing a child. And the tragic end of being repudiated. The royal family of the Minister of War. When he learned of this news, that Shangshu almost didn't flip over the table in anger. I didn't even go to the door to find the minister's house to release my daughter back. But now they would say, and repudiate. He's worthy. If Minister Lin was in power, then naturally he was higher than him. But now, has long been idle at home. When the future is chaotic, he still dares to provoke their Wang family like this. It's simply abominable. The Wang family's sister-in-law was also a formidable character. She opened her mouth and said, Father, we can't let my sister drag the whole family down. If she is really repudiated, what about the other married girls in the family? Isn't this asking for their lives? Shang Shuang sniffed and became even more furious. What can be done then? The news from the Lin Xiangfu's mansion has all been sent over. What else can be done? Isn't this matter not yet a big deal? Why don't you go to the door in person and see what's going on? If it is indeed the sister's fault, let the Xiangfu find a reason that she is sick and needs to recuperate. First sent to the outskirts of the city to avoid 2 years on the manor. Wait for the wind to pass and then make plans. On the side of the Wang lady will only cry. And the Wang family elder brother is also in addition to sighing. Other than nothing else. Wang Shangshu carefully considered his daughter-in-law's words. But it is not a good method. So nodded his head and said, then old man will go through it. And then looked at Lady Wang, who was still crying, and said impatiently, Crying? Crying? Just know how to cry. Big trouble is coming, and you don't even know it. After saying this, he flung his hand out. He hurriedly rushed to the Lin Xiang house, but did not expect to see a daughter who was beaten half to death, and the grandson who had already passed away. Angrily, he asked, who did it? In the end, who did it? The maid was brought from the Wang family by Madame Wang. So she immediately knelt down and cried out, Master, quickly save your life. The second master in the home beat the second young master. Madam went to stop. The result was beaten like this. Even with the second young master is also gone. Slave girl and other people are really afraid. Afraid of the second master when you want to get up. It will come to beat up Madam again. Then how can Madam still have a life? The second Madam, Wang, didn't even have the strength to speak. This time when she was beaten, she broke several bones. Most of her body was bruised and purple. And her entire body was swollen like a pig. When she heard the news that her son was gone, she would only keep shedding tears. Tears stimulate the eyes are a little unclear to see. After seeing his father come, he felt that he had come to rely on his father, and wanted to struggle to get up and beg his father to give them mother and son. But he never thought that he would bring the news that he had been repudiated. What? The Lin family beat my Wang family's girl. Not to mention. But also killed their own son? You want to repudiate your wife just like that? Simply abominable. Wait for my father to go and seek justice here. With that, he turned around and left the west courtyard, heading straight to Minister Lin's study. Once upon a time, he had been a regular visitor to the minister's residence, and every time Minister Lin returned, he would come to pay a visit. Therefore, he was still familiar with the way inside the Xiangfu. This matter of repudiating his wife was ordered by Minister Lin, and the butler personally came to the door to tell the Wang family. Therefore, not many people in Minister Lin's residence knew about it yet. Seeing the in-laws, master came, also angry. No one dared to stop. Instead, he went all the way to Minister Lin's study unhindered. When he entered, he saw Minister Lin writing something. Shang Xuan couldn't care less and opened his mouth to ask, Prime Minister, what is the meaning of this? My Wang family's good daughter married into your Lin family, gave birth to children, served her in-laws, and never heard of anything bad. And today she was beaten up like that. And she still wants to repudiate her wife? Are you bullying my Wang family for not having anyone? Minister Lin didn't care what he said. He only wrote what was in his hand quickly. Only when he was done writing did he put down his pen, looking toward Shang Xuan. Years of seriousness made Shang Xuan, who had just been on fire, instantly extinguish it. Lord Wang, do you know why Guangji was killed? Was it the little goblin in the second master's room that was the culprit? Humph. If that's true, then the old man wouldn't have to repudiate his wife. He was suffering from philandering disease, and now he's already terminally ill. But no one in the family knows about it. And by chance, he was beaten only after being discovered by my son. And as for his death, it's entirely due to physical weakness. What? Flowering willow disease? How could Shang Xuan not expect that his usually sweet-talking grandson would get this kind of disease? Wasn't he still young and still studying at the Imperial College? How could he? So some suspicion to look at the Lin Xiangshang master. Unfortunately, Minister Lin was unmoved. If you don't believe me, go and see his body yourself. Chapter 361, Repudiation and Remarriage. The words were said at this point, and Shang Xuan had to swallow his breath. But Guangji how to say is also the grandson of the Lin family. That is, even out of this file is not to be killed. Right? My Lin family is not your Wang family. Conniving children who do not know the height of the sky. When the Wang family's sister-in-law in conjunction with Wang's hands from the big house to get away from how much money. Your own heart does not count. Back then did not directly repudiate the wife. Already is to give face to the Wang family. Now even the good child to spoil into this. Simply hateful. Old me can tolerate her once, but not so many times. What's the point of keeping such a scourge of the lintel? If you're not afraid of the Wang family losing face, then go outside and make a scene. I'd like to see whether it's my Lin family that will lose face, or your Wang family that will have their doors collapse. Hearing this, Minister Wang was also speechless. Indeed, his daughter had raked in a lot of money from the Lin family's big house some years ago. She was now caught by Minister Lin. And naturally the Wang family was not in a good position to make a scene, but still said with clenched teeth, "This are decades of in-laws. That is, she has done something. It is not necessary to repudiate it. When she is well, I will teach myself. But also please be merciful to the minister. There is no need. Today since you have come, then lead her back. When the time comes to send the manor or raised in the family, that is your Wang family's business. As for my Lin family, I do not need you to worry about it. Has its own future road to run." Shang Xuan didn't expect Minister Lin to be so desperate, and immediately threatened, Aren't you afraid that I'll break the pot and directly bring my daughter to Yingtianfu to sue your son? Minister Lin sneered, and then took a letter out. There's no need for you to go and sue. I'll go and sue in person. With virtues like his, is he worthy of being a minister in the court? Minister Wang retreated 2 steps. He really didn't expect it. This Minister Lin went crazy. Even his own son was not spared. To cut off his son's future. To forcefully repudiate his daughter-in-law. What is this one thing after another? In the end, Shang Shuang left Master Lin's study in disgrace, and had no choice but to have a carriage prepared to pick him up. As for the second Lady Wang's dowry in the Fei's house, but for the time being has not moved. Soon, that Lin Xiangfu issued a statement. It said that the second wife Wang had contracted a disease and infected Lin Guangji. So mother and son were both sent to the manor to recuperate. But the disease was really tricky. So the second wife and Lin Guangji both died of the disease. After they died, they were afraid that burying them in the ground would cause a plague. So the bodies were burnt to ashes before they were counted. And Master Lin made a special trip to the palace. And after a long talk with the emperor, he left. On the second day, news came out from the palace. Said it is allowed to Lin Fei's master's old age to return to his hometown. And Lin's second master, in order to take care of his father, also asked to be demoted to the county governor, along with the go. Although people outside felt that there was something fishy here, no one could guess the real reason. In the end, the whole news was washed away by the hustle and bustle of the Lantern Festival. In the Shang Palace, Rongkong Sheriff, who has been sick for a long time, has not seen Master Lin for a long time. And today, when he crossed into Rongha Hall, he was holding a porcelain jar in his hand. It wasn't large, but it was wrapped in black cloth. When County Lord Rongkong saw it, she instantly coughed violently and violently. Her body base was originally good. It was the moment she couldn't bear the blow of Zhang Wangfu's defeat that caused the problem. And the medicine was also eaten 3 times a day. But it was not good. Even more serious. The person who looked young and dignified from before is now sickly, and weak with only a handful of bones left. His eye sockets were deeply sunken. His eyes were lifeless. His cheeks were fleshless. And the corners of his mouth were bloodied. Sheriff Master. Master Sang has come to see you. The maid serving her spoke softly beside her ear. And the Rongkong County Lord, who was resting with her eyes slightly closed, followed suit and woke up. Master Shang has come. Her voice was no longer like before. Instead, it was as raw as the bark of a withered tree. When he heard this voice at first, Minister Lin had a little bit of intolerance. Right. But it quickly disappeared in his eyes. Well, today, Old Me will take Old Two and their family back home. The road is long. The mountains are long. It's not good for you to walk when you're sick. So stay. County Lord Rongkong was incredulous. She did not expect that her own pillow would also leave her behind. So she laughed bitterly twice. A line of clear tears fell, and nothing more. Then, Minister Lin's voice sounded again. By the way, I'm afraid that you're sad. So I sent you something you like? Guangji, the child, died from a bad disease. I'm afraid of spreading the plague. So I made the decision to burn his body. Originally, these ashes also can't be kept. But I thought that you might want to do all the mourning. So I sent them to you. Hearing these words, Rongkong County Lord could no longer hold back that blood in her chest. In one gulp, it spurted out. It splattered some on the hem of Master Lin Xiang's clothes, looking extraordinarily tragic. He is your own grandson, ah. It's my own grandson, yes. But he's no good. What's the use of having him if he's no good? Almost even dragged the Lin family a family. By the way, I also made the decision to repudiate the Wang clan, so that the oldest two lifted Aunt Gua as a positive. So Ruinji is our direct grandson. You can rest assured. This time back to the old family. That child I personally teach. Will certainly let him shine the lintel of the entire Lin family is. And then walked into the front of the Rongkong County princess, and whispered into her ears. In this way, you will also be able to see clearly in the 9 springs. Won't you? Having been a husband and wife with Master Lin Xiang for most of her life. At this time, County Lord Rongkong finally saw him clearly. After thinking about it, she coughed twice before saying, You put your hands in my medicine, didn't you? Well, Minister Lin did admit it frankly, not feeling that it was a big deal in the slightest. Then he also said calmly, You're going to die anyway. So it's not too bad to tell you one more thing. King Zhan's entire family was exterminated. And there's quite a bit of evidence in there that I sent to the hands of the Canonical School Division. Why? Sheriff Runkong's eyes widened, completely in disbelief. Unfortunately, Minister Lin did not have the time to talk to her anymore. Only one sentence remained. Don't think about pinning down old me. The only thing old me trusts in this world is myself. And then left in large strides, leaving Ronkong County Princess on the bed couch. She laughed bitterly, and when she laughed, she began to vomit blood. Spit and spit, as if back to the time when she saw the Lin minister. And it was that one look that made her fall into a lifetime. That night, this Ronkong County Princess embraced a black jar, left the world. When she died, she looked very peaceful. But only those maids who took care of her closely knew how much she had suffered in these days. After the last heavy snowfall in Shengjing City, all those grudges in the past also passed away with the winter. Chapter 362 Family Trekking. After the long winter had passed, Shengjing City crossed over from the first month into February. The news of Minister Lin's return to his hometown was not as powerful as the news of the Zhan royal family's beheading. On the 8th day of the second month, the sun began to clear up a bit, and in front of the gate of the vegetable market, Zhan Wang, wayside consort, and their 3 sons are neatly kneeling in the middle. Once lunchtime arrived, the execution began. Small knife in the body, one knife when gouging out flesh. The pain of the 5 people are howling. This way of execution, not as painful as beheading. Under the stage, Lady Jiang was standing amidst the crowd. Accompanying her were naturally Yuanjia and Emperor Sanding. The 3 of them stood out from the crowd. And at a glance, it was clear that they were different from the ordinary people watching. The eyes were filled with wanton pain. The knife cutting away was King Zhan's flesh and blood. But Lady Jiang felt that it was a knife to bring back her past. After looking at her for a while, she faintly said, "Let's go." Zhan Wan on the stage naturally saw Lady Jiang, but his mouth was stuffed with cloth, so he couldn't scream even if he wanted to. He could only watch them leave, as well as feeling the fatal pain on his body, and the gradual passing of life. 3 days after the execution, when the executioner stuck the knife into the heart of King Zhan and the others, their whole body was bare bones, and the meat that had been picked off had long since been eaten up by the wild dogs. The 5 bare corpses became a hot topic of conversation in Shengjing City for a very long time. A royal residence, 2 generations of glory, thousands of family wealth, and heavenly power. They were all wiped out in a matter of moments. And in the matter of bringing down King Zhan, the most contribution is naturally Mrs. Jiang and her son. Only the 2 so are not good in the face of the award people. So the emperor specially gave some coins to the 2, to do the future use. And Mrs. Jiang, also in the 4th day after the end of the execution, followed by her daughter Yuanjia and son-in-law grandson and departed, went to Shidi. As for Yuanjia, who had not survived long ago, he was disguised as Jiang Jia, followed in the dark, and went to Shidi. As for before he went, with the 4th prince all night long talk about things. That is another story. Everyone's talk about the Zhan Wangfu slowly faded until after other more important things came up. Let's say, for example, the rewarding of the courtiers. With his own strength, Grand Master Lin had broken the Earth Dragon Feng Shui pattern that the Zhan Wangfu had been hiding for decades. And that was why he was able to make the state treasury suddenly increase by 90 million taels. Many problems were solved. Therefore, the emperor specially appointed him as the Great Way State Master, although there is no proper official rank title, but the same rank as a first-class officer. At first, there are some people in the back chewing the root, feel that the emperor's move is biased, largely because of favoring Yi Ningfei, so generous reward her family. But who knew that? In a turn of events, Grand Master Lin knelt down and asked for his resignation. He said that he wanted to find a stargazing building in Shengjing, so as to recruit those who are talented in feng shui, astrology, and organdiatio, and to contribute to the Great Way, and he can play a little help in it. The emperor heard here, also feel very reasonable. Since ancient times, the royal more importance to the Buddha road, and these gossip deduction art, seems to be a bit of a side road. Master Lin's move. But it can be for them to correct their reputation. From now on, they will no longer be counted as Jianghu practitioners, and will be able to follow the rules and regulations, and properly measure and serve the country. It is a good thing. So aloud, The city's 6-story high Sut Phoenix building was specially chosen and renamed the Kwani Lu. It was given to Master Lin to run this matter. Once the news spread, magicians from all over Wei came to Shengjing City. It rather created a period of pomp and circumstance. And the next one to be rewarded generously was the 4th prince. In the matter of the Zhan Wangfu and the Lan Daosher, he had been quick to fight off a lot of brutal reputation for the emperor. Originally a good reputation. At the moment anyone who looks at him feels that he is a living hell. Instead, this unintentional action more and more established the absolute position of the 4th Wangfei in the circle of ladies in the capital. As long as it is not the palace nobles appear, then she is the person who sits in the first chair. For a time, the invitation to show goodwill, so that the 4th Wangfei have eaten endless mat noodles. And every time she went back, she would bring Dong and Lady Feng with her. Therefore, the people in the capital also understand. This 4th prince's house, Lin house, Feng house, can be a boat people. They are privately a bit cynical, but on the face is also respect. Pity those who used to follow the Ronkong County princess mix of ladies. At the moment was sidelined by the almost no way to live. At the same time, at the beginning of March, Feng had good news. Already 2 months pregnant. Yun wanted to ensure that the child was born healthy. So she would come to the door every 10 days to ask for advice. This made Feng somewhat flattered. And Lin Xingji was also a strong man in tears. Carefully looking at her still flat stomach then said big, "I will do my job well, so that our child is born without being bullied." It was about the fact that he had suffered too many grievances during his childhood and teenage years. That was why he had saved his heart to treat the child in Feng's womb seriously. Feng was quite virtuous. Leaning into Lin Xingji's arm she said happily, "Husband is already very good. I think the child will also be happy to be reincarnated in our family." The couple, looking at each other, smiled at each other. Spring warmth and flowers bloomed. It was another good time of the year. The annual March Temple Festival in the Green Dragon Temple had begun again. This time, it seemed to be even more lively than before. It was about the fact that the snow fell sharply and heavily this winter. So the peach blossoms were especially blooming today. In the middle of March, Qinglong Temple was always bustling with activity. There were many inns at the foot of the mountain, all of which were full at all times. It can be imagined that there are a lot of tourists. The front and back yards of Qinglong Temple could be described as worlds apart. The front courtyard was crowded and bustling. The backyard, however, is quiet and awesome, like a paradise. The most north of a Fuzin courtyard at the moment heavily guarded. Outsiders could not easily enter inside. The courtyards were connected together in one piece. And at the same time, they were deep in the peach forest. And once you pushed open the window, you could see the peach blossom trees in full bloom. This kind of scenery in the palace cannot be seen. In the middle of the courtyard, there were 2 people sitting quietly. They were the emperor and Lin Evening Yi. Along with them, there are naturally 5 children. The matter of sealing the queen was not settled. So there was a trace of apology in the emperor's heart. He asked Lin Wui if she wanted anything else as compensation. Lin Wanyi originally wanted to answer no, but could not resist the 2nd prince. So in his eyes of expectation, Lin Wanyi said he wanted to go out of the palace wish. The emperor naturally knows that the idea is the 2nd prince. The emperor naturally knew that the idea was the 2nd prince's. This matter of going out of the palace. Also somehow, he was so interested. Chapter 363 Parenting Differences. The emperor originally felt that it was inappropriate. But thinking about it, he also felt that it was harmless. So he agreed. Therefore, for the matter of being able to go out of the palace again after 3 months, the 2nd prince was happier than anyone else. About his age, it is the time to be curious about the outside world. So it is like this. This nature is suitable for traveling around. But as a royal heir, this road seems to be a little bit impossible. Green Dragon Temple. In the middle of the Zen garden, Lin Lianyi is concentrating on making tea, and the emperor is playing chess with the presiding master of the Green Dragon Temple. In the past 2 days since leaving the palace, the 2 of them had played chess whenever they had free time. They have not known how many games they have played, but they are still so tireless. In the chess game, 1 person holds white chess, 1 person holds black chess. 2 people in the middle of it is to go peace. Did not see what killing feeling about because of the annoyance is gone. The emperor's recent mood is very good. Minister Lin's resignation was just approved in front of the foot. After the foot of the old ministers are all humming and lying down. Therefore, A few days ago, all those who should return to their hometowns. There is no one left. Now in the court, more than half of the courtiers are young and talented. At a glance, they are the light of the new government. And the 4 auxiliary ministers of that year, dead or gone. Now there is only one Northwest Marquis left. He is an old fox. Has been claiming that the disease does not go out. The emperor sent how many times the doctor to go. Is not to see a 4 or 5 or 6 to. 2 people know in their hearts. This is more than the strength of it. And the Northwest matter. No 3 or 5 years of pressure simply cannot handle. Therefore, the emperor does not want to scare the snake at this time. Can only let the Northwest Marquis continue to pretend to be sick. Because of the Zhang Wanfu reason. So the treasury is full of awesome. Not only was the Northwest Army's pay set out on schedule, but all the other new policies that benefited the people were also approved. The ministers are very energetic. So the emperor can steal half a day of leisure to run to the palace to rest for 2 days. After the black piece ate a piece of white, that host closed his hand. With a kind face, he said, "Your Majesty's heart has already the success or failure of the game." And then play on is the old line is not self-conscious. Master self-effacing. I am just idle. Playing for fun. The presiding officer smiled, and did not take this remark. Instead, he continued, Lao Yin went to see if the fasting rice can be ready. If it is ready, then ask them to send it over is. Well, thank you, Master. Qinglong Temple's fasting meal was a masterpiece. Only after the presiding officer left did the emperor get up and walked over to Lin Evening Yi's side. It wasn't as wanton as he was in the palace. He just took a sip of the tea she had just brewed. The tea was fragrant, and the beauty was beside her. The scenery is beautiful. The air is fresh. Really, we're all feel comfortable and happy. Unfortunately, this kind of good time, they can't enjoy it for long. Still have to go back to the palace to deal with all the matters. This time out of the palace in 3 or 2 days' time. They are also to abide by the clear rules of separate sleep. Thus, in the emperor's eyes, as he looked at Lin Hui, there was a clear and ghostly light. After having a fasting meal, we should also go back. When Lin Hui heard this, the teapot in her hand paused. But she quickly responded, Your Majesty is right. It's been out for 3 days. If we don't go back, I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager will suspect that I've abducted you. She spoke flirtatiously. The emperor doted on her, feeling that this day was truly a comforting one. Call someone to call the children back. Especially the second prince. I see that he is going crazy playing these days. Lin Wani pursed her lips and snickered. It was true that the emperor would have this to say. To the Qinglong Temple is the 3rd day. In addition to the daily morning and evening. Can see the second prince people. Other times he followed Lin Muji and Dong Kelly in the outside play around it. As for the second princess, the 4th prince, the 5th prince and the 3rd prince, in the way of small people, can only be held by the sisters. In the nearby peach forest to play a little. Cannot be as good as he went to the front yard there wantonly and freely. After the turn of the year, the second princess can say more words. Once upon a time it was just one word popping out. Now she can say 3, 4 words together. Every now and then. She pampered Lin Evening Yi and said, Want to hug, want to kiss, want to be high. Teasing Lin Evening Yi always leaned forward and backward and pulled her over for a fierce kiss. And the 4th prince because of the left ear deafness. So here clearly the voice is not a lot. Even though he was only about a month younger than the second princess. He wasn't as lucid in speech. Fortunately, Lin Wani didn't have much to do nowadays. Therefore, every day, she held him in her arms and whispered some childish songs into his right ear. So, although the 4th prince wouldn't say anything, he still hummed along. Second Lady Yun had said that this ear disease might also affect the child's walking. So, Lin Wani then let the sister to pull his hands on both sides every day. In the palace on that soft cushion practice walking. After a winter of cats, now it is a lot more stable. Although it is not like the second princess that lively and active powerful. But people look also not formal. Also like to nest in the arms of Lin Evening Yi. Called. To say that these children, the most difficult to bring or the 5th prince. He seems to have no qualitative time. From birth onwards is destined to be a noisy monkey. In the beginning was howling louder than anyone else. When he was 3 or 4 months old, he rolled over terribly. Twice he almost fell off the bed. After that, He couldn't be separated from anyone else, keeping a close eye on him at all times. But even so, after he would sit up and even learn to crawl, he began to live a life of chickens and dogs. Obviously, with the third princess is a twin child. He froze, and the third princess grew more than 2 circles. If you don't know, you would think that the 2 children are half a year apart. Now is more than 7 months of the child. Day to day in the arms of the grandmother are like a monkey in the sky, making a lot of noise. Other people enjoy the peach blossoms, are obediently and cleverly watched. If you're really happy, you can clap your hands to express your love. He is different. Seeing that peach blossom is just like seeing something, and his mouth is watering. See this flower, want this flower. See that flower, want that flower. Before he got his hands on it, he was so precious. But after he got his hands on it, in less than half a tea time, he threw it away behind him. Such an attitude. Let Lin Evening Easy straight shake his head, pulled his small hand to gently pat. Some helplessly said, "You can really be a heartless amorous species." I also don't know who it follows. Only the latter words. She cannot dare to say in front of the emperor. Otherwise, it was certain that she would have to eat a rowdy meal again. Who knows that the emperor saw this scene, but laughed more and more happily. In his eyes, perhaps many love. Born in the emperor's family is the best choice. Chapter 364, Splitting Sugar Snaps. Because of this, one would not be trapped by love. Both can weigh the dynasty and the field, but also can do everything to control the harem. The emperor's mind was always exposed in front of Lin Evening E. But in the eyes of outsiders, it is difficult to see who his preferred candidate for succession is. Now, in addition to the 4th prince, Disable quit the throne of the people who can choose. The 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, the 5th prince are possible. So everyone is staring at it, especially Yi Fei. But to Lin Evening he himself said, she does not want the child to go to sit on that high position. The road of the emperor is destined to be lonely, and the road is full of calculations and thorns. If the government is diligent for the people, will certainly be tired of their own. So the emperor since ancient times are not long life. But if you are neglecting the government, it is a scourge of the country and the people. It is to be blamed by heaven and the people. Therefore, it is not necessarily a good thing. But the children were all older now. So let's say it was the 2nd prince. What she can intervene in today is only food, clothing, housing, and transport, these small issues. As for what Tai Fu teaches, and what the Empress Dowager mentions, it is not for her to make decisions, or to decide. She will not use her own mind to bind the children. So, does not interfere in it. Anyway, the children were still young, so everything would take its time. Just as she was thinking, she saw the children returning one after another. The first ones to come back were naturally the 5th prince and the 3rd princess, who were being held by the sisters. The 2 are now grown up. The more good-looking, round eyes, through a bright innocence. But if you look closely, you can still see the difference between the 2 siblings. Let's say, the 5th prince's eyes are more cunning, and the 3rd princess's eyes are more quiet. A quiet, when really is not the same at all. Neck are hung with a white jade gold lock sent by the 4th princess. The set-off is even more lovely, just like the New Year's picture dolls, festive and endearing. As soon as the 2 of them entered the door, they smiled when they saw Lin Wanyi, reaching out to be hugged. Although they couldn't say anything yet, their laughter already had a giggle. Especially the 5th prince. That voice is loud. Lin Wanyi sometimes erratic, but his own children, always love enough, wanted to take 2 in one hand. But her body is slender. How can she hold? So the emperor intervened, and carried the 5th prince away. The 5th prince saw that it was his own father, but didn't refuse much. Only compared to the mother consort Lin Evening E body soft glutinous. Father emperor this body? More or less some choking. But he is also not a delicate little cute. Just endure it. The emperor didn't know what he was thinking. Just look at him, this sturdy appearance. The heart is very happy. I looked last time. He climbed some slippery. Think only afraid of 5 or 6 months will be able to stand it. Well, a few grandmothers also said so. Said his body bone extraordinarily good. Should be to walk earlier. That's good. Then the riding and shooting master that I'm looking for him will also come in handy soon. A 7 or 8-month-old child is looking for a riding and shooting master? Lin Lian Yi really wanted to drop her jaw in shock. Your Majesty, wouldn't it be a bit too early? Lin of India expressed her concern. Don't worry. Children on the grasslands can get on a horse as soon as they can walk. So it's not too early. After the emperor said this, Linavini completely shut her mouth. All of a sudden, she felt that it was better for her to entangle herself. And anyway, if she entangled herself to the end, About wouldn't listen to her. Soon, the second prince, the second princess, and the fourth prince also walked in together. A large and two small, welcoming the light. Looking at Lin Evening Yi's heart was warm. My son's son greets father. Greets mother consort. Well, get up. Yes. The second prince had been running around outside for the past 2 days. So he had been tanned that much. But it was also because he had seen so much. So his entire person was permeated with a robust look. In a few days, he will be 8 years old. His body nowadays scampered very fast. Almost to Lin Evening Yi's shoulder. He took out a few strings of sugar gourds from behind himself. And then he said to a few siblings, "This fruit is delicious. Do you guys want to try it?" The second princess naturally clapped her hands and said she wanted it. The fourth prince was uncertain and only saw his second sister clapping her hands. So he followed suit. The third princess didn't have much of a reaction. But then she saw the fifth prince making a scene again. The whole person is like a wriggling little fat snake. To slide out of the emperor's arms. After he got his way. Sure enough. All the way up to the second prince's legs. The second prince saw the situation, squatted down. Directly hold him to the side of the consort couch. And then a serious meal said, "The ground is dirty. You have to wipe your hands before eating, no?" I don't know whether the fifth prince is really understand or fake understand. Head nodded with a rattle like. Amusing Lin Evening E with a helpless smile. The second prince gathered his siblings together and took them down one by one from a string of sugar gourds and distributed them to the second princess and the fourth prince. The one held in his hand was just placed in the fifth prince's mouth for him to lick. After all, he only has one tooth. Want to bite the sugar gourd is really impossible. In the palace, the golden dishes eat a lot. So go out to what all delicious. This sugar gourd outside sweet inside sour. Mixed together. Is a different taste. The fifth prince doesn't like sweetness much. So after licking 2 mouthfuls, he gave up. The meat rolled and crawled back to the emperor's side. And then didn't forget to take his mouth and rub it on his clothes. After seeing a sugary drool stain appear under his robe, the emperor's boiling paternal love cooled down quite a bit. Staring at the fifth prince. His face could be ugly. Who knew that the fifth prince was not afraid at all? Also don't know who taught him. After crawling smoothly into the emperor's arms, sheepishly kissed him on the face. This barking sound let the emperor really of gas also have no place to spread. In the end, he could only gently pat on his bum pier, and then helplessly found a handkerchief and wiped the saliva on his face before going to change into a new outfit. Lin Wani was already not surprised by this situation. Ever since the fifth prince started using rice paste, this kind of drama of taking someone else's clothes to wipe his mouth was a daily occurrence. Obviously, sister had prepared a brand new handkerchief for him, and it was ready to be used at any time. But he didn't like it, so he had to do it this way. Everyone present has been bullied by him. Only the third princess was spared. I don't know if it's the truth that one thing leads to another. In Lin Evening Eve view, the fifth prince is not afraid of heaven and earth. Not afraid of the emperor is not afraid of their own. The only thing he is afraid of is the third princess. Every time he wants to do something wrong again, he is always stopped by the third princess with a cold glance. I have to say, the bond between the children is really extraordinary. After eating the sugar gourds, it didn't take long for the monks to deliver the fasting food. Everyone sat around the table together, and after finishing this last meal outside the palace, they departed back to the palace. Chapter 365. The Emperor accompanies the reader. Linto Palace. Lingering sick Lin Guifei is already some of the medicine without a doctor. Since the Zhan Wangfu fell, she has received a succession of bad news. Today is the mother and brother died of disease. Tomorrow is the grandmother died of illness. Her uncle's family, which she relied on, have all become the sinners of Wei. As for her grandfather and father, they left Shengjing City without looking back. This is undoubtedly also telling her that she has been abandoned. Once upon a time, the Linto Palace was like a marketplace. At this moment, in addition to the palace people who are still doing things by the book, the upper and lower quiet is very powerful. Since she had fallen ill, Princess Mingru would come to see her every now and then. Other than that, there is no one else. The entire palace was as cold as an ice cellar, even if it is already in the spring. Also melted. But through the palace in the head of that cold, but how cannot eliminate? Cough. Cough. As if there is always phlegm in the throat. How to cough cannot be coughed up. Along with her appetite also dropped a lot. Can't eat. Naturally. People also follow the thinning up. The original is not rich. She is even thinner. Arms lift up a look. Are not much meat. Once upon a time, her most conceited beauty and prestige had long since become a thing of the past. The courtesan Qin Lu brought a bowl of medicine. And next to it was a dish of candied fruit. Lin Guifei's medicine was so bitter that it had to be accompanied by a little something else for her to be able to eat it. After holding her breath and drinking the medicine in one go, she quickly stuffed the candied fruit in her mouth to suppress the bitterness. But the more she held it in, the more she felt that it was meaningless. Her life nowadays is no better than this bowl of medicine. So, spit out the candied fruit again. Qin Lu looked strange and asked in a low voice. Your Highness, what's wrong? But this candied fruit does not go down well. Why don't you ask the slave girl to find you some sour plums? No need. Looking for anything is the same. The medicine is bitter. The mouth is bitter. The heart is also bitter. Eating anything can't bring up the flavor. Qin Lu secretly sighed in her heart. There is no way. This heavenly fortune does not stand on their side. Now Lin To Palace can still keep the distinction that noble consort should have. It is already very good. Otherwise, if the emperor wanted to implicate them with the matter of Zhan Wang, it was not impossible. At that time, waiting for them. I'm afraid that is the cold palace in the head of the leftovers. Where are these comfortable days today? Therefore, Qin Lu is the feeling. Good service Lin Guifei is. As long as she is still one day, this day will be able to live on. But noble consort Lin did not think so. She had been brought up by Princess Ronkong since she was a child. So the things in her bones were very similar. Instead of living like this, it would be better to die with a bang. Anyway, there wasn't much left in this world that she cared about. Except for one Ming Ruo, her daughter. Nowadays, she is being raised by the Empress Dowager, which is really good. But I'm afraid that one day the foreign clan will come to ask for marriage. She can be the most suitable marriage object. Not every princess can be as lucky as you and Jia. If the marriage is not satisfactory, is not the whole life to be ruined? Thinking of this, noble consort Lin kept calculating that she must arrange Princess Ming Ruo's marriage before she died. In this way, even if she closed her eyes, she could feel more at ease in the ground. Thus, the idea of choosing a chaperone for the princes was put on the matter. Turn over the year. The second prince and the third prince is also time to choose chaperones. And these readers, most of them are the best in the same age group. Not only should the family be good, handsome, but also flexible brain. The prince himself should have a certain role in guiding. If you can in which, pick a suitable. Called for the emperor's son-in-law. Lin Guifei can rest assured. So opened her mouth and asked, how are the things that this palace asked you to inquire about? Qin Lu nodded. Empress, he let the young masters and sons on the list come to the palace yesterday. There are 6 in total. All of them are the best foreign ministers of Wei. Now with the second prince, the third prince together into the school, together with the practice of riding and archery. Said that 3 months after the selection of the candidate, well, good thing. You will bring the list to this palace. Look. Yes. He fei these 2 years although weak down. But once upon a time there is some glory. Therefore, the list to get a look at the hand. Immediately think quickly. This emperor's son accompanying the reader. Not an ordinary person can do. Similarly, can be selected to accompany the prince. Also means that the family behind him to stand. The second prince's mother's family was an upstart who had been favored by the emperor. The third prince's mother's family is an old family, holding absolute power. This kind of team is not good to stand. After all, one stood, then later went to backwater, is also not able to. Therefore, the 6 families of the male son is into the palace. But inside? But not everyone wants to be selected to do the prince's companion. Inside, Lin Guifei most favorable 2 people, respectively is Zhongyong Marquis house of the third prince Fang Yuanbin, and cabinet, had the second son of the first son of a bachelor Zheng Kongho. These 2 are 11 or 12 years old. Not only is their family history very impressive, but also their military skills. Especially Zheng Kongho, the son of the Zheng bachelor. I heard that at the age of 10, he became an honorary disciple of the Imperial College. You know, this honor is very hard to get. But as long as one can get this honor, one would normally be in the top 3 in the Imperial examinations. With such an impressive background, to be able to gain his favor, one could only fear that it would also be an important aide-de-camp for the future path. Therefore, Lin Guifei guessed that the second prince and the third prince will certainly compete for this person's head. Then by the second prince, Lin Guifei would rather be the third prince. Consort E was the one with whom she had a feud and a grudge. But it was a little bit better than Lin of Ini. She wouldn't forget that it was Lin Xingji who led the charge into the Zhang Wangfu to search. The one who broke the Earth Dragon's chi of Zhang Wangfu was Grandmaster Lin. The great house's lineage had indeed been at odds with their second house since birth. Otherwise, how could this grow and disappear? It's just that wind and water take turns. They've become the ones who are being worn down. Thinking of this, they said to Qin Lu, "You find people to Yushio Palace in the head to pass a message. Said the palace's disease has not been improved. Want to get some more food and herbs and so on, according to the Empress Dowagers to give it." Qin Lu was surprised. With such an attitude, how could Consort E be willing? "Your Highness, will this move anger concubine E? Wouldn't we lose more than we gain? It is to anger her to be good, so that she can make her angry door to scold. This palace also can reach some private consensus with her to be good." "I see." Qin Lu thought about it, then answered yes. Went out to order. Just turned back to look at the Linto Palace and that high-hanging plaque. "Zogia has virtue." At this moment seems to hide a sneer, watching everyone in this palace. Chapter 366 Enemy Friend. When the matter reached Consort E's ears, it was as expected by noble Consort Lin. Consort E was furious on the spot. She doesn't know what happened to Zhang Wangfu. What outcome for the Lin Xiang house, she doesn't know either. At a time like this, it's good enough that this palace can have someone continue to keep her noble consort's peace. But she's still thinking of asking for the Empress share? She doesn't think that after she dies, she will still be able to ascend to the throne of the harem like Empress Su. Simply a dream. Rui and Ruwan waited by the side, both quite cautious. Instead, it was Ruan Ming who came up and warned in a low voice. "Your Highness, don't be angry. But the slave feels that there is something fishy about this matter." "Oh!" Consort E frowned and looked at Ruan Ming. His mind had never been very meticulous and witty, and over the years in the palace, a number of times had relied on his reminder to get through this situation peacefully. Therefore, his words were very much believed by Consort E. "How? Judging from how noble Consort Lin fought with the Empress in the past. She is not a stupid person. Why would she instead deliberately provoke you when she doesn't even know how long she has left to live? You know, nowadays, you are in charge of all the affairs of the harem. So it is not impossible for you to cut off her life if you are not careful. Therefore, there must be a deeper meaning behind her doing this." Deep meaning? After Yifei pondered for a while herself, her eyes detached themselves from the sulking she had just experienced. And at the moment, they were translucent with a bit of seriousness. Could it be that she doesn't think she'll live long enough to be entrusted with an orphan? After all, she had also given birth to a Princess Mingruo. But this idea is also not right. Princess Mingruo raised in the Empress Dowager's palace is not good. If she was sent to Yushio Palace, she wouldn't necessarily have to live any longer. There is also the fact that, what makes Princess Lin think she can accept Princess Mingruo? A series of questions popped out of her head. Instead, Ruan Ming reminded from the side. "Your Highness, don't forget that there are no permanent friends in the harem. Naturally, there are no permanent enemies either. Compared to the one in Yihua Palace, Your Highness only trusts you more, and also trusts in the ability of the Marquis and our Lu family." Hearing this, Concubine E only nodded slightly. Indeed, there was no doubt on this point. She was also more than aware of the twists and turns in the Lin Xiang house. Just like in a family with many concubines, the firstborn child and the concubine's child were always at odds with each other. So, the children of the first wife and the second wife are the same. Even the hatred is deeper. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, and he said to Ruan Ming, "You go to Linto Palace to run a trip. Bring some valuable medicinal herbs to send his. For the palace to hear, Lin Noble Consort Gord is selling what medicine?" "Yes, I understand." After that, Ruan Ming left Yushio Palace and went to arrange this matter. The message went on for a little over half a month with no reply. Noble Consort Lin thought that it wasn't a stone dropped into the sea. This day at noon, but heard that Wan Ming was ordered by Consort E. Said that the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, to send some food for the festival to the palace. And now there are not many concubines in the palace. So in order to show Fei Fei grace, is Wan Ming personally take people to send. The first place to go, naturally, is Linto Palace. When noble consort Lin heard the news of Wan Ming's arrival, the corners of her mouth rose. Coughing twice, she let the nearby Qin Lu help her up. She went in front of the bronze mirror and simply applied some makeup. After making herself look less sickly, she changed her clothes, sat on the throne in the main hall, and received Wan Ming. None Wan Ming greets your highness. This is what concubine E specially asked her slave to send, excluding the things to be used for the Dragon Boat Festival. These are all good things to replenish qi and blood. Please accept them with smiles. Well, eunuch Wan is polite. Qin Lu. Take it. Yes. Wan Ming knew that he had guessed correctly from this one sentence. Otherwise, if it was in the past, how could noble consort Lin possibly speak to the palace people of Yushu Palace in a pleasant manner? In between, Qin Lu let people serve something, and then led people to leave. So the entire main hall only left Lin Guifei and Wan Ming, two people. At the moment, noble consort Lin had been holding her breath for fear of letting it out in front of Wan Ming. But she did not have much time. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid that her body would not be able to hold out. So, opening her mouth in advance, she said, "Since consort he sent you over, I'm sure she understands what this palace means. Forgive me for being stupid. What does your consort mean? I really don't know. But it's just that your consort is following the rules of the palace, and instructed my servant to send some things to the palaces." Noble consort Lin was first stunned and quickly understood. The corner of her mouth had a hint of mockery and said, "Don't say anything in the dark in front of a bright person. Why is this necessary for eunuch Wan? Your highness is really overthinking it. The slave is demented and stupid. Indeed, I don't understand what you mean. Please teach me." Wan Ming would not rush up to say anything. After all, the one who had surrendered to them was noble consort Lin. So it was better for noble consort Lin herself to open up about these things. Around the same time, she also understood Wan Ming's meaning. So after struggling for a bit, noble consort Lin still lost the battle. After all, the current her had nothing left to fight against concubine E. So, even that breath collapsed. After coughing twice, she looked at Wan Ming with some obscurity in her eyes, and then said in a serious tone, "In that case, then the palace will speak frankly on the matter of the third prince's selection of a chaperone. I wonder if concubine E has any ideas yet." Seeing that noble consort Lin opened her mouth, Wan Ming then loosened up a bit. "This matter about the last is still the emperor to make the decision. So your majesty asked the slave. The slave can only say a not very clear. It doesn't matter if it's not clear. The important thing is that the final candidate is not what consort E and the Lu family want. Although the Northwest Marquis is powerful, but ultimately not in Shengjing City. So some of the intertwined relationships. I'm afraid that someone still needs to mention it." What the Empress said. "This palace also doesn't want to beat around the bush with you. So let's get straight to the point. Cabinet Zheng Bachelor's second son Zheng Kongho is a very good candidate. But Zheng Bachelor is very cautious. I'm afraid that this time, his son was chosen to accompany the matter. May not be happy from the heart. Therefore, this palace can push the envelope and help the third prince a favor. Only, this palace also has something in mind. After this matter is settled, Ming Rua must marry into the Zheng family. As expected by Wan Ming, this noble consort Lin had hidden her backhand, without mentioning anything else. This bachelor Zheng was originally a disciple of Minister Lin. Therefore, if he took noble consort Lin's path, I'm afraid that this matter might really come to fruition. And Lin Guifei's guess is really good. They want the third prince accompanied by readers. Is indeed Zheng Kongho. Just words here. He still have to hide some. After all, they have cards to cover. And noble consort Lin does not. So with a smile, he said, Chapter 367, Sudden and Long Death. Your Highness has taken the trouble. This matter slave knows not much. I'm afraid that you have to go back to report to Lady Yi Fei to decide. As for the princess's marriage, this is even more slaves cannot control. But also please forgive you. Wan Ming's words did not scare noble consort Lin away. Instead, she added another sentence. The body of this palace. I guess I can't survive the winter this year. Therefore, if concubine Ife really have this wish. Or decide as soon as possible. Otherwise this palace let out the position of this noble consort. I don't know who can sit in this position. After all, there are concubines who can get the emperor's favor very much. A sentence, although not explicitly, but the meaning is already very clear. Wanming knows. So nodded and said, "Slave will certainly bring this word. But also please noble consort lady at ease." There wasn't an affirmative answer throughout. Until Wanming left. Only then did noble consort Lin soften her body down. Leaning on top of that throne, she touched the rosewood carved throne that symbolized the power of the noble consort and shed 2 lines of tears. Thinking back to so many years, their hard work is considered in vain. And the most wrong decision she made was to agree to send Lin Evening E to the palace at the beginning. She had caused herself to end up in such a situation. But there is no medicine for regret under the sky. Since she couldn't regret it, she would have to die to create some trouble for Lin Wei, so that she can feel comfortable and happy by watching her suffer under the ground. Only she did not know. The news in the palace cannot be hidden. She just finished the matter with Wanming. And then the news was sent to the emperor by Geng Kaiyu of the Department of Canonical Schools. Lin Guifei had forgotten that the emperor was the last person in charge of the palace. Therefore, when the emperor learned that noble consort Lin and concubine E were planning to join forces to bring the Xing family into the third prince's camp, there was a hint of anger. Emperors competing for power and profit. In the end, it was still something that had been learned by ear. If it wasn't for their mother's family that had been constantly instilling these ideas in them, how would it have come to the point of sibling rivalry and imperial manipulation? Therefore, the emperor would not allow his sons to follow this path. So, he gave Dong Yuzhong a wink. Go and make the arrangements. There's not much use in keeping her. Dong Yuzhong quickly understood the emperor's meaning. Nodding his head, he said yes, and rushed down to make the arrangements. About what noble consort Lin herself did not expect. Her words became a dose of poison to send her away. Not even waiting for consort Yi's reply. She had already slept in the palace. The bowl of medicine that noble consort Lin drank that day was even more bitter than before. But she had drunk too much bitter medicine in the past few days, so she didn't notice any difference. So after drinking it, she went to sleep. Who knows? This sleep never got up again. On the 16th day of the 4th month of the 19th year of Yuanhe, Lin Guifei, who had been sick for half a year, died suddenly. At the age of 27. Lintou Palace. The big courtesans Qin Lu, Qin He, Qin Zhu, Qin Rong, as well as the head eunuch Jiang and Qing, and followed the martyrdom of the master. Such a big event. Let the outside rumors. All said that as Lin Guifei resentment is quite deep. So to take away the close people. Good to go underground to serve her. Only, the rumors hadn't spread much before they were suppressed by Dong Yuzhong. As for those who chewed the tongue of the court ladies, at this moment are in the court of the hidden to do hard labor it. For a time, no one dared to speak out. The inner court division's hands and feet very fast. Lin Guifei died and the news only came out not long ago. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. The chief administrator Quan Fu looked at this once glorious Lintou Palace. Also could not stop sighing. The wind in this palace always blowing strangely. Sometimes the east wind overpowers the west wind. And sometimes the west wind overpowers the east wind. What they can do is to see clearly in advance where the wind is going to blow. And then move their bodies. Either avoid the wind, or ride the wind. These are things he will soon have to think about. When the news of Lin Guifei's death was sent to Iwa Palace, Lin Lianyi was sewing incense packets for the children for the Dragon Boat Festival. When she heard it, the needle and thread in her hand paused. Only then did she look up at Xia and with some disbelief in her eyes. Really dead? Back to your highness. Noble consort Lin did pass away. The news was said by eunuch Qin. And the inner court division has rushed to build a spirit ceremony for her. With such words, it was naturally dead through and through. Otherwise there will not be a spiritual ceremony. But when she heard this news at first glance, Lin Wanyi couldn't say what emotion she was feeling. Just as when I knew that Rongkong County, the second house mother and son is gone. More not happy, but a kind of complexity that is difficult to explain. To say hate, Lin Wanyi really hates. Especially when her brother was injured and almost didn't die. She couldn't wait to set a fire and burn those who harmed him. But now, when they all really died, the resentment in her heart also seemed to dissipate. The lights went out when they died. They have enjoyed all the glory and riches of their lives. And they have suffered all the pain and suffering of their lives. About even they themselves did not think. In the end will be this ended. Those past love and hate, grudges and feuds in front of life and death seems to become worthless. Even if Lin Wani wants to pursue the matter, there seems to be no one else to pursue the matter. She couldn't kill her old family and exterminate Master Lin Xiang and Master Lin Air's family as well. Therefore, she stopped the needle and thread in her hands. After a moment of silence, Lin Lianyi said, "Let the people in the palace keep their mouths shut. Don't go outside to inquire blindly. The funeral ceremony of Lin To Palace will naturally have Consort E as the master. We will send a gift of condolences to the past, with their grudges. Also end here. She died. I'm not much happy, but also cannot pretend to be difficult to come over. Wait for His Majesty to send a message over. We go to go is. As for the rest of it so." Listening to Lin Yinyi's command, Xian nodded and then said, Slave girl knows. I'll go make arrangements." The morning gifts between concubines all had rules to be found. How to send them in Yifei Palace. Yihua Palace would just send a copy over as a general rule. It's not a difficult thing. But it's the restraining of the subordinates' mouths that's a bit more difficult. But there is Chiu Ming. This mattered to him to do, but also simple. So, after the death of Lin Guifei, it was Yihua Palace that was under martial law. The good thing is that the people inside are all carefully selected by Qinin. Chiu Ming honed by heart, so there are no mistakes. I just heard that after Princess Ruoruo learnt the news, she cried herself to sleep in the Empress Dowager's palace. And Lin Yinyi didn't say a single word more when she heard the news. She was kind-hearted, but it didn't mean she was really a bodhisattva. Once upon a time, she said that she wouldn't care about Mingruo. So today was the same. Chapter 368 Buried in the consort's tomb. She could do what she could to make the grudges of the past dissipate with the death of noble consort Lin. But she couldn't do it to raise Mingruo under her hand. She was not like the second princess, or the fourth prince. For the sake of her own unscrewedness, and for the sake of her children's safety, this matter, she would not be able to respond to it, even if it was the emperor who said so. On the other end, after Princess Mingruo, who had fainted from excessive grief, woke up, she immediately rushed over. By the time she saw it, noble consort Lin was already lying in a coffin in an auspicious dress with a full face of makeup. At a young age, Mingruo had suffered the pain of her loved ones leaving one after another. There is nothing left of her former brightness and flamboyance. The only thing that remains is her red, swollen eyes from crying and her confusion about her future. Being in the harem, a 3-year-old will have the delicate mind of a 10-year-old. Not to mention that she is now 6 or 7 years old. She already knew many things. Since then, she has been an orphan in the palace, even if she was raised in the Empress Dowager's palace. So what? It is still the same to be fish and meat for people. Thinking of these, crying more and more emotionally difficult to restrain. Poor her side only once the breastfeeding grandmother accompanied. The other, and then want to have, but also no longer. The spirit of the third day. The emperor with all the concubines to incense. In the process, he did not say a word. The expression on his face let people not see whether he is sad or other. And Lin Yinyi was dressed in plain clothes. Only a magnolia hairpin on her head. Simple, and not flashy. However, the crowd still saw how good she looked. Compared to Consort E, who had toiled so hard, she was now living a comfortable life. There was no shortage of things to have. Even more to overflow. And the thing to worry about is not the same. The whole day are happy to shrink in the Yihua Palace in the life. The whole of a non-competitive and non-striving worldly Highlander look. Such a situation. But let the peer to come Yifei is more scrupulous. After the incense, Yifei is pretending to wipe 2 tears, and then said with a sobbing voice, Yiming's sister, how do not see sad. The palace remembers the queen consort treated you well before her death. Missed the draft are still thinking of letting you into the palace to serve the emperor. So the grace, when it really is a family of talent, will miss it. What is the meaning of Yifei? Lin Lianyi is clear. She just wanted to put a hat on her head. Being able to cause Princess Mingruo to be jealous of her was also a good thing. It was a pity that Lin Wani didn't like to provoke people. But she wouldn't completely shrink after they provoked her. So faintly, she opened her mouth to retaliate and said, My concubine's sadness and happiness is always in my heart. Not as outgoing as Lady Yifei. As you remind me, my concubine remembers when I first entered the palace. The first time I saw Lady Yifei go to greet your consort. At that time, the lady was extraordinarily respectful to your consort. Being mentioned by her like this, concubine immediately had a cold light in her eyes. Never concubine and noble consort Lin were not the opposite of each other. Who in the harem did not know about this matter? And who did not know about it? The concubines present had also seen the scene before. Therefore, when Lin Lianyi mentioned this, everyone looked at consort E. It seems that the two tiers of consort E today are a bit fake. Seeing that the mask of hypocrisy was broken, consort E also did not hide it. With a cold snort, she said, Yi Ning's sister is still really eloquent. When she was about to continue her rant, she was rebuked by the emperor. Alright. The affairs in the palace are still complicated. Concubine Yi also quickly go back to deal with it. Turning to look at noble consort Lin's coffin, he continued to command. Find Master Zi Yuan of the Bao Lin Temple to do the puja. Everything will be done according to the palace rules. Yes. My concubine obeys. The emperor's words. Concubine did not dare to disobey. Even if she wanted to stay, she had no more excuses, and could only glare at Lin Lianyi before turning to leave. The other concubines hadn't seen the emperor for a long time, so naturally they wanted to hang around in Lin To Palace more. It would be a blessing for them if they were not allowed to be looked at by the emperor for a few moments. Unfortunately, the emperor's mind would not be on them right now. Instead, to Ming Rua, who was still kneeling on the side, he squatted down and asked with some heartache, Does the knee hurt? Princess Ming Rua was already in mourning. She thought that no one in the palace would be concerned about her. But the emperor opened his mouth. The question of whether it hurts or not reached her heart. The tears that had been held back for a long time were like a dike breaking at the moment. All of a sudden jumped into the emperor's embrace. Heartbroken. Father! Father! Son of the court no longer have a mother consort. No more. Listening to the child's burst of painful tears, the emperor's heart was somewhat apologetic. It wasn't that he felt that there was anything wrong with the matter of sending away noble consort Lin with his own hands. Rather, he remembered the heartache he felt when he lost his mother's consort in the past. So he had some empathy for Ming Rua. The emperor patted Ming Rua's back, coaxing gently one by one. As at the beginning, the late emperor was like that to him. Lin Lianyi saw. Consciously stay here some redundant. So she bowed slightly to the emperor and silently left. Concubine 2 are gone. The remaining concubines are not good to stay. But when they left, look at that step 3 look back. Also know that the heart must be reluctant to give up this opportunity. Now Lin Guifei is gone. Only 2 Buddha left in the palace. Yifei there. Mu Changji is not able to go. After all, when she used to follow consort Ying, she didn't fight with consort Yi a lot. But Lin Wui's place. She wanted to go but couldn't. That is why there has been no way out. If she is willing to be peaceful, at this moment, learn from concubine Qian's willingness to put her heart on the Empress Dowager. Other not to mention, a life without fear is sure to be able to protect. But now, that's what I call a difficult situation. So looking at the back of Lin Wan he left, more and more anxious. After crying in the emperor's arms that day, Ming Rua was very sick. The whole person is much thinner and weaker. Even so, the emperor did not open a word to Lin Evening Yi, saying that the child will be sent over. In the Empress Dowager's palace, concubine Qian helped take care of it carefully. Let the motherless Ming Rua, for the first time, feel the pain. Lin Guifei's coffin stopped in the palace for 7749 days. And then it was sent to the consort's tomb. In addition to inviting Master Zi Yuan to perform the puja, the afterlife was not organized in a big way. Similarly, Lin Guifei did not receive the special honor of death from the emperor. Such an attitude, so that inside and outside the palace understand Lin Guifei still suffered some Zhan Wangfu implicated. But even if they know, so what? They also but gossip a couple of sentences. Also over. Once, in the palace is also prominent Lin Guifei. From now on became the past, gradually drowned in the way's history in the river. Few people mentioned in later generations. Even if you talk about the yuan and years of the noble consort, everyone remembers most of the Yi Ning noble consort, rather than Lin noble consort. Chapter 369, Extra 2, Turning the Heart to the Bright Moon. The bright moon shines in the ditch eye, and autumn rain is empty. In Lin To Palace, Min consort Lin Evening Zhou is walking back and forth with a big belly. She is now a big month, the midwife said. either this month or next month. The child will land. Therefore, every day is insisting on walking around a bit to help the birth. The belly is as big as a bucket. And some people have seen it, and said that she is a male fetus. Therefore, Lin Wanzhou is even more to raise the fetus to raise attentively. Qin Lu brought a small plate of grapes in, and then said to Lin Evening Boat, Your Highness, this is the tribute fruit that the Emperor just ordered to be sent. I heard that it is very sweet and sour and appetizing. Only after hearing this did Lin Evening Zhou make Qin He, who had been fanning her from the side, stop, slowly walking over. When she saw the grapes, a hint of tenderness and touching flashed in her eyes. His Majesty still remembers me in the end, and hasn't forgotten all about it. What are you talking about? You've been in the palace since you've been in favor. Besides, there's the Xiangfu and Zan Wangfu backing you up. And now the one in your belly is a sturdy little prince. You'll have a great future in the future. Hearing Qin He's so complimentary, Lin Wanzhou also has a very flattered expression. Picking a few grapes, and putting them in her hand. She said, Sweet mouth like anything. Reward you? Many thanks. Your Highness. Qin He got up and right in front of Lin Evening Zhou. He downed the few grapes that were there. Seeing her being so attentive, Lin Evening Zhou's heart was again quite comfortable. With one hand on his waist and one hand on the table, he managed to land in his seat. Took a grape in her hand and ate it in her mouth. It really tasted extraordinary. This palace eat than last year's fruit is also better. That is natural. Now the queen is pregnant with a dragon fetus. Naturally eating is also the best. Then, that Qin, he also has 3 points of complacency said. The Empress Mother's palace is not as good as our Lin To palace. Hearing this, Qin Lu frowned slightly. But Lin Evening Zhou did not stop her. Instead, she looked at her and asked with some arrogance. Oh! How? The slave girl also heard from the people in the inner court division. When this tribute fruit was first sent, it was supposed to be sent to the Empress's palace. But the Emperor said, Our mother's body is precious. It's better to send it to the Lin To palace to give you a taste of the good. The Emperor really misses this palace so much? Of course, Your Highness. Have you forgotten that since the 7th year of Yuanhe, you were the first one to get pregnant? And who wouldn't be jealous of such a great favor? It's a pity that the child was not destined to be with you. Otherwise the name of the eldest prince would not have landed in the Empress's palace. Wouldn't it? Mentioning her own son, who had once slipped out of the womb. A trace of sadness flashed through Lin Evening Zhou's heart. But now, God had finally returned her son again. So Lin Evening Zhou was grateful in her heart. So what if there were already 2 imperial sons in front of her? When this one in her belly fell to the ground, she would naturally be able to compete. When she was thinking this, the child in her stomach seemed to have a sense. It then jumped a few times to show its presence. Although the belly was a bit painful, Lin Evening Zhou was happy. At the same time, she was also incomparably looking forward to the arrival of the child. But she didn't know that what came next would haunt her for the rest of her life. 3 days later on a certain night, Lin Evening Zhou was sleeping soundly. Who knew that her stomach would start to react? At first, it was just a slight bit of belly tightness, followed by pain that started to come. This kind of pain had been described to her by the midwife. So it seemed that she was about to give birth. She called out to the outside Qin Lu who was keeping watch. The two hurriedly ran in to take a look. And sure enough, there was some slight redness. Quickly, go find a midwife to come over. Then have eunuch Jiang carry the stretcher over. Let's send the Empress to the side hall. There was everything prepared in advance there. When the midwife arrived and took a look, she was indeed in labor. So they began to direct it. When the news was sent to Qinan Hall, the Emperor was sleeping soundly. Dong Yuzhong did not know whether it was good to go in and disturb. So he hesitated for a moment at the door. Who knew that he was about to lift his foot when he saw eunuch Sun from Empress Su's side arrive. Eunuch Dong. The Empress has said that the Emperor is working hard for the country. So it's not appropriate to disturb him at a time like this. And that Lady Min will not give birth for a few more hours. So there's no harm in informing her after dawn. With this assurance from eunuch Sun, Dong Yuzhong naturally would not rush to find trouble. So nodding his head, he said, All right, I'll listen to Empress Dowager. On the other hand, although Empress Su explained that she had asked Dong Yuzhong not to wake up the Emperor, but she herself missed the night and went to Lin To Palace to keep watch. In the middle of the side halls, some painful shouts came from time to time. Lin Evening Zhou's child is a little big, and is the first child. so the birth is extraordinarily difficult. Fortunately, Lin Evening Zhou's fetus was well nourished, and the mother's body was not weak. Therefore, she was tired. But her spirit was quite good. After a long time, the pain was not so strong. She immediately grabbed the person next to her and asked, "Where is the emperor? Where is the emperor? How dare that palace maid say that the emperor is not there?" She could only coax, "Nyang Nyang, don't worry. The emperor is naturally outside guarding you. You make it hard. The baby is about to be born." Hearing that the emperor was outside, Lin Wano was relieved. And then she began to cry non-stop. "Emperor, my concubine is in pain. Emperor, my concubine is in pain." This move was a lot of effort for her. Originally, giving birth to a child was a process of storing up strength and clenching her teeth. But she had a mouth and let all the air out. How could she still have the strength to give birth down the line? Outside the door, Queen Su heard here. Felt very bad. So let someone go in and said, "If there is a piece of cloth or something, give Princess Min a piece to bite on, and use some strength on the teeth. Naturally, can be born faster." Empress Su is for the good of Lin Evening Boat. But unfortunately this fell in the eyes of Lin Evening Boat, and its beloved but became Empress Su is deliberately from the obstruction. In order to not let the voice of Princess Min Lin Evening Zhou reach the ears of the emperor. One by one, it is inexplicably a beam. Tossed at day and night. To the daybreak, Lin Evening Boat is not yet born. Seeing that the person is getting weaker and weaker, the midwife was a little nervous. Immediately ran outside and reported back to Empress Su with some concern. "Empress Mother, Princess Min's fetus is too big, so it's extraordinarily difficult to give birth. If it's delayed any longer, I'm afraid that both the adults and the child will be damaged. The slave girl has the courage to ask you a question. If there's an accident, is it to protect the big one or the small one?" Empress Su was a little stunned. She did not expect that Consort Min's labor was so uneventful. It had only been how long ago? And it was time to start talking about protecting the big and the small. But a woman giving birth is like going to the gates of hell. Chapter 370, Extra 2, Turning the Heart to the Bright Moon. The bright moon shines in the ditch too. Where would there be absolute safety? After thinking for half a second, Empress Su still said rather firmly, "Bow to it. Stay green. Not afraid of no firewood. If concubine Min wants to be cynical about this palace in the future, she will have to have a life to do so. Otherwise leaving the child alone would be a sad thing." Outside the door, the midwifery sister had a number in her mind when she received her instructions. Since it was to preserve the eldest, there would naturally be a way to preserve the eldest's birth. As soon as she entered the door, she began to change her techniques. First, she pinched Lin Evening Zhou's middle, and then she began to slowly rotate on her stomach. The technique used was a bit weird, and it was quite strange to see Qin He Qin Lu and the others. "What are you doing? The queen's child is still inside her stomach. You're not thinking of pushing it down. Why are you spinning it?" Miss Qin Lu doesn't know. The Empress Mother said that she wants to keep it big. So the slave girl had to move some hands. "What? Keep it big?" Seemingly startled by the voices of the maids, Lin Wanzhou gradually woke up from some trance. No. No. I want my child. This palace wants a child." As she spoke, she struggled to get up. But it was as if the midwife was being deafened. Her hand was still on her stomach, constantly turning. If this continues, the baby will be spawned to death by her. So she kicked the midwife with all her strength, and then said to Qin He Qin Lu, "Throw this thieving woman out of the palace. Replace it with a new one. This palace doesn't believe it anymore. Today will be a great calamity for our mother and son." Yes, this was Lin To Palace, on Lin Evening Zhou's territory. Therefore it was naturally all people who were towards her. So that midwifery sister was also deflated when she saw the people walking over, immediately shouting, "I'm on the Empress orders. You can't do this to me." Lin Wano sneered. "Empress?" Sure enough, it was her. Duke Su, the Zhan royal family, Minister Lin, and the Northwest Marquis were all auxiliary ministers. But he clearly had two of them all to himself. And after entering the palace, he should have been the one to honor himself as the Empress. Why is she, right now looking at their own is in the midst of a calamity, is to come to the root and branch? That can't be. So let people directly knocked out that midwifery sister, and then clutched a piece of cloth in the hand, pulled Qin He Qin Lu's hand and said, "Don't go looking for people. About this palace can't find people who haven't been bought by the queen. This palace owned birth. You helped me watch. When Qin Lu heard this, her eyes were also filled with shock. But without waiting for their reply, that Lin Evening Zhou raised the cloth already into her mouth. And then she desperately pushed down. Perhaps her determination was strong enough. Or perhaps the force was used correctly. After struggling for a quarter of an hour, she actually saw the child's head. Qin Lu said excitedly. Nyang, push harder. The child is about to come out. It's coming out. Hearing this, and thinking about the Empress's words about it just now, Lin Evening Zhou made a strong effort and used a long force. And the child fell to the ground. Unfortunately, she used too much force. Before she had time to hear the child's cries, the person's consciousness was lax. It turned into a dizziness. Qin Lu and Qin He were the same. And they didn't even have time to rejoice at the birth of the child. When they saw that it was a princess, their faces changed a little. When they looked up again, they only saw that Lin Wanzhou was already unconscious. Immediately, she panicked, splashing hot water to wake up that midwifery sister, and then squatted down and said viciously, "The Empress has safely given birth to the princess. Now get up and purify the princess. If you dare to overstep your bounds, you will immediately report to the Emperor and kill your entire family." Around the time, Qin Lu's majesty was too intimidating, so that midwife didn't dare to fool around anymore. Got up and washed the child neatly. After wrapping it in brocade, she took it out of the side hall. Outside, waiting for a long time, Queen Su. See people out after? The heart of the big stone finally fell. Born? Empress Min gave birth to a little princess. Princess Goodall. This is still the first princess of our dynasty. Quickly have someone go and inform the emperor. Just say that the princess has been born. Yes. The atmosphere, which was still somewhat tense, was permeated with a kind of joy at this moment. Unfortunately, Lin Wanzhou could not feel it. When she was dragged back from the ghost gate, the first person she saw was not the emperor and empress, nor was it a child. Instead, it was her grandmother, Sheriff Ronkong, and her mother, Second Lady Lin Wang. Seeing these people, Lin Wanzhou instantly failed to hold back her tears. It was about a release after the fear. That's why it was permeated with such sentiments in it. And Wang Clan and County Lord Ronkong were also heartbroken and hugged her. Their mouths were also chanting words. My son, hard work, hard work. After crying for a while, the three of them stopped crying. Afterwards, Lin Wanzhou remembered that she hadn't seen a child yet. So with some overflowing joy, she said, "Have grandmother and mother seen the third prince?" Third prince? Yes. Daughter fainted before I heard the child's cry. Loud it, and tossed for so long. Must be a strong little prince. Second Lady Wang was a little hard to speak. In the end, it was still Ronkong County Princess who opened her head. You do not panic. There will be children in the future. Since ancient times the first blossom, then the result. But it is a common thing. So this time the birth is a princess. The next time is sure to be a royal son. Princess? How could it be a princess? Everyone told her that it was 9 out of 10 that it would be a son. So how did it turn into a daughter just after the birth? Lin Evening Zhou didn't understand. So shaking her head frantically, even a little bewitched, she said, "Timing, you guys are looking at it wrong. Bring the child in. Bring it in for me to see." She struggled and wanted to get out of bed. But she had already injured her chi and blood. So it was difficult to recover now. It would take months to properly recuperate. Let alone this agitation. Don't move. I'll have the nursemaid bring it here. After a while, the child was brought in. Wang Clan gently put the child on the bed. Lin Wanzhou was anxious to unravel the wrapped brocade quilt. The child instantly came out of the warmth, suffered some cold, and immediately cried out. The voice was quite loud, but it was truly a princess. At once, Lin Wanzhou's heart sank to the bottom. Not long after, said through gritted teeth, "It must be that bitch Su who caused me. She is now firmly seated as the Empress, and has given birth to the Grand Prince, not to mention that she still wants to come and harm me. Grandmother, grandmother, you must be the judge for me." Lin Wanzhou had such an attitude that made County Lord Ronkong a little puzzled. Just what had happened that would make her hate Empress Su like this? So pulling her hand, she said soothingly, "Don't be afraid. With grandmother here, no one can hurt you." Chapter 371, Extra 2. Turning the heart to the bright moon. The bright moon shines in the ditch 3. Immediately after that, he continued to ask, what exactly happened? Lin Evening Joe hated the gnashing of teeth, and then began to speculate, said, that the position of the queen, she would have done the name is not right. So scared, since I entered the palace, has been favored by the emperor. So the first pregnant is also me. Unfortunately, that child was not preserved in the end, but allowed Su to exploit the loophole, and successfully gave birth to the first son. So over these years, my granddaughter has been conditioning her body in order to be able to give birth to a son to the emperor again, so that both the Xiangfu and Zhan Wangfu would have something to look forward to. Who knows that after this pregnancy, Su set nourishing meals at one time, and golden herbs at another, and day after day I was allowed to replenish my body, and I was able to replenish the child. Seeing that she was deliberately trying to make me die in one body, she even pretended to tell the midwifery sister that she was keeping the child large. After the midwife heard her orders, she came up and turned my stomach for a while. If it wasn't for my granddaughter's quick decision, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the life to live to talk to the two of you now. Speaking of sad places, but also cannot help but cry again. Wang was saddened by her daughter's suffering, but she didn't want her to keep crying. You've only just given birth. Don't cry. Careful with your eyes. Then used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Instead, it was County Lord Ronkong's face that sank a little when she heard these words. Other than that, do you have others? Lin Evening Joe thought about it, and then added, my granddaughter gave birth this time with some urgency. Naturally, in the middle of the night, I didn't send anyone to notify the family. But I did have someone go and invite His Majesty. But I don't know why I didn't see it coming. Humph. Needless to say, it must be the Empress who is causing trouble from this. Over the years, County Lord Ronkong had developed a habit, always thinking of people's hearts in the worst possible light. Around the time she always treated others this way, so she also felt that others would deal with her this way. And as Lin Evening Joe had grown up with her since childhood, she had naturally learnt this temperament of hers without realizing it. Poor Empress Su was determined to do good for Lin Evening Joe, but she ended up in such a situation. It is really, I would have turned my heart to the bright moon. But the bright moon shines in the ditch all. At this point, Qin Lu also walked in. After that, County Head Ronkong instructed them. This time, Princess Min's birth. You and Qin He are in the first place. Don't worry. Your family, this county lord, will take good care of his. In the future in the palace. You just do your best to serve the Empress and the princess on the line. The rest, this county lord will deal with it. Yes. Only after hearing County Lord Ronkong's words did Lin Wanzhou gradually calm down. With her grandmother as her master, why should she worry about not being able to clean up that bitch Su? She had to be pulled down from the position of Empress. And also let her taste. The pain of losing a son is what it is like. Ronkong County, after leaving the palace, did not return to the Xiangfu. Rather, she went alone to Zhan Wangfu. As for what she and Zhan Wang conspired, outsiders do not know. Only know that Princess Mingru, not long after the 100th day, Queen Su's eldest son fell into the ice water because of playing on the frozen ice. Struggling for a long time, did not see anyone come to salvage. Finally was dragged up. The person is unconscious state. Even on the high fever for many days. How the doctor will diagnose are useless. Poor child at a young age. Suffered this offense. And look after him those accompanying people. Also because of negligence of duty were all executed. Empress Su took care of the child day and night, but could not bring him back. Until February of the 13th year of Yuan He, the eldest son of Yuan Yin died. All of a sudden, the whole Chunqian palace was in great mourning. But the crying is no use. In the end, the life of the eldest son could not be replaced. Empress Su could not bear the blow of the pain of losing her son. Immediately fell ill. This disease comes like a mountain. The disease goes like a silk. Back and forth drag for half a year are not good. This day, she only took medicine not long it. See, the courtesan Changle hurriedly ran in. Her eyes were red. And when she saw her, she immediately fell to her knees. Your Highness, the Duke of State has passed away. What? The body that had not been well cleaned could not take the blow at once. His eyes blackened, and he fainted. Scared Chunqian palace up and down, everyone lost their soul. Still not looking for the eunuch. Looking for the eunuch, the eldest palace maid Chang Yao shouted urgently. The palace was in a mess. And the Su family outside the palace was also in a mess. Originally, the Su family could be said to be in the middle of the day in the dynasty. There was the Duke of State in the court, Empress Su in the harem, and the Emperor's firstborn son in their hands. How to see is a hand of good cards. But now, the great prince is gone less than half a year. Su Guogong also died. Such a succession of blows let the Su family how to bear. And so it got up in the air. Now the queen is seriously ill for many days. I'm afraid she won't live long. In order to protect Su's future glory and wealth, we have to send another good Su's daughter into the palace to support the Su family. This proposal was only set out was a race of old people to discuss the decision. After the candidate is selected, they will enter the palace to discuss with Empress Su. At this moment, Su Guogong's corpse is not yet cold. Su clan started to make trouble with Empress Su. Originally only the last breath of Empress Su, when she heard the news, even laughed 3 times, saying, "Pathetic, lamentable," and then she violently spat out blood. It scared the Su clan members, who came to lobby, and so fell away. The emperor was originally still reviewing the Zhongfu. Now that he has been in power for only 6 years, many things are still not grasped in the hand. The only way to have a breakthrough was to be diligent. Therefore, most of the time, he was alone in Qianan Palace. Dong Yuzhong hurriedly came to report the news, talking. The emperor more or less still a little surprised. "Your Majesty, you quickly go to see the empress mother. She is afraid." Before the words were finished, the emperor immediately stopped writing, and then hurriedly rushed to the Chengqian Palace. Along the way, he was asking, "Didn't you say that it's better in the past few days? 2 days ago when I went to see, not also used a small bowl of fish porridge? How will suddenly not line it?" About Su Guogong's illness and death of the news aggravated the empress mother's condition. In addition, slave also heard that the Su family selected a new person intends to send to the palace. I do not know if it is because of this matter to let the empress mother. Hearing this, the emperor's heart burst with displeasure. Unfortunately, Empress Su finally did not wait for him to get there, and then spread his hand. Only left dying words that never let the Su family participate in the draft again. The emperor suddenly lost the wise Empress Su. The heart is naturally painful. Also hated the Su family's ruthlessness. Became the last straw that drove the empress to death. So ordered the Su family move back to Dangzhou, from the former withdrawal from the court, only to ensure that their life is just smooth. 100 days later, Empress Su's phoenix coffin into the imperial tomb, and Lin Evening Zhou in Lin To Palace is teasing her daughter, Princess Ming Rua, revealing an imperative smile. Chapter 372, Going to the Palace Again. The days flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was June. This year's summer, or as in the past, as hot as a furnace. Yihua Palace, early on the use of ice. But the effect is not good. In addition to the house inside the cooler, outside is still as hot as the feet. Therefore, Lin Wani does not like to go out. Eating is not much. Tossed for more than a month. The person followed also lost a lot of weight. At first, the emperor saw her like this, thought it was not pregnant, but let Do Doctor and the second lady Yuns have come to look after to determine, and no matter. In the end, or bitter some are bitter. So the emperor let people arrange the agenda to go to the palace. The first to bear the brunt, naturally, is in charge of the palace affairs Yifei. Lin Guifei's downfall. Let Yifei is really worried for some days. I am afraid that the two had discussed the matter. Was exposed to the people. That would be trouble. So, extra attention. As a result of waiting and waiting. And after several months, there is nothing following. Yifei only then shook his strength. Continued to peacefully in charge of the 6 palace matters. After the emperor ordered to prepare to go to the palace, she was busy again. Just this accompanying list is no longer difficult to do. After all, once upon a time was a large number of people put their fingers to compete for places. But now, this full count is only a few concubines. Nature does not care so much. Yusho Palace. Yifei sitting on the couch, looking at these days of living note. The face is very unsightly. It could be said to be a single branch. A pool full of wilting. Once upon a time, the palace thought that Lin Wanzhou was difficult to deal with. But now people are dead through. Instead of this Loki Lin Evening E, the first to enter the palace to see not out of the movement. And so we all reacted to the time. The people have long been the emperor's heart to gather firmly. You see, Although the number of times the emperor came to the harem is not too much. But every time is to go to the Ihwa palace. She became a flower that was pampered. When he said this, there was a chill in his eyes. And Rui, who was wrapping her nails with cardamom flowers, heard it. And the work in her hands didn't stop. On the contrary, it was the brocade maiden on the side who balked and came up. Who says it is not? Your Highness. The same is into the palace more than 2 years of people. You look at the position of consort Yining. And then look at us, these people. When it is really a bitter cannot say ah. I do not know what evil in the palace. One after another downfall of many people. This certainly has their own sins. But Ife also feel that things are not so simple. For auxiliary ministers, now only the Northwest Marquis one family left. If grandfather hadn't seen through all of this early on and hid at home pretending to be sick, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to escape. Thinking about this gave her some chills. It had been 12 years since she entered the palace in the 7th year of Yuanhe. The past a whole century. But Ife feel that the things at the beginning are still fresh in her mind. But for some reason, it was always a bit saddening. Don't say you. The palace so many years. The position has not changed. But she, from a small promise to the consort position. I'm afraid that future prospects are also great. Before it has been rumored that the department of the inner court in the creation of the Phoenix Crown and the Queen's suit. Just don't know why. It's not settled. In this matter, she had once pried the mouth of Quan Fu, the head of the inner court division. But unfortunately, the other party kept his mouth shut. Plus, if it was really being built, why was it not moving? Therefore, whether it was true or not, for a while, she was not sure. Hearing consort he say so, Lady Jinxiu also followed with a sigh. Before, when the emperor said that he wanted to change this election to once every 5 years, the maidservants were still rejoicing. Who knows that the good thing is letting the Ihwa palaces monopolize it? At this rate, even if a newcomer comes to the palace 3 years later and gets the emperor's liking, I'm afraid that her position would have been secured long ago. Then a self-deprecating smile. On the contrary, it's us who are old and gray, and we still don't know if we want to make room for the newcomers. When she heard her words, concubine E was 2 points of displeasure. Chu nobleman arrogant and domineering. White concubine empty beauty but no brain. Originally think this Jinxiu lady is insightful. Worth cultivating 1 or 2. But now look. But not much use. Neither can attract the emperor's favorite. But also for their own advice. Still all day complaining. Really is very boring. Therefore, Ife cold face did not answer her words. At the beginning of the Jinxiu mama also gushing complaints. Later see Ife face is not quite right. Will not dare to say. Afraid to anger this last backer. Then she in this harem is really called a day. Call the ground not work. The servant girl's words were not in her head. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Concubine E squinted at Empress Jinxiu for a moment before she knocked back and said, knowing that you're stupid, open your mouth less in the future. You don't have to complain every day, spoiling the feng shui here in this palace. Hearing these words, the frightened Jinxiu matron immediately fell to her knees. Now, not to mention the harem, even the entire Shengjing city. Who dares to change the idea of feng shui? It's not like they're looking for death. Seeing that Lady Jinxiu was so obsequious, concubine E was also very dissatisfied in her heart. So frowning, waving her hand, she said, go down. Seeing you makes me feel upset. Jinxiu matron was so counted down. Her heart was sad, but forcibly holding back her tears. She didn't dare to spill a single drop outside. Yes, maidservant concubine excuses herself. She waited until she walked out of Yushu Palace for a while, before she dared to let her tears fall. At the same time, the crying that had been suppressed for a long time came out. Fortunately, the place where she lived was also a bit remote, so she did not meet anyone. Back to the place where she lived, she let out a loud cry. Low birth, and not her choice. This Ife talk is too vicious. If I could have half of her background, I'm afraid I would have already climbed to the concubines. Now there are only 5 concubines in the palace. Such a number, in any dynasty, is to make people laugh. But the emperor does not care. Where it is her turn to speak to this kind of even the end of the stream promised not to squeeze up the maiden. Now, she was completely regretful. If I had known, I would have been better off not going to the palace in the first place. She had a large amount of money at home. Not to mention, he also fell into an old death in the palace. Really, the more I think, the more angry. The more I think, the more sad I feel. Therefore, crying even more. Not far from her place of several inspection guards. Is sitting in the shade of the place to rest. There is that ear sharp heard the sound of crying. So deliberately lowered his voice and said, in this palace? About except Yihua Palace. Other palaces are almost the same as the Coal Palace. Who says it is not? We also did not get into the eyes of Lord Lin. So only in this remote part of the boundary inspection. Not to mention the merit, unusual, and even the opportunity to see the nobles or not. I'm afraid it is to be a lifetime of suffering here. Chapter 373, Promoting Imperial Concubine. Then someone pulled out a bag of fried peanuts and marinated meat wrapped in greaseproof paper from his arms, and shared them with a smile. Forget it. With our origins, even if we go to the Imperial Court, we won't be able to compete. It's better to just muddle through here. If we really reach the Imperial Court, where can we still have such a good life? Then he pushed a man next to him. Sanghai. Eat. Then grabbed a handful of peanuts and put it in his hand. And that Shin Sanghai only came back to his senses. Smiling, he talked to the few people next to him. Only when he had eaten almost all of it did he look at the palace of Lady Jinxiu. And then his eyes deepened. The sun rose and the moon set. And the days passed day by day. Just as Consort Yi was tending to the matter of going to the palace, the emperor suddenly issued a decree of grace. Directly promoted Consort Yi as royal consort. Promoted Lin Lianyi as noble consort. Such an attitude, so that the outsiders are even more puzzled. But he had his own words. After the second prince and the third prince chose to accompany the readers, it is time to move out of your respective palaces and head to the imperial house. And after you are 10 years old, you will go out of the palace to build your own house. The two of you are both people who have done a great deal of good in raising the emperor's son. So it is only right that you be promoted. A sentence that made Imperial Concubine Yi instantly smile with her eyebrows, but made Lin Evening Yi on the side of the room more than a couple of dismayed. Imperial Concubine Yi? This was a title of honor that Wei had never had before. What this promotion of hers meant, everyone understood in their hearts. Imperial Concubine is only one step away from the Empress position. And now her head. There is no Empress pressure. So she is the deserved queen. For Concubine Yi, it was not just about satisfying her own desire for power. More than that, it is a kind of foundation stone for the future of the third prince. She knew that the emperor, no matter how much he favored Lin Lianyi, but in the matter of the countryside, it would not be easy to mess around. Therefore, in the future, the throne of the emperor can only be the third prince to go up. Even now, he is not considered the eldest son, but if he could ascend to the throne of the empress, then he would be the first son. In this way, the throne will also be justified. Thinking this way, he felt that everything around him had become satisfactory. Even Lin Gui, who is usually the most disliked person, also smiled a little more at this moment. I thank you for your majesty's graciousness, and I will live up to your expectations. Compared to Consort Yi's smugness, Lin Evening Yi was a bit unresponsive. Being promoted to noble consort, compared to Consort Yi, she was naturally less eye-catching. But for Lin Wanyi, the joy of being promoted was not as great as the disappointment of having the second prince leave. In the past few years, he has been raised by his side, almost forgetting the rules of the palace. The princes chose to accompany the reader. It is already considered adults, so it would not be possible to live with concubines. When the time comes, Sister Du will also follow along, and those palace staff who originally served him, of course, will also follow. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyi was even more sad. Her heart was so empty that she forgot to give thanks. Yi Fei is now very happy, so the speech does not clip the gun with a stick. Instead, she said with a bit of flirtation, Your Majesty, look, Yi Ning's sister is happy and silly. Don't you hurry up and give thanks? It was only after being pointed out by Consort Yi that Lin Lianyi reacted. Immediately, she also knelt down and stiffly thanked this long in. My concubine thanks you, Your Majesty. Afterwards, the emperor said, as if it were normal, the enthronement ceremony for the two of you. Let's set it for the Mid-Autumn Festival. A day with a full moon in harmony is also appropriate. Yi Fei will stay in the palace to preside over this matter. Yi Ning Palace and the head of the children are afraid of the heat is very. She went with me is. This word. Yi Fei froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. The emperor is not going to let other people accompany to go. The joy that had risen in her heart fell, but soon washed away. To go to the palace toss is also a small, half-a-year thing. It is better to stay in the palace to prepare for it. Royal consort of the Majesty, no matter how to say, must be done grand, and grand only good. Thinking here, raised a smile and said. The Emperor said yes. But now the harem sisters are not much. Not at the Emperor and promoted. Is also a great joy. The Emperor was silent for a while. Think about it, also think so. Then opened his mouth. This period of time I look at Qian concubine to take care of the Empress Dowager and Mingrua too. Is also hard enough. And in the harem has never had any faults. That will promote her as a noble concubine. As for the Muchangzhou, is also still rules. Will be promoted as a nobleman. As for the Ying Fei to recuperate. Such mundane things do not have to go to disturb her. But the Ming nobleman innocently implicated. Destroyed the appearance is also a great pity. On the promotion of concubines. Identity on the more honorable. No one dares to bully. The Emperor's consideration is thoughtful. But forgot one person. Although Jinxiu is stupid. Causing Fei Fei is not happy. But how to say is also under their own hands. So the situation of full palace promotion. Also still have to mention a word. Your Majesty. There is also a Lady Jinxiu. Jinxiu? This word is too big. Or withdraw the title. Just promote the position of permanent is. Yes. I will go down and make arrangements. If the sisters in the palace know about this, they will certainly be happy. After consort E left, the Emperor walked to Lin Evening E. After looking at her after her promotion, there was no expression of joy at all before he asked, "What's wrong? But you're afraid that after the promotion, someone will chew on you." This was what Lin Evening E had always mentioned over and over again. But the Emperor couldn't help it. He clearly wanted to make her a queen. Now that he could tolerate it, and just promote her to a noble consort. It was already very aggravating for her. Especially since there were some other reasons that compelled Yi Fei to be promoted above her to the position of Imperial noble consort. At this point, the Emperor felt that he was somewhat ashamed of Lin Avigny. Unfortunately, what Lin Avigny cared about was not this. Hey, promotion or not, my concubine is not afraid nowadays. It's just that this second prince has to move to the Imperial residence. My concubine is a bit reluctant to part with it all of a sudden. Hearing this, the Emperor only reacted. His own brain played a big drama. But also will persuade her words are thought good. Who knows, but not this reason. A time some by himself to stupid. So he embraced her in his arms. Before saying, the child is big, always want to leave the parent's side to go outside to break in. Especially he is still a prince. Day in day out locked in the harem is not so much. You are not also see. He is outside of heaven and earth how much he longs for. So let's not trap him. My concubine understands everything in her heart. It's just that for a while, I was a little unable to switch over. Then cherish it. This time after going to the palace and coming back, the second prince and the third prince will move away. This period of time, you also make preparations. Do not have to time to cry. I cannot coax good. The original sadness was teased by him. Lin Lian instantly cried and laughed a little. Chapter 374 Palace Seal. How is it that the Emperor, who is always cold-hearted and cold-hearted in front of outsiders, always becomes oily and smooth-talking when it comes to her? Sometimes, Lin Lian even wondered, how many faces does this Emperor have? How to say change can change. The happy news that the whole palace was promoted quickly spread. At the same time, Consort also said she will stay in the palace to take charge of the mid-autumn matters. As for the other concubines, whether they can understand their own meaning, then rely on the enlightenment. Thinking of this, she did not ask more questions. Only a mind to throw in their own sealing ceremony. When the news was sent to the Empress Dowager's palace, concubine Qian was giving a fan to Princess Mingru, who was reading a book. Once upon a time do not feel. Now look at the two of them is very harmonious. Princess Mingru's illness is a heart disease. If it is not for the careful care of the concubine, I am afraid that it is not so fast. And concubine in the experience of the fourth prince after. There is no longer too much hope. So take care of Princess Mingru on this matter. But is a real heart. Now although Mingru is still raised in the Empress Dowager's palace, but the relationship with concubine Qian is much better than before. Promote me to be a noble concubine? Is this news really correct? Concubine Qian was very shocked. Completely not expecting that she had the possibility of being promoted again. It was probably because she had been silent for too long. So she behaved like this. Your Highness, this is the Emperor's golden words. And you are not the only one who has been promoted. The whole palace has been promoted. So the person came and said the situation all over. Other okay. Only on the EP promoted to the royal noble consort matter. Slightly 3 shocked. She thought that in the future, the harem would be respected by Lin Evening E. But she didn't expect that the final winner would be consort E. Thinking that she had given birth to a child half a month before and after her. Her third prince is now almost 7 years old. But her own child hasn't even seen the sun for a day. There is some unspeakable pain in her heart. Next to Ming Ruo see her like this, cannot help but also think of their own mother consort. She fought with consort E for several years, and finally ended up with a clean body in death. And Yi Fei has ascended to this honorable position, when it is really the creation of people awe. The two sad to a sad, then each other to the tears up, both venting, but also the enhancement of feelings. On the other hand, learnt that promoted the position of Muguiran, but happy not up. Caught in the middle of it all. It's really no fun to talk about it. With a background like Lady Jinxiu's, she was able to lead 2 levels to become a permanent resident. Why can she only advance 1 level? In the end, it is not just a question of standing in line, thinking of the fact that she was on the wrong side of consorting. She couldn't help but feel chagrined, waiting to go to the palace, and then think about it. As for Jinxiu, now should be honored with the name He Chongzai. I really didn't expect it. Just a few days ago by the Yi Fei to give a scolding. How to turn around to become often in. Although in the palace head of the characters, the status of the lowest or her. However, she preferred He Chongzai to the title of Lady Jinxiu. He Chongzai. He Chongzai. That's really nice to hear. Whenever she recited this name in the palace, she felt a sense of complacency. Her temperament was the same as a flower planted in a pot. If others are watered and raised with care, they are naturally vibrant. But if someone else puts it in the sun, it's just a little bit too dull. Anyway, they can't survive on their own. After the promotion, people also stretch a lot. So on this day, taking advantage of the sunset, she wandered blindly around the palace. From before, many did not find the scenery are good to see. Who knows is walking. See in front of suddenly appeared an uninvited guest. Slave Shin Songhai has met He Chongzai. Greetings to Chongzai. He Chongzai frowned a little when he heard this voice, always feeling vaguely slightly familiar. It was only after the man raised his head and tore the beard off his face that He Chongzai was shocked. It's you? Surprisingly. It's you? Surprised. He immediately wanted to escape, but was blocked by Shin Songhai, and then said in a low voice, Little Lord, this is forgetting the past? He Chongzai forced down that fear in his heart and immediately said back, What am I afraid of? It's all just wishful thinking of your Shin family. I didn't promise. My father didn't promise either. Old things still want to bring out to harm me. Don't dream. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Although He Chongzai suppressed his voice. But the meaning is more than clear. The momentum had not lost. So now it was that Shin Songhai who had a stoic face. He thought about it before he came. There will not be any good results. But he didn't expect it to be skimmed off so cleanly now. So he let out a bitter smile. The past is all a shadow? Who has a past with you? I am now the Emperor's concubine. You a small guard is how? Are you going to touch a stone with an egg? I advise you to give up on this. Get out of the palace immediately, and never appear in front of me again. After saying that, she lifted her skirt and ran towards the palace. Fearing that Shin Songhai would chase after her, she ran back to the palace in one breath, and then locked the door tightly before calming down. It's okay. It's okay. My He family has never promised. Not afraid of him coming to the door to pursue. Sentence by sentence, he comforted himself. But in his heart, he was still worried. Surprisingly, he would enter the palace as a guard, when really underestimated the Shin family's ability. This is how much it cost all. So narrowed his eyes. And in his heart, he was afraid that the position of permanent residence that he had only just obtained would be lost because he was implicated. Therefore, the heart also hardened. You'd better stay out of my way. Or else, I won't be blamed for being ruthless. The ruthlessness that popped out of his eyes sent shivers down one's spine. 3 days later, the Emperor took the Empress Dowager, Lin Liani, the children and Qian Gui concubine, He Chongzai to the palace. Originally, He Chongzheng was intended to stay in the palace to accompany Yi royal concubine. But in the way of Shin Songhai's appearance, She was looking for a number of excuses to go to the palace. This does not know the matter of royal consort E. Ani Changyan is more and more dislike up. Promotion also do not look at who is out of hand. Turn the other cheek, and want to go to climb the high branch. What a fool. Only not waiting for her to attack it. See Muguiran to find the door. She was sincere in her intention to stay in the palace, and work for Imperial concubine E. Such an attitude. But let E royal concubine more look at her 2 eyes. What? Consort in can't be relied on. So she wants to rely on this palace? This is too good to be true. Noble Lady Mu had been kneeling on the ground since she entered. Her attitude was respectful and courteous, and she placed herself extremely low. No matter what Imperial concubine E said about her, she had accepted it with an empty heart. Only when she heard these words, she suddenly raised her head. Chapter 375. The human heart turns black. With an imperative in her eyes, she said, "The servant girl is stupid. Once upon a time, I couldn't see who is the big tree in this palace, and who is the floating duckweed. That's why I threw myself into the wrong place. I also ask your highness to be magnanimous, and let the servant girl go. From now on, the servant girl is your pawn, bowing to the best of her ability, and never betraying. Joke. A bitch who ran away from concubining. Why should this palace believe in your never betrayal? Do you think this palace is stupid?" Before she came, Noble Lady Mu was already mentally prepared. From the plain look of Imperial concubine E, this person was by no means a good person. To put it bluntly, she had turned her back on concubining and switched to her. So it seemed reasonable to be scolded. So, with sincerity in her eyes, she said, "The maidservant knows that she is a thing that can't be put on the stage. But in the case of the Empress Mother, it is a competent knife. Nowadays, there is no longer a 3-legged situation in the harem. Only you and Yi Ning noble concubine are left to fight against each other. Although it is said that the Empress is now at the top and she is at the bottom. But it must be known that she has many children under her name. Ah, must not be taken lightly. If your highness can accept the servant girl to work for you, I will certainly offer my life and soul to you." It had to be said that noble Lady Mu still knew how to convince her people. In a few words, she reversed Consort Yi's dislike for her, thus adding a few more points of appreciation for her ability to see and understand the situation. So with a raised eyebrow and a smile she said, "Since ancient times, defection needs to be handed over with a letter of surrender. For you to come and say this out of the blue, this palace doesn't believe in it." Muguiran was naturally prepared. Therefore, from her sleeve, she handed out a piece of paper. What noble consort Yi Ning has is just a large number of children and her mother's family's favor. If you want her to lose her holy heart, you only need to start from these 2 places. The medicinal herbs listed above are distributed to the people by the Dong family through the Beneficial Medicine Bureau. They are all useful but not expensive. If we find someone to do something about them, I'm afraid that the Dong family's good days will soon come to an end." Hearing this, Imperial concubine Yi's eyes were really interested in her. So there was a 3/4 coolness in her smile. "How can I say that you also had the affection of living in the same palace with her in the past? To turn the other cheek like this palace has really underestimated you. Your highness is flattered." After Muguiran entered the palace, she didn't ask for much. The only thing she wanted was to have the emperor's mercy, and give birth to a son or daughter, so that she could rely on her for the rest of her life. At the same time, she could also bless her father and brother at home, and plan for the future of the Mu family together. At that time, there was no conflict with Lin Gui, so she naturally did not play with her mind. But now it's different. If she doesn't do something, she will only die in the palace. Therefore, standing on the opposite side of the fence with Lin Evening E became something she had to do. The human heart is so a little black. Even if others have never hurt you, as long as the road is blocked, all are a death. Imperial concubine E looked at the person in front of her, who was young but had a very deep heart, and smiled slightly. There was a sentence that she said instead. "A knife that weighs a lot. It's useless to use it. But when you use it, you should also be careful, and beware of injuring yourself by the blade." So it was said, "This matter will be left to you. What needs to be done? Just tell Ruan Ming." "Yes, your highness." With noble Lady Mu's ability, at best, she would be giving out ideas. Wanting to reach outside of the palace was still a great deal more than a pie in the sky. Therefore, if this matter was to be done properly, it would have to be done with the help of the Lu family. At this point, no one would be as powerful as Ruan Ming. When noble Lady Mu left from Yusho Palace, the person no longer looked like she did when she arrived. No one would know what kind of waves she could turn up in the back. And in the palace, Lin Lian, a year of absence, once again returned to Ruiyangxian, the heart of the heart that is called a Shuyi. For her, Ruiyangxian and Yihua Palace were both home. No matter where she lived, she was very comfortable. In Ruiyangxian, things were prepared early. Therefore, when they came, everything was as smooth as it was before they left. However, this time, there were 3 more little peasants. The 4th prince, the 5th prince, and the 3rd princess. The 2nd princess, who would be 2 years old in a month's time, was like a host, pulling the 4th prince's hand and looking around. She was now walking steadily, and her speech was much more fluent. Occasionally 1 sentence at a time. She was able to answer Lin Evening Yi's questions. This gave Lin Avini a sense of pride as a mother. You slow down. Don't let your brother fall. No. Got it. Got it. The 2nd princess's crisp little milky voice replied to Lin Evening Yi, while also pulling the 4th prince as she drifted away. The 2 of them were intimate, and Lin Evening Yi looked both happy and headachy. The 2nd princess's temperament is really lively. If only she could bring the 4th prince to be more lively as well. Xian spoke from the side. Lin Lian Yi smiled, and then took her seat. I'm afraid that she'll be too lively and bring her younger brother into trouble. Although she said so, Lin Evening Yi was proud in her heart. The child who was once diagnosed by the Imperial doctor as not surviving, now filled the entire courtyard with laughter. Sometimes, Lin Evening Yi even felt that the 2nd princess was a lark in her previous life. That's why she was so full of spirit, and so likable. Whenever I saw her, no matter what worries I had, they could all be dispelled. As the master and servant were talking, they saw Qiuming walk in. Your Highness, the Imperial sons and princesses' courtyards are all packed up. The 2nd prince and the 2nd princess still live in the original position. The 4th prince lives in the middle of the 2 in that house. As for the 5th prince and the 3rd princess, it was put together in the right side of the hall. The left side of the hall slave also told them to pack up, or all the furniture is moved away, laying the soft cushions, estimating that this time from the palace back to the 5th prince and the 3rd princess can go it. Speaking of these 2 children, Lin Wanyi's face was a burst of warmth, without mentioning anything else. The 5th prince will definitely be able to walk. Now only 10 months old, he was already able to move a few steps holding onto the furniture. Every time he moved, he was overjoyed, and the cheering and encouragement of the people next to him was soothing in his ears. So Stinky was eager to show everyone. But every time, he managed to fall a little fart. On the contrary, the 3rd princess is stable. Climbing is also powerful. Only from not allowed. Never sat steadily and playfully. Then watched the 5th prince wrestle. You thought it through. So let's set it up like this. Yes. After coming to the palace, it was cool because there were endless trees and pools around. Even the use of ice was much less. After settling down the Empress Dowager, the Emperor moved straight into Ruiyangxian. This time, he didn't even look for an excuse. But outsiders couldn't do anything about it. After all, Lin Wanyi is now a Ming noble consort, and there are a bunch of children in Ruiyangxian. The main thing is, Chapter 376 Uncle's Mother's Request. Among the people who came with her this time, those who wanted to make a fuss couldn't. Jian Gui concubine was busy taking care of the Empress Dowager and Princess Ming Rua, and Yi Changzheng was distracted trying to settle the matter of Shinsanghai. And the very badly disfigured Ming concubine doesn't even come out of the door, and is not at all excited to hear the news of the Emperor's arrival. Not to mention the Ying concubine, who drank medicine day after day to stabilize her mood. As a result, this side of the East Garden, except for the Empress Dowager's courtyard where some laughter could still be heard, the rest of the place was just like that stagnant water tan. Lifeless. Imperial concubine didn't come. And naturally, the 3rd prince wouldn't come either. She is not assured that her own children are not under her nose. So she just sent twice as much ice to the 3rd prince's place. On the contrary, the 2nd prince, at the moment in the palace, practiced riding and shooting. Although there is no autumn hunting this year, he has recently become addicted to riding and shooting. Maybe it was because he was too weak before and didn't experience the joy of a good ride. Once he experienced it, it was hard not to enjoy the feeling. Fortunately, there was already a riding ground in the palace, so the 2nd prince would practice early in the morning. As for the noon, we'll come back to rest. After a good night's sleep, he gets up and reads again. The attitude is so correct that even the emperor nodded his head and said that he has the style of the royal family. And Lin Evening he also extraordinarily cherished the time to see the second prince day after day. Daily lunch and dinner together, not to mention. Will also in his book after gossip some interesting things. For example, the family sat in the middle of the courtyard, eating watermelon, looking at the stars, listening to Lin Evening he say about the sky some fairy stories. Harmonious and peaceful. On this day, Lin Evening he received a post from her mother and second aunt to come to the palace. Now that she was already at the position of noble consort, so her family members could come if they wanted to. Therefore, not long after breakfast, the people arrived. Originally, I thought that only my mother and second aunt had come, but I didn't realize that my grandmother and great aunt had also come along. The last time Lin Lian and them met was last year when her brother got married. So there was another sigh of relief. Grandmother, your old man's spirit is getting better and better. But is there a happy event approaching? Lin Lian asked smilingly. Nowadays, the biggest joys up and down. Aren't they all in your sister-in-law's belly? Whether it's a brother or a sister. They are all our beloved babies. That's right. Dong also smiled and spoke along with her grandson. She really has nothing to worry about now. So she looks even younger than before. The only thing is to pay more attention to her daughter-in-law Feng's body. And nothing else. Now she is waiting for her grandchildren. It is the great aunt who is a bit speechless. Lin Lian saw that. So she opened her mouth and asked, Great aunt, we are family. If you have something to say, just say it. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, great aunt gave elder lady Dong a look, seemingly a little worried. But when she saw old Madame Dong nod her head, she spoke up. It's like this. It's been a few years since your cousin Xiaolon became married and had a son. And now that eldest son, Cir, is already 4 years old, and has been a smart, lively, and good boy since he was a child. His father was originally a Shiozai. But in the past few years the Imperial examinations have always been unsatisfactory. So he has been delayed at home. And this time the Imperial examinations have failed. And I don't know when I will be able to move forward again. But Kai's studies can't be delayed. I thought, if you ask, can you find a better teaching master for him? No matter how much money our family can afford to pay. I just want to let Brother Ci learn more. As you know, we're from a merchant family, so it's easy for me to find 100 or 80 taels of silver. But it's a bit harder to find a teacher. When Mrs. Dong finished saying this, she blushed a little. After all, it was for the sake of her daughter who was married out. Begging to Lin Evening their Lin family's big house, and the Dong family had gained a bit of holy favor. But it wasn't to the point where they gave face to everyone. What's more, amongst the in-laws they have made nowadays, there is only one family, the Feng family. It is also a military family. So this reading problem really cannot find someone. Hearing his great aunt's words, Lin Lani did not push back. Nodding her head, she said, the situation outside the palace. My niece does not know much. But you can ask my godmother. The fourth prince's house of several children are capable of writing and martial arts. Think there must be a private school. I will help my great aunt to ask to see, if it is possible, will be Ci's son to send, or let our family later out of a handsome scout to the future. Hearing this, Madame Dong almost wept with joy. If she could really go to the fourth prince's residence to attend private school, I'm afraid her future would be brighter. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but make a gesture to kneel down to thank Lin Evening but was helped up by Lin Evening Great auntie has insulted my niece. Now that the door is closed, we are just performing the family rituals. No need to be like this. Well. Before I came, I was afraid to open my mouth to make it difficult for the Empress. But Ci brother's future I can't disregard this as a grandmother. So that's why. Dame Dong was anxious. Afraid of this and that. Lin Lian saw it and comforted. Didn't I just say, we are family. Cousin's son. Isn't it also necessary to call me cousin aunt? Yes. What your highness said. To be able to have a dynastic noble consort as a cousin's aunt. This blessing was not something that anyone had. Thinking of this, Grand Dame Dong was so happy that she couldn't wait to rush to her daughter's home immediately to tell her the happy news. Seeing that her eldest daughter-in-law's problem was solved. Elder Lady Dong was also happy. So she spoke of another happy event. In a few more days, Your Highness will be able to eat wedding candies again. Oh! How so? And then old lady Dong replied with a smile. Autumn moon, the child's marriage has been fixed. In September the bride will be hired. And next year's marriage will be in April. By then she will also be over 17. It's just the right time. Cousin Chiou is engaged? When did it happen? Which one? Lin Wanyi asked a series of questions, each one curious. So Dong smiled and said, You know about this family. I know. Lin Wanyi frowned and thought back, suddenly thinking of one person. So she asked curiously, Could it be the young grandson of Dr. Dou's family? That's right. It's the Dou family. Ever since Lin Wanyi had entered the palace, the Dou family had more connections with the Dong family. Once upon a time, it was only the Dong family's Grand Master and the Dou family's Grand Master who saw each other more on official business. But now, the two families had become as close as family because of the upcoming marriage. The Dou family has been a Qinglu portal for generations, and has also been practicing medicine for 3 generations. The family has a long history of learning, with the Dong family's origins in herbal medicine, and now in charge of the Huimin Pharmaceutical Bureau. It is really the right match for each other. Chapter 377 Cousins Marriage. But here, it involves Lin Evening E. But here, it involves Lin Yuani. So it's hard to say whether it's a high climber or not. Therefore, the Dou family and the Dong family hit it off right away, and the two old men made the decision to settle the matter. Dr. Dou and Dong's second wife, Yun, have known each other for a long time. So this marriage is also very natural. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi sincerely felt happy for her cousin Chiou. With a bright and lovely nature like hers, she should marry into a family with a simple population and a clean background. At this point, she felt that her grandfather's family had made the right decision, because if they had the intention to let her cousin marry high, it would not be impossible for them to take advantage of her noble consort's power. There had been a few wives of court ministers who had inquired about her brother Lin Muji when they chatted with the fourth Wangfei. So Lin Lian was clear in her mind. But this kind of marriage that comes at the right time may not last long. If there is a way out in the future, I'm afraid they will run away faster than anyone else. Therefore, Lin Wanyi was very cautious. Fortunately, her grandfather's family also understood this. It's best to live on an even keel. You know my family background. I understand your worldly knowledge. As long as both sides can work together to run to a force, the day can also be prosperous. Thus, Lin Lian said to Xian, Go and bring all those congratulatory gifts that this palace has prepared. I have been saving them from the past, just waiting to enjoy to them. Xian immediately replied yes. Soon after the end of the congratulatory gifts into the door. One is a pair of pomegranate flower bonsai made of cloisonate pink crystal. A congratulatory gift to sister-in-law Feng. This jasper for the leaves. Pink crystal for the pomegranate. The bottom is also dyed some red. Just before the pomegranate is about to turn red. It was a perfect gift for Feng, who was about to give birth, as it was full of fruits and leaves. The other was 6 red glass bowls, with a wormwood pattern painted in gold. A congratulatory gift for cousin Chiou. When a new wife was initiated, she brought such a set of bowls from the Imperial court. It was as if she had brought rations to the door, for good luck and joy. As for cousin Chiou, naturally also prepared a gift, is a pair of moonlight white satin background flowers, and birds embroidered hanging screen. The color is light and elegant, looks lifelike, but also through a few birds and flowers. Gave her in the bedchamber hanging, but also not eye-catching. On the contrary, it added some interest. When the crowd saw these congratulatory gifts, they all laughed out of their eyes. Your Highness has thought this through. This gift, it really has been sent to their hearts. Each person had their own gift, and each gift was sent according to their own circumstances. Who wouldn't like it if they saw it with such care? Not only that, Lin Wanyi also specially prepared 2 small, hanging screens. On it, she personally embroidered all the way to the successive subjects. Harem silk standing on top of the lotus leaves, next to the blooming white lotus flowers. The use of colors are mostly green and wild rice white. The colors used are mainly green and wild rice. It is a kind of comfort that refreshes the heart. Harem silk is the same as road, and lotus flower is the same as connection. With such a good intention, it was naturally hoped that younger brother Lin Muji and cousin Dong Kelly would be able to win all the way in the next Imperial examinations. Seeing this, the crowd sighed again. Dong's heart ached a little for her own daughter, and she hurriedly said, "You have to serve His Holiness as well as take care of the children. What are you doing with all this effort? Carefully hurt your eyes." Lin Lianyi sniffed, knowing that her mother meant well. So she smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Fortunately now, the children's clothes are all made and sent by their mother. So my daughter doesn't have too much needlework in her hands. This embroidered screen will take a good intention. Please ask my mother and great-aunt to send it to my 2 younger brothers for me, wishing them to develop their ambitions and have a bright future." Well, well, well. What a nice thing for the Empress to say. Those present were incomparably moved. And then, they continued to chat for a while until after lunch, before leaving the palace's door and returning home, running back and forth in one day. They had set out before dawn. Therefore, at this moment, they were all very tired, leaning against the carriage and resting with their eyes closed. However, this tiredness did not matter. Compared to the imperial gifts loaded on the back of the carriage, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. After sending off her grandmother's family, Lin Lianyi was able to have a free day. With the sun hanging high outside, it was uncomfortable to go anywhere. She simply took a nap in the house, when Sister Du brought someone to see her. It so happened that Lin Lianyi had just woken up. "Slave servant has met your highness." "Greetings to your highness." Behind Sister Du stood 2 young palace maids, both with their heads lowered at the moment, bowing in a disciplined manner. Upon seeing the 2 of them, Lin Lianyi suddenly understood. This is about the palace maid that was picked for the second prince, and at the same time is also a common room. Thinking that the second prince was only 8 years old and had to have these preparations, Lin Lianyi suddenly felt that her son was too big for his mother. But the palace rules are placed there. Not to mention her. Even the emperor cannot cross. She now only hope. Sister Du looking for these 2 courtesans are self-protecting and peaceful. Not to mention the other. At least 12 or 13 years old before thinking about these. So she straightened her body and said, "Sister Du don't need to be polite. Quickly get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." And those 2 palace maids didn't get Lin Lianyi's words. So they both remained kneeling respectfully, raising her eyes to look at Sister Du. She only saw her nod. With such a solemn expression, Lin Lianyi was quite relieved. So she said, "Raise your head. This palace will take a look. And by the way, tell us about your respective situations." "Yes." Both of them raised their heads. Their appearance was not that of someone who was voluptuous and timeless. A small family some. Through the Qingli. A dignified atmosphere some. Through the calm. Asked the age. But are 12 years old or so of the courtesans. Into the palace, but there are 3 or 4 years. Before has been raised under the hands of the sisters to teach the rules. But has not been separated out to do things. Therefore, the errand of serving the second prince is still the first thing they have done since they entered the palace. Slave girl Yunqi. "Meet your highness. Please have a golden piece." Yunqi is the one who is a little jade. Speaking voice is also good to hear. Soft and soft. Through a Jiangnan flavor. But Jiangnan people? Exactly. Slave girl ancestry is Jinling City. Jinling City? That's a good place. This was obviously not for Yunqi to answer. So she did not reply. After asking some more about her family, Lin Lianyi turned to look at the other one, only to see that she was even more generous. "Slave girl Yun Fei. I have met your highness. Please golden piece." "Your highness." When she spoke, she had a crispness about her. Then she was asked about her place of birth. Slave girl's ancestral home is Shuzhou. Shuo? This palace has even been there a few times before when I was at home. It's just that the weather is a bit stuffy. Your highness is right. But the stifling heat has stifling heat benefits. Went to a few months. Came back to be a lot of white. No wonder everyone said Shuzhou out of the beautiful. You look also good. In terms of looks, she is naturally not considered superior. Chapter 378, The Maid of the House. However, her skin is so white that it is tender and shiny. And she can be seen the fastest even when standing in the crowd. Lin Lianyi's impression of her was also good. And then she said to Sister Du, "Sister has gone through a lot of trouble. These 2 you picked are both good. Just send them." "Yes." The 2 also knew the significance of their visit. So when Lin Lianyi finished saying this, they blushed a little scarlet. Lin Lianyi said slowly, "Being a mother, I know that sooner or later there will be such a day. But the second prince is still young now. You serve him, just concentrate. When you get older in the future, people are also more mature and stable. Then talk about this matter is not in a hurry. If you serve well, then this palace will make the decision for you. But if it is bad for the second prince's future and reputation, then I'll not blame this palace for not being merciful. Although she spoke softly, the warning in the ears of the two palace maids was heavy. So they all bowed their heads and said yes. Sister Du also spoke. Don't worry, Your Highness. With the slave girls here, we won't let them overstep their bounds. Lin Evening Opinion nodded at this. She still trusted Sister Du on this point. Only after sending the three of them away did Lin Wani let out a long sigh. When Xian brought over a cup of water with lime, she opened her mouth and asked, "What's wrong with the Empress? Once upon a time, I wished for the children to grow faster. But now I wish for them to grow slower and be able to stay by my side for a few more days." Xian knew that her own mother was saddened by the imminent departure of the second prince. So she spoke out to comfort. Even if the second prince is out of the door of our Yihua Palace, he is still a member of our Yihua Palace. Besides, it's not like he can't be seen at all. Sooner or later, he still has to come to greet the Empress. Doesn't he? So, mother, relax. Such is the second prince of the heart of this child. Will certainly remember you. Lin Liani actually no. Only as a mother. Always from time to time feel some pretentious jest. Thinking of this she smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the small kitchen to see what Shunqi has made today. Doesn't the second prince like chicken with lotus leaves? I see that the lotus leaves are blooming well. Save some more so that you can use it for cooking in the future. The master and servant too looked at each other and smiled. Then headed towards the small kitchen. On the other end, the second prince, who was resting in the afternoon, was somewhat distressed. Slave girl Yunqi has met the second prince. Please be at peace. Slave girl Yunfei has met the second prince. Please, second prince, peace. The two spoke with a couple of shyness. But overall they were quite generous. On the contrary, the second prince was a bit puzzled. And looking towards Sister Du he asked, "Sister, isn't there enough manpower in the palace? Why did you send 2 more? Has the second prince forgotten that when we return from the palace, we will have to move to the prince's residence? There, I'm afraid we'll have to double our manpower to make it enough." Seeing this, the second prince only let out an emotionless "oh." Obviously, he hadn't understood the significance of the existence of these 2 courtesans. Therefore, he still preferred Xiao Luzi over these 2 obstructive court ladies. This kind of soft and weak. Really not very appetizing. So smiled and said, "Anyone can be added. But sister and Xiao Luzi must go with this prince." He didn't have much resistance to the matter of him leaving Yihua Palace. Although he didn't want to part with it, he also knew that it was impossible to live there any longer. Instead of showing his sadness and unwillingness to let Mother Consort Lin Evening he follow the sadness, it would be better to show some open-mindedness and cheerfulness. And she can also have more comfort. Second prince, don't worry. Slave girl and Xiao Luzi will definitely follow. These 2 palace maids will also serve you closely in the future. Waking up early to wash and grinding and laying paper. Hearing this, the second prince revealed some of the majesty that a prince should have. Turning to the newly arrived Yunqi and Yunfei, he said, "To serve this prince, only 2 things are needed. One is loyalty, and the other is to speak less. This prince doesn't like noisy and unauthorized people. So you guys also weigh yourselves. Slave servant understands. Good. Then retire and follow Sister Du to learn the rules for a few days before coming back to serve." "Yes, slave girl. As you wish." After getting up, it was still Sister Du who waited for him to wash up. Afterwards, he simply ate some refreshments and began to warm his books. When warming his books, the second prince never likes to be accompanied by anyone. So Sister Du took the 2 of them down. This is the first time to meet. They did not dare to show too much. Anyway, the days are still long. How to wait for another 3 or 4 years? Thinking about this, the 2 of them were relieved. They had been carefully selected by Sister Du, so they were stable and would not be easy to let loose. After learning the rules for a few days, they officially began to serve the second prince. At first, the second prince was still a bit uncomfortable, but slowly also good. Days into July, a succession of festivals and children's birthdays came together. The first to start was the Beggar's Tree Festival, with the second princess and the third princess in. Lin Evening Evil 2 people usually like things are tied a buckle, and then hung an especially made dough tree. for the two people to choose to play. Since the ancient beggar's day, the prayer is for women to be smart and safe. Therefore, Lin Lianyi had to be extra attentive. Originally, Princess Mingruo is also in this palace. Can be picked up together. Only Lin Lianyi is not happy. So the emperor did not force. First went to the Empress Dowager's palace, accompanied Mingruo half of the beggar's nest before returning to the Rui Yongxian. The children knew that their father had gone to visit their big sister, so there was nothing to be jealous of. On the contrary, it was Mingruo who felt 3 times sad for not being able to be with her siblings. Concubine Qian looked at her like this, and felt that she should offer a few words of guidance. But it is about their Lin family's internal family affairs. She is not good to stir up the fire on the side. Can only go to the Empress Dowager, said in front of the hope that the Empress Dowager can help the child to solve the problem of the heart. So there was a scene where the Empress Dowager looked for Princess Mingruo to talk to her. Does Mingruo want to go to Rui Yongxian to play very much? Back to Imperial grandmother. Granddaughter wants to go, but doesn't quite dare to go. Why is that? When mother consort was still alive, granddaughter had seen noble consort Yining twice, but she didn't have a good impression at that time. Not to mention the many things that happened later on. Granddaughter was afraid that going there would add to noble consort Yining's problems. So it's better to forget about it. She was soon to be almost 7 years old as well. At this age where women are more intelligent than men. She also understands some reasoning. Once upon a time, her grandmother, great-grandmother, and mother consort had despised noble consort Yining. And today she was unattainable. She can still live a decent life today. All because of the father's love and the Empress Dowager's attention. She did not want to lose these because of her own emotions. Then she would truly be struggling in the harem. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager smiled. Chapter 379, Personally Embroidered Lotus Bag. Then she said with her, "You have grown up. There are some things that you should also know. No one must unconditionally forgive her people. No one must be bent on pleasing anyone. Women can be based on this world. It is not easy. So to be better for yourself, can be within the ability to make their own life a little more comfortable is very can. Yining noble consort once upon a time with your mother consort and mother consort clan. Enmity is quite deep. This matter you about also know some. Only did not see the whole picture just. So she did not because of this matter to anger to you. Just not very close. I feel that can be. But at the same time you also need to know. You are the Princess of Wei. The rightful name. Don't always hold the mindset of the fence to grow up. How can such a heart be open-minded? If you want to get along with your siblings, then think about it. I don't think Mingruo is a stupid child. Right? After being enlightened by the Empress Dowager, Mingruo was enlightened. She was hit directly on several pain points. All of which were problems left over from these days. Always feeling that the mother consort's clan was guilty. So she was also short. Thinking to tolerate more. Not knowing that she is the Princess of Wei. Why should she be like this? A woman should not be inferior to the existence of heaven and earth. How the past does not mean how the future. How to be an open-minded and cheerful, acting in a stable style of the Great Wei Princess, is what she should think about. Thinking about this point, she instantly felt enlightened. So, after going back, she made 2 purses with her own hands. On top of them were embroidered zither, chess, calligraphy and paintings in disc gold. Although the embroidery work was not considered excellent, the symbolism was very good. When the things were done, several days had passed. So he ordered someone to send it directly to Rui Yongxian. Lin Lianyi was a little surprised when she heard that it was Princess Mingruo's side who came to ask for a meeting. He and her. But there is nothing to cross. This time to send people over. In the end, why? But it is not good to refuse directly. So let the palace people into the door. After knowing the other party's intention. For the first time Lin Lianyi changed her opinion of Princess Mingruo. Not to mention that this purse is well-intentioned. But she is not very old, but has the responsibility of the matter. Lin Lianyi is still very look up to her. Not in front of the emperor and the Empress Dowager to cry in front of her unfair treatment. Also did not deliberately come to the door to find fault. Have to make everyone embarrassed. Just use 2 hand-embroidered purse. Express a little bit of blessing to the sisters. In this matter, Lin Lianyi also quite admired her. At a young age, she has a little more stability. Compared to the kind of barbaric capriciousness when she first met her. She really doesn't know how much better it is. The Empress Dowager is the Empress Dowager. What seedling goes to her side? Can give stroke correct. At this point, enough to see the wisdom of the Empress Dowager. So thought about it. Then said to the person who came, "This thing is very good. Mingruo princess has the heart. And so on the second princess and the third princess get up. This palace will send to them. And then, there is a few days is the second princess's birthday banquet. Then also please the Empress Dowager, Qiangui concubines, and the big princess, and come to sit down is." The person who came was just a palace servant serving beside Princess Mingruo, and obviously did not understand the situation. But when she passed this back to Princess Mingruo smiled. Shallow pear swirls swung across her face, translucent with new light. In the blink of an eye, it was the Mid-Yuan festival, as well as the second princess's birthday feast. Early in the morning, the second princess got up. She nowadays most of the things can be said to understand. Just 2 long sentences, still some broken sentences are not very good. So, it will be her little fat legs a stirrup. And got out of bed. And then shouted loudly, "Sister! Sister! Hey! How come the second princess got up so early? Don't you want to sleep for a while anymore?" The second princess, full of excitement, then said, "Eating noodles. Eating noodles." When she heard the 3 words "eat noodle noodle," Grandmaji smiled. To say that out of all the children, the most voracious eater was probably the second princess. Now even the fourth prince was like her, eating his belly round day after day, not to mention also go everywhere to jump. As a result, the 2 of them are also scurrying fast. Good. Then the slave girl serves you to put on your clothes first. And then we'll go eat noodles? Good. After a soft and sticky reply, Sister G immediately ordered the people outside to fetch water to serve her to freshen up. She was the protagonist today, so she naturally had to be a bit more jittery. Therefore, it took a while to freshen up. After she was done, the fourth prince and the second prince next door also got up. The fourth prince walked over with short legs. Just saw the second princess go out, so he happily ran over. Then he kissed the second princess on her face with a smirk and said, "Sister, sister." Immediately after that, he applauded. That look was naive and awesome. The fourth prince was slower to speak and didn't know many words. So the second prince, who came from behind, added, "Second sister, happy birthday. This is second brother to prepare for your congratulatory gift. You seek him like?" The brocade box was opened, and what was placed inside was a finely carved pear blossom wood rabbit. At a glance, it was carved by the second prince himself. The second princess had somehow wanted to raise a rabbit recently, but considering that she is still young, cannot take care of. So Lin Evening Eve did not agree. Just promised to wait for her to grow to the second prince, so big time. Must let her raise his. So when she saw this pear-wood rabbit, the second princess was so happy that she couldn't even close her mouth. Picked it up and yelled, "Rabbit! Sister! Rabbit!" That happy look made the second prince also feel doubly pleased. So he held his younger siblings left and right before heading towards Rui Yongxian's front yard. When the 3 of them went there, Lin Wanyi and the emperor had also gotten up. They were in the middle of washing up. And in the side hall there was already the howling that the 5th prince was bound to have every day. The second prince was crying and laughing. Once upon a time, he felt that 5th brother was noisy. But after slowly getting used to it, it was nothing. He even wondered if he would still be unaccustomed to it when he went to the prince's residence and couldn't hear this howling anymore. But soon, he was hit in the face by the facts. Because after going to the Imperial son's house, his schoolwork was aggravated a lot. Every day even sleep hours are not enough. Work can also say what is not used to. In the middle of the main house. Soon, the emperor and Lin Evening he had packed up. The second prince, on the other hand, brought his younger siblings through the door to greet them both. "My son has met my father, and I have met my mother consort." He alone asked for peace in place of the remaining 4 who didn't speak much. But the biased 5th prince was just a rowdy, immediately picking up the conversation over consort, 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 just like a never-ending little gyroscope. He scurried up and down somewhere. Seeing this, Lin Lian he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. So feigning anger, she said to the 5th prince, "The most unruly one is you. Your brother is talking. What are you interjecting from the side?" Chapter 380 Fishing in the Lotus Pond. Unfortunately, the 5th prince didn't care about that. Under the protection of the sisters, he ran over in a rampage, pulling Lin Evening Ye's sleeve. He said, "Consort, consort, consort." Being so adorable made Lin Evening Yi's original intention to teach him a couple of lessons dissipate all of a sudden. The Emperor was also looking at the fifth prince with a smile in his eyes. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that this child is really smart. At a young age, he can recognize and understand his own mother consort. Cultivate well. In time will be a good seedling. Well, you don't steal sister's limelight. Today is sister's birthday. You rule some. No! Lin Lianyi reached out and gently pinched the fifth prince's little cheeks as a warning, only to see the fifth prince reveal a few small white teeth, nodding his head as if he understood. Seeing this, the crowd laughed. The second princess's birthday banquet. The banquet was placed at noon, so after they finished their breakfast, they were taken to the lotus pond nearby. A new pavilion was built there, and the leaning rails were set high, in the middle of the hollow with carvings separated. So standing in the inside, the children can see the beauty of the lotus pond. But do not worry about the children will fall into the water. And around a dozen sisters, eunuchs, and guards waiting is really not afraid. Lin Wanyi is also rare happy. Being here, every time I feel is the fragrance of the lotus flower, and the endless blue color of the lotus leaves. Whether it's the eyes or the mind, both can get a great degree of washing. And Qiuming was also a man of ingenuity, rushing to have the inner court division make a few fishing rods that fit the children. Through the hollowed-out hole, throw the fish hooks in. As for whether the fish can fall on, this is all depends on luck. The second prince is older. Patience is naturally good. Unfortunately, waiting for the right and left also do not see the fish hook reaction, but is a side of the fourth prince to take the lead. He is small. Strength is also small. Fishing rod a little bit of movement. Next to the sisters and eunuchs took over. Began to thump back. This loosening and tightening in no time. The fish is off. Waiting to catch up a look. It is really eaten and drank enough to raise a big fat carp. The fourth prince happily clapped his hands, and then pointed to the second princess. The meaning is clear. Although this fish is the fourth prince fishing up, but is for the second princess to eat. To be able to eat this extremely meaningful carp at the birthday banquet. The second princess was obviously also very happy. So she followed suit and clapped her hands. The fifth prince did not know why. But how could he not join in the fun? So he laughed louder than anyone else. Instead, the second prince and the fifth princess next to him were really well behaved and quiet. Our fourth prince is really great. Lin Lianyi praised him from the bottom of her heart. When you have your birthday in a few days, let second sister catch you a fish to eat. Okay? Lin Wanyi said as loudly as she could. And the fourth prince understood after listening sideways, smiling with arched eyebrows. He hurriedly nodded his head. Lin Wanyi brought the children to play in the lotus pond for a while, and they weren't ready to go back. Instead, it was the Empress Dowager, Jian Gui concubine, and Princess Ming Ruo who walked towards the lotus pond. There were more than 10 people in their party, so it was quite a large group. Lin Wanyi got up and quickly walked over to meet them. Other than that, the Empress Dowager she still had to respect. My subject has met the Empress Dowager. Please golden peace to the Empress Dowager. Flatten yourself. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Similarly, concubine Qian and Princess Ming Ruo also had to bow to her. Your servant has met your highness. Please have a golden peace. My son has met your highness. Please have a golden peace. Your concubine is polite. Turning her head, she then looked at Princess Ming Ruo, but saw that she was looking very curiously at something her siblings were playing with not far away. So Lin Wanyi raised a silky faint smile. The children are fishing and playing. If the great princess likes it, you can also join them. There are also small fishing rods beside them. Then pointed to the place. Ming Ruo naturally was all excited but hindered by the princess' self-possession. Turned back to look at the Empress Dowager. Seeing the Empress Dowager nodding calmly, only then did she happily pull her feet up and go. When she entered the pavilion, she saw all the children looking over. The second prince had always maintained an iffy attitude towards Princess Ming Ruo. He was not overly enthusiastic, nor did he throw his face. Rather, it was the second princess who was very much the landlord. Firstly, she looked at Ming Ruo, and then she came over and handed over the fishing rod. With smiling eyes, she said, "Sister, play." Ming Ruo for a moment was somewhat unable to say what she felt in her heart. There was always some faint nasal soreness, especially when she saw that the second princess and the third princess both had that purse she had given them hanging on their clothes. She was even more touched. Once upon a time in Lintou Palace, she was not intimate with her other siblings. There was even some disdain for them. Let's say the second prince, who had once suffered from her. Therefore, she did not expect the second prince to give her any good looks. Therefore, when she sat down, she was also closer to the second princess and the fourth prince. The three of them were all without a mother by their side, so they were more or less in the same boat. But she soon discovered that the second princess and the fourth prince completely lacked the caution and self-hatred that she had. They were always extraordinarily positive, and bright and generous. Ming-Ru wondered if they would have lived so happily if they had stayed by their birth mother's side. But now, what she can be sure of is that your highness is sincere in treating these foreign children. Thinking of this, there was a little bit of envy in her heart. But she soon let it go. I can be raised in the Empress Dowager's hands. Is not another kind of luck. So people should look at what they have now, rather than always envying what others have. After understanding this point, Ming-Ru's entire being became much more transparent. Gradually let go of the knot in his heart, and felt the joy of fishing with all his heart. There weren't many times when siblings could have such reckless joy. After helping the Empress Dowager to sit down, Lin Lianyi looked at the children with a lot of emotions. Qian Gui concubine smiled, and was the first to say, "No wonder when the emperor must send the fourth prince to Yihua Palace to the mother to teach. Now she really is and siblings together to be much happier." He had more smiles on his face than when Qian Gui concubine had seen him before. A child is not an adult, and can't learn to force a smile. When he is angry, he cries, and when he is happy, he smiles. It couldn't be more recognizable. From this point of view, concubine Qian was relieved. When she looked at Lin Yinyi, she also had a little more respect. Your concubine has humbled herself. This palace has heard that you took good care of the fourth prince that day, so he rarely got sick after coming to Yihua Palace. And there is no wonder that there is a lot of credit to be given to you here. The two of them had never had any conflicts, and because of the child's matter there were a few more points of sympathy. Therefore, they looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in plain words. On the contrary, the Empress Dowager sitting in the center of the house has not said a word. Chapter 381 Birthday Banquet. She didn't have a deep affinity for children, and when she was young, she was mostly involved with courtiers. Therefore, she didn't look after children with the same care and love as Lin Wanyi. To her, a child's nature needed to be sharpened instead, so that they can cope with the swords and spears of the former dynasty and the harem. So the emperor grew up in his hands. And although the mother and son had nothing against each other, they couldn't be said to be intimate. But now, when she looked at the children every time there was any kind of movement, they would be the first to come and share in front of Lin Yinyi. She had to say, there was still some envy. When people get older, they will be more lenient with their children. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying of intergenerational kin. So the corner of his mouth raised a rare smile. But more than that, it still affirmed Lin Yinyi's dedication. Undoubtedly, this was her ability. Even the most sensitive and direct people like children could drop everything to enjoy her care and affection. It was no wonder that the emperor was in love with her. He even went so far as to make the harem depleted. Such an attitude, she also see. Although the emperor did not directly reform the harem in a drastic manner. But now, the number of concubines that can be served can be counted on one hand. This was undoubtedly not much different from what he had intended in the first place. If in the past, for the sake of the countryside, she must arrange some new people into the palace to serve. But now, she is happy to be a queen mother who does not ask the world. Anyway, the emperor's feathers are full. The dynasty can also have the absolute right to speak. Why bother to be the one that causes suspicion? Therefore, only Lin Lianyi does not make any big mistakes. Days like this, but also a rare clean talking and laughing. Time always flies. When Ruiyang Xian called people to invite. Naturally, this birthday is also set up. So Lin Lianyi and Qian Gui concubine left and right to support the Empress Dowager, and the second prince with all the younger siblings, and walked towards Ruiyang Xian. Not long after entering the door, he saw that the emperor, who was dealing with official business, also walked out from the direction of the study. My son greets Mother Empress. My concubine greets the emperor. Son greets father. Slave girl to his majesty. A huge swathe of crows fell to their knees. The emperor raised his hand and faintly said, "Get up. Thank you, your majesty," and then took the place of the humble concubine. With Lin Evening he helped the Empress Dowager into the flower hall. There was a spare room in Rui Yongxian that had never been used before. This time Lin Evening he came. Inadvertently saw. Thinking this place to eat is very pleasant. Outside the shade of the trees. Inside the cool and comfortable. When the doors and windows on both sides of the passage are opened. The wind comes from the hall. It did not make people feel uneasy to sit and stand still, but also added a bit of comfort. Therefore, after this place is packed out, there is a large and a small table. The big one is naturally for the adults to sit. As for the small one is for the royal princesses to arrange. Each had their own stools. Let's say the second prince was already a bit older. His stool is the same as normal people, only to be a little shorter. Feet can also touch the ground when seated. Sitting up will be more comfortable. As for the second princess and the fourth princes, there were movable wooden boards in front of them. And when they were turned over and placed in front of the chairs, it was a small table board that wasn't too big. The grandmothers were at the side to lay out the food. And they were also able to twist things up and eat by themselves. The fifth prince and third princesses was padded with soft cushions and wooden wheels underneath. The overall height was also adjustable. They are still not very good at eating by themselves. So the sisters can put the rice in the bowl and feed them little by little. Don't have to hold constraints. Also can give them wipe their mouth at any time. Such a heartfelt act. Looking at the Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow. You really have many ways of raising children. Lin Wani was praised, but was not proud. Empress Dowager is too kind. My concubine's father is more fond of these gadgets. So they are all made by his old man and sent to the palace. My concubine uses them for convenience. So I have been using them. And I am making a dedication in front of the Empress Dowager. Which is what kind of offering clowns? It's clearly a skill of skillful craftsmanship. In my humble opinion, flashy and complicated jewelry is not as good as practical and competent objects. What's the use of looking good there? The most important thing is to be comfortable. This is not unlike Lin Evening Yi's thoughts. On the side of the Qian Gui concubine saw. Also feel deeply long knowledge. So with a few apologies, she said, I have always felt that I have treated the Grand Princess with my heart. But now look at your highness. She has really been compared to her. Your concubine is too kind. And then, they saw Chiu Ming carry a brand new stool in. The style and size similar to the second prince's. As soon as he entered, everyone understood. Lin Lian opened her mouth to explain. This stool. I asked my father to also make 2 new ones. One for the Grand Princess, and one for the third prince. Today the Grand Princess is here. So it's just right to use it. Not only that, even the bowls and chopsticks were a brand new set. There was a small character Ming written on them in gorgeous colors. Instantly making Princess Mingruo feel like she was valued. With such an attitude, the Emperor and Empress Dowager also felt relieved. This does not put in front of the raise. Does not mean they completely ignore these small things with a little thought. In fact, can also be very illustrative of the problem. Princess Mingruo is about to feel touched it. So the nose is a little sour. The second prince looked at her. Also not good like before that tit for tat. So whispered beside her ear and said, Today is the second sister's birthday. Shedding tears is not good. Mum. I know. Mingruo said this while trying her best to suppress that sourness in her heart. Only after the meal was served did the crowd move their chopsticks. With the Empress Dowager and the Emperor present. Logically, concubine Qian should have risen to lay out the food for them. But the Emperor waved his hand. So that Qian Gui concubine could not do anything on her own. Today's meal was also made by Chuanqi with great care. From the past, one of the best dishes. But also added 2 of the Empress Dowager's favorite food. However, the most popular dish was Chuanqi's improved lotus leaf chicken. The chicken was fresh, and the lotus leaves were freshly picked. The taste was even better than the ones bought outside. Chuanqi made 7 or 8 chickens in one go. All of which were tender and not too big. But all of them were eaten by the crowd in 2s and 3s. And they couldn't get enough of them. At the end of the meal, there was the bowl of longevity noodles. Chuanqi personally brought it to the table. So the second princess, under the envy of the other princes and princesses, finished the noodles one bite at a time. There wasn't even any soup left. That stuff could be a bit more comfortable than giving her a basket of gold, silver, and jewelry right now. Her satisfied look at the end, watching the crowd feast with smiles. As for the congratulatory gifts, the tiny second princess had long since been buried. The whole night, She was in the house to open this and that. So happy. Instead, she completely forgot that today is the loneliness and depression of the Mid-Yuan festival. Chapter 382 Unexpected Death. Yihua Palace. Lively and bustling. On the backdrop of the palace, East Court is full of some cold and clear place. Concubine Ming sat alone under the window, sipping a mouthful of mulled wine. The palace maid Pear came in from the outside. Just happened to see the scene. Under the moonlight, a white concubine looks as beautiful as a fairy under the moon. Her hair was hanging lazily behind her, and she had just tied it up with a white ribbon. For the concubine is to add another 3 points of charm since. Unfortunately, from the right side it still looked like an immortal descending to earth. But the left side, which was hiding in the dark, was a large red fire burn mark. From the left side of the face down to the neck. It looked hideous. Even though medicine had been used, the effect hadn't seen much. She is now a diamond bronze mirror is missing in the house. But every time she touches those bumpy places, she falls into endless madness. She is also regarded as conceited beauty. But now it is through a wave of despair. Not to mention going out. Even if she was asked to step out of this door and see the sun, she couldn't even do it. So picking up the wine in her hand, she took a fierce gulp. Pear's heart ached as she watched. But she didn't know how to advise her own maiden. Like a flower like age is so ruined. On who cannot accept it. Can only quietly accompany by concubine Ming. Hope that she can be comfortable so a little. Wine into the sadness. Will only add to the sadness. To the time of sadness. And even develop the idea of death. But the rules of the palace are strict. Du consort cannot kill themselves. Otherwise the whole family will follow the disaster. So she can't even die properly. Can only live to suffer. Thinking of this, Ming concubine had 10,000 regrets. Pear, do you think I wouldn't have ended up like this if I hadn't been greedy and wanted to enter the palace? Is the heavens punishing me? After saying that, he prostrated himself in front of the table and cried. There was not a trace of attachment to life in that voice. Only thousands of remorse. And Pear on the side was also sad. The night of the fire. She happened to not watch the night. Somehow some cannot sleep. So she got up and went to walk outside the courtyard. Who knows that she only went out not much time. The palace on fire. One after another up. When she rushed from not far away, the houses burned out a few. In the end, she and a eunuch risked their lives to go in and drag out Ming concubine, who had already fainted. If not for this, I'm afraid she would have been at charcoal. But now, looking at the concubine's life is worse than death. Pear once wondered if she had done the right thing in the first place. If Ming concubine had not been saved, would she have been happier? At least she didn't have to face her disfigured self. And she didn't have to be hindered by the rules of the palace to live freely. So she followed suit and wiped up her tears. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It's all the slave girl's fault. If the slave girl hadn't gone out that day, she would have heard some of the commotion, and wouldn't have left Your Highness alone in trouble. It's all the slave girl's fault. Pear's words were said in a loud voice. But concubine Ming didn't even reply to her words, and only cried on her own. She couldn't wait to die of drunkenness immediately. Her vocal complaints here were transmitted to Yi Chengzai's ears next door. Today is the Mid-Yuan festival, so there are few people walking around the palace. The already quiet night was stirred up by the sound of this crying, making it a bit creepy. Yi Chengzai had originally been lying down, but at this moment, she was disturbed by the cries of concubine Ming and Pei. Ever since she was promoted to Chengzai, she had become somewhat arrogant. It was because she had suffered a lot of aggression in the past. So now she wanted to pour it out in her head. So in the case of rolling over from side to side and not being able to sleep, she sat up and cursed. What a great death. Why didn't that fire burn her to death in the first place? Now she's crying here, not afraid of those ghosts and monsters coming to her door in the middle of the night. While cursing, she also asked the maid Xiao Xian to close the doors and windows tightly. The result was useless. On the contrary, because the windows and doors were closed, the room was even more stuffy. Simply climbed up and brought a bushel fan for a while. But this wind is like a drop in the bucket. The more anxious and disturbed, the more stifling, to the end of the noisy Yi Cheng and the irascible, will be in the hands of the bushel fan on the ground with a slap. And then viciously looked for the maid Xiaoxin over. Whispered a few words into her ear. The maid Xiao Xian showed a difficult face, and was quite worried. Little master, that bewitching powder is a forbidden drug in the palace. When we entered the palace? Madam commanded. Can't be used casually as a last resort? Or let people find out can be troublesome. Now is not the last resort? How many days has this lunatic been crying? She has cried for more than a month since she came to the palace. If she continues to cry like this, we are afraid that none of us will need to sleep. Let's stay up together. The impatience of her attitude made Xiao Xian also find it very difficult. In the end, she had to do as she was told. After all, it was her own master's order, coupled with the fact that there was really no way for this Ming concubine to turn over now. So Xiao Xian also went boldly. It wasn't long before a smell of ecstasy wafted from the next yard. Ming concubine's master and servant were crying with overwhelming emotion. So naturally they didn't notice this. By the time they got to the back, people were also a bit faint. Then there was no sound. Xiao Xian looked through the window and saw that the two of them had fallen asleep. And only then did she feel relieved to leave. Before leaving, she purposely swept the remnants of the spirit dispersant smoke into the grass. If not for a closer look, it would never be noticed. Only then did he return to the courtyard and report to Yi Chengzai. After so many days of annoyance, finally can have a night of peace of mind sleep. Yi Chengzai comfortably opened the window. Finally, accompanied by the light summer breeze, he fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, the emperor and Lin Wei got up and were having breakfast with the children. When they saw Qinan from the internal court department, he walked in with a bad look on his face. The scary look made Lin Wei furrow her brows. But the children were there, so Qinan didn't dare to talk nonsense. So on the pretext of showing Lin evening the accounts within the palace, he invited the person out. Seeing this, the emperor also said that he had eaten enough and wanted to go to the study to review official business. The children did not check and ate happily as usual. As a result, the emperor and Lin evening heard news that was quite shocking. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Lady Ming concubine and the palace maid pair are dead. What? Both the emperor and Lin evening obviously did not expect that this would happen in the palace. It was still on the first day after the Mid-Yuan festival. How it sounded was a bit appalling. Ever since the burning incident last year, Ming concubine had been recuperating in the palace, although no one has seen her go out. But the courtesan pair is still day in and day out. And today was supposed to be the day to receive the monthly routine. Qinan waited for a long time and did not see pair over. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Chapter 383 Inquiring about the cause of death. As a result, knocking on the door for half a day was unanswered. When the little eunuch anxiously pushed the door in, he found that the master and servant had long since breathed their last. The face is a little iron blue. Look at that look. It seems to be poisoned and died. Such a bizarre death. Naturally, Qinan felt very wrong. All along, the head of the palace is safe and sound. How the emperor and other people came to the palace not long. People died? The emperor was about to think of this as well, so his face did not look too good. After a moment of silence, he looked at Lin Xingji standing next to him and said seriously, You go. Find someone to find out. I want to know why she died. Yes. The last general will follow orders. Lin Xingji left Rui Yongxian in large strides, with Qinan following closely behind. The two were talking about this matter all the way. Hasn't concubine Ming done anything special recently? Qinan was also frowning. He was in charge of the palace affairs lately, and had not made any mistakes. Concubine Ming had certainly had some days of trouble because of her burns, but she had long since calmed down. It is not necessary to go to seek death at this time. Right? So he shook his head, his face even more ugly than Lin Xingji's. General don't know. Slave is afraid that concubine mother can't figure out. So pay extra attention to their yard. Yesterday are still good. How to go this morning? 2 people are gone. Really is let the slave want to break the head also don't know. This is why. Lin Xingji heard this, and immediately felt that this matter was not simple. I'm afraid that there is something to investigate. So while talking, everyone came to the courtyard where concubine Ming was. The environment was secluded and spacious both front and back. This was the courtyard that was purposely changed after she was burnt. Originally according to her original grade is not qualified. Now promoted to concubine living. Only appropriate. Who knows that this rightful day hasn't lasted long. People are gone. When it has really let a person some regret. Before and after the left and right were ordered by Qinan to give martial law. including the earliest discovery of concubine Ming and Pear's body of the little eunuch, was also chained in order to be guarded up, just in case there is something fishy inside. And the coroner and the eunuchs rushed over at this time. Everyone's face is not very good. After all, having a human life in the palace is not a good thing. So, take a deep breath. All of them walked in together, then began to carefully rummage up. Pallbearer first walked to the broken Ming concubine, and the maid Pear began to check, only to see that the faces of both their master and servant were a bit green. It did look very much like death by poisoning. And the doctor did not idle. Immediately checked the wine cups, bottles and other objects poured on the side, to see whether someone in the poison. Lin Xingji is not good at solving cases, but he is very careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find anything wrong with Zhang Wangfu. That's why he's been looking at every corner of the house, inside and out. Soon, in the corner of the grass, he found the smoke of the spirit of ecstasy. It wasn't much, but it looked a little white. About the wind has not yet risen, so this thing has not been blown away much. Lin Xingji immediately called the doctor to see. After diagnosis, the doctor said, "General, this is soul scatter. Vertigo scatter? Well, it's all dirty stuff. It's not allowed to be brought in the palace. I don't know why it appeared outside of Empress Ming's house. Will this thing poison people to death? This microchip is not heard of. After all, the spirit scattering thing has its name, mainly as it confuse the mind. In addition, there will be some tranquilizing ingredients in the inside. About someone wants to use this thing to confuse concubine Empress Ming, but do not know why the purpose?" The eunuch's words put Lin Xingji in another predicament. Who would cast ecstasy on a concubine who had fallen out of favor? And what was the purpose? The presence of this vertigo powder made the death of concubine Ming more and more bizarre. After the pallbearer and the doctor had finished their examination, they concluded that the concubine was indeed poisoned and died. But not because of drinking wine. Wine has not been tampered with. Then because of what? Just as the place was in an uproar and Lin Xingji was worried, He Chongji next door was in a panic. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I just wanted to shut her up. I didn't want to kill her. How could I? How could I?" She was obviously also shocked by the news of concubine Ming's death. Waking up early in the morning, she still felt like she had a good night's sleep. Who knew that she had only finished her breakfast when she heard a commotion next door? Let Xiaoxin go out to inquire only after knowing that the original is the concubine out of the matter. Of course, she did not have a hand on the concubines. But if the thing is found out, they will not be able to eat and walk. Then grabbed Xiaoxin over, lowered his voice and asked, "Did we bring the spirit dispersant from home? Didn't mother say that it would only cause a short period of unconsciousness? Not death? How come Ming concubine sniffed it and died? You tell me what's going on here." With her vicious words, she was clearly trying to put all the blame on Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian also desperately shook her head, crying a little more aggressively than Yi Chengzai. "Young master, the slave girl swears that what she took was the ecstasy. I don't know why concubine Ming died. If you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't do such a thing that would harm heaven and earth. I'm innocent. Injustice? I'm the one who's wronged. It was so hard to get into the position. I won't be dragged down again because of this." Right? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. So he said to Xiao Xian, "Go. Take the remaining vertigo scatter and burn it immediately. Don't let anyone find out. Otherwise you and I just can't say anything even if we have 800 mouths." "Yes. Yes. Yes. Slave girl will go now." In the end, before Xiao Xian could go out, Lin Xingji from next door brought people over, seeing someone intruding into the house. Scared He Chengzai shivered. "What are you doing?" The incoherent appearance made Lin Xingji strange. Could it be that he was a thief? So with a cold face, he said, "Please forgive me, young master. The next door's concubine Ming is gone. May I ask if young master has heard any movement last night? I slept well last night. How could I hear any movement?" Although the words were said, the look was somewhat evasive. Lin Xingji wasn't a fool. He couldn't see this kind of thing. Obviously there must be a problem inside. So he glanced at Xiaoxin, who was always next to him, only to see that she was even more scared to death. Her face red. Seeing this, Lin Xingji said on the spot, "This is a matter of great importance. Please forgive the young lord. I will search the house at the end of the day. Please restrain your subordinates well." "What? Search the house? On what grounds? I didn't kill anyone. So why are you searching my house? The more exaggerated her snatch, the more Lin Xingji felt that there was a ghost inside. Is young master a little too excited? The last general is just following orders in spite of it. Chapter 384, pulling someone to take the blame. You less take these things to swindle me. Who knows if you will intentionally search something out to frame me? Ming concubine is dead. You must be looking for someone to dispose of it. Are you not trying to pull me to take the blame? That's why you deliberately made this gesture. Although He Chengzai was flustered, he quickly threw the matter back. Even if the ecstasy was searched, she could still say that Lin Xingji had done it on purpose. This look of hers that refused to give up really made Lin Xingji feel a little difficult. While the two of them were at a standstill, Dong Yuzhong arrived. He walked quickly and hurriedly, and it looked like he had the emperor's orders with him. As expected, after entering the door, he bowed to He Chengzai, and then took an imperial gold medal and handed it to Lin Xingji. General Lin, this is a gift from the emperor. Any person's courtyard can be searched during the investigation, and it is unimpeded in both the palace and the imperial palace. As soon as these words came out, He Chengzai's face became much uglier. To say that just now she was still speaking with a stiff neck. At this moment, she really didn't have any stamina at all. And the Qiao Xian next to her had never seen any big scenes. And by these 3 words had already scared her legs soft. Immediately fell to his knees, crying and said, "It's none of the slave girl's business. It's none of the slave girl's business." Such an attitude naturally caused Lin Xingji and Dong Yuzhong to become suspicious. The two looked at each other and knew that there was something fishy going on. So Lin Xingji opened his mouth and pressured Qiao Xian, saying, "Why don't you quickly confess?" He Chengzi's heart was in his throat, and he crouched down with great alarm. Words were filled with warnings. Little bitch, a servant girl also dares to make a scene here. No need to be scared out of your wits babbling. Still don't roll down. Yes. Yes. Qiao Xian neither wanted to turn her back on her master, nor did she want to be treated as an evil person by Lin Xingji. So she had no choice but to prostrate herself and prepare to retreat. However, how could Lin Xingji let it go? Ordered people left and right set up that Qiaoxin, the knife straight on the side of her neck, expressionless face, said, "At this moment if you confess, still counted as self-surrender. In any case, the trouble is not as bad as family. But if it is searched out by us before confessing, that will be sorry for you." Lin Xingji was actually born very handsome, but at the moment with a cold face, he made it completely impossible to look directly at him. Na Qiaoxin was so scared that her 3 souls were about to fall apart. So she had no choice but to confess truthfully. Back to the general. Really does not have anything to do with slave girl. Slave girl is also under orders to do. Is He Chengzhong said smack next door to the Ming concubine Mother Day cry. Make her feel bad sleep. So let slave girl point that the lost soul is scattered. Otherwise give slave girl 100 guts. Slave girl would not dare to do so. While saying that, while dodging He Chengzai's eyes that want to eat people. Little hoof. Raise you and never thought actually is a white-eyed wolf. At first let you starve to death in the roadside forget. Save you for what? He Chengzai wanted to smash Qiaoxin's mouth, but was stopped by Lin Xingji. After ordering his men to restrain He Chengzai left and right, he said in a low voice, "Little lord, I'm offended." Turning to the other guards, he said, "Search. Yes. You guys dare. I am Chengzai, personally appointed by the emperor." Chengzai. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Lin Xingji pointed out his mute point. All of a sudden the scene was much quieter, leaving only a dying He Chengzai there to rejoice in his greatness. Since Qiaoxin has already confessed, it is natural to start searching from He Chengzai's house and her house. The scope is narrowed down. Naturally, it is also much better to find. Not long after, the spirit dispersion hidden in the brocade box was found out. There is not much. As for what the purpose is, it is necessary to let the Imperial doctor to see. The doctor picked up a fine smell, and then looked at the other same size of the box. He had a plan in mind and immediately said, "General Lin, just look at this spirit dispersion, and those fine smoke powder found outside the concubine's house is a kind of. And the other box contains, is the joy of love. This thing is the workshop greenhouse. Chu Hall will only use things. The purpose of why. Think you should also be clear. Empress loves scatter. Who could she be amorous with? After all, wasn't this stuff meant to be used on the emperor?" So not to mention Lin Xingji, Dong Yuzhong's face went cold. Daring He Changji. How dare you intend to misbehave with the emperor? He Chang's eyes struggled more and more as she saw things being searched. Seeing that she had something to say, Lin Xingji undid her acupuncture points. Unjustly ah. Eunuch Dong. It's all because of this bitch's servant girl's self-interest. How could I possibly have these things? It must be her, who bribed the guards to bring them in from outside the palace. Perhaps even wanting to climb the dragon bed behind my back. Bitcha Hoof's mind is clear. Must have seen the wealth and riches in the palace. So she wants to step on me to climb up. He Changzai cried so much that the uninformed really thought that she was wrongly accused. Little lord. How could you slander a slave girl like that? Qiao Xian obviously didn't expect her to do so, and looked back with wide eyes. She even expected her to have a clear conscience, and say something redeeming. But unexpectedly, He Changzai was determined to splash out the dirty water greatly. It must be like this. Eunuch Dong. This girl on the basis of a little bit of beauty. Day after day to think to the Imperial court to get together it. Originally I still do not notice. Today see these to understand over. This girl is a thief heart ah. Hearing this, Qiaoxin miserable smile. He Changzai's words did not fall for long. That Qiaoxin is a look of death. With all thoughts of death. She said. The slave girl has never harmed the young master. But the young master is treating me like this. The slave girl only has to die to prove her innocence. After saying that, while the guards were not paying attention, a hand broke free and crashed into the wooden table. At that time, the brain was cracked. Scared He Changzai screamed. He also pouted without taking a breath. Lin Xingji looked at Qiaoxin's bleeding forehead and immediately said to the Imperial doctor. Quickly, Imperial doctor. See if this courtesan can still be saved. Yes. The eunuch immediately squatted down to just check the wound. And then used all sorts of resuscitation methods. Fortunately, the Imperial doctor was right next to her. So the blood flow wasn't too much. After tossing and turning for a good half a day, the eunuch only took a long breath and said, Now the blood has stopped. But the micro-minister is not 1,000,000% sure that he can save Miss Qiaoxin. So, today, Lin Xingji always felt that the matter behind this would not be so simple. Especially Qiaoxin, this girl. How can she not move to die to make her will clear? This makes Lin Xingji 10,000 doubts. So to that doctor said, There is no harm. First carried down to full treatment is good. As for He Changzai who had fainted to the side, she probably didn't want to wake up for the rest of her life. Waking up in this situation now would be completely detrimental to her. But she was merely a momentary burst of anger. She would always wake up. Therefore, when she rolled over and woke up, she was beyond regretting why she must follow the emperor to the palace. Chapter 385. Cannot tolerate people. Isn't this adding to her own troubles? But now it was too late to regret, because she found herself already grounded in the courtyard. Outside the door stood guards. All of them serious. She was furious and remorseful at the same time. She had endured for more than a month. Why couldn't she endure last night? And this Ming concubine can die early or late. But just so unlucky to hit her gun. The more I think the more sad. Sobbing and crying. But now, crying is useless. I still don't know what my future will be like. On the other end, after Lin Xingji reported everything to the emperor did not immediately dispose of it. Instead, he was of the same mind as Lin Xingji, and felt that there was something else fishy behind the scenes. What Ming concubine ate and wore and drank. The end will let the eunuchs have checked one by one, and did not find anything wrong. But the end will be thinking, could it be that something in Ming concubine's house is in conflict with that ecstasy? And when the two things are put together, they will produce poisonous gas, which is what caused Ming concubine to be poisoned and die. His speculative suspicions did not come from nowhere. Having spent time in the Imperial Army, he naturally had a few more insights into these things. After thinking about it, the emperor opened his mouth and asked, What about the palace maid? The eunuchs are still rescuing her. There are a few points of certainty. About only 3 points. What if we send it back to the Dong family, and let your second uncle and second aunt take care of it? This I am not sure. But with second aunt's golden needle skills, perhaps the chances could be better. Then get someone to send it. Remember to be more secretive on the way. Don't let anyone find out. Yes. Like the emperor's thoughts, Lin Xingji also felt that this Qiao Xian was a key person. Those who came up and demanded death often had ulterior secrets behind them. Therefore, on one end, He not only arranged for someone to send Qiaoxi within the Dong family's medical center, but on the other end, he also tracked down the whereabouts of Qiaoxi's family. After all, very often, a person's defection was either for the sake of profit or for the sake of family. Qiaoxin's side of the matter has not yet come to a head. And another bad news also came over. In the height of summer, Ming Concubine's body was not stored well. Under the scorching heat, even if Qin ordered a large number of ice cubes to be placed in the coffin's resting place. However, the body was still gradually showing signs of odor. If it was stored like this, I am afraid that it would soon get hot and get into trouble. Originally, her body should have waited until the results of the investigation before being buried. But this weather did not go with the wishes of the people. Had to let the coroner from head to toe of the detailed examination once. Will all things recorded in the book, then sent into the consort tomb. But compared with the other day just buried into the Lin Guifei, it is much shabbier. After all, it is a concubine who is not in favor. When the coffin left the palace, no one even came to send. Instead, Lin Evening he let Qiuming ran a trip. Added a lot of mourning gifts. Ming concubines passing away. So that the originally withered harem even more empty. Ying Fei is still recuperating. So in addition to the Empress Dowager side of the Qian Gui concubine, the entire palace, only Lin Evening he can still serve the emperor. How to look at it all feel a little shabby. But for the emperor, is no better. He is not a person who loves sex. So the concubines in the harem are more or less. There is no big difference. What's more, for him, the ambition has not yet been rewarded. These love things only spend effort in Lin Evening he one person. Enough. But the emperor thinks like this. The courtiers have that nose he can't help it. At first, it was to take the gossip of the folk people. Unfortunately, the emperor does not care. See the emperor so. Those who claim to be decent courtiers cannot help it. They began to bring out what morality and ethics, heaven and earth, and the scourge of the past dynasty to give the emperor a grand lecture. The most obvious is to ask the emperor to put the matter of the draft on the agenda, preferably next year in March, to start a new round of the draft, and then fill up the harem. Unfortunately, the emperor did not let up. Looked at the study-piled high stacks of the folding of the speech. Cannot help but some cold smile. Then let Dong Yuzhong took out to deal with. The ministers of the letter to wait for the right, and left are not waiting for the desired results. So one or two of them began to spread rumors among the people. The rumors were about Lin Lianyi. Said she cannot tolerate people. So in the harem persecuted concubines everywhere. What Lan Fei, Lin Guifei, Chu Guiren, Ming concubine. There is a count one. All are she set people to death. And the emperor ate something as if he was in ecstasy. Harboring. It seems to be the end of the country. So everyone started to talk about it. Can't wait to pin the reputation of Demon Princess on Lin Evening E. And pull out the beheading to finish. However, Lin Wanyi was too low-key before. And there was nothing to bring out for the public to target. Therefore, although the wind is getting stronger, but for those who understand the truth, but just nonsense. In the royal residence, the fourth princess heard some gossip. It was already unbearable to make up a lot of viciousness in Lin Evening Yi's methods. She is a person who protects her calf. This time, the one who is scolded is still her goddaughter. Where can she let it go? A bunch of fools. Also do not think. If your highness is really so vicious, where there is the life of these talking courtiers in? One by two. They just know to throw dirty water on women. Simply abominable. A fist smashed on the Nanma table. Hands are red. Also did not see her shout of pain. Rather, it is next to the fourth prince to see the heartache. Immediately pulled over to see. Red and swollen. There is also more blame in her eyes. You look at their own hands. Angry also don't take their own body jokes off. To get on those who have no door on the mouth. Humph. Wang Fei rest assured. This king will give you out of anger to go. Originally the emperor was very dissatisfied with this matter. And now add the fourth prince. So, not more than a few days later, Shengjing city head of the wind changed. Originally, everyone was talking about how the palace's Yining noble consort would play tricks and hook up with the emperor. But now it has become hot news that the wives and concubines of a certain minister's family are fighting and chopping each other up. Or perhaps the scene of the sons gathering for debauchery and spending their days drinking was crashed on the spot. What's more, there are also their own and their children and grandchildren with a prostitute lay story. The city is more and more unmanageable. The disgrace is those who put the news behind the scenes. And the fourth one Fei also did not idle. So also in the folk spread a lot of news out. All that was said was that Lin Wui's virtuous behavior. Afterwards, she even did those good deeds anonymously in the past. All of which were placed on Lin Evening Yi's head. Those who had been favored once. All of them were grateful to Lin Evening Yi. For a while, the people who were once unaware of the truth changed their words. They became particularly supportive of Lin Evening Yi. The Dong family and the Lin family's big house also took the opportunity to create a momentum. Many medicinal herbs, rice and noodles, and grain and oil were sent to the charity halls in various parts of the city. As a result, noble consort Yi Ning's reputation was completely turned around. Chapter 386 Unafraid of the Wind. The first day of August. 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 Waiting until the fourth day of August. The fifth prince and the third princess's birthday arrived. Outside the wind only a little bit of a pause. Before and after the fuss so Lin Wanyi although living in the palace. Nature is also some hearing. Only has not been a position. At first, she also felt that the best way to calm the storm is to redraft. But slowly she does not think so. The emperor's defense. Godfather and godmother's help. The family's relatives' help. All of them are not to make her happy. Even the Empress Dowager, who should say something, has turned a deaf ear to these things. So why should she have to open this mouth? As far as she was concerned, if she could live some peaceful days in the palace, that would be the best. And where there are many women, there are many wrongs. There is no doubt about it. Therefore, she also rested her mind, enjoying this kind of carefree days. On the day of the birthday banquet, Lin Wanyi deliberately got up early in the morning, because she wanted to prepare some surprises for the children. Looked at the side of the emperor is still resting, even out of the breath to come. Then heart a burst of pleasure, and then gently got off the bed. Even washing and dressing are arranged in the ear room. Is afraid of disturbing the emperor's rest. When all was ready, only then did he open his mouth and ask, "Where are the children? Got up yet?" Xian beside him said calmly, "The second prince has already gone to the riding arena. As for the other princes and princesses, they are still resting." The summer day dawned early, but this diligence of the second prince really made Lin Evening Yi somewhat impressed. The second prince is just growing his body. Remember to tell Sister Du that you still need to urge the second prince to rest more. Slave servant remembered. "Well, let's go." Saying that, the master and servant duo left the door, and then ran towards the small kitchen. Chun-Chi was waiting there early. As soon as she saw Lin Wanyi and Xian coming over, it was as if she had returned to the time when she was still in the eastern crossing courtyard of the Xiangfu. "Your Highness, everything is prepared. Should we start making it now?" "Do it. Later on when His Majesty wakes up he'll be looking for me to serve again." Chun-Chi couldn't help but snicker at his words, and couldn't help but sigh. "When we first entered the palace, the slave girl was worried about whether His Majesty would notice you. I didn't expect that. After only a few days, His Majesty is not even willing to go out of our palace. So that's good?" Being poked fun at by her, Lin Lian-Yi was a bit shy. So she pretended to be angry and said, "All right. Hurry up and do it. Otherwise it's really not going to make it later." "Okay." Slave girl obeys. Answering flirtatiously, Lin Wanyi gave Chun-Chi a somewhat pouty look. Afterwards, the three of them began to mess around in the small kitchen. Lin Evening Yi was not good at cooking, but she was still very good at eating. The dish she wanted to make today was a stewed crab meat lion's head. This dish is light in flavor and needs time to simmer. That's why she got up this early in the morning. Fresh pork was cut into pomegranate bead-sized particles and then chopped into a filling. Fat and lean not to mention. And added green onion and ginger water, as well as salt seasoning. Water chestnuts are cut into small cubes and accompanied by fresh river crab meat, which are patted together to form balls. Considering that there are still children to eat, Lin Wanyi made the balls small and delicate. Chun-Chi saw this and even said with a smile, "Your Highness, people make lion's heads. The ones you made here are also a bit too small." "No harm. No harm. I made a small lion head." A sentence that made both Chun-Chi and Xian fail to hold back and burst out laughing. After everything was ready, Chun-Chi brought a casserole dish and put water in it, and then added some onion segments, ginger slices, and other ingredients, and put one by one small meatballs into the pot. Put it on the small stove and simmer it over a slow fire. and the floating skim on top. It is a little bit of hard to beat away, and finally slowly collect the juice. Only when she started to smell the aroma did Lin Wani hand the small kitchen back to Chun-Chi again. Don't worry, Your Highness. The slave girl will definitely keep an eye on the fire. Lin Evening nodded. And only then did she take a long breath and leave the small kitchen. On the way back to the room, she couldn't help but laugh at herself and say, this palace really isn't fit to enter the kitchen. It's only been a while, and I'm exhausted. Xian immediately consoled. Your Highness is not using breakfast. That's why it's so weak. Later on with a bowl of porridge. It's also good. After returning to the room, she rewashed, especially the oily smell on her hands. Lin Wani was very unhappy. If it wasn't for today's special day, she wouldn't have cooked herself. The stuff had Chun-Chi as a gatekeeper, so it shouldn't be difficult to eat. Thinking about this, she was unaware that a person suddenly came out from behind her and wrapped her up in his arms, and with his head hanging down on her shoulder. He said with some complaints, where did you go early in the morning? Lin Lian was originally startled, and only after hearing the voice clearly did she have the helplessness to say, Your Majesty, you scared my concubine. Afterwards, she wiped her hand clean with a handkerchief, and after applying the gel, she took it under her nose to smell it and felt that there was no more smell. And only then did she feel relieved. When she was about to put her hand down, she was grabbed by the Emperor. Taking it up, he barked out a kiss, frightening Lin Evening to hastily draw it back. Her face was a little red as she glanced around and found that Xian was no longer there. And only then did she feel relieved. Seeing her in this state, the Emperor couldn't help but feel amused. What are you afraid of? In this palace there isn't that ungrateful lackey who dares to chew the cud. Hey, isn't my concubine afraid of rumors spreading outside? If it ruins your Majesty's clean name, that would be troublesome. The Emperor raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Evening. Then with a trifle flirtatious, he asked, Then you're not afraid of ruining your own? My concubine's reputation can all rely on your Majesty. If you are a bright king, then my concubine is naturally a virtuous concubine. If you are a dim king, then my concubine's reputation as a demon concubine is something that I want to get rid of, but I can't get rid of it. So for the sake of my concubine's reputation, I also ask that your Majesty be a bright king by all means. The Emperor probably didn't expect that Lin Wani would have this to say, and immediately smiled foolishly. Then he doted on her and said, Okay, for the sake of A's reputation, I will definitely strive to be a bright ruler, so that future generations will know that I have a virtuous noble consort who is an example of a woman. Lin Lian was like an old master, nodding her head while in the end, she didn't hold herself back, but instead laughed out. The two of them looked at each other, deeply feeling that it was really good to live their days like this. When they were warm and affectionate, they were interrupted by the people outside speaking. Your Majesty, Your Highness, several imperial sons and princesses have come to greet you. The one who spoke was Dong Yuzhong, while the one standing next to him was Qiu Ming. The two were respectful and disciplined, as if they hadn't heard everything in the room just now. Lin Lian struggled out of the Emperor's arms and glanced outside. Chapter 387. Although the Emperor was a trifle unhappy about being interrupted, he didn't say anything. Well, come in and wait to wash up. Yes. Soon. The Emperor and Lin Evening both cleaned up. By the time they returned to the main house, the children were already waiting on the spot as well. As soon as the duo entered, they bowed down. Imperial son and princess. Meet the Emperor. Meet the Empress. Although the words were spoken by the next sister in their place, several people had happy faces. Today's protagonists were the fifth prince and the third princess. Therefore, both of them wore clothes of festive colors. The clothes were specially prepared by Dong for the children's birthdays, so they looked especially good. The fifth prince was indeed a person with strong bones, and at the age of 1, he was able to stand steadily and take 2 quick steps towards Lin Wanyi's arms. This robustness of his made the Emperor look very pleased. Only the other children were still there, so it was not good to praise him alone. Therefore, he only had a smile and delight in his eyes, and did not say anything more. Consort. Consort. His memory was good. He had called out a few times before, and now he also knew that he should call Mother Consort to Lin Evening. Lin Evening bent down and picked him up. The heavy body made her a few times overwhelmed. So she said snidely, You Look at this fleshy stomach. How much have you eaten? The fifth prince seemed to understand, and smiled heatedly, and then patted his hand on his stomach. That chubby little hand had swirls. Looking at Lin Lian, people could not stop shaking their heads. Then he turned his gaze to the third princess. Compared to the fifth prince, the third princess was what a normal week-old baby looked like. She looked docile and meek, and even her smile was always a little chaste. Nowadays, she has grown a lot more than when she was first born, and her appearance is more and more like Lin Evening Yi. It is a small Lin Wan Yi. So the emperor to her to be a few more points of favor. So he also opened his arms, and then said, "Carry the third princess to me." Yes. Slave girl obeys. The emperor had become quite familiar with the children after spending time with them these days. Therefore the position in which he carried the third princess was also very comfortable. About burrowing into the arms of his loving father. So the third princess was also very happy. Only her happiness wouldn't be like the fifth prince, who laughed out loud. It was only a shallow curve of the eyes and corners of the mouth. Even so, the emperor loved it very much. Today is the birthday of both of them. So I called for someone to invite the fourth royal uncle and his wife, the Lin family, and the Dong family to join in the fun. Lin Wanyi did not know that the emperor had made this decision beforehand. So she was a little surprised. But after the surprise, she was happy. In the royal family, wanting to have a family reunion is never a luxury. However, Lin Wanyi felt that her family has always been her backbone. Therefore, while she was doing well, she also hoped that her children would be like her own childhood, with the affection of her family and the love of her family. The emperor's move is undoubtedly also a signal to the outside. It is favoritism. So what? Who can say a word? Thinking of this, Lin Evening Yi let Xia and take a box out. Inside is Lin Evening Yi personally prepared to catch the weak things, before the second princess has already caught. So this thing is prepared for the two children to continue to use. But there were some more things added to it, in bits and pieces, adding up to more than 20 kinds. Originally, I was still thinking of having the children catch the weak in the morning. But since His Majesty has invited people, let's wait for them to arrive before catching them, and let everyone else be happy. The emperor let out a hum. He actually meant the same thing. Now it was Lin Evening Yi who had a bit of a headache. She didn't know that so many people were coming, so she didn't have a lot of time to make that braised crab meat lion head. When the time came that there wasn't enough to share, then it would be a bit awkward. So, turning to Xiaoyan, she ordered, "Quickly let Chuanqi prepare more dishes." Looking at it this way, the flower hall needs to add another table before it's enough. Tell Qiuming to go prepare it quickly. Yes, Your Highness. These things are just small matters. In fact, Lin Wanyi doesn't need to order them. They will also go and do it. However, to Lin Even Yi, there were no small matters for her family, and she could only feel at ease after she had made the preparations. Now that the lotus pond has been lost, if you want to see the summer lotus flowers again, you have to wait until next year. Therefore, Lin Wanyi prepared something else for the children. When the things to the left side of the hall, several children look at the happy straight clap. It turned out to be 24 dough balls of different sizes and colors, neatly placed in a row on a lacquered tray. The children all happily pounced over. This color won't stain your hands, right? The emperor was a little worried, but Lin Wanyi shook her head. I asked them to use things that can be eaten to diet. Let's say that the red one uses watermelon juice from the tribute fruit, the green one uses mugwort, and the yellow one uses pumpkin. So there's no harm in it. The emperor smiled, then said, "It is also true that you are always a trifle more attentive than the others in matters of children. Your Majesty praises me. But it's just a little bit of ingenuity. It's just that I don't have the skills to knead dough and make clay statues. So the children can only learn by themselves. What's wrong with that? I will." The emperor's words surprised everyone present, including Lin Lian-yi. She had never seen the emperor show his kung fu in this area before. But Dong Yuzhong on the side came to a realization, and then looked at Lin Aveni with a smile and explained. When the late emperor was alive, he would always accompany the emperor to play kuju, riding a good horse. This needed face work. Slave also saw twice. That craft is really good. Speaking here, Lin Lian came to understand. No wonder. Then since this is the case, please ask your Majesty to be an example for the children. Or let my servant see how this craftsmanship compares to the craftsmen outside. After saying this, he smiled wryly. How does the emperor not know? Lin Wani is waiting to see the joke, so did not say much. Straight to move his hand. What defense in front of absolute strength is false? Rather than say so much, why not do it out to her to see it? As a result, the Emperor's pair of seemingly clear bones, but also thick huge hand palm, at the moment playing with the dough as if there is a soul. Lin Wani didn't even have a good look at it. A little rabbit was ready. The red dough was also used to give it eyes, so it looked really exquisite. Lin Evening he didn't say anything, but in her heart, she felt that even if the Emperor were to live on the streets one day, she would probably be able to rely on this craftsmanship to get enough to eat. After all, who could carry a handsome-looking man who was also good at craft work? No need to guess to know that his stall business would definitely be good. Puffing at the thought. As a result, before she could react, she saw that the Emperor had already made a good lotus flower. Chapter 388. The people who watched the ceremony. When she handed it to Lin Wani, she was both surprised and touched. So she received it with both hands. And then she solemnly said, "Then your majesty must make another golden dragon, just like the fireworks on New Year's Eve back then, and stay with this green lotus forever and ever before." Hearing Lin Wani say so, the Emperor smiled and nodded. And then he focused on that dough. Only the lotus flower was good to make, but the golden dragon was hard to make. So it took a lot of effort before the golden dragon could barely take shape. And outside, they invited the people to watch the ceremony also arrived. A large group of people stood in great numbers, each with a smile on their faces. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the fourth prince, they have all arrived." In the left side of the hall, the children play seriously. The Emperor Pinch is also serious, so everyone did not notice how fast time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time for lunch. So get up. That Xian immediately brought water to the Emperor clean hands. The children also had a grandmother who was washing their hands and rearranging their clothes. When everyone was ready, they all left the door together, and outside the door stood Lin Evening. He thought of people. All of a sudden the nose is a little sour. Seeing this, the Emperor was not afraid of what others would say. Straight away, he took Lin Huai's hand and walked out. The others saw and felt a trifle embarrassed. But it was the fourth prince and the fourth princess who looked at each other and smiled, obviously admiring, and at the same time very appreciative of the Emperor's move. Qin Courtesan and the others have met the Emperor. Please Emperor Wanan. Have met the Empress. Please Empress Goldenin. All leveled up. Today is a family banquet. There is no need to be formal. Thank you, Your Majesty. Afterwards, the Emperor and Lin Evening led the crowd to go inside. Outside, there was the sound of Empress Dowager arriving. So everyone stood in place and greeted the Empress Dowager in a regular manner. Along with her, of course, there were concubine Qian and Princess Ming Ruo. After the last birthday celebration for the second princess, it was obvious that their relationship had become much more cordial. Only, when the Lin family's big house saw Ming Ruo together, there were still a few uncomfortable moments on their faces. Because the grown-up Ming Ruo looked a few shades of noble consort Lin and County Princess Runkong. Although everything had already settled down, decades of grudges would not be so easily erased. The Lin family's big house could not bother with Princess Ming Ruo, but they could not be as intimate with Ming Ruo as the children that Lin Liani had raised. Ming Ruo obviously also felt the discomfort of the Lin family's big house, but did not say much. Standing beside the Empress Dowager, doing her great weight princess's face well was. The Empress Dowager's mother's family had been suppressed by her for many years, so it was not considered close. So rarely see so many family members appear together. Subsequently even thought for a moment about the matter of foreign relatives interfering in politics. Lin family big house, to put it bluntly, also out of a Lin Xingji. Although there is a certain amount of real power, but the situation in the dynasty has been stabilized, but not to the point of one person alone. As for the Dong family is just a medicine merchant origin. Even if you want to go up, there may not be any suitable opportunity. Therefore, the Empress Dowager's heart of a little worry also relaxed. Only, if this generation could not turn over any big waves, there was no guarantee that the next generation would not. Therefore, looking at Feng's towering belly, as well as the Lin family and Dong family's prosperous appearance, the corners of her mouth still had a few more fake smiles. The others did not notice. After all, it was the Empress Dowager, and they did not dare to look straight at anything. But the Emperor was raised by the Empress Dowager for decades. This point of emotion, if you cannot see, That mother and son affection is also white. So looked at the Empress Dowager. Eyes firm. Although did not say a word. But the meaning is clear. The Empress Dowager's heart is also very pleased. The Emperor wants to favor Lin Wanyi. The Empress Dowager has no opinion. Even if he wants to scatter the people in the harem for her, she has no problem with it. But if Lin Wanyi's mother's family has any dissenting views, want to take this opportunity to climb up and even hegemony, then the Empress Dowager will not be able to tolerate. It is not easy to keep Wei's kingdom until now. The Empress Dowager will not let anyone easily destroy us. Let's go. Letting the guests stand under the sun is our rudeness. This sentence from the Empress Dowager eased the atmosphere quite a bit. As the Emperor said, today was a family banquet, not divided between ruler and subject. The lunch was still set up in the previous flower hall, only that there were 2 large and 1 small table. The royal family sat at 1 table. The Lin family and the Dong family sat at 1 table. Although it was a bit crowded, they all felt that they could relax a bit more than eating at a table with the Emperor and Empress Dowager. The food was still as exquisite and delicious as ever, and Chunchi's handiwork really had no cause for praise. As for the children, with the help of the grandmothers, they all ate to their heart's content. The second prince naturally also rushed back. He only went to the riding range today and stayed for an hour before returning. The reason he had been absent before was because he had washed up. Otherwise, covered in stinky sweat, he would be embarrassed to appear in front of the crowd. Although they were sitting at 2 separate tables, the Emperor's table had the 4th prince at it. So naturally they were talking and laughing a lot. The table of the Lin family and the Dong family, on the other hand, seems to be quite formal. Lin Lianyi had the intention to relieve the bar, but was Dong elder master glanced at. The appeasement in his eyes was obvious. So Lin evening he didn't say much. For elder master Dong, today's meal was worth it. These days, the successive ascendancy of the Lin family's great house and the Dong family had almost confused him. It was only after seeing the Empress Dowager today, and the look she gave them, that he realized. There are things that are best pressed to death when the fire is up. Otherwise, when the situation can't be suppressed and then think of extinguishing it, it will be a wildfire situation. He has been in charge of the Dong family for many years. What big storms have he not seen? If he wanted to be greedy, I'm afraid that the Dong family would have already become a fish under the knife of others in the business world. Therefore, he knew, the more restrained the Lin and Dong families are today, the more at ease the Empress Dowager will be. This kind of lowly, careful and prudent, is their life preserver. The other thing on their minds is that when they go back, how to make the Empress Dowager feel more at ease. Because only in this way, Lin Wanyi can live more freely in the palace. Therefore, this meal down. But there are so a few points of deep water and hot water feeling. The Dong family master understands his father's mind the most. Even if he didn't say anything, he can also guess 3 times. Therefore, also converged a lot of usual cleverness. At the moment looked low-key and smooth. The person who is the head of the family are not the tip. Other people naturally will not make any trouble. Only one of them. Feng's stomach was kicked by the child. Some pain frowned. Lin Xingji was worried about the lady's situation. So he asked in a low voice, "Is it okay? May I let second aunt take a look?" Feng gently shook her head and took a few deep breaths. "Just fine. Husband, don't be anxious. There is no harm." Chapter 389 Children Catching the Weak. Today's protagonists were the 5th prince and the 3rd princess. Not her. Feng. This was something that she could understand without being told. So this little episode soon also skipped over. After lunch, it was the main event of the day. The 5th prince and the 3rd duke were going to start catching the weak. The place is naturally arranged in the left side of the hall. Inside the cushion also early laid a good red brocade cloth. A wide array of things were placed on it, dazzling the eyes. Lin Lianyi let the sisters put the children inside, and then said with a smile, "Take whatever you like. Don't be polite." These words were obviously addressed to the 5th prince, as his big round eyes were already pressing. Thus, at Lin Eveningyi's command, just like a scurrying monkey, he rummaged through all those things, suddenly picking up an abacus, suddenly picking up a bow and arrow. But none of them were qualitative. That left and right look let Lin Eveningyi a little anxious. This child, ever since he was a child, has never let people worry about him. His temperament is like he can't settle down, and he looks at everything with enthusiasm for a while. 1 second he might have been interested in this thing, The next he changed. He was tossing and turning here. But it was the third princess on the side, who seemed very calm. Slowly crawling round. She finally chose a volume of books. Obviously she couldn't read a single word. But the way she looked when flipping through the books made people think that she must be a talented girl. The sister smiled with joy and immediately said, "The third princess has grabbed the book. And will have a bright future and grow in talent. And then the grandmother will be the third princess carried away." Leaving the fifth prince is still in the same place left and right to look at the pick and choose. After waiting for a while, did not see him want to take something. The emperor is a little frowned. So his own dragon jade pendant is also placed on top of the brocade cloth. Turning to the fifth prince, he then said, "Is there no favorite? This you see? How aw." The meaning couldn't be clearer. There were a few moments of consternation from the Lin family's big house and the Dong family. This folk have a custom of catching the weak. The parents spread something with them to catch the weak for the child. If they really catch it, then it is the son inheriting his father's business. But now, if the fifth prince really caught this jade pendant, the son inherited the father's business is not that he is the candidate for the crown prince? Therefore, one or two of the atmosphere do not dare to say a word, for fear of making any mistakes. On the contrary, the face of the Empress Dowager is very calm. Seems to have anticipated this matter. Unfortunately, the fifth prince 3-2 heavy body and the head 2-5 are backbone. The more the emperor said so, the more he had a stinky face. And then also waved his hand. The meaning is also more than clear. I don't want to see it. The crowd watched as that called a fearful. This is, refuse the throne of the crown prince? Obviously just an ordinary royal weekly ceremony. How to favor him so many things. Who knows that in the next second, this little master was walking on his chubby little legs, stumbling back and forth on the soft cushion. Fall down and get up. Get up and fall down again. By the time the crowd reacted, he had already packed everything in the middle of the brocade cloth into a ball, including the jade pendant that the emperor had just unwrapped. How can I put it? Really not sparing a single one. Lin Lianyi watched her son move like this, and her entire body was confused, which has the reasoning of grabbing all of the weak. Was about to open his mouth to say that he was fooling around. However, he heard the fourth prince's voice as loud as a bell say, "The fifth prince is really extraordinary. Others are to choose the same. You are all want. Good all. Good. This is our ways, prince. When you grow up, you will definitely want them all." The fourth prince's words were straightforward enough. It was equivalent to taking sides in advance. The original candidate for the throne was still a bit confusing. But at this moment, it was already more than clear. The fourth prince was young and ignorant, and didn't know what the adults were saying. But the second prince was already 8 years old. So he had already understood the meaning of the fourth prince's words. Lin Lianyi's first reaction was to look at him. After all, it was her own first child. She didn't want to see the day when they would kill each other for the sake of the royal power struggle. Therefore, there were a few hints of worry in her eyes. Who knew that the second prince had a look of relief on his face? And when he looked at the fifth prince, he was even a little excited. That look, it was as if he was excited to see his beloved brother ascending to the throne in advance. This made Lin Lianyi feel more than a little overwhelmed. How could it be? Didn't he have the idea of moving up a bit? Lin Lianyi didn't know. On the contrary, the Empress Dowager also looked towards the second prince. The appreciation in her eyes was already evident. Some things can fight since will not let, and cannot fight early to give up in order to harvest a broader sky. These days, the Empress Dowager and the second prince also get along with a long time. Therefore, what he thinks in his heart also still knows some than being trapped forever in this deep palace. He obviously more yearning for the outside world. Originally, he had already been enthroned as the king of Han, and his fiefdom was set in Yunzhou. Therefore, he only needed to grow up on time, then leave the palace to build a mansion, marry the royal consort, and then set off to Yunzhou to bless the people, seemingly thinking of the fact that he could do what he liked outside in the future. He couldn't help but get excited. Before the others even opened their mouths, he took the lead and said, "Fifth brother is really extraordinary. In the future, if second brother wants steeds and horses and good fields, you can't be stingy." Once these words came out, the people present also all understood. The second prince had no intention of competing for power, and his meaning was also very clear. He was willing to be the ladder of the kings and ministers. and make way for the fifth prince to have a path to heaven. The emperor glanced at him, seemingly probing. But the eyes of the second prince looking back were clear. The emperor was also enlightened. He did not have a brother, so he did not experience the bloody path of brothers to seize power. Naturally do not want his sons to go on this path. Now that the fourth prince was out with a crippled ear, the second prince automatically backed down. Then only the third prince and the fifth prince have a chance. His heart belongs to the intention is naturally the fifth prince more. But the third prince is also his son. Similarly, he was also outstanding. Therefore, he hadn't made up his mind completely at the moment. When he was silent, it didn't stop the others from being lively. Elder Master Dong was able to endure it. But the others standing behind him were not. Stunned, surprised, stoic, uncomprehending. There were all kinds of expressions. But the royal matter? Not they can comment. So a two or slightly lowered head. Do not say a word. The Empress Dowager saw this, coughed twice and said, "People are old and useless. Just standing for a while is tiring. Since the two children's weekly arrests are over, then the mourning family will go back first. The Lin family and the Dong family's people rarely come to the palace, so they will eat the evening meal before going back. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your great kindness." The fourth Wangfei also knew how to see. So after assisting the Empress Dowager, she said, "I haven't seen the Empress Dowager for a long time. If the Empress Dowager doesn't think I'm noisy, I would like to go to the Empress Dowager's courtyard to take a look." Chapter 390, Future Matters. The Empress Dowager smiled slightly. Just know how to poke fun at mourners. "Let's go." "Yes." And then the fourth princess said to the emperor and Lin Evening E, "My wife will leave first." "Well, mother's wife, take your time. My subject will take her leave. My son's son will take his leave." Concubine Qian and Princess Ming Rua followed suit and left Rua Yang Qian. And the emperor knew that with himself present, this Lin and Dong family were also very formal. So he pulled the fourth prince and said, "I've heard that there are a few new theater rehearsals. The fourth prince's uncle must love to watch. I'll go with you, so that noble consort and her family can have a good talk." The old minister will do so. And then the emperor turned to Lin Evening E and said, "For the evening meal, I won't be coming over to eat. After sending off the fourth prince's uncle, I'll come back again." The tone in which he said this was like a husband going out to give his wife an explanation. Lin Lian Yi felt a bit flushed. But once she thought about the emperor's style, she was relieved. "Well, I know. Your Majesty and fourth Wang Shu. Take care. I respectfully send off your Majesty and fourth prince." Once they left, the children were also going to take their lunch break. After sending all of them away, in the middle of the main house, only Lin Evening Yi's closest family members were left. Seeing that there was no one else, Elder Lady Dong lowered her voice and asked, "Does the emperor mean that he is interested in our fifth prince?" Her eyes were filled with joy and longing. In fact, no wonder Mrs. Dong had this reaction. Merchant family can be so close to see the prince to catch the weak and the emperor state. Naturally some of the float. Immediately, Grandmaster Dong gave a slanting glare and said warningly, "A woman's family? No nonsense. The major events of the imperial government are also something that you and I can arbitrarily judge?" Immediately, Elder Lady Dong shushed, not daring to speak again. On the contrary, it was Elder Master Dong who patted Grandmaster Dong's shoulder, with so much pity in his eyes. But at this moment, he had to say, "After we go back, my father will resign from his post. As for you two brothers, also think about it. Now that Chiu Yu's marriage has been decided, Kuli can also take the examination. If our family still occupies the position and enjoys the power of the noble consort, I'm afraid that it will be detrimental to Asahi and the fifth prince." When Elder Master Dong spoke these words, his heart was sad. His own children and grandchildren had managed to find a way out with great difficulty. But at this moment, they were going to lose it. The first master of the Dong family immediately understood his father's meaning, while the second master of the Dong family didn't quite understand. But for him, this official position or not, there was actually nothing special about it. Therefore, it wasn't really a matter of concern. After seeing his father make such a statement, he solemnly said, "Big brother is doing well in this position, so it's better for me to resign along with my father. After all, my son's skills are in the folklore. It's better to go back to the medical center to sit on the ground and be more down to earth." Seeing his younger brother also take such a stance, Master Dong was also grateful. Obviously it should have been him, as the elder brother, to state his position. But now instead, his younger brother was allowed to speak before him. So after looking at Elder Master Dong for a moment, he then said, "Father's meaning. Son understands. It's just that for Chiao Yu's marriage, more or less, there's still someone to support the scene. After her marriage is over, son will resign immediately." Elder Master Dong nodded, and was convinced of his eldest son's words. The family had been together for so many years, and everyone understood what kind of person he was. So the crowd had no objections to this. Although Lady Dong felt that it was a pity that it was so hard to mix up the name of an official's wife. And it was gone so quickly. But for so many years, what her father-in-law had decided had never gone wrong yet. So she also followed it, and didn't dare to have any objections. Seeing the Dong family take such a stance, the people in the Lin family's big house also understood quite a bit. Lin Lianyi was the first to speak. "Grandfather, there's no need to be like this. I don't think His Majesty is the kind of person who would allow people to sow discord. So you and your two uncles don't need to worry. Just do a good job as officials. What's the point of resigning?" Dong didn't quite understand the magnitude of it, so she followed suit. "That's right. It's not easy to get an official position. Father and two brothers should think again." Her words were only spoken shortly before they were blocked by Grandmaster Lin. And then, seriously and earnestly, he bowed to the old master of the Dong family. "Father-in-law's great kindness. For my daughter to take so much trouble, son-in-law is unable to repay. In the future, I will definitely be filial to the two old men, and the two uncles to help each other. And the children are the same. Whether it's Kelly or Chiao Lan, Chiao Yu, I'll treat them as if they were my own children. I will never let them suffer." This statement from Master Lin made the Dong family's old master feel very pleased. After all, his granddaughter is deservedly good. Son-in-law can sense the meaning of it, and gave such an answer. He is also happy in his heart. The family. It is always you help me, I help you. This is how the Lin and Dong families work. Lin family and Dong family is so. Lin Xingji is not stupid. This situation, if you still do not see the inside of the name, then he would have grown his head for nothing. I thought about it. And then I thought about it. The old Master Dong saw it at a glance. Immediately stopped, said, "We are so old, guys, do not go to the court. Is to let you young people more space to perform. Future Lin family and Dong family doorway depends on you. Muji and Kelly support. So no matter what, also have to hold on. Understand? If your foundation in the Imperial court is more stable, Shallow and the children will be able to have more confidence. There are also Muji and Kuli. After the Imperial exams, they will naturally join the Imperial court as officials. As for how far they can go, that's their own destiny. But with you three brothers holding up, Shallow's life in the harem will be a lot better." Elder Master Dong explained in a heartfelt manner. Not to mention Lin Xingji. Even Feng felt touched when she heard this. To be able to have elders like this sitting in for them, no matter where they went in the future, they would be able to last for a long time. Lin Xingji and Lin Wei glanced at each other, and both of them bowed towards Elder Master Dong. "Please don't. Please don't. Shallow is now a noble consort." The people of the Dong family hurriedly came up to assist. But Lin Wani insisted. "The granddaughter is bowing to grandfather today, not Dong Zheng envoy. So noble consort or not, it doesn't matter. Your old man is so for us. The granddaughter doesn't know what to say. We'll be safe and sound. I'm still waiting to wish your old man 100 years old birthday." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Elder Master Dong was now 65 years old, and still had more than 30 years to live before his 100th birthday. Whether he would live to see it or not, he didn't know, but it was always a good wish. So he nodded with a smile and said, "Wouldn't that be good? The Xian son will be able to see it as well." With love and affection overflowing, Lin Lianyi and her brother Lin Xingji kowtowed to Elder Master Dong right away. Chapter 391, Going with the Flow. In Ruiyang Xian, the Lin and Dong families were discussing the matter of resignation. On the other side, the Emperor and the fourth prince were not idle either. Although their eyes were looking at the theater, their minds were active elsewhere. The first sentence the Emperor opened his mouth was to the fourth prince. "In the matter of noble consort Yining, I'm relying on the help of Uncle Wang and Princess Wang. Otherwise, I still don't know how long the people will misunderstand her. Your Majesty is overstating it. Those few people originally had a filthy affair in their family home, and still have the heart to splash dirty water on Ening noble consort's head. So naturally, the old minister is going to give them some lessons to see how thick their skin is in the end. And they still have the nerve to come to the court? Mentioning this, the emperor couldn't help but crack a smile. Indeed, ever since their scandalous story was shaken out, the emperor had received their sick leave report. The emperor was in the palace, although he didn't need to go to court every day as he did in the palace. But 3 or 5 days always have to meet the courtiers. Therefore, these people have not shown their faces for a long time. Thinking about it, suddenly thought of something else. The emperor's original face, that was still somewhat smiling, slowly became bad again. Lindley any matter. On the surface is some courtiers on the emperor's sole favor dissatisfaction. So only made a storm. But the fermentation of this matter is too fast. Said no one behind the foot. The emperor and the 4th prince do not believe. As for the person behind this, with the toes guess can guess 1 or 2 too. Lindley and he collapsed. In who is the most favorable? Therefore, the emperor believes that Imperial consort E and the Lu family must not have contributed much. Feng Qi and Jian Huanqing went to the northwest has almost a year. But the effect is not very big. The two are now committed to the development of the city in the Central Plains. And the emperor did not urge them too much. There were some things that were better done slowly. After all, if you want to eat an elephant, you always need some time to prepare and start. This was something that the emperor felt deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be in power for almost 20 years before he could take the power of the state almost in his hands. Therefore, there was no hurry. The emperor had plenty of patience to hover with the Lu family and the Northwest army. Thus, the emperor got up his mind. Turning to the 4th prince, he said, "Does Uncle Wang still remember the time when you escorted me to Mount Tai to watch the wonders?" "Naturally. I remember. I wonder if the emperor has any thoughts about it when he suddenly mentioned it." "Well, Ening noble consorts thing. Let me was born a few different thoughts. She had no family, 2 no power holders backing. If in the future and then encountered this kind of situation, I'm afraid that it is also to be splashed with cool water people. I am not willing to her for me always commissioned awesome. So, but also please want uncle to help for a moment or two." The emperor's words made the 4th prince a little puzzled. The old minister has already recognized your consort as his goddaughter. In such a situation, what else does the emperor expect the old minister to do? Create a miracle for her. Create a birth. When the 4th prince heard these words, he was honestly a bit shocked to drop his jaw. If it was said that it was a woman from an unusual family who wanted to change to a background with a higher gate, this would be simple. Looking for someone to operate in it. Said what missing Miss So-and-so will be good. Recognize an ancestor. Return to a clan. Can naturally be resolved. However, Lin Wanyi's origin is the first daughter of the Xiangfu family. Although these close people know that she does not have any advantage in this identity. But to the outside world, this identity is still the first daughter of the Xiangfu family. But to the outside world, this identity is still enough to be able to bluff people. Still want to give her momentum. The 4th prince will not know what direction to go. So somewhat puzzled, he looked at the emperor. "When I was young, I heard my father tell me about the ancient goddess." The 4th prince's eyes widened. No, the emperor even dared to arbitrarily fabricate this kind of identity? Immediately opening his mouth, he dissuaded, "Your Majesty, the identity of this goddess can't be arbitrarily fabricated. Although nowadays our way has not heard of where there is a goddess bloodline. But if it is announced to the world after being discovered forged, I'm afraid that the backlash against Ening noble consort will be even more serious." At this, the 4th prince was against it. But the emperor smiled and shook his head, saying, "Uncle Wang can relax as much as he wants. The descendant of this ancient goddess lineage, I have already found it." "What?" The 4th prince obviously did not expect that the emperor's ability was so great. Even the long-missing descendant of the ancient goddess could be found. It was really a good skill. So he hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" "Uncle 4th King has also seen it." "Old minister has seen it?" The 4th prince was very suspicious, obviously not thinking out who it could be. And with a smile, the emperor said, "Second Lady Dongyun." "What?" The 4th prince obviously did not expect this is really far away, close to the eyes. So he asked curiously, "When did His Majesty know about this matter?" "Back then. The second princess was sick and weak, and almost didn't save her. So the second madam pointed out a path for me to seek her master. And after all these years, not only did I find her master, but I also accidentally discovered the second madam's life. Externally, the second madam has always been an orphan girl in the mountains, who was adopted and raised by the divine doctor. But in reality, what lives in those mountains are the followers of the ancient divine maiden clan, who have guarded this secret for many years. And the divine maiden bloodline of this generation is the second madam. Hearing the emperor explain in this way, the fourth prince came to his senses. He just didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. If the bloodline of the divine maiden clan was the second lady, then it would be much less difficult for them to build up Lin Evening E. At least they didn't have to worry about being exposed by someone stabbing them in the back. Only, this was a bit far-fetched. If they said that this goddess bloodline was Dong's, they could still make something up. But if this bloodline was second auntie, who had no blood relationship with Lin Evening E, where should they start? The fourth prince's question obviously hadn't been asked yet, and the emperor had already settled the matter. I promised the second madam's master that I am determined to cover up the true bloodline of the divine maiden clan. Otherwise, if people knew about the second madam's birth, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for her to protect her little life. But if the goddess is a person in the palace, or a concubine who is favored by me, not many people will dare to move. So this matter must be more careful. It is best to disguise it as an accidental discovery. Then it would be more than appropriate. With words spoken to this point, the fourth prince also understood. For silencing and recreating clues, these were the things that the royal palace's Dark Guard battalion was best at. It was just that once the matter of the ancient goddess was exposed, the fourth prince was a little worried about Lin Lianyi's safety. It is rumored that the blood of the divine maiden clan has the ability to bring the dead back to life. If you get one person, you will have no worries. Your Majesty, have you really thought about doing so? Once this news was released, I'm afraid that there would be more than a handful of people who had their eyes on Lin Lianyi. Even if the emperor had 3 heads and 6 arms, he might not be able to take care of everything. But the emperor nodded, then glanced at the fourth prince before saying, "Has Uncle Wang forgotten about the Chui family that assassinated me?" Chapter 392 The Divine Maiden Clan. It was only when the emperor said this that the fourth prince reacted. How big a chess game he had played. Ever since the assassination, the fourth prince had been pursuing it. And he also repaired a letter and sent it to the Northwest Marquis. But he didn't find out anything about the splash. This made the fourth prince feel not at ease. This shows that the person behind it is hiding very deeply. With such a plan and ability, he must be planning something big. When he thought of the emperor being in the open while they couldn't even find out who was having bad intentions in the shadows, he felt a pang of annoyance. After the matter of the divine maiden clan appeared, I think the people who are counting on me should also reveal some horse feet. They don't have to always hide in the shadows and shoot cold arrows at me. Mentioning this, a cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. For the Lin Lianyi to create momentum, he certainly is stored to let Lin Lianyi can get more people's recognition. Naturally also hope that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone to take down the person behind the scene. Now she is arranged with the iron barrel around her. He is also often accompanied by her side. So the emperor has full certainty, will not let her and the children suffer a hint of harm. That was why he opened his mouth to the fourth prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk with Lin Evening E. Above the theater, the singing was earnest and careful. And below the theater, the matter that the emperor and the fourth prince were discussing became the next. The most lively rumor in the entire Shengjing city. Lin Wani did not know the emperor's intentions. After her family had left, she sat alone under the bright window, gloomy and sad. Thinking back to herself, she entered the palace in April of the 17th year of Yuanhe. And now 2 years and 4 months have passed. However, she had experienced many more wonderful days than her first 10 years combined. She is now in a high position. Many children. The emperor's favor. Family benefit. How do you look at it is how it is like. But Lin Lianyi was the only one who had the feeling that her virtue was not worthy of her position. As if he did not do anything. Was pushed to this situation by the big wave. Coupled with the emperor's stance today, the second prince's reaction, and the fourth prince's stand, it all made Lin Evening E a little scared. As far as she was concerned, it was best for the children to just live that ordinary, idle life. There was no need to embark on this thorny path, especially if it was still the fifth prince. With that kind of rotten nature, she really couldn't imagine that such a mischievous son would be detained on the throne in the future, becoming an emperor who had wrists, resourcefulness, and even iron-blooded indifference. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. And when the emperor returned to Rui Yongxian, he just happened to stumble upon this scene. Immediately coming forward, he asked, "What's wrong? But the children have tired you?" The emperor's caring nature made Lin Yuanyi feel as if a cold pool had been injected with a hot spring, and she instantly softened quite a bit. Relying on the emperor's arms, Lin Yuanyi felt unprecedentedly solid. "No. It's just that both maternal grandfather and 2 uncles have the intention to resign. I feel that it's still related to my own virtue not being worthy of the position. So I also asked the emperor to be able to think more carefully about the future." Lin Yuanyi didn't make it clear, but the emperor wasn't stupid. If he couldn't hear this kind of words, then he was really stupid. Regarding the fact that the Dong family was resigning, the emperor didn't seem too surprised. After all, the emperor was aware of Elder Master Dong's ability and insight, so it was not surprising that he could see this matter coming. So comfortingly, he said, "To have such a family of maternal ancestors, shallow, is a blessing for you. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, how would they be willing to take the glory of their own family in exchange for their granddaughter's future, which was not explicitly stated?" However, this move also made the emperor feel a lot better about the Dong family. In the future, as long as they can keep their hearts, and do not do things like foxes and tigers, it would naturally be fine for the emperor to give them more favorable treatment where he could. "I know. I just feel a little ashamed." It was not easy to beg the emperor to let the foreign ancestors' family get off the merchant status. But now they have turned back again. "Don't worry. This matter is given to me to do it is good." "Sure. Agriculture, industry and commerce of the hierarchical division. I also have long looked at the excessive heavy agriculture and suppression of business. Will only make way weak. Since they are all my people, naturally do not distinguish between what is high and low, noble and low. In the future, no matter what their origins are, as long as they are clean and honest, and do things openly, they will always have a way out." After hearing this reply from the emperor, the sadness in Lin Yuanyi's heart subsided quite a bit. It had to be said that the emperor was really good at comforting people. Only after Lin Yuanyi was in a better mood did she open her mouth and said, "Matters related to the imperial government. I shouldn't have said much. Just can't bear to see the royal hand in hand. So please your majesty don't put the 5th prince in danger. He is now only a year-old size. It's the time when other people are good to get down to business. If it's true that the blessing is too deep, I'm afraid that other people are too small and blessed to bear it. If there is another thing to worry about, Lin Yuanyi is afraid that the emperor ordered the 5th prince to be crowned as the crown prince, then the palace head of the royal consort. The 3rd prince, outside the palace head of the Liu family, will not eat the mother and son is. Maybe they will also involve their relatives at home. This is the last thing that Lin Yuanyi would like to see." The emperor heard and understood, so he held her a little tighter. Only then did he say, "Don't worry. They are all my sons too. I don't want to see them killing each other hand in hand. So there are some things you don't need to worry about. I won't just promise anything if I'm not completely sure before. I thank your majesty for your kindness." When smart people speak to each other, they never need to say it in a clear way to understand each other. Lin Yuanyi didn't have the heart to fight upwards, but it didn't mean that others wouldn't see her as an enemy. The rumors spreading these days were already very telling. Therefore, what the emperor should prepare for still had to be prepared. However, the matter of the goddess was still revealed to Lin Yuanyi in advance. Lin Yuanyi had never dreamt that her second aunt would have such an origin. So after being stunned, there were still a lot of emotions that were hard to believe. "Has your majesty really checked it out?" "Naturally. I never do anything without preparation. But if second auntie is really a descendant of the divine maiden clan, why haven't we seen her clan come looking for her for so many years?" The Dong family had always thought that Yun was an orphan daughter. The only thing she had was just the master who had taught her all her medical skills. However, that person was a dragon in sight, so they didn't often see him. Therefore, everyone in the Dong family could not have imagined that this would be the case. "I've met the second lady's master, and I've learned from him that the so-called divine maiden's ability to bring the dead back to life is nothing more than a blackmail. But it's the set of golden needles that are really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Otherwise, it wouldn't have saved the second princess back. It's just that outsiders don't know why and think that it's because the blood of the goddess clan has something special about it. That's why they're searching around, wanting to get them in the hope of immortality." Chapter 393, Everlasting Life. longevity and immortality. How many people dreamed of this very thing? It was no wonder that under such a prestigious reputation, the divine feminine clan had been forced to hide in the deep mountains. And the bloodline has not been passed down well, which is why it has been withering away. Hearing this, Lin Lianyi couldn't help but lament. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. The emperor also thought deeply. Having been an emperor for almost 20 years, what he felt most deeply now was not the attachment to this imperial power, but rather the hope that the entire dynasty would become better and better in the phase he ruled. Not only would he not let down his ancestors, who fought for the kingdom in bloodshed, but he would also be able to create a prosperous era of Zhongyuan for the future generations. But even so, he hadn't thought of living for a long time. Therefore, he had never fantasized about any kind of immortality since the beginning. This was still inseparable from the Empress Dowager's dutiful teachings. Well, today I am talking to you about this. I intend to bring up your identity again, so as to save you from the outside gossip always throwing dirty water on you. You are not the Empress Dowager. There is a strong mother clan to support you. In the future, even if there are any accidents, I don't have to worry about your future. Before the words were finished, the emperor's mouth was covered by Lin Evening. There was reproach in his eyes, as well as deep concern and worry. Your Majesty is in his prime. No nonsense talk. Didn't you say you would be with my concubine for the rest of your life? What is this for now? With a smile in his eyes, the emperor reached out and pulled down Lin Evening's hand that was covering his mouth, holding it back in his palm. It was soft and tender, fair and small. These hands were something he would never let go of in his life. Therefore, nodding his head, he said, "No more. If there is really a day you walk in front, then also say yes. On the bridge of Niha, wait for me for one more moment." Is when Lin Lianyi heard this, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't shocked. An emperor opened his mouth and said this. Does that mean that if she walks in front, the emperor will perish for her? How could Lin Evening bear this? Just as she was about to open her mouth to rebuff her, the emperor sidetracked the topic. The matter of the goddess may also involve a lot of people behind the scenes. These days you and the children do not leave my line of sight. Is the dark I have set people to protect on. So the days go by as usual. Only to add a few more points of caution. Is Lin Lianyi nodded. She obviously also knew that this matter would not be so simple and easy to get through. After the two children's birth banquets, another matter that gave Lin Evening some headaches appeared. The 19th of August was the fourth prince's birthday. Consort Ying was still alive, so it seemed inappropriate not to call her. But if she was called, what was this all about? She, a foster mother, to call the birth mother to participate in the pro-son's birthday banquet. This is not rushing to give people blocking gas? Therefore, there were a few more points of difficulty. Coincidentally at this time, the news from Imperial concubine he also sent over. Said all the sealing ceremony is ready, waiting for the emperor with all the people back to the palace for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Is Lin Lianyi don't need to think also no. Must be a great momentum. After all, Royal Concubine E is the first royal concubine of this dynasty. Identity with the vice queen. Not to mention, now the power of the harem also in her hands. Called a person under 10,000 people up. So Lin Lianyi and other people's enthronement ceremony is dipped in the light of the royal consort. So also follow the operation of the grand. Thinking about it, Lin Lianyi decided to return to the palace before. Let the grandmother take the fourth prince far in front of the Yingfei Palace kowtow, to express his gratitude to his birth mother. But too much behavior. Lin Evening did not intend to arrange it. Not to mention that Consort Ying's current mood wasn't stable enough. Even if it was, Lin Lianyi wouldn't hand the fourth prince back to her again. The child was young, but that didn't mean he didn't understand things. Sending it back and forth like this would definitely leave a shadow in the fourth prince's heart, feeling that he was the unappreciated child. In this way, it would be detrimental to his own growth, as well as to his relationship with his siblings. Lin Evening believed that she could be even-handed, so even if the fourth prince stayed by her side for a long time, he would definitely not suffer. That is, after she made this decision, she spoke with the emperor. The emperor thought about it and nodded in agreement. Thus, on the first morning of their journey back to the palace, the fourth prince was led by his grandmother to the outside of Consort Ying's courtyard. Although he was a bit confused, he still did as the sister instructed. He bowed 3 times to the somewhat unfamiliar gate, and the sister who accompanied her said aloud, Please don't worry, Your Highness. The slave girl will definitely take care of the fourth prince. After saying that, she left with the fourth prince. When they left, they didn't make any vocal parting theater. Consort Ing was still sleeping in a muddle, while Rong Jia, who was serving her, stood behind the courtyard door, covering her mouth and suppressing her sobs. Once they had high hopes for the fourth prince. Just so a lifetime with a disability. Although it was directly related to Consort Ing, it was also their inaction that harmed the fourth prince. If there were pills of regret to eat, they would have given the fourth prince medicine according to the eunuch's prescription. Then, he wouldn't have his left ear crippled. Therefore, the two maids were somewhat afraid to face the fourth prince. Every time they saw his tiny figure, that feeling of guilt would hit them. Through the crack of the door, they both saw it as well. Nowadays, the fourth prince has grown taller and fatter as well as whiter and more tender. And the clothes on his body are suitable and ironed. It could be seen that he was well raised around Yi Ning noble consort. So, also assured a lot. And now all they can do is to make the rest of Ing Fei's life can live a little easier. Even if she falls asleep in a muddle, she must be clean. So wiped away the tears and adjusted their emotions. The two returned to the house to take care of Princess Ing. 2 months away from the palace, when Lin Evening Yi with the children with the emperor back to the palace, was in front of these scenes also said, there was shocked. How to say? The whole imperial city is brand new. I can see. These 2 months. Ye royal consort certainly did not make less silver. Once this has been through hundreds of years of the imperial city with a thick sense of history. And now they walk in it. But it seems to enter a fairyland general. Everywhere they looked, all of them had been renovated. Under the sunlight, the gold paint had a bright and glittering glow. Lin Lianyi knew that after copying Zhang Wangfu, the national treasury had been enriched a lot. But to renovate the entire palace with such a large amount of money was indeed a bit extravagant. Even she thought so. Not to mention the emperor next to her. Since entering the palace, the gloom on his face has not disappeared. It's not easy to drum up a time. The emperor originally had a number of favorable policies to be implemented. But now look. I'm afraid that a lot of money has become this superficial work. Chapter 394 Extravagant Repairs. How can the emperor not be angry? This royal consort is really the Northwest Ho's own granddaughter. Give a tree and climb the pole. Cannot wait to let the whole world look at her. This royal consort enthronement of the gift of how powerful it is. Xianan Palace entrance. Royal consort with Muguiran stood here waiting for a long time. And when the emperor from the sedan chair down, they originally also brow curved face instantly will not be good. The two of them were not blind. How could they not see that the emperor was angry? Only, this angry and why? There some speculation cannot figure out. Your servant has met the emperor. Please be at peace. Lin Lianyi's position was now inferior to Imperial concubine Yi. So naturally, she had to ask for peace. And behind her on the carriage, Qian Gui concubine also walked down, joining Lin Avini in greeting Imperial concubine Yi. I have met Imperial concubine Yi. Please Imperial concubine golden peace. Well, level off. Imperial concubine Yi was indeed a bit overwhelmed by the fame. The emperor had yet to open his mouth. But she was the first to say this. As a result, the emperor looked at her with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Afterwards, he entered the Qianan Palace without saying a word. Afterwards, he gave a wink to Dong Yuzhong, who naturally understood. Your Highness, His Majesty is in a bad mood today after a long and tiring journey. So why don't we use this reception banquet again in a couple of days? His words were directed at Imperial concubine Yi. And Lin Evening Yi heard the true meaning of it. But it wasn't her turn to interrupt here. So she was still as she was before. Just be a low-profile person. On the contrary, Imperial concubine Yi furrowed her brows, looking at the emperor's gradually fading figure and Dong Yuzhong's posture standing in the doorway blocking the way. There were many irritations in her heart. Turning to Lin Evening Yi, she snapped at her. How did you all serve the emperor? Why were you fine before you went to the palace? And then so unhappy when you came back? But what did you do to make the emperor angry? Lin Lianyi was dumbfounded, and did not know if this Imperial concubine Yi was deliberately saying the opposite, or if she really did not notice the emperor's mind. But at the moment, she is also not good with Imperial concubine Yi at the entrance of the palace. She could only hold back her temper and said, Your Highness is mistaken. This heat is unbearable. About His Majesty is really tired. That's why he is so. Dong Yuzhong also opened his mouth to help Lin Evening Yi out. Yes. Imperial noble consort, don't be angry. This day is really hot. Why don't you just go back to the palace to rest first? When His Majesty settles down here, the slave will send someone to report to you. Imperial concubine Yi thought. Anyway, the ceremony of the enthronement is not 2 days away. It's better not to touch the bad luck. So she calmed down her anger, squinting at Lin Evening Yi for a moment. She then said with some disbelief, Your Highness is still cautious. Day after day waiting at the side of the Emperor, now only you one person. Be careful of the wind outside, is difficult to hear it. Lin Evening Yi how do not know. Just do not discuss more with the royal concubine. Instead of talking with her under the sun, it would be better to go back to Yihua Palace to rest. So she lowered her head and didn't say anything. It was rare to see Lin Wui not say anything. So Imperial concubine Yi's mind swelled quite a bit more. Instead, it was noble Lady Mu standing beside her, who raised a smile and then said, Concubine and your highness entered the palace together. Nowadays the sisters are scattered and withered badly. Only you and I are still in the palace. Only my sister is not as good as my sister who can get the heart of the Holy Spirit. So if my sister is free, I still need to talk more with my sister. How to serve the Emperor in order to make the Emperor iron out. The moment her words came out, it instantly made Lin Lian Yi very uncomfortable. Isn't this saying in front of everyone that she is a master of confusing the Emperor? Thinking about the former Muguiran 3 times want to defect to their own. And then is the Yingfei's pawns. Now look at the Yingfei potential down. She is the speed of the Yi Huangui if they climbed this big tree. Speaking so relentlessly, it is clear that to trample on the face of Lin Wani things to Yi royal consort to make a statement. Lin Wani can tolerate royal consort Yi's mockery. Is not want to cause more right and wrong. It doesn't mean that a Muguiran can step on her head and show off her power. So isn't it a self-defeating face? So with a smile, she shot back and said, This is not difficult. Sister mine stupid. Only no single-mindedly serve His Majesty. To His Majesty for the day. Naturally. His Majesty sees sister this do not know how to change the appearance. Also more than 3 points of mind just. But is the younger sister exquisite mind. Eyes 6 ways. Ears listen to all directions. In the harem in the swim as the water quick harp in general. Day by day there are good friends. Everywhere can be like a fish out of water. So the mind. In His Majesty's eyes of course. But also in the eyes. The eyes of the younger sister. Mind. In the eyes of His Majesty of course can see how sister is intelligent. Naturally there is less mention of your intentions just. Sister since also want to get some face in front of His Majesty. Then sister can talk to you. Born stupid some. May be able to get His Majesty's appreciation. Some words. On the surface sounds like self-depreciation. In fact, it is to say that Muguiran is 2-faced and 3-faced. Today defected to this. The next day to make friends with that. She is like this mind. Who in the palace does not see it? Muguiran was exasperated. But because of Lin Wan Yi's status, she couldn't directly dislike her. She glanced at Imperial concubine Yi next to her, hoping that she would be able to help herself. But who knows that Imperial concubine Yi also has a mouth that is ridiculously powerful. Obviously in her eyes. She also feels that Lin Aveni's words are not false. Thus, noble Lady Mu failed to seek help and had to admit her defeat. Somewhat reluctantly, she said, Concubine, thank you for your mother's mention. Speaking with this kind of person, Lin Aveni resented it. So on the pretext that she was also terribly tired from running around, she took her leave with Imperial concubine Yi. Imperial concubine Xian had always been a transparent presence in the palace, so there wasn't much chance of being disliked or disliked back. Therefore, she also found an excuse to leave. Imperial concubine Yi now only had her grand coronation ceremony on her mind, so she didn't bother with small matters. She also left the Qianan Palace not long after. Only after returning to the familiar Yihua Palace did Lin Wan Yi relax. After settling the children, she entered the main hall. Who knew that when she entered the bedchamber, she saw the Emperor already lying on top of her bed with a swagger. Lin Lian Yi was somewhat helpless. Your Majesty, didn't we agree to be more restrained on the day we return to the palace? If you're still staying at my concubine's place day in and day out, won't the outside world have to speculate wildly again? The Emperor did not answer her positively. Instead he asked, Why did you come back so late? Did Imperial concubine Yi give you a hard time? Lin Lian Yi shook her head. Imperial noble consort is not so bad. But it's just that noble Lady Mu beside her wanted to snatch a couple of words from my servant. And she ended up being lectured back by my servant. Noble Lady Mu? Wasn't she once on good terms with Consort Ing? Exactly. Now that Consort Ing is recuperating in the palace, she naturally wants to join another high branch. The Emperor giggled. Chapter 395 Dissatisfaction in the Heart. The Imperial noble consort is also really no great generals in the army. The cook has gone to war. This kind of turning their backs on their old masters also want. I have to say, the Emperor's speech is really poisonous. But poison is poison. The meaning is still very clear. As a superior, who would like this kind of today's body in the Chow camp? Tomorrow's heart returns to the Han army of people. Mu Guiran is obviously a little sick and desperate. She also did not look at today can still have a place in the palace. Peaceful life are some people. Either the family power as the day of the royal concubine. Either occupy all the emperor's mind Ning noble consort. Either is decades of Loki as one day of the humble concubine. This is already very illustrative. Then the top is not enough, then the bottom is more than enough. If she is willing to like Qian Gui concubine that peacefully in the palace to live their own days, I'm afraid she still has something to look forward to in the future. Now that she has fallen into this kind of impression here in the emperor, she wants to move up again in her life. Basically it is impossible. Lin Liani understands the emperor's meaning. Originally she can say a few good words for Mu Guiran. But this person is really ruthless. In order to climb the high branch of Imperial concubine, she aimed the spearhead at herself. Obviously there was no fault before. At this moment Lin Evening also cooled her heart. Only faintly said, "It's about feeling that the days are hard in the palace. That's why it's like this." The emperor was silent. And a moment later with a cold smile, he said, "Since it is sad, then I will send her out of the palace. Anyway, there are many manor houses outside the imperial city. Go to the fields to walk. Maybe also can clear some mind." Mu Guiran was not expecting it at all. She had only been with Imperial concubine for 2 months. She had completely offended the emperor. If not for the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the sealing ceremony is also prepared early. This nobleman's identity is not yet seen to fall it. He was imprisoned in the palace. So there were only 4 people at the ceremony. The head of the natural is the royal consort. Today's enthronement ceremony is in the Qianan Hall. The palace without the main position. All to the royal consort is the honor. A golden phoenix's auspicious dress was added to her body, raising her majesty by more than 1 notch. Even though her appearance was not outstanding. At this moment, she was the most dazzling person in the entire imperial city. The 5 phoenix strut was pinned on her head, setting off her even more gorgeous. The emperor stood in the high place. Far away can see the gold splendor of this royal concubine. Behind her stood Lin Evening, Qian Gui concubine, and Mu Guiran. The 3 of them seemed to have agreed to keep a low profile, in order not to attract attention. At a time like this, who would go against the powerful Imperial concubine? Obviously, Imperial concubine was also satisfied with their approach. Even Lin Gui, who she was most afraid of, was able to get a couple of compliments from her at this moment. Sister is a beautiful woman. If she dresses up properly, she will definitely be the most beautiful woman in Wei. Your Highness is flattering. Concubine's posture is like a willow. I don't dare to make a fuss. Imperial concubine's eyes flashed with a bit of triumph at her self-effacement. Afterwards, she looked at concubine Qian and noble Lady Mu, who were also speaking auspicious words in a lowered position. Your Highness is the splendor of the bright moon. My concubines and the like cannot hope for it. Sisters' mouths are really sweet. Let's go. Don't delay the auspicious time. A line of 4 people, dignified and generous, walked towards the Qianan palace. The emperor sat high above the dragon chair, looking at the bottom of the 4 people kneeling. The emotions in his heart inexplicable. Dong Yuzhong in the side read one by one their enthronement decree. It is just some temperament gentle, diligent and supple, dignified, Kashian internal rules and other words. Royal concubine kneeling on the ground. The corner of the eyes and eyebrows with a joy that cannot be hidden. Straight until that Imperial concubine's treasure book and dynasty beads fell in her hands when that waist and back all appear straight board correct a lot. The emperor coldly watched the appearance of a royal consort. The heart of the head flooded with some cold laughter. For the high position, some people are unscrupulous. Some people are shirked again and again. This can't help but let the emperor have the heart of comparison. However, himself and this royal concubine has always been a typical political marriage. There is not much emotional foundation, so I cannot talk about like or dislike. just to power this kind of desire face. But with the Northwest Marquis have a comparison, worthy of being a person of the Liu family all. So he raised his voice and said, enthronement has passed. In the future this palace and the head of the common affairs will be Huang Guifei more to take care of. I am grateful to the Lord Longgrace. Will not live up to the Emperor's wishes. Well, identity on the name after. Ye royal concubine's head is more than before. Then she said, Your Majesty, this mid-autumn palace banquet my concubine has been arranged properly. But also please move to the side hall is Mid-Autumn Festival. The day of the full moon and reunion. Lin Lian initially thought that it would be about some royal clansmen who would come. But he didn't expect the scene to be so big. Officials above the 4th rank in the Imperial court, and their families, and wives were all waiting in the side hall. When the people just entered the door, they heard the sound of a mountain of long live. It had to be said that Imperial concubine E was better at making scenes than the former noble consort Lin ever was. The Empress Dowager was too troublesome to make the trip back. So she stayed in the palace. Princess Mingruo has filial piety. Also voluntarily accompanied the Empress Dowager. Therefore, the only ones who came back were Lin Wanyi's 5 children. And of course, the 3rd prince, who had always been in the palace. Lin Wanyi has always felt that the 2nd prince grows fast. But now looked to find that the 3rd prince is even more than before. He is 1 year younger than the 2nd prince. But his head is slightly higher than the 2nd prince by half a head. This is with the Liu family some do not quite match. After all, the end of the Luqi royal consort and the Northwest Marquis are not what tall and sturdy people. Looks like this 3rd prince is about to follow the emperor. He is now the son of the imperial noble consort. In terms of status, the palace head of these children who cannot compare to him. Even the 2nd prince, who has already been crowned king, in his place is always 3 short. Maybe it is the young man who has gained power. Now the arrogance between his eyebrows is the same as that of his mother. Imperial concubine E, for the words of congratulations from the courtiers, also enjoys a lot. The 2nd prince does not fight. The 4th prince cannot understand. Partial 5th prince is a love of hilarity. One is clapping and applauding. One is laughing non-stop. The attention of all the people teasing is focused on him. This point is to let the 3rd prince some hard dissatisfaction. A small age is so able to steal the limelight. When he is older still have to? So squinted at the 5th prince for a moment. And then said with a bit of coolness, No wonder everyone said 5th brother intelligent. So will come things. I'm afraid that the father emperor favor a few points should also be. A small age to say out words, as if hidden blade general. The 2nd prince saw the situation immediately stood up and said, 3rd brother think too much. The 5th brother of this temper can be annoying it. Father like quiet. You are not unaware. On the 5th brother like this. Sometimes even mother consort is too noisy him. Chapter 396 Brotherly Friendship and Respect. I don't think so. Isn't the 2nd brother favoring the 5th brother? What's wrong with that? Are you afraid that I'll say something wrong and make him unhappy? If I say something wrong, he'll be upset. And then noble consort Yining will find you in trouble? The disdain in his eyes was clearly provoking the relationship between the 2nd prince and Lin Yining. He was always saying that he was an adopted child. How could he compare to someone else's biological child? The 2nd prince has been in school for many days. How could he be blinded by his words? What's more, how Lin Lian treats them. He has seen it in his eyes since the beginning. So with a light smile, he said, Mother consort has always treated our brothers and sisters equally. Never uttered a word of rebuke. But it's the 5th brother who is poorer. Always causing mother consort a headache. So he's been reprimanded by father for a few times. Just that his skin is thick, and not afraid of being scolded. So, I do brothers always have to protect some. But if the 3rd brother really can clean up for mother consort to clean up the 5th brother's temperament, I'm afraid that mother consort is still happy. Mother consort is happy. I think that father emperor is also happy. So is not it a multitasking? The 2nd prince's words were clearly poking at the 3rd prince's soft underbelly. This is not clearly tell the 3rd prince. Their father is not favoring the 5th prince. But Yining noble consort? The 5th prince annoyed Yining noble consort. So he was reprimanded by his father. So annoying the 5th prince is not important. If it is annoying Yining noble consort, is to annoy their father. This was a greatly unknown move. He is now also 7 years old. Enlightenment than the 2nd prince even earlier. Naturally this way the pros and cons of things. Than anyone else to be more proficient. Only self-admitted bad luck. Shut up, no more words. The heart for the second prince this kind of doggy approach. But very disdainful. Now it seems. In the future. I'm afraid that there is something good. Also fall not in the second prince's head. So wholeheartedly defend the fifth prince. Is not the hope that in the future we'll be able to get a cup of soup to share a point? The little person's heart. Already have a side plan. So the end of the hand of the water drank a mouthful. Will be a lot of thoughts are hidden under the eyebrow. The fifth prince is small, and doesn't know anything. But the second prince's heart surged. The eyes that looked at him could not help but have a few more moments of worry in them. So the heart secretly resolved. Must be well-protected younger siblings. So as to repay the mother consort's nurturing grace. Mid-autumn night feast. Eat the most happy when it belongs to the royal consort. The emperor's mood is not high. But does not prevent the royal consort full of complacency to accept the congratulations of the courtiers. After 3 rounds of drinking, the emperor pretended to be drunk and got up to leave. When he left, he also took the not capable of drinking Lin evening he also piggybacked. Although out of the door of this side of the hall. A return to the Wengu residence. A return to the Yihua palace. But this is all for the others to see. Only when Lin Wanyi was about to leave from Qianan Palace, that Dong Yuzhong came over and said to Lin Wanyi, Your Highness, His Majesty has bestowed imperial wine, and asked his servant to send it to the Yihua Palace, to give you a boost. Drinking again in the middle of the night. This sounded like an excuse at first glance. There was no need to even think about it. It must be that the emperor was going to sneak in again later. Lin Lianyi was helpless. But she couldn't stop it. The children also retreated from the table one after another. Back to Yihua Palace. After giving Lin evening greetings, they were each taken back to rest by their sisters. In the bedchamber. It was awfully quiet. Lin Wanyi washed up almost. And then saw the emperor came out from the secret passage again. Although this appearance is not much different from being a thief. But Lin Wanyi is still very happy to see the emperor. The two of them sat by the window, snuggling up to each other. The candles in the room had long been extinguished, but they relied on the moonlight to tell each other their thoughts. Your Majesty, I don't like this kind of occasion. Let's go back to the palace in a couple of days. It's more comfortable to stay in Ruiyang Xian. Lin Wanyi was the first to open her mouth. The emperor had his arm around her. Naturally, he could feel her sense of rejection of the palace. After thinking about it, he said, Well, I also feel bored to death. Now the palace trivia have Imperial concubine in charge. I am happy to be free. Accompany you and the children to hide to the palace to be lazy for a year or 2. It should be no harm. 1 or 2 years. Lin Lian he obviously did not expect the emperor to open his mouth like this. So she asked somewhat strangely, Then are we not coming back? The emperor paused, then said with a smile, If there are no important matters, then we will not return. Before I came here, I also asked the Empress Dowager her old man. Compared to the palace, she is also more willing to stay in the palace. So, it's arranged like this. Making Lin evening he couldn't help but squint at the emperor. But is this appropriate? Won't outsiders talk about your majesty? Lin evening he seemed to have not yet heard of the matter of the emperor living in the palace for a long time, and not returning to it. If this was spread to the outside, it would not be scolded by the courtiers and the people. As a result, he saw that the emperor had a disinterested look on his face. That look is a playboy who teases the people's daughter. Isn't it rumored outside that you're the demon princess Scourge Lord? You also don't show some ability to scourge me. Obviously the last second, they were talking about things that were still serious. At this moment Lin Wanyi was crying and laughing a little. However, when she saw the flickering light in the emperor's eyes, she understood a little. She was not a fool. The emperor did so. There must be a reason for him to do so. He wasn't a dim-witted and incompetent emperor who delayed enjoying himself. About to do it for someone to see it. Thinking about it, Lin Lian he opened her mouth and asked. The Northwest Marquis has been on the border for many years. I'm sure he's seen all sorts of plots and tricks. If His Majesty intends to do this, will he really believe it? After seeing Lin evening he picking a fight to speak, the emperor didn't hide it either. Pulling her up, his expression was much more serious than just now. There was also a toughness in his eyes that had never appeared before. I'm doing this, but not just for him to see. And to see what he did these days. I know. This old man is still thinking that I'm the former little emperor. Humph. Then let him open his eyes, and wait to see how I'm going to clean up the Liujiao family, reorganize the Northwest Army, and stabilize the dynasty. When the emperor spoke here, his tone was surging. Lin Lianyi did not know much about the affairs of the court, so the advice he could provide was also very little. She could only hold the emperor's hand back, and said with a tone as firm as her attitude, "In that case, then I will accompany your majesty." Good. So immediately after that, Lin Lianyi deliberately put on a fawning look and took the initiative to embrace the emperor's neck before saying with a smile, "If your majesty really intends to be a fainting king, then my concubine can help you. The name of this demon consort can't be taken in vain." The emperor had rarely seen Lin Lianyi look like this. Naturally, he was interested and teasingly lifted her chin and kissed her. While kissing, he also panted and said, "Your highness is so compassionate to me. It's a blessing for me." Chapter 397 Fortunes and Disasters Descend. Lin Lianyi rarely responded to this kiss from him, and the two of them were as intoxicated. Under the moonlight, the love was so strong that it was hard to self-approve. Blushing the full moon in the night sky. At the same time, royal concubine and the third prince is still in the night banquet above the glory of the great treasure Dream It. And some wine on the head of the Muguiran is out to blow the wind. Sober up. The moon is like this. Another round of reunion day. Whenever this kind of time, she will extraordinarily miss some of the relatives at home. But shedding tears was not her forte. Compared to this kind of weakness, she preferred to climb upwards and upwards. Now royal concubine and the third prince's position is considered solid. All she had to do was to cling to them as a big tree. Just sit back and reap the benefits. As for the Dong family, as well as those other people she designed to frame, she can only say, fate, luck. She had no one to blame but herself. The smile on the corner of her mouth hadn't even hung for a few minutes when a dark shadow suddenly came out. A handful of Dao will slap her into unconsciousness. Along with her side of the palace mating her is also the same end. The master and servant too were those black shadows hijacked and went wherever they went to avoid the palace patrol guards. Visible to the palace is how familiar. Poor Muguiran. Their own road to the top has not yet begun, and then fell into a piece of mud. 2 days later, the emperor departed with the people who came back to the palace. When he left, he also asked Dong Yuzhong to take away a lot of things that are used in the Imperial study room. Such a practice naturally caused the crowd curious. Can it be that this time the emperor is going to be in some more days? Although Imperial concubine also had doubts. After thinking about it, New Year's Eve was always going to come back. Right? Therefore, she didn't care so much. After the emperor left the entire palace, she became the real master of the person. She was not of a modest nature, so there was no pretense of posturing. With an iron fist means to govern the palace up and down many of the stereotypes. Thus, it was not only the palace city that was refreshed, but also the hearts of the people in the palace. Now, the inner court division chief Quan Fu also wind blowing west inclined to royal consort. And some of the ministers in the court also sniffed out the eyebrows. Explicitly or implicitly have begun to have a team move. The first to bear the brunt is naturally the third prince's companion, the Marquis of Zhongyong's house of Fan Yuanin. Originally, royal consort Yi's favorite was also Princess Lin's choice of Zheng Kongho. Unfortunately, that person is a nerd who can only read. Let the third prince, how to explicitly and implicitly point out did not have any position. This kind of appearance, but caused the third prince and royal concubine unhappy. Simply cross this person out of the list, but by their abandoned people, naturally cannot let the second prince pick up the slack. So secretly find someone to Zinkongho's horse tampered with. Fell so he broke a leg. Now is staying at home to recuperate. Since the Room family voted for the third prince, then those in-laws of their family naturally belong to the third prince's faction. Basically all of them are military generals. At this moment, they are exceptionally united. Therefore, even if the Northwest Marquis is no longer in charge of the affairs of the Northwest Army, but just claimed to be sick at home to rest, it also did not prevent them from embracing the warmth of the group. Therefore, the emperor in the palace move can receive some zhangzhua, both explicitly and implicitly. They were praising the third prince for his noble and heavenly qualities, and for being quite dignified. Looking at those folders, the emperor smiled. But that smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Dong Yuzhong. None is here. This letter will be secretly sent to Feng Qi and Jiang watching hands. Go also have a year. Also should be some achievements, let the Northwest Ho look. Yes. I will follow your orders. After Dong Yuzhong retired, the emperor only raised his head to look at the pile of high folders, and then concentrated on burying his head again. Continue to read. Since returning to the palace, the emperor had not been out of Rui Yongxian's door much except for his daily visits to the Empress Dowager. And Qinan had already packed up an adjacent courtyard to make an imperial study room for the emperor. Things are ready-made. The layout is also according to the appearance in the palace. Therefore, the emperor stayed here. But it was no different from before. Only, when he had nothing to do, he always accompanied Lin evening. A moment is rafting. A moment is to enjoy the flowers. It's so cozy. It seems that those secret feelings from the past have to be made public. But let the whole palace and the people look envious, everyone said. Or evening noble consort good fortune. Such holy favor. Or this dynasty's first hit. And look at the emperor's heart for her. I'm afraid it's still like a sea of love. There here is love and love. Calmly living days. Naya Yusho Palace. Yi Huang Guifei but some anxious. Wastes. Muguiran have disappeared for so long before coming to report to the palace. Why don't you wait to find her body, and then come back to say ah? Kneeling below was the chief administrator Quan Fu. Nowadays, royal concubine E is the only one who is in charge. Any big or small matter is naturally to be reported back to her. Obviously, it was already a cool September day. But Quan Fu's forehead still had some fine sweat on it. Serving in the palace for so long, he for a royal consort's temper is still some understanding. He could only continue to speak back with a stiff upper lip. Your Highness, rest your anger. These days, slaves are busy adding things to the third prince's residence. And noble Lady Mu has always been a deep and simple person. And there are not many friendships in the palace. So she didn't notice. This came to the time to receive the monthly silver. Left and right wait for the invitation to the Moon Palace did not see people. The slave only then know. However, Mu Gairan's palace serves those slaves palace maids is also strange, very strange. As if in what bewitchment like. Master lost our several days. Will not come to report. This is said more and more people surprised. Good nobleman disappeared. And her palace serving people still with the same evil. Only know to do work. Do not know to speak. It was simply creepy to hear. And one's brows furrowed. Cover up the news well. Tell the public that Muguiran is seriously ill, and should not be seen. Got it? Yes. Slave is honored to listen to your majesty's command. Only after Chief Executive Quan Fu left did Wan Ning come forward. The gloominess in his eyes made even Imperial concubine E look very uncomfortable. This matter? What do you think? I feel that there are only two possibilities. One is that the emperor ordered someone to grab them. And the other is that the water in the palace is muddy enough. Which is why we didn't see that there are still high-profile people behind it. Hearing Wan Ming's words, Imperial concubine E snorted coldly. This was not a good sign. If it was the emperor's doing, then he probably knew about noble Lady Mu's idea behind the scenes. So this was a warning. A warning to make an example of them. Then all those things they were preparing would have to stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, there was no telling who would be the next to disappear. But if it was someone else who had moved, who would that person be? Chapter 398, Woe at Home. Imperial concubine E was puzzled. Instead, it was Wan Ning next to her who provided a way to break the situation. For today's solution, it's best to let the Dong family's chaos come earlier. So we can also see, what exactly does the emperor intend? But it's not spring now. That epidemic can't be sent up. Your Highness is confused. Compared to the spring only to attack. Make so much noise, just drag a Dong family into the water. It would be better to do it now. That is, let them drown in the snow in the sky. You cannot also have a good year? Wan Ning's words were loud and powerful, easing many of Imperial concubine Yi's worries. She nodded and said, Then this matter will be left to you to arrange. As for grandfather there, for the time being hide it. His old man still has big things to do. Do not let these small things affect his chess game is. Serve and obey. With Wan Ning's departure, the valor in the palace seemed to have added some coolness. It was chilly and gloomy. It was always a crooked wind. Into the winter months, the cold wind of depression swept through Xinjiang once again. Everyone changed into thick cotton clothes to resist the winter snow. This year's first snow came early. Only into the winter month on the successive down a few. Just are not big. But the intention is always good. Snow is an omen of a good year. The people's faces are filled with longing for the coming year. But unfortunately, such a good day. Good atmosphere. but does not include the Dong family. Under Wan Ming's careful arrangement, the storm came. There was a problem with the food that the Dong family had sent to the goodwill centers in the capital. For some reason, after the good citizens ate it, they either had a low-grade fever or vomited and had diarrhea. And worse still, they had a red rash on their bodies. At first, the people also thought that it was not someone who had some kind of consumption and dysentery will infect people. Also deliberately those good halls are sealed up. Do not let people in and out. As a result, it was found that, one after another, some people also suffered from similar diseases. It looked very scary. As the new year was approaching, Shengjing City was full of people. If there is really any contagious malaria, then it will be troublesome. So Feng Jichuan, who was the first to get the news, reported this to the fourth prince. He had not yet reacted to this, but the rumors were spreading outside. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. The last time the Dong family sent to the goodwill hall of the rice, flour, grain and oil, as well as medicinal herbs are all out of order. On the surface looks good, but the more you turn down, the more moldy and useless. It wasn't a barren year, so who would eat such bad things? Therefore, the good people spread the word. The news naturally spread more and more intense. Some black-hearted people were even secretly stirring up trouble, saying that the Dong family was ostensibly doing good deeds, but was actually seeking personal gain from the inside. To curry favor with the emperor is one thing, and to earn a good reputation for a noble consort is another. Often, people didn't care what the truth was. On the contrary, the cow ghosts and snakes gods nonsense though some, but they believe in it very much, even in which they keep preaching. 3 become a tiger, and in just a few days' time, the Dong family's reputation was in jeopardy. Along with this, the complaints against Lin Hui and the choreography are once again on the rise. Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. When Elder Master Dong heard about this, he immediately had to go to the good hall. He wanted to explain in person, but before he could even get out of his house, he saw the medicine boys and fellows from the medical center, carrying a stretcher and coming in a hurry. And lying on it was the second master of the Dong family, who should be in the Dong family medical center at the moment. What happened? Who hit him? The second master of the Dong family's head was wrapped in a white cloth, and underneath the white cloth, there was still some hidden blood seeping. At a glance, it was clear that he must have been attacked by someone. However, the Dong family medical center had been charitable for many years, and its reputation as a pot of mercy had long been well known. How could this happen? The second master of the Dong family was dazed, and only when he saw his father was he ready to get up, but was held down by the Dong family master. Eyes full of heartache for his brother, randomly said in anger. In the end, who? How dare you lay such a cruel hand on him? Before the second master of the Dong family could say anything, the mate next to him said with righteous indignation, someone must have framed the second master behind the scenes. Otherwise, with the second master's medical skills, how could he have given the wrong medication and looked at the dead? What? It was only after pursuing the question that the Dong family's Grand Master heard what had happened. It turned out to be that a few days ago, a man came to the medical center to seek medicine. After diagnosing it, the second master of the Dong family felt that it wasn't a big problem, so he simply prescribed a few to be and took it back to him. Who knows that this medicine? Eat a few days are not good, but more and more diarrhea pulled a lot. Early this morning, after eating the second master of the Dong family prescribed medicine, drink down not even half an hour it, on the intestinal perforation and death. Therefore, relatives carried a coffin on the door to find fault. They smashed the clinic to smithereens, and even the second master of the Dong family suffered some injuries. If it wasn't for the medicine boy fellows protecting him, it was only possible that the second master of the Dong family would have been eaten. They carried the second master towards the Dong family, but those people chased after them badly, while crying and shouting after them. They also carried the coffin straight to the Dong family. While they were talking, those people had already blocked the entrance of Dong's house. They wanted to live or die, but they kept saying that it was the Dong family's prescription that had killed them. The Dong family master could not hold back from such a frame-up. He was about to rush out to explain, but was stopped by old Master Dong, who was at the side. He had a look of a rainy mountain, and already understood in his heart. At this moment you go out, explaining not to be able to suffer instead. I'm afraid that waiting for you is not only rotten vegetable leaves, but also swords and spears. Don't rush. Tell the family guards to take good care of the gateway. And in order to send a message to your mother them. First to go to the manor outside of the city to avoid the wind is. Good. My son will go and make arrangements. The female members of the Dong family were now split into two routes. Second Lady Yun headed to the palace to ask Lin Evening Yi for a safe pulse. On the other hand, Elder Lady Dong, Grand Lady Dong and Dong Chio, you were going to the outside of the city to offer incense. Before the New Year's festival, it was always necessary to go to the Bodhisattva to ask for protection and peace. Therefore, they were not at home today. Dong family master walked to the door. Through the doorway to see outside is really full of people. There were a few of them with swords in their hands, looking like they wanted to make the Dong family pay for their lives. Dong family master is also seen some world, but at the moment looked still some palpitations. Immediately commanded, quickly, guard the gate well. No matter how much the outside shouts, it must not be opened. Yes. And then got someone to quietly slip out the back door, heading straight for the temple outside the city, in order to block Elder Lady Dong and the others from entering the city. Outside the city, on the carriage, Old Lady Dong and Grand Lady Dong were both talking about jokes. On the contrary, Dong Qiuyu on the side was a little shy. Chapter 399 Avoiding the outside of the city. Now that the marriage has been contracted, the rites have been passed, and everything is ready, just waiting for the turn of the new year to go. Your marriage to the Dou family's youngest brother will be done. The days are really flying by. Who says it isn't? However, with Qiuyu's marriage, there is only one child left in our family, Kuli, who is not married. And my daughter-in-law has asked several matchmakers these days, but she has not found a good one. Mrs. Dong was both happy and worried. She was happy that her niece had a good husband. But she was sad that her son did not yet have a daughter-in-law. Seeing her like this, Elder Lady Dong instead said in relief, Kelly, things are not in a hurry. The master has told me, wait for him to start the examination next year, and then make plans. The difference between a scholar and a scholar can be vast. If you can become a disciple of the Son of Heaven, do you still worry that you won't be able to find a daughter-in-law to your liking? Hearing this, Mrs. Dong smiled. Who said otherwise? Her son's future was now the most important thing in her heart. That's why she had just begged piously at the temple. Just as she was thinking, she heard the sound of horses' hooves in the distance, which seemed particularly urgent. The coachman Lao Jiang saw that the visitor was from home and immediately panted. The carriage stopped, and Madame Dong immediately lifted the curtain and said, What's going on? Madam, there are people from home. Madame Dong had a strange look on her face. They were almost in the city. Why would they send someone from home? Could it be that there is something important? So she asked the visitor with some concern. Something happened at home? That person was the Dong family's servant for many years. Naturally, he was incredibly loyal. He hurriedly said, back to the eldest lady. Is indeed something happened? The second master was framed by someone said that the medical death. Now the relatives are blocking the door to find trouble. The old master said to ask the ladies to go to the manor outside of the city to take refuge for a while. When all the dust settled, we'll go to pick up your home. His words were not loud. After all, this was the official road. There were also many pedestrians and carriages coming and going. If other people knew about this, it might even cause some trouble. So he spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, Madame Dong's face immediately turned ugly. And next to her, Elder Lady Dong was even more flustered all of a sudden as she asked, How is the second master doing? Suffered some minor injuries, and has now been sent back home to recuperate. The old madam is worried about the safety of the ladies. So I'd also like to ask the ladies to leave quickly, lest they be found out and find you in trouble. First Lady Dong said on the spur of the moment. Old Jiang, turn around and go to the manor outside the city. Yes. Then she said to the boy who came on horseback. You go to the manor first. Tell the head of the manor to gather all the farmers with strength in the fields. Surround the manor. Do not allow anyone to come close. Everything will wait for the old master's order to act. Yes, great lady. The Dong family had never been kind and generous to the peasants and underlings. Thus, in such a time of crisis, there was no worry of anyone turning against them. After the Dong family's carriage turned around, it ran towards the manor on the outskirts of the city. The dust and fog splashed by the horses' hooves made the situation in Shengjing City more and more uncertain. When these trumped-up charges occurred at home, the palace was still peaceful. Today, the emperor's political affairs some more. So the second lady Yuns into the palace. Did not see him. The children are also the lunch break. Rui Yongxian. Only Lin Wanyi. The second lady Yuan and Xian. As for Chiu Ming, he never waited 3 meters away from the door. When the master spoke, he couldn't hear them. These days, Lin Wanyi was a bit uncomfortable. So she asked second lady Yuan to come for a consultation. Sure enough, this pulse check was that she was pregnant again. Congratulations to the Empress. Congratulations to the Empress. The Empress is pregnant. Xian, who was beside her, was overjoyed. And when she looked at her master, Lin Lianyi, there were many more leaps. At the same time, there was also some small chagrin. How was it that he had accompanied his master for so long without noticing this matter? Compared to Xiao's excitement, Lin Wanyi seemed to have expected it. Retracting her hand and returning, she thought back for a moment. It was about the time there was the mid-autumn fooling around. After all, when she went back to the capital at that time, she had forgotten to bring the pill she drank for contraception. This is not the case. The happy event came to the door. Reaching out and stroking the flat stomach, Lin Lianyi didn't know what to think. To say that she was happy. She was also somewhat happy. After all, this is her child. But when it comes to being upset, she is also a bit upset. After all, there are still 4 children in the courtyard. And this is going to add to it. I don't know if I can cope with it. The second prince, since the last time back to the palace, will bring people to move to the royal residence. There is Sister Du in charge, accompanied by Xiao Luzi, Yun Qi, Yun Fei close to wait. There are also 2 small eunuchs to help run errands, as well as 6 guards to look after. Lin Wanyi was no longer at ease, but could only follow the rules of the palace. Only day after day is looking forward to the opportunity to see the second prince again. After shaking her head, she said with some tears and laughter, "Only sit away, eh? This is another. I do not know whether this time will still be a twin child. Then I can't stand it somewhat." She was now pregnant for almost 3 months. So Yun was able to diagnose how many children were in her belly. When she heard her say this, Yun replied with a faint smile, "Don't worry. There's only 1 child this time. The pulse is steady and strong. If I don't expect it, it should be a little prince." Yun's speech had always been calm and steady. Since she dared to open this mouth, it was natural that she was 80% to 90% sure. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Wanyi's mouth smiled. As far as she was concerned, if it was a princess, she would still prefer it. Just the emperor mentioned to her before, looking forward to being able to get another prince. And now it is also considered to get what she wants. But Lin Wui did not intend to tell the emperor, for fear that if it was a princess, would not let the emperor think for months in vain. However, the princess is also good. Look at the emperor's treatment of his 3 daughters, and did not see that he had any patriarchal appearance. Next to the Xian also saw the Lin Evening Yi's mind. So jokingly said, "Slave girl see. As long as it is born and raised by the empress, the emperor likes it very much." Lin Evening Yi was a little shy, but also felt that this was quite reasonable. No matter what. Compared to Princess Ming Rule and the third prince, the ones in her palace did see the emperor a lot more often, so they naturally received more fatherly love. Yun deduced from the side, "Nyang Nyang, don't worry. The child, everything is good. This time only 1 child, then we can relax a bit. Counting the days, about next year's May and June, we'll be able to give birth. Just by the time the weather is hot. I'm afraid that sitting in the month will be a bit of suffering." Lin Wanyi sighed a little. The crowd thought that she was worried about her own monthly cycle. Chapter 400, and rewarding the Dou family. However, they didn't expect her next words to be, "It's not easy for my sister-in-law to give birth to a fat nephew. I was thinking of asking for His Majesty's grace to go out and take a look. But now, I'm afraid I'll only be able to see my nephew when he's a week old." Only after she finished speaking did the 2 of them come to a realization. In October, Feng gave birth to a fat boy. That child from birth is very strong. At first glance is a body doubly great. Now the 2 breastfeeding mothers served are still a bit insufficient to eat. Therefore, whenever this matter was mentioned, the elders of the Lin and Dong families were overjoyed. Lin Wanyi, as an aunt, always thought of going to see the child. She was just a bit lazy these days, so she didn't move. Unexpectedly, this laziness led to a missed opportunity. Indeed, if the emperor knew she was pregnant, he would not let her out of the palace. And Lin Xingyi's child was still in its infancy, so it was impossible to bring it into the palace. Therefore, she was right to say this. Don't worry. The child grows fast. And when he turns a year old, you'll have been out of the month for a few months on your side as well. When the time comes to see, should we bring him to have some fun with a few older sibling brothers? Or is it better to let the royal sons and princesses go out of the palace to liven things up? Whatever. Second Lady Yun's proposal was very good, and Lin Wani deeply felt that it should be so. The prescription was given to Xian. How they used to take care of Lin Evening E. Now they have to take care of her again. Luckily, everyone was familiar with the process, so it wasn't too complicated to do. After the pulse diagnosis, Lin Evening E naturally wanted to chat with her second aunt Yuns. After all, she has been in the family for the past few months. After all, in these few months, she was busy with her daughter Qiu Yu's marriage, and didn't have much time to run around and come to the palace. So Lin Lian Yi inquired curiously. I heard that it was quite lively in September, when the Dou family went to place their bets. Mentioning this, Yun, the second madam who always had a cool expression, revealed a smile. Yes, Dr. Dou for this is a heart, but also specially sent a 9 precious medicine box to, in which put her some hard-to-find valuable medicinal herbs. Father-in-law and your second uncle saw. Eyes are smiling open it. Hearing this, Lin Wani also smiled. This Dr. Dou is really a family of medicine. And it's not the same. Other people send gold and silver jewelry. Silk and silk. Their family sent 9 precious medicine box. Even seeing the world grandfather and second uncle like. Must be extremely difficult to find good things. At the thought of this, Lin Lian Yi was also happy. Then somewhat helplessly, she said, cousin's marriage. Originally thought that I can also go to join in the fun. Now it seems that it is not possible. But I will definitely give her some good things to pick out the bottom of the box. To send her to get married, that is. Hearing this, Yun quickly waved her hand. Nyang do not send again. The last time to take to the congratulatory gift is already expensive enough. And then send down. I'm afraid that the autumn moon blessed then cannot afford it. The Dou family there are other sisters-in-law. Do not let her be too out of the ordinary. The days can live comfortably at ease some. Cousin Qiu Yu is going to marry the Dou family's youngest grandson. Naturally the older siblings above her will not be less. Since she has become a family, there must be some family relationships that she needs to deal with. If her dowry was too generous, it would inevitably cause displeasure among the bystanders. Therefore, the reasoning of being with the light, Lin Wani also realized. So she smiled and said, in that case, then I will listen to second auntie. Dr. Dou has worked hard all his life, and has solved a lot of problems for His Majesty. So I think that by the time his youngest grandchild gets married, His Majesty will also have a reward. The two of them smiled at each other, and Yun naturally heard the meaning. Lin Wani would not add another congratulatory gift to his cousin, but the emperor would always reward loyal subjects. Right? This favor to put down. To the big say is to the Dou family whole clan. To the small say is also to the Dou family little brother, and autumn moon this room. There is this kind of back or cover. That is, even more complicated relationship. Can also get 3 cheap. Thank you, Your Highness, for taking the trouble to be thorough. Second auntie is being polite to me again. Aren't you? We are family. Aren't we? Lin Wani had never forgotten her roots. And the Dong family didn't have the face of a power-hungry man. Therefore, the relationship was realistically good. It's rare for second aunt to enter the palace. So stay and have dinner before you leave. I'll have Chuanqi prepare some more of what Grandpa and Grandma love to eat. And you can bring them back. Or you can do your filial piety for me. Alright. Just listen to what Your Highness says. Xiaoan was about to go out to talk to Chun Chi about this matter when she saw Qinan, the deputy chief of the inner court department, walk in. His face was very unsightly. Worry was piled on seriousness. And the expression on his face, as he looked at the second lady, was difficult to describe. He fell to his knees as soon as he entered. Such an attitude frightening Lin Evening Yi. Qinan didn't talk nonsense, and said to Lin Evening Yi, and also to the second madam, Your Highness, something has happened. Qin An's expression was so serious. The first time he saw it was when his old father was seriously ill. And then again today. Lin Lian Yi's heart thumped, and she immediately became a little unsteady on her feet. It can't be that something happened to the second prince. Right? Nowadays, what she misses the most is the second prince. After all, it's not in front of her. Although Sister Du had the Emperor's Imperial gold medal in her hand. But if Imperial concubine E had to make trouble, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist. Her eyes were filled with worry, fearing that Qin would say something that she would not be able to withstand. As a result, Qin shook his head, quickly explaining, "It's not the second prince. It's the Dong family. Those things that were sent to the good hall before seemed to have problems. The good folk ate endowed with sickness. The other thing is that the second master was also injured. Said that the medical deaths, those relatives hit on the family door." What? This time, the second Lady Yun was surprised more than Lin Evening E. After all, her husband's medical skills and ethics, she knew very well. After so many years, he had never made a mistake. So how could there be a medical death? Immediately went forward and pulled Qin and anxiously asked, "Where is the second master? How is it? Is the injury serious?" The old master sent a message to the slave. The slave rushed to report. Specifically, what is the situation? The slave is not very clear. But the old master specially instructed the slave. "Let the second lady, if you can stay in the palace, will stay in the palace for a period of time. If you can't, go to the manor outside the city to take shelter," said the old madam, and the old lady and the second young lady have been sent over. Hearing this, where could the second Madam Yun still sit still? Immediately said, "Your Highness, please find a faster carriage to send my wife out of the palace. There are difficulties at home. How can I be alone? Even if I can't suffer with the second master, I still have to go and take care of my mother-in-law, sister-in-law and Chiuyu. They must be scared at this moment." The Dong family had never been united in their endeavors. At a time like this, it would be strange for second Lady Yun to be able to sit still. Lin Lianyi also knew deep down that this matter was extraordinary, and that it was only because of her that this was happening.